Chapter 1. On a stormy night, the first encounter with Douluo. In the southwestern region of the Tiando Empire, within the Fushino province, a vast expanse of wilderness lay before two figures racing hurriedly, as if pursued by some dreadful entity. Both individuals bore numerous wounds, with blood flowing incessantly, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet cradled in the woman's arms, the infant's cherubic face remained untouched by dust, sleeping peacefully in its swaddling. Suddenly, the couple seemed to sense an impending danger, halting in their tracks. The space around them began to warp, and in the next instant, a rift in the fabric of reality was torn open. From this chasm emerged a shadow, exuding an aura of death. At the moment the shadow manifested, the surrounding flora withered instantly. As the shadow materialized, the fleeing couple's forms transformed into luminous particles, vanishing completely. A tendril extended from the shadow, reaching toward the infant, but just as it was about to make contact, the once clear night sky darkened ominously. A bolt of lightning struck down, reducing the tendril to ashes. The shadow recoiled in pain, attempting to withdraw the remnants of its tendril, yet the lightning offered no respite. With a series of thunderous strikes, the shadow was obliterated into fine ASHI. In the dimness of the night, an elderly figure emerged, lifting the infant with a resigned sigh. Has it ultimately come to this? 6 years later, outside the Holy Soul village, as dawn broke. The village was shrouded in a veil of mist, resembling an ethereal realm. Despite its name, Holy Soul Village was predominantly inhabited by ordinary folk, the name derived from a soul sage who had once emerged from its midst many years ago. A young boy clad in simple linen emerged leisurely from the fog. He possessed a healthy, sun-kissed complexion, with bright eyes that reflected a maturity beyond his tender years, his breathing steady and measured, indicative of a practiced physique. Upon reaching the village entrance, he paused, observing another child of similar stature lounging on a recliner. The boy on the recliner had silver hair and a charmingly handsome face, exuding an undeniable appeal. However, in that moment, he appeared languid and listless. "Brother, you up so early again today?" "Ah, little Sainer, off to train so early?" The boy on the recliner replied lazily, his eyes barely opening. "Brother, you wake up early every day without working or training. What's the point? And please, refrain from calling me little Sainer," Tang San remarked with a wry smile. The boy reclining lazily was named Lu Yu, taken in by Grandpa Jack, the village chief, after being found abandoned. Orphaned, he had been raised in the chief's household. Lu Yu had always displayed remarkable intelligence that a year prior, he penned a narrative that gained favor among the local elite, earning a modest income that alleviated some of Grandpa Jack's burdens. Additionally, Lu Yu had a penchant for crafting small inventions, such as the chair beneath him, which was foldable and portable, and he had revitalized several small workshops in the village, enhancing the villagers' incomes. Thus, Lu Yu enjoyed an excellent reputation within the village. If one were to point out a singular flaw in Lu Yu, it would be his pronounced laziness. Each day, he rises with the sun, yet accomplishes naught but recline, claiming to absorb the essence of the heavens, earth, and the sun and moon. This thought, Tang San found himself at a loss for words, contemplating inwardly. Could his Xintian skill truly be surpassed? "Am I to call you Little 4, or perhaps Little 5, instead of Little San?" Tang San replied, rendered speechless. "Brother, you take good care of yourself. I shall go train," he declared. Just as Tang San ascended the hillside with a lithe grace, Lu Yu suddenly bolted upright from his reclining chair, joy and excitement dancing in his eyes. Moments ago, a melodious electronic voice had resonated in his mind. Ding! Host has completed the 365-day check-in task at the village entrance. Task duration, 365 days. Progress, 100. System activated. The system binding is complete. The novice gift pack has been dispatched to the system warehouse. Please check system task. Next check-in location, Spirit Soul Hall in Holy Spirit Village. Task completion reward, random item. No penalties for task failure. System interface. Host, Lu Yu. Soul power, martial soul, unawakened. Points, 100. System warehouse, novice gift pack. Lu Yu sprang up from his chair in an instant. The essential golden finger of transmigration system had finally manifested. Without hesitation, Lu Yu opened the novice gift pack. Ding! Novice gift pack successfully used. Rewards, divine level, random martial soul, innate full soul power talent, technique, myriad forms meditation, a celestial grade technique from another realm, adapted to the current world. Technique description, absorb the essence of heaven and earth, encompassing all rivers, converging within oneself, breaking through myriad laws, blueprint for a deck of Playing cards an item that can be synthesized within the system. Dragon's blood beneficial for body refinement. Recommended for external use. System. What purpose do the points serve? Points can be utilized for lottery draws, shopping in the mall, and other functions. Lottery. Every 300 points spent allows for a draw, with a high probability of receiving a mysterious grand prize for 10 consecutive draws. The mall offers techniques, items, materials, etc. Refresh daily at midnight, accessible once the host's martial soul awakens to the Soul Master level. Following the acquisition of his innate full soul power through the system, Lu Yu exited the interface that he then sought a tranquil spot in the woods outside the village, seated himself cross-legged, and commenced practicing the myriad forms meditation he had just obtained. Initially, Lu Yu had aspired to live a mundane life in tranquility, but binding with the system transformed his perspective. With the opportunity to grow stronger before him, how could a man of ambition remain stagnant amidst the vastness of the world? The thought of the thrilling chaos of divine battles to come only fueled his excitement. The myriad forms meditation was neither overly complex nor exceedingly simple. After investing 50 points, Lu Yu successfully grasped the basics. Once in the meditative state, he felt the soul power surging within him, and he could not help but feel a surge of delight. As night fell, Lu Yu returned to the grove, retrieving a bath basin he had prepared from the system warehouse. He filled it with clean water and then produced a bottle containing a vivid crimson liquid. With a twist of the cap, he poured the dragon's blood into the basin, transforming the clear water into a boiling crimson hue. Without hesitation, Lu Yu shed his garments and plunged into the basin. The cool night breeze swept through the forest, bringing with it a refreshing chill. This moment, Lu Yu felt as though he were engulfed in searing magma, suffocating and boiling. The intense heat of the dragon's blood surged within him, crashing through his very being. As time passed, he sensed his bones beginning to dissolve. Soon after, Lu Yu lost consciousness. Not far away, Tang Hao, drawn by the aura of dragon blood, observed the scene with astonishment, his eyes wide with wonder at the overwhelming heat. Just as Lu Yu slipped into oblivion, Tang Hao felt a powerful surge of spiritual energy in the air. Above, a dark cloud drifted by, intermittently flashing with hints of lightning, an anomaly in the clear night sky. From within the cloud, an ancient voice resonated, dragon's blood mixed with cold water, this prodigal child. Chapter 2. The Contest, Awakening Part 1. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the forest window, illuminating the face of the silver-haired youth, whose delicate features appeared even more ethereal. The boy's eyelids fluttered, and his long, slightly upward curving eyelashes enhanced his beauty. Slowly, he opened his eyes, revealing pure, unblemished silver pupils. Lu Yu shook his groggy head. In the next moment, a foul stench assaulted his senses. The once vibrant red liquid in the basin had vanished, replaced by a viscous, dark, foul-smelling sludge. Lu Yu gagged, nearly regurgitating his previous meal, and hastily scrambled out of the basin. Leaping into a nearby river, in the water, Lu Yu felt every droplet flowing over his body, sensing a newfound strength coursing through him. With a graceful leap to the shore, he donned clean garments and began his journey back, pondering, I wonder how I compare to Tang San now. Little San, up so early for training again? Lu Yu called out to Tang San, who was jogging from the village. Tang San turned at the sound of his voice, replying, Yes, Brother Yu, would you like to join? Tang San mused to himself, Today, Brother Yu seems rather different from usual. Wow, Brother Yu, you actually didn't lounge in the chair and sleep in today. The sun must be rising in the west. Lu Yu disregarded this comment and leaned closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Little San, I have a secret to share. Hee, I possess innate divine strength. I am a man chosen by the heavens. Hearing this, Tang San's expression turned serious as he reached out to feel Lu Yu's forehead. No fever. And it's daytime, he concluded, still skeptical. Lu sighed, brushing Tang San's hand away. Since you don't believe me, how about a contest? The loser must unconditionally agree to one request from the winner. Tang San, unable to refuse the confident Lu Yu, decided to indulge him, saying, All right, let's use the village entrance as our starting point and see who reaches the mountain peak. First, he'll count to 3, 2, 1, go. Ready, 3, 2, 1, start. The two of them dashed forward almost simultaneously. Tang San turned to observe Lu Yu, who was nimbly leaping along the rugged mountain path, a sense of astonishment welling within him. Yet, as he noted the path chosen by Lu Yu, he felt a surge of delight, exclaiming, This route is the most time-efficient and effort-saving one I have painstakingly discovered over the years. You are bound to lose, Brother Yu. Sometimes, choice outweighs effort. However, In the next moment, Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief as Lu Ye's speed continuously increased, swiftly catching up to him and surging ahead towards the mountain peak. Unwilling to lag behind, Tang San exerted himself, chasing Lu Yu at full speed. After a brief while, Tang San gazed at Lu Yu, whose complexion was rosy and breath steady, filled with astonishment. Though this hill is not particularly high, even an ordinary 6- or 7-year-old child would be panting and require a moment to catch their breath. Yet here you are, seemingly unfazed. Hee, how about it, little San? Are you convinced yet? Yes, I concede. Speak up, brother Yu. What do you wish for me to do? Well, I haven't quite decided yet. Let's leave it for now and discuss it when the opportunity arises in the future. You must not renege on this, understood? Do I appear to be that kind of person? Tang San replied, somewhat exasperated. You had initially intended to ask Tang San to teach him the Shintian skill, but he realized he already possessed the Wancher meditation and had no need for it. Moreover, even though Tang San appeared to be a frail 6- or 7-year-old, he was indeed a genuine reincarnator and transmigrator, possessing a sharp intellect. Inquiring about the Shintian skill would undoubtedly raise suspicions and significantly alter the future plot development. Furthermore, regarding the Shintian skill and the purple extreme demon eye, Tang San had kept even his father, Tang Hao, in the dark, let alone an outsider like himself. Thus, Lu Yu decided to reserve this opportunity for the future. Considering Tang San's attitude towards his teammates in the future, although somewhat difficult to articulate, it would be preferable to facing challenges alone. At least, in the short term, it would provide a more stable approach. With only a month remaining until the awakening of their martial souls, Lu Yu pondered what supreme martial soul the system would bestow upon him. The mere thought filled him with excitement. Brother Yu? Brother Yu? What troubles you? Tang San observed Lu Yu, who was grinning foolishly, filled with curiosity. He mused, could it be that Brother Yu has lost his mind? Returning to his senses, Lu Yu heartily patted Tang San on the shoulder, declaring, Little San, regardless of what martial soul you awaken, even if it is merely a blade of grass, it matters not, I will always protect you. Brother Yu, it's not right to curse someone like that. Lu, however, paid no heed to Tang San's words and threw an arm around his shoulder, leading him down the mountain. Come, Brother Yu will take you home for a meal, but I haven't exercised today. You have trained for so long, a brief moment won't make a difference. I'm in a good mood today, and I shall cook for you myself. Tang San intended to decline, but Lu Yu offered him no opportunity to voice his refusal. Grandfather, today Little San is coming over for dinner. At the entrance, Lu Yu called out, Oh, Little San has arrived. Come in. Grandpa Jack's voice echoed from within the house, the dining table. Though the dishes were simple, they transformed into delectable delights under Lu Ye's exceptional culinary skills. Little San, in just a month, you will awaken your martial soul. You must prepare while I will come and fetch you then, Grandpa Jack advised Tang San. Martial soul awakening. Indeed, every child in the mainland undergoes a martial soul awakening by the age of 6 or 7. If they awaken a formidable martial soul and become a powerful soul master, their future prospects are boundless. Moreover, our village has previously produced a soul sage. Grandfather, did our village truly produce a soul sage? Of course, Xiaoyu and Tang San will surely awaken exceptional martial souls and bring glory to our village. After dinner, old Jack retrieved a parcel from the house and handed it to Tang San. Tang San, take this home, it should last you and your grandfather for a while. It's all homegrown fruits and vegetables. Xiaoyu, accompany Tang San back. Jack watched the two retreating figures, sighing, what a splendid child, yet burdened with such a father. A month later, old Jack and Lu Yu stood outside Tang San's home. Xiaoyu, go call Tang San. The village head seemed reluctant to approach Tang Hao, prompting Lu Yu to knock on the door. Tang San, it's time to leave. Dad? Inside, Tang San turned to look at Tang Hao. Yes, go ahead, Tang Hao replied indifferently, returning to his task. Soon, old Jack led Tang San and Lu Yu to the Martial Soul Hall, which was merely a slightly larger wooden cottage. Outside the hall stood 7 children, all around the same age as Lu Yu. Lu Yu was at the end of the line, with Tang San just before him. Children, you must listen to the Soul Master's instructions. This is your opportunity to change your fate. Hurry inside. A young man in a Martial Soul Hall uniform, strikingly handsome, with dark hair, awaited them inside. Lu Yu immediately recognized him as Su Yuntao, a worker. Chapter 3. The Competition, Awakening Part 2. Soul Master, I apologize for the trouble. I hope you can help these children awaken strong, martial souls. Enough. You've said this before. How many talented children can there be from the countryside? Su Yuntao waved his hand dismissively and turned to enter the hall. He retrieved jade stones from a parcel on the table, arranged them on the ground, and then addressed the row of children. I am Su Yuntao, the sole master responsible for your awakening. You will approach one by one in order. Remember, no matter what happens, do not be afraid and do not panic. Su Yuntao displayed his martial soul and infused the formation with soul power, causing it to illuminate instantly. A young girl was enveloped by a golden light. Extend your right hand, palm facing upwards. The girl complied, and in an instant, specks of light from the formation converged upon her palm, manifesting a phantom pair of gloves. Su Yuntao used gloves, atul martial soul. However, it likely lacks combat power. Your martial soul is gloves, a tool martial soul. Now, let us test your soul power. Place your hand upon the blue crystal ball. Su Yuntao's claw and the girl's hand rested on either side of the crystal ball, which began to flicker. When the ball settled, Su Yuntao's expression fell as he announced, your soul power is only level 1. The chances of becoming a soul master are slim. You may return next. The little girl walked back to the line with a hint of disappointment as the second child stepped forward. Extend your hand, just as before. The luminous points began to converge. Martial soul, shoes, and equipment. Martial soul. The assessment of soul power commenced. Innate soul power level 2, average. You may return. The third child approached. Martial soul, playing cards, and equipment. Martial soul, innate soul power level 2. From the fourth child to the seventh, none exhibited any soul power. Su Yuntao appeared to have anticipated this, maintaining a serene expression throughout. Next, Tang Xin stepped forward, and with the previous demonstration as his guide, without needing Su Yuntao to speak, he extended his right hand as the golden light enveloped him. The brilliance coalesced, revealing the ethereal image of a small blade of grass in the palm of his hand. Strange, this individual has yet to unleash their martial soul. Could it be that they have come merely to indulge in the hospitality of others? Upon encountering Tang Xin, Yuan Yi could not help but furrow his brow. It was not the boy's peculiar attire that caused this reaction, but rather an inexplicable flutter that surged within him upon facing the youth. Even more perplexing was Yuan Ye's realization that, despite his status as a titled Douluo, he could not discern the boy's strength. Dear classmate, you are the only one who has yet to release your martial soul. If you do not adhere to the rules or fail to meet the admission standards of Shrek Academy, I must kindly ask you to leave, lest you provoke the enforcement team of Shrek Academy into action. As he turned to the source of the voice, he found it belonged to Dai Yuanheng, who had previously been rather taciturn. The unspoken hostility in his gaze was unmistakable. The chilling words conveyed an inexplicable animosity, leaving Yuan Yi and the other youths momentarily taken aback. However, being a seasoned titled Douluo, Yuan Yi quickly grasped the situation, a subtle smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. This little tiger is indeed feeling jealous. The matter of whether Shrek Academy wishes to expel me seems to be of no concern to you, and besides, you are not even a member of Shrek Academy at this moment, are you? Tang San's expression remained serene as he stepped through the crowd, approaching Dai Yuanheng. Upon realizing he had been contradicted by an unknown youth, Dai Yuanheng felt a wave of humiliation wash over him, ready to explode in anger. However, the moment his gaze met the vast and profound eyes of the beast-hide-clad boy, he felt as though he were at the heart of a tempestuous sea, on the verge of being submerged. Chapter 5. My name is Tang Xin, young man. Do not be so hasty, entrapped by the events before you. Tang Xin had no intention of making things difficult for Dai Yuanheng. He merely intended to admonish him, considering Dai Yuanheng's esteemed lineage as the descendant of the Dai Patriarch. Otherwise, given the current demeanor of this young man, he would undoubtedly face some hardships. However, after articulating these words, even Tang Xin himself failed to realize that he had unconsciously assumed the role of an elder, evidently not having shed the identity from his previous life. Yet, at present, Tang Xin's exterior resembled that of merely a 12-year-old boy. Dai Yuanheng's face turned pale as he finally recovered from the depth of Tang Xin's gaze. Upon hearing the latter's tone, which resembled that of a mentor, his irritation intensified. He was about to unleash his martial spirit when a delicate hand gracefully intervened. Upon raising their eyes, the gathered crowd beheld that the one who had interposed herself before Dai Yuanheng was none other than Tang Xinyan. Tang Xinyan regarded the peculiar youth before her, adorned in odd beast skins and speaking with an air of antiquity, with a curious gaze. For reasons unknown, upon her initial encounter with this strange young man, she felt an inexplicable allure, as though something about him was drawing her in. Tang Xinlian gazed at Tang Sanshan and said, Esteemed classmate, the previous matter was indeed the fault of Dai Yuanheng. Do not let it weigh upon your heart. Upon hearing that Tang Xinlian took the initiative to speak on behalf of the peculiar youth before her, Dai Yuanheng's expression darkened further. and he was poised to erupt in anger. However, upon catching the gaze of the former, which bore a hint of ire, he begrudgingly restrained himself. Tang San cast an intrigued glance once more at Dai Yuanheng and Tang Xilian. It appeared that there was a tale woven between these two young souls. However, this was the enrollment examination of Shrek Academy. Failing to unleash their martial souls was, in fact, a violation of Lord Wilderness's decree, and logically, they should have been expelled. Yet, in the next moment, Tang Xilian shifted her tone, a sly smile gracing her lips as her sparkling eyes fell upon Tang San. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. And soon thereafter, a wry smile involuntarily surfaced in his heart. He had not anticipated being challenged by a junior of the Haotian sect. It was rather intriguing. Tang San did not continue to respond to Tang Xilian, but instead turned to gaze at the observing Wild Field, offering a faint smile. Your Excellency, Wild Field. My situation is rather unique. Might we find another location? Oh, Wild Field, who had already harbored an interest in Tang San, felt a renewed curiosity upon hearing Tang San's initiative. He did not oppose the notion and, after conferring with the Academy's steward to arrange for the other new students, prepared to escort Tang San away. Humph, what a charade. He must possess some inferior martial soul, afraid to reveal it before everyone lest he be embarrassed. The group of youths began to murmur among themselves once more, but were quickly silenced by a stern glare from Wild Field, restoring an air of tranquility to the square. Remember, there are no worthless martial souls. The only true waste lies within humanity. Was not the blue silver grass deemed a worthless martial soul? Yet, behold how it flourishes in the hands of the sea god, Tang San. Faced with Wild Field's admonition, the youths lowered their heads, appearing contrite. However, upon hearing the mention of the sea god Tang San, Tang Xilian instinctively straightened her posture, a hint of confidence gracing her delicate features. By the way, what is your name? Wild Field, preparing to escort Tang San to a secluded area to unleash his martial soul, realized he did not yet know the name of this beast-skin youth, and casually inquired. I am Tang San, came the clear yet composed voice that resonated across the square, which had already quieted following Wild Field's earlier reprimand. The crowd fell into a hushed silence once more. Even Wild Field was momentarily taken aback, unable to immediately process Tang San's response. In contrast to the astonishment of others, Tang Xilian's face visibly darkened, her gaze towards Tang San icy. Chapter 6. Taking action. What did you say your name was? Wild Field's tone grew grave, his emerald eyes flickering with a hint of coldness. The youths felt a shiver run through them, as if the temperature of the surrounding atmosphere had plummeted. Dai Yuanheng, who had previously found Tang San displeasing, now appeared remarkably composed, arms crossed, watching with a cold detachment. To dare jest with the name of the sea god. Whether this boy could gain admission to Shrek Academy was secondary. What mattered more was whether he could exit this place unscathed. Tang Xilian gazed at Tang San with clenched teeth. Young man, had it been any other elder from the inner court present here, your previous remark alone could have led to your expulsion from the academy. Yuan Yi abruptly flicked his robe, unleashing a chilling aura that erupted before Tang San. The bone-chilling cold sending the other youths retreating in fear. Yet, Tang San remained steadfast, his figure unwavering as he met the gaze of the titled Douluo before him with his clear, purple eyes, unflinching. What of it? There are countless individuals in this world sharing the same name. Is the name Tang San exclusively reserved for Shrek Academy? Tang San's lips curled into a barely concealed smirk, and he shook his head inwardly, feeling a tinge of disappointment at Yuan's reaction. He had not anticipated that the illustrious Shrek Academy, renowned throughout the continent, would harbor such malice towards a nameless youth, even if that name belonged to his former self. Being overly fixated on superficial matters had rendered them rather cliché. Furthermore, Tang San had never contemplated altering his identity, even though he was no longer the God King of the Divine Realm. Silence. The name of my ancestor is not one that someone like you can utter so casually. Allow me to teach your family a proper lesson. Before Yuan could respond, Tang Xilian, with her agile form, swiftly leaped forward, accompanied by a cold admonition. The 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings behind her shimmered brightly, and the seemingly lightweight black hammer in her hand emanated an overwhelming sense of weight. With a whoosh, as the first soul ring illuminated, the Haotian hammer surged forward, propelled by a fierce gust of wind, aimed directly at Tang San. The first soul skill, Myriad Hammers. Tang Xilian moved from words to action in mere seconds. By the time Dai Yuanheng and the other youths regained their senses, she had already soared into the air, wielding the Haotian hammer. Yuan Yi stood rooted in place, Showing no inclination to stop Tang Xinlian, his emerald eyes fixed intently on Tang San, who remained unmoved in the face of her assault. Who exactly is this young man? To think he would employ a soul skill right off the bat. Tang Xinlian possessed the battle spirit of the Haotian hammer. This attack would likely intimidate even the most ordinary soul masters. Yet, this lad did not flinch. It was utterly foolish. It seemed that Tang Xinlian was genuinely enraged. One might wonder if this boy would be obliterated in a single strike. However, before the words could fully escape, the derisive whispers of the surrounding youths abruptly ceased, and every gaze turned towards the beast-hide-clad boy who had extended a hand to grasp the Haotian hammer, their eyes wide with astonishment. How could this be possible? Tang Xinyan's delicate face flushed as she exerted all her strength to wrest the Haotian hammer from Tang San's grasp. However, the immense power emanating from the Haotian hammer, akin to an endless ocean, rendered her utterly immobile. As for the earlier soul skill of the Haotian hammer, when it struck Tang San's hand, it was as inconsequential as a pebble falling into the vast sea, stirring not even the slightest ripple. While the strength was commendable, her control over the soul power still required refinement and further practice. Chapter 7. The Trident Release Me at Once. Tang Xinlian exerted every ounce of her soul power in a desperate attempt to reclaim the Haotian hammer, yet her efforts proved utterly futile. Tang San lifted his gaze towards the ever-changing expression of Tang Xinyan, a serene smile gracing his lips as he released his firm grip on the Haotian hammer. With the shackles of pressure finally lifted, Tang Xinyan regained her composure, only to find that the brief encounter had left her back drenched in sweat. Observing Tang Xinyan's predicament, Dai Yuanheng was momentarily stunned, but contemplated summoning his martial spirit to attack Tang San. However, before he could make a move, he was met with Tang San's cold, penetrating glance. The profound depths of Tang San's gaze, imbued with an enigmatic power, compelled Dai Yuanheng to retreat from his martial spirit state, crashing to the ground. Drenched in perspiration, Dai Yuanheng raised his head, panting heavily, his expression one of sheer astonishment as he looked upon Tang San, who remained steadfastly in place. How could this be possible? After releasing Tang Xinyan, Tang San did not linger any longer. Instead, he turned his attention towards the astonished Yuan Yi. A surge of overwhelming soul power suddenly erupted, and a golden trident emblem flickered across the back of Tang San's hand, followed by 3 jet-black soul rings rising behind him. I am Tang San, 12 years old, and a 36th level battle soul master. I look forward to your guidance in the future, Your Excellency Yuan Yi. With these words, Tang San disregarded the still-stunned crowd, turning to orient himself towards the direction of the Shrek Academy cafeteria before departing with an air of nonchalance, leaving Yuan Yi and the others as if struck by lightning. Gulp. Even as a titled Douluo, Yuan Yi could not help but be astonished upon seeing the 3 black soul rings, swallowing hard. Surely, even the sea god Tang San of 500 years ago could not have reached such a terrifying level at the rank of soul master. I must inform the dean of this matter promptly. Taking a deep breath, Yuan Yi prepared to leave, but as he turned, he inadvertently glanced at the golden statue at the forefront of the 7 statues in the square. Beneath the imposing sea god armor, the statue held the very trident that had flickered across the back of the beast-skin youth's hand earlier, deepening the complexity of Yuan Yi's thoughts. What connection does this boy have with the sea god? After Yuan Yi's figure vanished, the entire freshman team could no longer contain their astonishment and erupted into animated discussion. Tang Xinlian and Dai Yuanheng walked together in a daze, as if their souls had been lost. The soul master possessing 3 10,000-year soul rings. Who exactly is this Tang San? As Tang Xinlian recalled the flicker of fear that had instinctively crossed her mind when locking eyes with Tang San, her complexion paled further. Dai Yuanheng also wore a troubled expression. The small pride he held was utterly crushed by the revelation of Tang San's 3 black soul rings. It was evident to him that it would not be long before this youth, endowed with 3 10,000-year soul rings and sharing a name with the sea god, would become renowned throughout the Shrek Academy and even the entire Heavendo city. After leaving the central square, Tang San, relying on his distant memories, found his way to the cafeteria of Shrek Academy and indulged in a hearty meal. After all, he was no longer the former god king. Sustenance was still essential. Despite his rugged appearance, clad in animal skins and attracting curious stares, Tang San paid no heed to the whispers. Once he had finished the day's offerings from the cafeteria, an ethereal shift occurred behind him, and 2 benevolent elderly men in white robes appeared. How was your meal, young one? Come, walk with us. Chapter 8. The Eyes of Ice and Fire. Deep within the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy, 10,000-year soul rings. With the third reaching an astounding 50,000 years. How could this be possible? In a top-floor room of an elegantly adorned pavilion, Tang San, now dressed in simple attire, sat surrounded by a throng of people, the 3 black soul rings behind him emanating a menacing aura. Upon witnessing the astonished gazes of the surrounding titled Douluos, Tang San could not help but shake his head, feeling as though he were a rare soul beast being observed by an eager crowd. This esteemed friend, I must reiterate. My name is Tang San. The venerable elder with a white beard was momentarily entranced by the boy's clear and profound violet eyes. Even he, renowned for his formidable spirit power at level 96, found himself momentarily lost in thought. Where on earth did this boy emerge from? Very well, Tang Xiaoyu. Would you be so kind as to elucidate your martial soul to us? Another imposing elder clad in a purple robe tapped his black scepter, directing his gaze towards the trident in Tang San's hands, which shimmered with a hint of golden radiance. As the current Grand Elder of the Shrek Academy's inner court, Su Huanshan could readily discern that the trident grasped by the boy bore a striking resemblance to the sea god trident held by the sea god himself in the central plaza. Coupled with the boy's identical name to that of the sea god, Su Huanshan could not help but draw a connection between the two. Could it be that this lad is the illegitimate son of the sea god? Tang San was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the mind of the imposing elder before him. He shook his head and replied calmly, "There are matters I am unable to disclose, including details about my soul rings and martial spirit." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the room grew tense. With a few titled Douluo elders casting furtive glances at Tang San, their eyes glimmering with inscrutable meanings. However, one thing Tang San wished to clarify as he surveyed the assembly was that he harbored no malice towards Shrek Academy. He continued, "You need not worry about any ulterior motives. Simply regard me as an ordinary student of Shrek Academy." Although he had entered Shrek, Tang San was reluctant to entangle himself too deeply with this place. His primary purpose for coming was to access the sacred grounds of the Sunset Forest, specifically the Eye of Ice and Fire. With the physical form once belonging to a divine king, he was confident that he could ascend to the rank of title Douluo, or even Super Douluo, within a few years, given his substantial foundation. For Tang San, the most formidable challenge lay in discovering a divine position to inherit. Without the divine position from the Douluo god realm, even if he could attain title Douluo in a mere few years, he would be unable to surpass the century mark. Lacking the divine endorsement, he could not break through that limitation, a truth all too clear to him as a former divine king. The Eye of Ice and Fire concealed the very thing he presently sought, and he could not afford to overlook it. The elders in the inner court, realizing they could not extract further information from Tang San, found themselves unable to take any other actions against this enigmatic youth. They reluctantly permitted him to remain at the academy to study, even though they felt that Shrek Academy had little to teach him. In Chapter 9, Roommate, Su Huanshan pondered, "Perhaps we should wait for the dean's return from Xinglua. I have an inkling that this boy is somehow connected to the sea god." He gazed contemplatively at Tang San's receding figure, softly murmuring to himself. The elder interrupted the elder with a white beard, chuckling and shaking his head. "If I had not witnessed it with my own eyes today, I would never have believed that such a prodigious talent existed in this world. Furthermore, judging by the youth's martial spirit, Su Huanshan was convinced that Tang San bore some connection to the sea god from 5 centuries prior. As long as he posed no threat to Shrek Academy, why not allow this boy to stay? Upon returning to his assigned dormitory, Tang San discovered that it was already occupied by others. "Have you heard about the dining hall incident today? A fellow student managed to empty it entirely. Goodness. He can eat more than even my old friend Yuan. What is this? I heard that among the new batch of students, there are some who possess a Millennium Soul Ring, 3 of them, to be precise. How is that even possible? Chung Feng, where did you hear such absurd rumors? Let me tell you, the newcomer from Hao Ian clan, Tang Xinlian, is truly stunning." Before he could even push the door open, Tang San caught the sound of a rather lewd voice emanating from within the dormitory. As he entered, he beheld a chubby, fair-skinned boy who was jovially conversing with a slender youth beside him. Upon noticing Tang San's arrival, the two promptly ceased their conversation. "Oh, a new face. May I ask how to address you?" The chubby boy approached Tang San with an air of familiarity, intending to place a hand on Tang San's shoulder. However, the moment their gazes met, his deep purple eyes locking with Tang San's, the boy's other hand, which was surreptitiously reaching for Tang San's pocket, froze in midair, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Such enthusiasm seems rather excessive. Tang San cast a tranquil glance at the chubby boy, who was beginning to perspire profusely, and then, disregarding him, placed his luggage upon the bed. He had brought little with him. The bedding and a change of clothes had previously been delivered by the staff of the Wilds. It took the chubby boy a full quarter of an hour to regain his composure. The atmosphere in the dormitory was exceedingly tense. Although the slender youth beside him was unaware of the circumstances, he instinctively trembled when he felt Tang San's gaze upon him. Lowering his head in a bid to avoid direct eye contact. "What are your names?" Tang San's sudden inquiry shattered the silence that enveloped the dormitory. The pudgy boy and the lanky youth exchanged glances, swallowed hard, and responded in turn. "I am Yuan Xingqing," the chubby boy spoke, his voice tinged with a hint of trepidation. For reasons unknown, in that fleeting moment of eye contact with the newcomer, Yuan Xingqing felt as though he were caught in the throes of a tempest, and although it lasted but an instant, it nearly compelled him to cry out in fear. "I am Feng Ken," the slender youth replied, his voice quavering with apprehension. Tang San cast a brief glance over the two individuals, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "I am Tang San. It would be best to refrain from such actions in the future. Although your martial soul is commendable, it does not justify engaging in acts of thievery." Yuan Xingqing, fully aware that Tang San was addressing him, felt a flush of embarrassment rise to his round face, soon followed by a flicker of confusion within his heart. How did he know about my martial soul? Upon hearing Tang San's words, Feng Kin was instantly taken aback, disbelief evident in his eyes. You are the one today who possesses 3 10,000-year soul rings." Chapter 10. A change of plans in the face of the astonished duo. Tang San merely smiled serenely, then turned his attention to tidying his bed, leaving Yuan Xingqing and Feng Kin in a state of shock, tinged with a hint of awkwardness. "By the way, Tang San, tomorrow marks the day for the collective class division of the new students. I thought I should remind you, as you are new to the school and might not be aware." After a prolonged silence in the dormitory, Yuan Xingqing finally found a less awkward topic to ease the atmosphere. "All right, thank you." After Tang San politely responded, he settled into a cross-legged position on the neatly arranged bed, closing his eyes in deep concentration. Yuan Xingqing and Feng Ken, feeling a sense of guilt from earlier events, refrained from further attempts to engage Tang San in conversation. The night passed in silence. At dawn's first light, Tang San was already seated atop the dormitory building, facing east, inhaling the essence of the morning. As the rosy hues of dawn began to unfold, the violet in his eyes grew increasingly profound. The purple extreme demon eye, nearing the subtle realm of the Soul Master, is truly remarkable. If the old masters of the Tang sect were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly seize you for experimentation. Accompanied by a few soft footsteps, a rich, hearty laugh suddenly resonated behind Tang San, laced with genuine admiration. "Elder Su, you flatter me." On the delicate visage of Tang San, there was not a trace of surprise. He did not turn his head, continuing to form the hand seals of the Xiantian skill, with the divine soul of a former deity. He had long since perceived the presence of the Grand Elder of Shrek Academy. The Xiantian skill and the purple extreme magic eye were techniques he had once bestowed upon the Tang sect. Given the close ties between Shrek Academy and the Tang sect, recognition was inevitable. Were it not for the absence of any soul beast aura emanating from you, I would almost suspect that yet another 100,000 your soul beast from the Star Luo Soul Beast Forest had taken form within our academy. Su Huanshan, still grasping his obsidian staff, regarded Tang San with eyes as profound as the night sky, a hint of amusement dancing between his brows. If there had been any lingering doubts concerning Tang San's identity the previous day, they had dissipated entirely upon witnessing the boy's purple extreme magic eye and Xiantian skill. Su Huanshan was even convinced that this Tang San was intrinsically linked to the Tang San of 5 centuries past, the sea god himself. "May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit today, Elder Su? Today marks the division of your cohort of new students. However, I did not anticipate the emergence of so many remarkable talents, thus prompting a change in plans." "Come with me now," Su Huanshan said, his gaze fixed upon Tang San as if seeking to unearth some hidden truth from his eyes. Yet, the young man's violet orbs remained clear and unwavering, leaving even the formidable Su Huanshan, whose soul power had reached level 98, unable to detect any flaw. The two exchanged a silent smile, and without a word, their figures vanished from the rooftop of the dormitory. In mere moments, Tang San found himself beside Su Huanshan at the edge of a dense forest. where a gathering of over 10 individuals awaited them. Observing the scene before him, Tang San's brow arched slightly, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. Having long since discerned Su Huanshan's prowess, he was not surprised by the spatial teleportation. However, the familiarity of the forest before him was striking. It was none other than the Sunset Forest, from which he had recently departed. Grand Elder. As Su Huanshan and Tang San made their appearance, the crowd gathered at the entrance of the forest approached them. Tang San focused his gaze and recognized several titled Douluo from Shrek Academy, along with 6 youthful students around the age of 12. Coincidentally, Tang Xinlian and Dai Yuanheng were among them. Upon catching sight of Tang San, both Tang Xinlian and Dai Yuanheng instinctively narrowed their pupils and subsequently lowered their heads. The impact Tang San had on them the previous day was indeed overwhelming. Despite their own remarkable talents, they struggled to bear such pressure. After all, those 3 black soul rings were not to be underestimated. Aside from Tang Xinlian and Dai Yuanheng, the other 4 students regarded Tang San with a myriad of complex emotions, clearly having heard of his prowess and soul ring configuration from the previous day. With everyone present, Su Huanshan, a formidable super Douluo at level 98, assumed the role of leader for this operation, while the other 5 titled Douluo elders served as support. The burly middle-aged man known as Lao Zhao nodded and stepped forward, surveying the group of youths before his gaze settled on the composed Tang San. Today marks the division of new students, but due to the abundance of promising talent in this cohort, the Academy has decided to select you 7 for specialized instruction, preparing you as the next generation of the Shrek 7 monsters. As Lao Zhao's resonant voice echoed, the group of youths, except for Tang San, collectively displayed expressions of surprise and excitement. Being a member of the illustrious Shrek 7 monsters is a prestigious designation, especially since the original generation had ascended to godhood. Shrek Academy has long regarded the Shrek 7 monsters as the epitome of gifted students. Only those with exceptional talent, strength, and character can be chosen for such an honor. However, do not let this instill pride in you. At present, you are merely candidates for the next generation. Should your performance falter, you may be replaced at any moment. Shrek Academy has never lacked for prodigies. Zhao Wanxiong's stern admonition swiftly dispelled the excitement within the hearts of the youthful students. Tang San did not find this news particularly surprising. Rather, he gazed at Zhao Wanxiong with a hint of amusement, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It seemed that Zhao Wanxiong's martial spirit was none other than the formidable golden titan bear, reminiscent of the martial spirit of his former teacher, Zhao Wujia. Observing the faint traces of the once mighty, unmoving king, Zhao Wujia, in Zhao Wanxiong, Tang San quickly deduced that Zhao Wanxiong must indeed be a Your mission this time is to locate suitable soul rings for 2 members of your team within the Sunset Forest. If I am not mistaken, Huang Yu and Ling Feng, you both should have already reached level 30, correct? The 2 individuals, Huang Yu and Ling Feng, who were called upon by Zhao Wanxiong, stepped forward. I am Huang Yu, 12 years old, a level 30 auxiliary soul master, and my martial spirit is the heavenly silk umbrella. I hope to receive your guidance. Huang Yu was a petite girl with twin ponytails, her round face adorned with a hint of baby fat, framed by a pair of lively eyes that lent her an endearing charm. Hearing that Huang Yu was merely 12 years old, the other young individuals present could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. It is well known that auxiliary soul masters experience a slower increase in soul power compared to combat soul masters. Yet Huang Yu had astonishingly reached level 30 at such a tender age, a rarity even in the illustrious history of Shrek Academy. The other young man who stepped forward, Ling Feng, appeared tall and slender, with sharp eyebrows and piercing eyes that seemed almost daunting to the ordinary observer. I am Ling Feng, 13 years old, a level 30 combat soul master, and my martial spirit is the sword. As his voice resonated, the aura surrounding Ling Feng intensified, and his gaze shifted toward the silent Tang San, filled with fervent combat zeal that momentarily stunned Tang San, who could not help but smile wryly and shake his head. It seems that such martial enthusiasts are ubiquitous. Chapter 12. Entering the Sunset Forest. I am Hua Fan, 12 years old. I look forward to your kind guidance. After Ling Feng's introduction, a seemingly gentle girl beside him took a couple of steps forward, confidently addressing Zhao Wanxiong and Tang San, dressed in a cerulean floral dress. Hua Fan resembled a little sprite from the Soul Beast Forest, exuding an aura of clarity and vitality. My martial spirit is the Soul Eye, and I am a level 29 spiritual soul master. As Hua Fan's melodious voice rang out, Her eyes suddenly turned pitch black, the whites disappearing entirely. And a formidable wave of spiritual energy emanated from her, accompanied by the emergence of two yellow soul rings behind her. Tang Xin could not help but cast several appreciative glances at Hua Fan, inwardly acknowledging the latter's extraordinary talent in martial souls. Hua Fan possessed a top-tier spiritual martial soul, which manifested after a transformation in her eyes. For soul masters, whose martial souls are an integral part of their being, the challenge of enhancing their strength is significantly greater than for those of other types. Should such a martial soul encounter difficulties, the soul master would face the most direct consequences, ranging from the shattering of their martial soul to the possibility of death. It is indeed remarkable that Hua Fan managed to elevate her intrinsic martial soul to the 29th level by the tender age of 12, approaching the realm of a soul master. This undeniable gift elicits admiration for her exceptional talents. Following her introduction, a young man with shoulder-length hair emerged. Despite his strikingly handsome visage, there was an innate coolness to his demeanor. Xiao Huan, 13 years old, wielded the martial soul of the soul-pursuing dagger. Boasting a formidable 31st-level battle soul, the aloof youth offered but a single curt remark before retreating to a meditative state, seemingly indifferent to the peculiar gazes of those around him. The soul-pursuing dagger, as a premier weapon martial soul, stands as a rare adversary among agile attack martial souls. Even the formidable Haoyan hammer, another top-tier weapon martial soul, only surpasses it in sheer power. Subsequently, Dai Yuanheng and Tang Xinlian presented their self-introductions. However, it appeared that the others were already well acquainted with Dai Yuanheng and Tang Xinlian, and the few prodigies present did not express much astonishment at their remarkable talents. Tang San silently observed the 6 young individuals before him, and could not help but feel a sense of awe within. The talents of these children surpassed even those of the original Shrek 7 monsters, each possessing an exceptional martial spirit that shone brightly. Such prodigious potential would draw admiration and attention from all corners of the world. Once the introductions of the 6 youths were complete, all eyes turned towards Tang San, including that of the elder Su Huanshan, who stood off to the side with an enigmatic smile. Clearing his throat, Su Huanshan said, "It is your turn, Tang San." Although he had come to accept the remarkable fact that this mysterious youth shared a name with the sea god, he still felt a twinge of unfamiliarity in vocalizing it, prompting him to instinctively cough twice. At this moment, Tang Xinlian and Dai Yuanheng regarded Tang San with eyes that mirrored their expression from the previous day, filled with an intricate complexity. Despite the formidable powers that each of them wielded through their respective affiliations, they had never encountered a soul master capable of bearing a Millennium Soul Ring. Yet here stood this enigmatic youth, who astonishingly possessed an entirety of Millennium Soul Rings. It was utterly preposterous. Truly, it was beyond belief. Tang San, disinclined to engage in trivialities, summoned forth a resplendent golden trident that materialized in his grasp, accompanied by 3 dark, abyssal spirit rings that hovered ominously behind him. The team of titled Douluos, led by Zhao Wanxiong, who had never before encountered Tang San, were rendered nearly speechless at the sight of those 3 10,000-year spirit rings, their eyes wide with astonishment. Typically, a soul master must attain the rank of Soul King and acquire a 5th spirit ring to withstand the formidable presence of a 10,000-year spirit ring. Yet, the weighty aura emanating from the golden trident instilled a sense of suffocating pressure among the 6 young individuals present, causing them to struggle for breath under the overwhelming might. Suddenly, Su Huanshan lightly tapped his black staff against the ground, inadvertently shattering the oppressive atmosphere that surrounded the trident. This action allowed Tang Xinyan and the others to finally exhale, their expressions a mixture of horror and awe as they gazed at Tang San. At merely 12 years of age, Tang San wielded the trident as his martial spirit and stood as a level 36 control system soul master. Tang San's calm and melodious voice gradually resonated in the ears of the crowd, pulling them back from their astonishment into reality. Although a few had already heard of this prodigious newcomer, it was only upon witnessing him in person that they truly comprehended the terrifying nature of his 3 10,000-year soul rings. They harbored no doubt that, despite still being at the soul master realm, Tang San's actual combat prowess could likely rival that of an ordinary soul king. Tang San paid no heed to the gazes of those around him, his thoughts drifting towards the direction of the ice and fire yin-yang nestled within the sunset forest. According to his recollections, a miasma potent enough to claim the life of a soul emperor surrounded the eye, and numerous formidable 10,000-year soul beasts inhabited the vicinity. Given Tang San's current level of cultivation, the prospect of entering such perilous territory alone was undeniably daunting. Contemplating this, He unconsciously shifted his gaze towards Su Huanshan and the other titled Douluos nearby. If necessary, he would have to rely on their strength to venture forth. Well then, since everyone is acquainted, let us not squander any more time. Upon receiving a nod from Su Huanshan, Zhao Wanxiong clapped his hands, addressing the 7 members of the team. Henceforth, this 7-member squad will be led by Tang San as captain, with Tang Xinlian as vice-captain. You are to enter the periphery of the Sunset Forest to assist your fellow team members, Huang Yueling and Feng Er, in locating suitable soul beasts to acquire soul rings. Remember, unless you face a life-threatening situation, the Academy's elders will not intervene, so I trust you to exercise your judgment wisely. Zhao Wanxiong's imposing gaze swept over the 7, ultimately resting on Tang San. Yet, when their eyes met, the moment he gazed into the vast, ocean-like purple of Tang San's, Zhao Wanxiong felt an inexplicable tremor within his heart. His imposing aura inexplicably diminished. All right, everyone, prepare to enter. Su Huanshan suddenly interjected, startling Zhao Wanxiong back to reality. With a look of astonishment, he turned to Tang San, only to find that the latter had already led the other 6 into the depths of the Sunset Forest. As the silhouettes of the 7 vanished into the morning's twilight, Zhao Wanxiong turned to Su Huanshan and could not help but voice his thoughts. Elder, that Tang San possesses the purple extreme demon. He was abruptly silenced by Su Huanshan's raised hand, halting the words that had almost escaped his lips. The secrets surrounding this youth are far greater than we can fathom. Let us not dwell on that now. The activities of the Spirit Hall have been increasing in frequency. Should they learn of this young man's existence, there is little doubt they would come to seize him. We must remain vigilant in monitoring the Spirit Hall. Chapter 13. The curious feathered ringed serpent. The Tiando Empire lies in a tropical region, characterized by a warm and humid climate throughout the year. However, as Tang San and his companions entered the Sunset Forest, they were unexpectedly met with a chilling atmosphere. Despite their status as soul masters, a shiver ran down their spines. What kind of weather is this? It feels like an ice cellar in here, Dai Yuanheng grumbled, cursing under his breath as he activated his soul power to dispel some of the cold that enveloped him. The others also frowned, channeling their soul power to combat the mysterious chill. Tang San, with his brow furrowed, surveyed the periphery of the Sunset Forest, a flicker of unusual insight flashing through his deep violet eyes. It appeared that something was amiss in the Sunset Forest. As he extended his mental faculties, he discerned an extraordinary presence within the very air of the forest, a faint, acrid scent of blood. Sensing the unease on Tang San's countenance, Tang Xinlian was the first to halt her steps, casting a questioning glance in his direction. Though none could ascertain the origins of this enigmatic youth, it was evident that Tang San, as the captain of the team, wielded formidable strength that eclipsed that of his so-called prodigious peers. With all team members now looking to him for guidance, Tang San pondered briefly before nodding decisively. The situation in the Sunset Forest appears to be precarious. For our safety, I propose that the support-type Soul Master, Huang Yu, and the control-type Soul Master, Hua Fan, position themselves in the center of our formation for optimal protection. As Tang San spoke, he cast a glance towards Huang Yu and Hua Fan. The two nodded in agreement, clearly convinced, and followed Tang San's arrangements to position themselves amidst the crowd. Support and control-type Soul Masters are often the most vulnerable, requiring the protection of their team. Provided they have a secure environment to cast their spells, they can significantly enhance the overall combat effectiveness of the group. Meanwhile, the offensive-type Soul Masters Dai Yuanheng, Ling Feng, and Tang Xinyan took their positions at the rear of the formation, prepared to defend against any potential ambush from soul beasts. Xiao Huan, as an agile assault-type Soul Master, the task of scouting ahead falls to you. Tang San methodically assigned tasks to each team member based on their respective martial soul attributes. Showing no signs of harboring ill feelings due to his initial conflict with Dai Yuanheng and the others, Xiao Huan merely responded coldly to Tang San, casting a fleeting glance in his direction before vanishing from sight, evidently taking the lead to scout ahead. The remaining members, witnessing the renowned stubbornness of Xiao Huan, the prodigious youth from the Tiando Empire, were taken aback by his compliance with Tang San's orders. However, upon recalling Tang San's unfathomable 10,000-year soul, they fell into a contemplative silence. In this world, the strong naturally earn the admiration of others. And what Tang San exhibited was nothing short of what ordinary individuals could only dream of: a 12-year-old soul master, a mysterious top-tier martial soul, the trident, and 10,000-year soul rings. Yet, No one could fathom his true identity. After approximately half an hour of progress through the Sunset Forest, Tang San and his 7-member team finally encountered their first soul beast that met the criteria for capture. Fortune smiled upon them, for it was a 2,000-year soul beast. The flying feather-ringed serpent. Tang San's gaze was fixed upon the enormous azure serpent before him, measuring over 2 zhang in length and adorned with ringed horns. He spoke slowly, then turned his attention to Huang Yu. Huang Yu, what are your thoughts on this flying feather-ringed snake? The celestial umbrella, Douluo San, which serves as Huang Yu's martial soul, is a premier auxiliary martial soul endowed with 9 soul rings, each capable of enhancing the abilities of its wielder and fellow soul masters in various aspects. Having just ascended to the 30th level, Huang Yu's first 2 soul rings provide significant boosts in speed and strength. The serpent before them, a rare psychic-type soul beast, possesses ringed horns that can discreetly unleash mental attacks on its foes. Should Huang Yu manage to absorb it, it would likely augment her Douluo San's mental prowess. Brother Tang, I have no objections. As she gazed at the flying feather-ringed snake, Huang Yu clasped her hands together, her youthful face illuminated with delight. She had not anticipated such fortune. Upon entering the Sunset Forest, she encountered a soul beast perfectly suited to her, and a rare psychic one at that. Then let us prepare for action. Dai Yuanheng and Ling Feng will lead the assault, while the rest of us will provide support from the flanks. Huang Yu and Hua Fan will focus on control and enhancing our respective abilities. Once the strategy was established, Tang San wasted no time in formulating their battle plan, and the 7 members spread out, encircling the unexpectedly emerged flying feather-ringed snake. However, to Tang San's astonishment, the serpent, sensing the fluctuations of soul power emanating from Dai Yuanheng and the others, did not retreat. Instead, it unleashed several fierce roars toward Tang San and his companions, its black tongue flickering ominously, with hints of blood red swirling in its vertical pupils. There is something amiss. Upon catching sight of the deep crimson in the serpent's eyes, Tang San was certain that the flying feather-ringed snake was not behaving normally. As a former deity, his knowledge was nearly boundless, and he was well aware of this serpent's typically gentle and timid nature. Yet, this particular creature exhibited an intense desire to attack even before they had made a move. Tang San discovered that the strength of the flying feather-ringed serpent seemed to surpass that of an ordinary soul beast of 2,000 years. Before anyone could take action, the serpent initiated its assault, swiftly darting towards Tang Xinlian on the flanks. Generally speaking, soul beasts over 2,000 years of age typically require the combined strength of 2 or 3 soul masters to be subdued. However, for the talented individuals, it posed no significant threat. Has it targeted me first, assuming I am an easy target to crush? Tang Xinyan's delicate face suddenly darkened, her adorable little nose twitching slightly. After a cold snort, 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings emerged, and a small black hammer appeared in her left hand. Though she appeared serene, possessing the Haoyan hammer martial soul meant that Tang Xinyan's movements would not be as gentle and endearing as her exterior suggested. Accompanied by a fierce surge of soul, the purple soul ring behind her suddenly blazed to life. With this action, she unleashed her most formidable 3rd soul skill. The 3rd soul skill, Haoyan Shock. As her youthful voice rang out, a powerful vibration enveloped the Haoyan hammer, crashing forcefully against the approaching flying feather-ringed serpent. Given the serpent's lackluster physique, had Tang Xinyan's Haoyan Shock truly struck its mark, it would have either faced severe injury or even death. However, just as Tang Xinyan swung the Haoyan hammer, poised to strike the serpent's body, the ring-like horn atop the serpent's head suddenly flickered. In an instant, Tang Xinyan felt a jolt of disorientation. Her body trembled, and the Haoyan's shock fell harmlessly into empty space, creating a massive crater in the ground. Beware. Chapter 14. A shocking turn of events. Tang San's anxious voice suddenly reverberated in Tang Xinyan's ears, abruptly pulling her back from her momentary bewilderment. In the next instant, the defeated Tang Xinyan was struck by the tail of the feathered serpent, sending her crashing against several large trees before she awkwardly regained her footing. Her once delicate face now bore an expression of distress. Dai Yuanheng's countenance darkened immediately, his gaze fixed on the feathered serpent, brimming with murderous intent. Vile creature. The feathered serpent hissed, its forked tongue flickering as the deep crimson of its vertical pupils intensified, revealing a hint of sinister malice, intent on continuing its assault. However, it was intercepted by Dai Yuanheng and his companions, whose arrival was marked by a thunderous roar and the sound of swords clashing within the forest. Dai Yuanheng and Ling Feng struck almost simultaneously, their bodies radiating with vibrant soul rings, their formidable attacks swiftly placing the feathered serpent in a precarious position. The overwhelming force of Dai Yuanheng's top-tier beast martial spirit, the White Tiger, caused the feathered serpent to falter momentarily under the weight of its hierarchical suppression. Meanwhile, possessing the elite attack-type martial spirit, the soul-chasing dagger refrained from immediate engagement, instead darting around the feathered serpent, his eyes glinting coldly as he sought the optimal moment to strike. Noticing something amiss about the feathered serpent, Tang Xin chose not to intervene just yet. He turned his gaze toward the opposite side of the sunset forest, his brow furrowing in concern. For reasons unknown, he sensed a threat of danger emanating from deep within the forest, and his heart was filled with trepidation as he realized that this ominous presence was directed toward the Eye of Ice and Fire. This sunset forest harbors secrets. A swift resolution is imperative. Tang San, with his vast spiritual awareness, had discerned several strands of peril and, without further hesitation, fixed his resolute gaze upon the feathered serpent that was entangled with Tang Xinyun and her companions. A flicker of purple light flashed within his deep-set eyes, and in an instant, a blue-golden trident materialized in his grasp. Tang Xinlian and Dai Yuanheng, along with their companions, found themselves increasingly astonished in their battle against the feathered ringed serpent. Logically, given the prowess of the force, bolstered by the distant assistance of Huang Yu and Hua Fan, they should have already subdued the creature. However, the bizarre serpent grew ever more ferocious as the sprouting blood-red wings upon its back, thus amplifying its strength and intensifying the pressure on Tang Xinlian and her companions. As the standoff a brilliant blue-gold radiance descended from the heavens, the dazzling golden light swiftly engulfing the feathered ringed serpent. We must conclude this swiftly. Something feels amiss in our surroundings. And I have noticed numerous soul beasts charging towards us. A voice, clear yet tinged with gravity, resonated. The group immediately recognized that Tang San had taken action. They observed no deployment of soul skills from him. Rather, a single strike from his trident compelled the previously formidable, feathered ringed serpent to obediently coil up. Confronted by the trident's blue-gold luminescence, the serpent's blood-red vertical pupils betrayed a flicker of instinctual fear. Tang San's trident martial soul is a transformation of the legendary sea god's trident, infused with the immense divine power of which naturally poses a formidable intimidation to soul beasts. In the depths of the ocean, the mere moment Tang San unleashes his trident martial soul would likely compel numerous sea soul beasts to submit. This overwhelming suppression, stemming from his bloodline, is a force that soul beasts find nearly insurmountable. Dai Yuanheng, witnessing Tang San effortlessly subduing the notoriously difficult flying feather-ringed serpent, was momentarily taken aback. Ultimately coming to terms with Tang San's extraordinary prowess that far surpasses that of an ordinary soul master. Huang Yu, come forth and deal with this flying feather-ringed serpent. Your soul ring awaits, Tang San beckoned, his gaze shifting towards Huang Yu after the swift subjugation of the serpent. In his previous life, Tang San had resolutely vowed not to hunt any soul beasts due to Xiao Wu's influence. However, the circumstances in this world, altered by the reversal of time, rendered such a vow impractical. Even if he refrained from hunting soul beasts, he could not prevent others from acquiring soul rings. Moreover, there were indeed issues concerning this particular flying feather-ringed serpent. Thank you, Big Brother Tang, Huang Yu exclaimed, bounding joyfully to Tang San's side. Her sparkling eyes filled with admiration. Had it not been for Tang San's intervention, it was evident that they would have expended considerable effort to capture the serpent. Furthermore, although Tang San's physical form was still that of a 12-year-old, his strikingly handsome features and prodigious strength undeniably captivated Huang Yu, as admiration for strength is a universal sentiment. Tang San waved his hand dismissively, then lowered his gaze once more to the blood-red wings of the flying feather-ringed snake and continued, if I am not mistaken, this creature has undergone a mutation. Although it is only around 2,000 years old, its potential strength is comparable to that of a 3,000-year-old soul beast of the same rank. By absorbing the soul ring from this beast, you will greatly enhance your Tian umbrella martial spirit. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Huang Yu's small face brightened after expressing her heartfelt thanks with a fervent nod. She retrieved a dagger adorned with golden filigree from behind her and swiftly plunged it into the head of the flying feather-ringed snake. Moments later, a purple soul ring floated up from the lifeless body of the serpent. Absorb it thoroughly. We shall provide you with protection. However, it is best to do so quickly, as there is something amiss in the sunset forest and trouble may arise. Understood. As Huang Yu began to absorb the soul ring, Tang San and the other 6 members sat cross-legged on the ground, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings to safeguard her. Captain Tang, you mentioned that something is amiss in the Sunset Forest. Could you elaborate on the matter? Tang Xinlian quietly approached Tang San, seeking to inquire about the peculiarities of the Sunset Forest. Since entering this enigmatic woodland, the pervasive chill and the bizarre transformations of the flying feather-ring serpent had indeed indicated the forest. What further perplexed Tang Xinlian was the absence of any warning from the esteemed titled Douluos of Shrek Academy. If there were truly any life-threatening anomalies within the Sunset Forest, would surely be the first to be aware and notify them. Yet, since their entry, they had not glimpsed any sign of Su Huanshan or Zhao Wanxiong. Upon hearing Tang Xinlian's question, Dai Yuanheng, Ling Feng, and the others turned their gaze, while Xiao Huan remained seated in solitude at a distance, seemingly oblivious to the commotion around him. Tang Xin shook his head, expressing uncertainty. Nevertheless, it was evident that the soul beasts within the Sunset Forest were behaving unusually. Everyone should exercise caution. Just as his words hung in the air, Tang San, who had been seated on the ground, suddenly sprang to his feet. His deep, oceanic purple eyes fixated intently on the northern expanse of the Sunset Forest, revealing a flicker of coldness. They are coming. Chapter 15. The mist beast. At the moment Tang San's voice fell, powerful gusts of wind erupted from the surrounding thickets, accompanied by an eerie purple mist. Within the shroud of fog, chilling sounds of gnashing echoed ominously. Retreat. With a commanding voice, Tang San unleashed his power without hesitation. The trident in his hand struck the ground with force, enveloping the surrounding 7 individuals in a gentle glow of blue-gold light. Tang Xinyan and the other 5 were astonished to observe that the eerie purple mist recoiled by half a foot upon contact with the blue-gold barrier, as if it had encountered a formidable adversary. Before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, a deep, menacing growl erupted from within the purple mist. The palpable aura of danger sent shivers down the spines of Tang Xinyan, Dai Yuanheng, and their companions, who, despite being exceptional soul masters, found themselves unnerved in the presence of a roar that surpassed the might of soul beasts over 3,000 years old. Isn't this the outskirts of the Sunset Forest? How could such a creature manifest here? As they realized that the mysterious mist soul beast seemed unable to breach Tang San's barrier, the group momentarily felt a sense of relief. It is a mist beast. Tang San's voice emerged calmly, causing everyone present to pause in surprise. Clearly unaware of the nature of the so-called fog beast, he gazed steadily at the expanse of purple mist before him, and a fleeting glimmer of astonishment, imperceptible to most, flickered in the depths of his profound eyes. How peculiar! This fog beast should have become extinct countless years ago. In his previous life, while still under the tutelage of Master Yu Shaojing, Tang San had gleaned some knowledge about this fog beast from his master's teachings. Yet, the origins of this creature and the characteristics of its kin remained shrouded in mystery. Even the most comprehensive compendium of spirit beasts on the continent bore no mention of it. The master himself was only aware that such a spirit beast had once existed. Tang San recalled the words of his master, stating that the mist beast was born at the moment when heaven and earth were enveloped in the utmost darkness and coldness. It is one of the rarest and most malevolent entities in existence, capable of devouring all living beings. Even some entities that have existed for 100,000 years find it challenging to contend with such a primal evil born of nature itself. Perhaps it is the very nature of the mist beast, which so starkly contradicts the laws of the world, that renders its numbers exceedingly scarce. It is said that even during the peak of the mist beast's population, the entire clan never exceeded 20 individuals. This rarity is the primary reason why the majority of soul masters remain oblivious to the existence of such malevolent beings. What piqued Tang San's interest further was that this exceedingly rare mist beast could be classified as one of the most elite spirit-type soul beasts. The surrounding, shrouded in a faint purplish mist, indicated that this particular mist beast was approximately 2,000 years old. Contemplating this, Tang San turned his gaze to the visibly anxious Hua Fan behind him. Hua Fan possessed a rather uncommon martial soul, making her exceptionally suited to bond with this spirit-type mist beast. Regrettably, she was currently still hovering at the 29th level of soul power. Hua Fan, please come here for a moment. Tang San pondered for a brief moment before raising his hand to beckon Hua Fan. Although she did not comprehend the reason, she hurriedly approached him, her floral skirt swaying with each step, her clear eyes gazing intently at him. Brother Tang, what is it? If I were to ask you to confront the onslaught of this fog beast alone at this very moment, would you be able to do so? What? Isn't that tantamount to courting death? As Tang San's voice faded, before Huan Fan could respond, Ling Feng was the first to exclaim, his face marked by a blend of confusion and anger. The others, including the perpetually stoic Xiao Huan, cast their gazes towards the ominous mist beyond the barrier, their expressions instinctively darkening. It was indeed an immense burden to send a young girl to confront a spirit beast that clearly surpassed their current capabilities. Tang Xinlian and Dai Yuanheng exchanged a glance, both recognizing the absurdity reflected in each other's eyes. Yet, confronted by the mysterious and exceptionally gifted youth, Tang San, they could only concede that his words must carry significant weight. The seemingly delicate Hua Fan, upon hearing Tang San's declaration, was momentarily taken aback, instinctively turning her gaze toward the enigmatic purple mist that enveloped them. An inexplicable sense of fear began to stir within her. Brother Tang, may I inquire? Hua Fan thought it disingenuous to claim she was unafraid, but she could not fathom any motive Tang San might have to harm her. As she gazed into his violet eyes, an inexplicable sense of reassurance washed over her. This mist beast, though formidable, rivaling even Soul Kings and Soul Emperors, had a lifespan of merely around 2,000 years. Furthermore, as a top-tier spiritual soul beast, it was an exceptional choice for your third soul ring, and it was likely one of the last remaining mist beasts in existence. As Tang San spoke, his gaze swept over the purple mist. Protected by the residual divine light of the sea god's trident, the mist beast, despite its considerable strength, dared not breach the barrier even a single. Upon hearing Tang San's explanation, the surrounding individuals began to comprehend the situation, their astonishment intensifying as they gazed once more at the swirling purple fog. To possess the ability to rival a Soul King, or even a Soul Emperor within a mere 2,000 years is a talent reserved for only the most extraordinary. Contemplating this, even those like Tang Shilian, who had already attained the rank of Soul Master, could not help but look at Hua Fan with a tinge of envy. The opportunity to harness such a rare soul beast as a soul ring is something that, despite their formidable backgrounds, is unattainable without extraordinary fortune. I am only at the 29th level, still a considerable distance from the 30th. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Hua Fan felt an overwhelming desire for the mist beast. He soon recalled that he had only recently reached the 29th level. Advancing further in such a short time, without serendipity, seemed impossible. Faced with Hua Fan's sudden despondency, a mysterious smile curled at the corner of Tang San's lips, and a glimmer of blue-gold light flashed in his purple eyes. As for the matter of soul power, I possess a means to assist you in reaching the 30th level, provided that you are willing to surpass your physical limits. As Tang San spoke, he gently raised his palm, and a luminous portal, wide enough for a single individual to pass through, emerged upon the barrier. The most effective method to transcend one's physical limits is, of course, to engage in trials at the precipice of life and death. In an instant, Hua Fan's body stiffened, as if the echoes of the fog beast's roar resonated in her ears, causing her petite frame to tremble slightly. Although I will vigilantly monitor you from the side, there is a possibility that I may not intervene in time, leading to unforeseen consequences. Thus, you must contemplate this matter thoroughly. Moreover, if my conjecture is correct, due to the peculiarities within the Sunset Forest, the elders and instructors within the academy have temporarily lost their ability to track and protect us. With that, Tang San ceased his discourse, silently observing Hua Fan, awaiting her decision. Chapter 16. Anomaly with Tang San's former rank as a deity. Even though his divine power has since waned, facilitating Hua Fan's ascension from level 1 to level 30 would be a trivial endeavor. However, forcibly elevating the soul powers of these gifted youths could ultimately be detrimental to their physical well-being. Had it not been for encountering this legendary fog beast, Tang San would not have proposed assisting Hua Fan in reaching level 30 to absorb the beast's soul ring. Hua Fan lowered her head in contemplation, her delicate features betraying a profound inner struggle. She had gleaned some insight into the rarity of this legendary psychic soul beast from Tang San's words. It would be disingenuous to claim she was not tempted by the prospect of the fog beast soul ring. Yet, as she lifted her gaze towards the purple mist beyond the barrier, the formidable aura emanating from it, rivaling that of a soul king, caused her countenance to sour. After a moment, it seemed Hua Fan had solidified her resolve. She turned to Tang San and nodded earnestly. Brother Tang, I have made my decision. Please allow me to step outside. Upon witnessing Hua Fan's determination, Tang San refrained from further words, raising his trident, causing the portal on the barrier to radiate with brilliance. Taking a deep breath, Hua Fan, seeing Tang San's signal, swiftly dashed through the luminous portal. Tang Xinlian and Hua Fan shared a close bond, and witnessing the latter's willingness to venture into danger naturally filled her with immense concern. She contemplated stepping forward to dissuade Hua Fan from pursuit, but upon noticing the rare determination etched on Hua Fan's delicate face, she ultimately restrained herself. As Hua Fan left the protective barrier, she plunged into the violet mist, vanishing before the eyes of the onlookers. Aside from Tang San and Huang Yu, who was currently absorbing his soul ring, the expressions of the others were far from pleasant, including the usually aloof Xiao Huan. Tang San, what if something happens to Hua Fan now that she has ventured out? Tang Xinlian, who had remained silent until now, suddenly posed this question to Tang San, her tone laced with an unfriendly edge and her lively eyes brimming with anxiety. In the pursuit of wealth, one must embrace. If one wishes to acquire the soul ring of this mist beast, they must naturally accept the corresponding risks. After all, you are a member of the Houtenant sect. Should you not understand such a fundamental principle? Tang San offered a faint smile to Tang Xinlian, yet his words were devoid of any pretense of politeness. In his eyes, this so-called reserve team of the Shrek 7 monsters, despite possessing exceptional talents that even surpassed those of the original Shrek 7, lacked one crucial element: opportunity. In this world, one often encounters an abundance of so-called geniuses. In Tang San's previous life, there were many whose talents rivaled his own, whether they belonged to the illustrious golden generation of the Spirit Hall or the formidable Qian Renxua that followed. For Hua Fan, this moment undoubtedly represented her opportunity, albeit largely facilitated by Tang San himself. Stunned by Tang San's retort, Tang Xinlian found herself momentarily speechless, unable to counter his assertions. Yet, a sense of urgency for Hua Fan's current predicament welled within her, leading her to stamp her foot in frustration. Tang San, naturally, paid little heed to the moment Hua Fan vanished before the crowd. Tang San's spiritual energy was intricately entwined with Hua Fan, intently observing his current predicament within the purple mist. As Hua Fan dashed into the fog, he unleashed his martial soul, the Soul Eye, a manifestation of a mental control-type martial spirit. In terms of physical combat prowess, it was undoubtedly inferior to that of equally ranked assault-type and agility-type soul masters. Consequently, upon entering the mist, Hua Fan found himself nearly in a state of passivity. Within the mist, Hua Fan could only perceive various low-level soul beasts surging toward him. First soul skill, Soul Eye Light. He murmured softly. 2 yellow soul rings materialized. As the first ring illuminated, brilliant rays of light erupted from his eyes, striking the oncoming soul beasts, which dissipated into nothingness, revealing that they were merely illusions conjured by the mist beasts. Realizing this, Hua Fan understood that these were tricks employed by the fog beasts. Despite the assault of the soul beasts, Hua Fan managed to hold his ground for a time. However, as the battle wore on, the emergence of increasingly formidable soul beasts escalated the pressure he faced. As a mere 29th level Great Soul Master, he soon felt overwhelmed, beads of perspiration forming on his young forehead. Tang Xinyan, Dai Yuanheng, you two are now the vice-captains of the team. Keep a vigilant eye on Huang Yu as he absorbs his soul ring. I will step outside to assist Hua Fan. At this moment, within the protective barrier, Tang San's spiritual awareness had discerned Hua Fan's predicament. Without hesitation, he rose and moved toward the barrier's exit, turning back to impart a measured reminder to Tang Xinyan and Dai Yuanheng. You intend to go alone? The mist beasts are formidable enough to rival soul kings. Tang Xinyan, who had been anxiously concerned for Hua Fan's safety, instinctively voiced her protest at Tang San's decision to venture forth alone. Yet, considering the myriad mysteries surrounding she refrained from uttering the words she had been about to speak. Stepping forward, Xiao Huan, who had remained silent, fixed his cold gaze upon Tang. Since you have released her, you must ensure her safe return, otherwise, we shall not let you off easily. Unlike Tang San, although they were all newcomers to Shrek Academy, the 6 of them had long regarded one another as friends. Tang San was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that Xiao Huan would utter such words. He then chuckled softly and shook his head. Rest assured, as soon as the words left his lips, Tang San vanished into the barrier. Witnessing Tang San's elusive movements, the onlookers could not help but feel that the aura of mystery surrounding him had intensified. His enigmatic martial soul, the remarkably powerful configuration of soul rings, and the array of peculiar abilities he possessed contributed to an ever-deepening enigma. Tang Xinyan gazed intently at the dense, purple mist beyond the barrier. For reasons unknown, A sense of unease that had gripped her heart began to dissipate, albeit slightly. Tang San. Oh, Tang San, who exactly are you? On the other hand, the elders of Shrek Academy, who initially intended to follow behind Tang San's team to protect everyone, found themselves in a precarious situation. At the juncture of the outer and inner regions of the Sunset Forest, Zhao Wanxiong was engaged in a fierce battle with a colossal purple giant python. The creature, adorned with a crystalline purple horn atop its head, exuded an overwhelming aura of power. Zhao Wanxiong's bronze-hued fist struck the python's scales but seemed as ineffective as mere tickling. In retaliation, the python's tail swung fiercely, nearly sending him flying. Damn it, what is this 70,000-year-old amethyst dragon python doing here at the outskirts? It's utterly ridiculous. Zhao Wanxiong muttered under his breath as he picked himself up, covered in dirt. It appeared that something deeper within the Sunset Forest was driving these formidable soul beasts away. The elder Su Huanshan stood silently to the side, not participating in the fray between Zhao Wanxiong and the amethyst dragon python. His gaze was fixed intently on the depths of the forest, his expression grave. Chapter 17. Driven to desperation, why does this aura resemble that of the old ghost from the spirit hall? Su Huanshan observed quietly, his aged features creasing with concern. Meanwhile, Zhao Wanxiong unleashed his martial spirit, transforming into a towering bear, and with a mighty strike, sent the amethyst dragon. He then turned his bear-like head towards Su Huanshan and asked in a deep, resonant voice, "Elder, is it truly wise to leave those youngsters unattended?" After they had stealthily followed Tang San's group into the Sunset Forest, they had quickly sensed something amiss within its depths, even experiencing a severance of their spiritual, causing them to lose track of Tang San and his companions. The entity within the forest that could envelop the entire area and sever their spiritual energy. Even as tidal Douluos raised alarm bells for Su Huanshan. After careful consideration, he resolved to lead Zhao Wanxiong and the other tidal Douluos of Shrek Academy to investigate. With the mysterious Tang San among them, it should not pose a significant threat, in considering the other youngsters. As long as they did not encounter soul masters of the Soul Emperor rank or higher, they should be fine. Su Huanshan shook his head, his words reflecting his trust in Tang San. Zhao Wanxiong was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated Su Huanshan to hold such a high regard for Tang San after only a single day of acquaintance. However, recalling Tang San's remarkable 3 10,000-year soul rings, Zhao Wanxiong found Su Huanshan's reaction understandable. He turned again, raising his fists to strike at the amethyst dragon python as it retaliated. Damn it, if it weren't for my soul rings being full, I would turn you into my soul ring today. Zhao Wanxiong's bare paw, glimmering with a purplish golden sheen, left bloody scratches on the python's resilient scales. Let us not waste time. If we prolong this, other top-tier soul beasts may arrive, and that would complicate matters. Let us resolve this swiftly. Indeed, Elder. On the periphery of the setting sun forest, amidst the relentless onslaught of soul beasts conjured by the misty creature, Hua Fan had lost count of how many waves of soul beasts she had faced. At the same time, her soul power had dwindled to a terrifying extent. Were it not for her indomitable will, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, she would have surely succumbed long ago. If I can endure for just another quarter of an hour, even without reaching my utmost limits, even if assistance were to come now to help me vanquish this misty beast and seize its soul ring, I would still be unable to withstand the pressure of the soul ring. On the other side of the purple mist, where waves of soul beasts surged forth, Tang San observed Hua Fan with a calm demeanor. The blue-golden radiance emanating from his trident instilled a sense of fear in the soul beast birthed from the purple fog, compelling them to swarm relentlessly towards the already beleaguered Hua Fan. Her once luminescent eyes, now dimmed significantly, reflected the toll of immense pressure as beads of sweat soaked her verdant attire. After fending off yet another wave of soul beast attacks, Hua Fan's body began to tremble involuntarily. Gasping heavily, she felt the world around her spin. The dual exhaustion of her soul power and mental strength causing her head to throb painfully, leaving her with no energy for further actions. With no other choice, Hua Fan seized the brief opportunity to regain a modicum of strength, barely considering how Tang San might aid her in breaking through to level 30. At this moment, a singular thought consumed her mind, and a hint of madness flickered in her eyes. Just hold on for another quarter of an hour. Roar. After catching her breath for a brief moment, another wave of soul beasts emerged from the purple mist. Packs of violet wolf-like soul beasts locked their murderous gaze upon Tang San. However, the blue-golden light surrounding him instilled a profound dread within them. compelling them to redirect their assault towards the nearly exhausted Hua Fan without hesitation. As if sensing the foul stench emanating from the gaping maw of the purple wolf, Hua Fan stirred herself with what little strength remained, her eyes igniting with a ferocity and madness never seen before. Even if I must perish, I shall drag you. This misty beast, down with me. Her eyes blazed crimson, the last remnants of her soul power threatening to ignite. As if the entire world had condensed to the group of purple wolf soul beasts charging towards her, causing her to forget Tang San's presence entirely. Second soul skill. Radiant Holy Light. With bloodshot eyes and a pale visage tinged with an unhealthy flush, Hua Fan summoned every ounce of strength to unleash her most powerful soul skill. An unexpected choice for a control-type soul master, as her second soul ring had diverged to select a singular, potent offensive technique. As Tang San observed Hua Fan, who was nearly driven to the brink of despair, his expression remained largely impassive. His deep purple eyes were fixated on her, as if he were awaiting something. The second soul skill, which should have emanated a pure white holy light, instead erupted from Hua Fan's eyes as two streaks of blood-red light, striking fiercely at the oncoming pack of purple wolf soul beasts. With a thunderous sound, Hua Fan unleashed what could only be described as her most formidable soul skill to date. The more than 10 soul beasts, each nearing 2,000 years of age, sustained varying degrees of injury, their assault momentarily halted. It is worth noting that Hua Fan was merely a level 29 control-type soul master. To inflict harm upon over 10 soul beasts of such age was an extraordinarily rare feat. Witnessing the power of the blood-red holy light, even Tang, who was typically inscrutable, could not help but display a flicker of emotion, his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. This seemingly frail young girl possessed an unexpected resilience at her core. Nevertheless, no matter how steadfast her will, it was of little consequence now. With Tang San's profound spiritual perception, he could easily discern that Hua Fan had truly reached the point of exhaustion, should she forcibly invoke her martial soul again. It might very well damage its fundamental essence. Hua Fan collapsed to the ground, her dimmed eyes glancing toward the swarm of purple wolves that were advancing once more. A trace of unwillingness flickering deep within her gaze, dying at the hands of a fog beast, one whose true form she had yet to behold, filled her with an overwhelming sense of discontent. As this thought coursed through her mind, her vision darkened, and she felt herself on the verge of fainting. In that instant of complete darkness, she caught a glimpse of a blue-gold light flickering before her. "You've worked hard. Leave the rest to me." She heard Tang San's voice resonate in her ears. Yet, her remaining consciousness was insufficient to sustain her any longer. Tang San's figure flickered into view, swiftly supporting the exhausted and unconscious Hua Fan, enveloping her entire form in a radiant blue and gold glow. He had unyieldingly forced a control-type young girl into such a dire predicament. When did my heart become so ruthless? Observing the disheveled Hua Fan before him, Tang San couldn't help but shake his head in self-mockery. As for the several purple wolf soul beasts, with a subtle lift of his palm, they vanished into thin air. "You've flaunted your prowess as a fog beast for long enough. It is more than sufficient now." Chapter 18. The God King Cultivation System. Roar. As Tang San's voice faded, a piercing wail echoed from afar, and the surrounding mist gradually dissipated. The corpses of the wolf-shaped soul beasts began to fade, swiftly vanishing from sight. Casting a glance at Hua Fan, who was still absorbing power, Tang San strode directly towards the core of the mist beast. He had just unleashed a mental assault on the consciousness of the mist beast, which resulted in waves of pain surging through its mind, causing it to howl and thrash about. Upon seeing Tang San, a palpable hatred flared in the mist beast's eyes, nearly materializing, centered around itself. The mist began to thicken once more. "Spare me," it pleaded. Despite the depletion of his cultivation and soul power, Tang San was no longer a mere mist beast that could contend with him. With a swift motion, he grasped the dark gray little creature that now rested in the palm of his hand. "What is this? I thought only soul beasts of 100,000 years could speak." Though the mist beast was rare, it did not possess any particularly extraordinary traits. "Spare me. If you seek a soul ring, there are other options available." Tang San remained silent, assessing the condition of the mist beast. Indeed, it was a soul beast of 2,000 years. A furrow formed on his brow as a rare sense of confusion enveloped him. What was the nature of this situation? A spiritual-type soul beast? No. Even if it were of the spiritual variety, a mere 2,000 years of age would render it incapable of communication with humans. Just as Tang San was lost in his thoughts, Hua Fan, who had absorbed the energy, regained consciousness. "Brother Tang?" she inquired. Approaching him and glancing at the soul beast in his hand, her eyes shimmering with curiosity. Is this the mist beast? The creature appeared diminutive, no larger than the palm of Tang San's hand. Its long fur hung down, presenting an utterly adorable sight. She found it hard to believe that such a small being had caused such a commotion moments before. Tang San nodded thoughtfully and, after a brief pause, extended the mist beast he held in his hand. Hua Fan reached out to accept it, drawing forth a dagger to measure its dimensions. This little creature was undeniably adorable. However, the enhancement of strength took precedence. Without sufficient power, one could not even ensure their own safety, let alone possess the right to pity other beings. As the dagger was poised to strike at the mist beast's vital point, Tang San couldn't help but furrow his brow. The mist beast's crystalline purple eyes shimmered with sorrow and despair, pleading silently, "Do not take my life. If you seek a soul ring, I shall provide it." With a swift whoosh, a surge of soul power struck Hua Fan's wrist, causing her grip to falter and the dagger to clatter to the ground. She looked at Tang San, puzzled. "Brother Tang, what is the matter?" Tang San was momentarily taken aback, casting a glance at his fingertips, his expression a tapestry of emotions. The sight of the mist beast's glistening eyes stirred a sense of compassion within him. Moreover, from the mist beast's earlier remarks, it appeared that acquiring the soul ring did not necessarily entail harming his life. Ding. Conditions met. System activation in progress. Scanning host. Scan successful. Mental coherence at 100%. God King cultivation system. Binding successful. What is this God King cultivation system? Could it be a scheme orchestrated by those denizens of the divine realm? The voice resonating within his mind instantly heightened Tang San's vigilance. Stripped of his soul, he found himself utterly defenseless against any forces from the divine realm. He promptly summoned his soul power to assess his condition. His body felt entirely normal, devoid of any anomalies. However, deep within his sea of consciousness, a golden diamond-shaped light spot had emerged. "Brother Tang, what has happened to you?" Noticing Tang San's dazed silence, Hua Fan grew concerned and waved his hand in front of Tang San's eyes. Tang San regained his composure, his expression remaining grave. The anomaly within his sea of consciousness was extraordinary. Even a deity could face peril if their spirit was injured. "Hua Fan, would you resent me if I chose not to eliminate this fog beast?" Given that this entity had only just manifested in his mind, it was likely connected to the fog beast. The pressing matter now was to discern its intentions. Of course not." Hua Fan appeared momentarily taken aback before shaking her head. "This fog beast was originally captured by you. You undoubtedly possess the right to deal with it. Were it not for you, Brother Tang, I might not have survived under the fog beast's grasp." As she spoke, Hua Fan extended the fog beast toward him. Upon receiving the creature, the familiar voice echoed once more in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task. System activation in progress." With the emergence of this voice, a torrent of information flooded his consciousness. Fortunately, Tang San's spirit remained unscathed, allowing him to analyze the data with ease. He swiftly extracted useful information, discovering that saving the fog beast was indeed the first task to activate the system. Beneath this small print, the second task was revealed, to earn Hua Fan's respect. "What manner of task is this?" Tang San inquired, his gaze inadvertently scrutinizing Hua Fan. What connection did this young girl have with the system he was so accustomed to? "Brother Tang, why do you look at me like that?" Hua Fan's ears tinged with a hint of crimson. In his current form, Tang San resembled a diminutive version of his divine self, with exquisite features that were naturally endearing, coupled with his air of mystery. He was particularly captivating to a girl like Hua Fan. "It's nothing. Just wait a moment. I shall surely find you a suitable soul ring." Tang San spoke as he extended his consciousness, directly penetrating the mindscape of the mist beast. "We have spared your life. Now it is time for you to fulfill your promise." His voice resonated within the creature's mind, leaving no room for resistance. The 2,000-year-old spirit beast had awakened its intelligence and was acutely aware that it was no match for this man. To preserve its own life, the mist beast refrained from causing any trouble. With a trembling effort, it rose to its feet and, without shifting its position, let out a long howl directed at Tang San's palm. Simultaneously, a violent surge of energy emanated from its body, as circles of purple mist unfurled like ribbons. Advancing towards Hua Fan, feeling a twinge of panic, caught sight of Tang San's composed demeanor and forced himself to regain his tranquility. The purple mist that escaped from the mist beast coalesced in front of Hua Fan, forming a ring reminiscent of the soul rings that appear upon the death of a spirit beast. "Hua Fan, do you trust me?" Upon hearing Tang San's words, Hua Fan gazed over with a look of uncertainty, meeting his profound gaze. As if entranced, Hua Fan nodded. This is the soul power gathered from the Mist Beast, functioning similarly to a soul ring. If you place your trust in me, you may attempt to absorb it. Tang San considered himself quite knowledgeable about soul rings. After all, they were merely another form of energy accumulation, based on the same principle as the divine soul rings. Hua Fan did not utter another word, instead demonstrating his resolve through action. Following Tang San's statement, he promptly sat cross-legged and began the absorption of the soul ring. Chapter 19, The Illusion the Soul Ring. Drawn by an unseen force, approached Hua Fan. Meanwhile, the Mist Beast, having lost all its strength, lay despondently in Tang San's palm, utterly weakened. Tang San reached out to brush aside the fog beast in his palm, while simultaneously probing into the so-called divine king cultivation system. It was perplexing how this entity had completely merged with his divine soul. Upon contacting Tang San's consciousness, the diamond-shaped light spot flickered. Please complete the initial task as soon as possible, it instructed. Beyond this hint, no matter how much Tang San explored, he gleaned no further insights. It seemed that the only breakthrough point now lay in the tasks issued by the system. Tang San's gaze shifted to Hua Fan, who, perhaps due to the unique method of obtaining the soul ring, experienced little pain during the absorption process, maintaining a remarkably tranquil expression. Tang San recalled the scene that had just unfolded, finding it oddly familiar. He endeavored to delve into his memories. Yet the passage of time in the divine realm had rendered his recollections of Douluo continent exceedingly vague. It wasn't until Hua Fan absorbed the soul ring that he could conjure any useful insights. Brother Tang, I have succeeded. Upon hearing Hua Fan's voice, Tang San withdrew from his reverie. How does it feel? This time, I have acquired a soul skill, the Mist Realm, quite similar to what the Fog Beast previously utilized. Hua Fan, brimming with excitement, did not conceal her achievements from Tang San, openly sharing her newfound powers. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. He refrained from inquiring about the soul skill that Hua Fan had acquired, for such abilities were often regarded as confidential among soul masters and were seldom disclosed voluntarily. To his surprise, Hua Fan, without any hesitation, laid everything bare. Tang San couldn't help but shake his head, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Indeed, he was still just a child. As for Hua Fan, the matter of soul skills, Tang San hesitated, contemplating how to offer a word of caution, lest the young girl remain oblivious and suffer the consequences in the future. Hua Fan, not lacking in intelligence, discerned Tang San's demeanor and grasped the situation without difficulty. Oh, Brother Tang, I am merely overly excited and wish to share this with you, Hua Fan remarked. A flicker of violet light shimmering in her eyes as her third spirit ring illuminated. Mist Realm activate. Instantly, a dense purple mist enveloped them, shrouding both. Tang San, intrigued, curled his lips into a slight smile, refraining from shattering the illusion, and awaited Hua Fan's next move. From within the mist, resounding roars as familiar wolf-like spirit beasts emerged, dispersing around Tang San, their green, glimmering eyes brimming with avarice. A fleeting expression of astonishment crossed. It appeared that Hua Fan was fortunate indeed to have acquired the signature trick of the Mist Beast. This illusion is remarkably lifelike, even replicating the wolf-shaped soul beast. Yet, the true marvel lies ahead. This illusion can shift according to my will and even evolve with the growth of my soul power. As if seeking praise, Hua Fan's voice carried a hint of pride. Such childlike behavior was not irksome at all. Even Tang San couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. The essence of this girl bore a striking resemblance to the former Xiao Wu. Could it be a soul skill capable of growth? Try attacking me with all your might. Naturally, Hua Fan was reluctant to comply with such a request. Her intention was merely to showcase her newly acquired soul skill to Tang San, not to assault him. You won't be able to harm me, rest assured. It's the perfect opportunity to test the potency of your skill. Upon hearing that the soul skill could evolve, Tang San was filled with intense curiosity. Growth-type soul skills are rare and precious. Even in his time since becoming a deity, he had only encountered 4. The potential of growth-type soul skills is boundless, and given that Hua Fan specializes in control, if she truly develops it, the possibilities are limitless. Very well then, Brother Tang. Do exercise caution? Unable to refuse Tang San, Hua Fan reluctantly acquiesced. As her words fell, the purple hue in her eyes deepened, as if a mist enveloped her irises. The wolf-shaped soul beast crouched low, charging in unison towards Tang San. Tang San stood motionless, his eyes closed, in the same spot. Hua Fan was momentarily perplexed, pondering what her elder brother was doing and why he did not evade. Soon, The scene unfolding before her widened her eyes in astonishment. She beheld Tang San raise his hand, directly seizing the neck of the wolf-shaped spirit beast. A silvery aura enveloped his palm, rendering it as if sculpted from pure white jade. With a casual flick, he cast the wolf-shaped spirit beast into the air. The wolf-shaped spirit beast, conjured by, possessed no sensation of pain and could not be vanquished. After being struck by Tang San, it would swiftly return to pounce once more. Tang San grasped a wolf-shaped soul beast, his eyes suffused with a purple hue. The purple extreme demon eye inherently counters illusions, and coupled with Tang San's formidable spiritual awareness, this minor misty realm posed no challenge. He swiftly discerned Hua Fan, enveloped in a shroud of purple mist. With the wolf-shaped soul beast in hand, Tang San strode directly towards Hua Fan. Your soul skill holds immense potential. The damage endured within the illusion can manifest in reality. If applied adeptly, transcending realms in combat shall be a trivial matter. Tang San's words bore no hint of exaggeration. A spirit-type growth illusion, if wielded adeptly, could indeed be likened to a low-tier domain. While it is commendable, my ability to control its duration is regrettably limited, with a mere 30 seconds being the maximum. Hua Fan lowered her head, feeling a sense of disappointment. She had always known of Tang San's formidable prowess, yet she had not anticipated the vast disparity in their cultivation levels, which allowed him to effortlessly see through her illusion. As she observed Tang San approaching, her expression shifted, and she couldn't help but stifle a few chuckles. This was troubling. The girl's laughter was peculiar, suggesting she might have some trick up her sleeve. Before Tang San could react, the wolf-shaped soul beast in his grasp transformed instantaneously, revealing a graceful figure. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. The woman emerging from the illusion was, astonishingly, unclothed. Hua Fan, what are you doing? Tang San turned his head, inadvertently loosening his grip. Seizing the opportunity, the woman, like a serpent, wriggled free and coiled around him. Hua Fan was taken aback, her face flushing crimson in an instant. She had merely intended to play a prank, never anticipating such an outcome. In her haste to dispel the illusion, she found that the more anxious she became, the harder it was to maintain control. I am not myself. What is happening? Tang San evaded the approaching phantoms, aware that he could shatter the illusion directly. However, such an act would undoubtedly result in a backlash against Hua Fan. Furthermore, Tang San desired for Hua Fan to discover a solution on her own, attempting to master the illusion. If the issue remained unresolved, what would they do when faced with a similar situation in the future? Just as both were overwhelmed with anxiety, the surrounding violet mist began to dissipate swiftly. Hua Fan let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, the illusion could only persist for 30 seconds. Chapter 20. Soulby Brother Tang, I apologize. Hua Fan found it difficult to meet Tang San's gaze, lowering her head as her heart echoed with despair. How could such an illusion manifest? What might Brother Tang think of her? Tang San rubbed his forehead, feeling more bemused than angry. After all, with age comes wisdom, and it is unnecessary to stoop to the level of a child. However, the words that needed to be spoken still lingered in the air. He found himself quite appreciative of the young girl, realizing that it was imperative to guide her away from any misguided paths. Hua Fan, this illusion truly has nothing to do with me. Before Tang San could finish his thought, Hua Fan erupted with a loud exclamation, unable to contain herself. Surprised by her vehement reaction, Tang San paused, casting her a bewildered glance. Was she reacting out of embarrassment? Noticing Tang San's expression, Hua Fan couldn't help but recall her recent actions, her lips twitching awkwardly. I am uncertain about the situation as well. Let us first seek out the elders. We can ponder the matter of soul skills later, she suggested, eager to steer the conversation away from the uncomfortable topic. Tang San did not dwell on the matter, instead turning to lead the way ahead. He had previously surveyed the positions of others, his formidable divine sense spreading like tendrils, relaying the surrounding circumstances with clarity to his mind. Observing the figure in front, Hua Fan's gaze was laden with complexity. This youth harbored an abundance of Despite being of similar age, he exuded an air of maturity beyond his years, and his beautiful eyes were marred by the weight of experience. Who is that? Dai Yuanheng's ears perked up, detecting a subtle disturbance in the shadows. He barked a sharp command, his gaze fixated on the approaching silhouette. The formidable aura of the white tiger, a top-tier beast martial spirit, unmistakably evident. Dai, this child bears a striking resemblance to you. Upon catching sight of those familiar, sinister eyes, a fleeting sense of nostalgia washed over Tang San. The haunting memory of his brothers falling before him gripped his heart with anguish. He must ascend to divinity swiftly to reunite the 7 monsters. The time-space pearl, with its power to traverse dimensions, surely holds the key to returning to the moment before the calamity and preventing it all. Impressive vigilance. Tang San emerged from the shadows, followed closely by Hua Fan. Upon recognizing Tang San, the group visibly exhaled in relief. Huang Yu was still in the process of absorbing the soul ring. It was imperative that no mishap occurred. Is Huang Yu not yet finished with the absorption? After Hua Fan approached, she noticed that Huang Yu was still engaged in the process, which struck her as somewhat peculiar. She and Tang San had left to hunt the mist beast only after Huang Yu commenced her absorption. How could it be that she had already completed hers while Huang Yu was still at it? It seemed it would take a while longer. Upon hearing this, Hua Fan refrained from further inquiries. She recalled that her own experience of acquiring a soul ring was markedly different from that of others. The way the mist beast had actively released the soul ring bore a certain resemblance to the sacrificial accounts described in books. However, typically, after such a sacrifice, the soul beast would perish as well. As Hua Fan prepared to find a place to rest, Ling Feng approached, casting a few furtive glances at her. His expression somewhat bashful. Ling Feng, if you have something to say, then say it plainly. Why do you keep staring at me? Hua Fan queried, somewhat perplexed. As she casually chose a spot to sit down, the battle with the mist beast had drained her considerably. Initially, the excitement of acquiring the soul ring had masked her fatigue, but now, in the quiet, she felt discomfort in every part of her being, particularly in her exhausted mind. Ling Feng settled beside Hua Fan, sitting close to her. After much internal conflict, he finally resolved to speak. It's all right that you didn't capture the mist beast. There are always better soul rings to be found. Hearing this, Hua Fan mustered her remaining strength to meet Ling Feng's gaze. Who said I didn't acquire a soul ring? Ling Feng stared at her in astonishment, confused by her implication. Did that mean they had successfully slain the mist beast? What do you mean? He exclaimed, feeling somewhat inadequate. No. Tang San chuckled as he overheard the escalating commotion nearby. Before the 7 monsters ascended to divinity, they had been much like this. It was indeed nostalgic. Yet, the smile was fleeting, quickly fading as he thought of his friends whose fates remained uncertain. Captain, Hua Fan's soul ring was obtained with your assistance, correct? Tang Xinlian approached unannounced, taking a seat beside Tang San, her bright, curious eyes sparkling with intrigue. You, who usually appear so indifferent, are rather pleasant, aren't you? By the way, you claim to possess such remarkable skills at such a tender age. Could it be that you are truly related to Lord Tang San? Oh, how foolish of me to even suggest such a thing. After all, if he were indeed, he would hardly be here. Tang San remained silent, yet she paid no heed to this, instead continuing to speak endlessly to herself. Tang San lowered his head, disregarding those beside him, lost in his own thoughts. The 2 members of the team had already acquired suitable soul rings, and none of them intended to linger any longer. They were merely waiting for Huang Yu to complete her absorption before returning to school. After all, the Soul Beast Forest was no place for frivolity. However, fate can be capricious, and the more one seeks to evade it, the more inescapable it becomes. Someone is approaching. Tang San abruptly rose to his feet, startling Tang Xinlian beside him. What is happening? She quickly assumed a defensive stance, following Tang San's gaze. Apart from Huang Yu, who was absorbing the soul ring, the others had all adopted a vigilant posture. Did you misinterpret the signal? Or could it merely be a passing soul beast? After a considerable time had passed without incident, Ling Feng inquired uncertainly. No one responded to his question. Over time, they had come to understand Tang San's capabilities and character. If he were not certain, he would never have spoken up. After a while, the sound of chaotic footsteps gradually drew closer. Dai Yuanheng's eyes narrowed, his pupils seemingly overlapping. Stay alert and protect Huang Yu. Someone is approaching. Just as he uttered those words, 2 disheveled figures came rushing toward them. Buzzing, this is bad. It's a swarm of soul bees. Dai Yuanheng's complexion paled. A single soul bee is not particularly formidable, but their true challenge lies in their tendency to appear in swarms. Help us. Upon seeing Dai Yuanheng and the others, the 2 individuals exchanged glances and quickened their pace toward their location. What should we do? We must retreat. A multitude of soul bees would be difficult for us to handle. Ling Feng, feeling anxious, was daunted by the ominous shadow looming. As soon as he spoke, Tang San firmly rejected the notion. No. Huang Yu is still absorbing the soul ring. We cannot move. Then what do you propose we do? Despite his trepidation, Ling Feng remained steadfast, tremblingly guarding his position. Heaven knows he had feared such creatures since childhood. The group huddled together, their backs pressed against Huang Yu. each feeling a sense of uncertainty. What is there to fear? They are merely a swarm of flying insects. Chapter 21. The Reappearance of Hidden Weapons. Tang San. Captain, do not act rashly. As Tang San took a few steps toward the direction of the soul bees, Tang Xinlian and the others hurriedly called out to dissuade him. Tang San had not ventured far. He merely positioned himself before a few individuals, obstructing the escape of the two who sought to flee. Step aside, you. With deadly soul bees pursuing him from behind, his path to safety was impeded, and one could easily imagine the fury. He glared at Tang San with malice, extending his hand in an attempt to shove him aside. Tang San remained silent, merely casting a fleeting glance at him. However, the man felt a wave of chill wash over him, causing his legs to tremble involuntarily. The indifference in Tang San's gaze was so profound that it rendered the man as if he were merely an inanimate object in his eyes. After the initial cowardice subsided, a more intense wave of fury surged forth. Yet, they were merely a group of 12 or 13-year-old children. How much threat could they truly pose? If he were to cast this boy aside, it would undoubtedly alleviate the onslaught of the soul-devouring bees. Once the chaos was directed towards these young ones, both he and his companion would be safe. With this thought, the malice in his eyes became nearly unmasked. The fingers of his outstretched hand curled into a claw, aiming to seize him. Recognizing the man's intent, Tang San swiftly shifted his footing, deftly evading the incoming attack. Seeing his strike miss, the man grew increasingly anxious. Launching another clawed assault, he held an unwavering confidence in his strength, believing that he could easily dispatch these children without much effort, only to find himself hitting an iron wall. Tang San did not merely choose to evade this time. After deftly dodging the attack, he elegantly flicked his sleeve. And with a swift motion, the short sword concealed within his garment found its way into his hand. Tang San's gaze sharpened as he grasped his short sword and lunged towards the intruder. The man attempted to evade, but Tang San had no intention of letting him escape so easily. With a swift motion, two dark streaks shot forth from Tang San's sleeves, hurtling directly towards the man beside him. This individual, possessing only a modicum of martial skill, stood no chance against Tang San's prowess. Tang San's maneuver effectively severed his escape route. Only when he dodged the dagger did he realize that he had been cornered by Tang San into a dire situation. With a soft thud, two shadows pierced through his shoulder, erupting in a spray of crimson. Yang Hao. As Muli approached, she was met with the sight of Yang Hao's shoulder impaled, prompting an involuntary shriek filled with concern. Are you all right? She hurried to stand protectively in front of Yang Hao, her gaze fixed on Tang San with trepidation, fearing for Yang Hao's life. Esteemed sir, we did not intend to offend. The situation was dire, and we lost our composure. Our immediate priority is to devise a means to escape the threat posed by the soul bees. Mu Li's words were both reasonable and humble, placing herself in a subordinate position. Women tend to possess a more intricate emotional landscape, and her thoughts were undoubtedly more complex than Yang Hao's. The individuals before them, distinguished by their attire and demeanor, appeared to be young youths, likely around 12 or 13 years old, possibly emerging from a sect or academy to hone their skills in hunting soul beasts. Such a group would invariably have elders accompanying them. It was conceivable that their guardians were lurking in the shadows, poised to intervene should any threat arise. Yang Hao's earlier actions may have already offended these individuals, and she could only hope that they would exercise restraint and not retaliate in kind. You exhibit a sense of loyalty, but they do not regard you as one of their own. Tang San sheathed his short sword and slowly approached the man lying on the ground. As the distance between them diminished, Mu Li visibly grew tense. Tang San naturally noticed this, but made no effort to explain. With a swift motion, he bypassed Mu Li and crouched down in front of Yang Hao. What do you intend to do? Despite his fear, Mu Li straightened his back, determined to protect Yang Hao. Tang San directly extended his hand and retrieved the crossbow bolt lodged in Yang Hao's shoulder. As the bolt was, two splashes of blood erupted from the wound. Observing the bloodstains on the bolt, Tang San's expression momentarily stiffened, a rare display of casting a disdainful glance at Yang Hao. He contemplated the necessity of adding a few more incisions to the bolt for bloodletting. Upon realizing the significant depletion of his soul power, Tang San had resumed utilizing the long-neglected hidden weapons of the Tang sect. In his moment of vulnerability, these concealed armaments could greatly enhance his chances of survival. Regrettably, he currently lacked sufficient materials to forge such weapons, compelling him to conserve the use of the crossbow bolt. Brother Tang, this is for you, Hua Fan said, extending a handkerchief from his pocket as he approached Tang San, who was holding the bloodied weapon. Tang San raised his head, gazing with a hint of bewilderment, seemingly unable to comprehend her meaning. There is a lot of blood. Use this to wipe it, she said, while curiously glancing several times at the object in Tang San's hand. It was a weapon unlike any she had encountered before, with an exceptionally sharp tip. Differing greatly from the swords and blades she was accustomed to, resembling somewhat the crossbows of the Tang. It was no surprise that Hua Fan and the others could not recognize it, due to various influences. The crossbow and bolts Tang San was wielding appeared rather crude at that moment. No need. The bloodstains will be difficult to wash off the cloth. Upon finishing his words, Tang San immediately searched for a pile of grass nearby and rubbed the crossbow bolt against it, while everyone's attention was diverted by the soul bees. He discreetly summoned a trace of soul power amidst the concealment of the grass. For the sea god Trident, extracting a small amount of water was a trivial matter. The fluctuation of soul power flickered briefly, swiftly cleansing the bloodstains from the crossbow bolt without alerting any other creatures. However, trouble was brewing as the soul bees had followed closely behind. The buzzing sound grew increasingly near, instantly heightening the tension in the atmosphere. What? Are you still not prepared to surrender the item? Or do you intend to offer yourself as sustenance for the insects? Tang San cast a sidelong glance at Yang Hao. A smile that was neither fully a smile nor entirely a frown, causing the man, who had just awakened, to freeze in place. Yang Hao refrained from responding, and Tang San paid him no mind as he sheathed the now clean crossbow bolt and stepped back a few paces. If he was unwilling to engage, it mattered not. Let those creatures consume you, and they shall naturally acquire what they desire. Coming to a halt before Dai Yuanhing and the others, Tang San stood with his arms crossed, exuding an air of apparent harmlessness. Yang Hao, suppressing his pain, managed to rise, albeit in a staggered and somewhat disheveled manner. Li Mei, we must move. Those soul bees are closing in on us. The wood spirit hesitated, reluctant to approach Tang San due to the perilous aura surrounding him. There is no time for hesitation. Do you wish to become fodder for the soul bees? Trust me, hurry over. Yang Hao continued to urge, attempting to convince the wood spirit. She was acutely aware that any sign of indecision on their part would prompt Tang San to act without hesitation. She was unwilling to take such a risk. Yet, unexpectedly, her reluctance incited Yang Hao's ire. In a sudden motion, he forcefully thrust the wood spirit towards the swarm of bees. Chapter 22. Reaping what one sows. The wood spirit, already physically weaker than Yang Hao and caught completely off guard, fell prey to his betrayal. She had never anticipated that he would show no regard for their past, seeking to endanger her life so ruthlessly. Tang San stood still, observing the scene with a cold gaze, unwilling to intervene. However, a sudden voice echoed in his mind, compelling him to take action. The initial task had been activated, save the Muli. What was happening? He had yet to complete the previous task, and now another one had emerged. Glancing at the numbers denoting the tasks, Tang San surmised that there were likely 6 initial tasks in total. Only upon the completion of all 6 could he truly engage with this system. He turned his gaze toward Mu Li. Rescuing her posed no significant challenge for. Without a moment's hesitation, he darted toward her. His speed was remarkable, and he caught the flung Mu Li midair. At that moment, the soul bees also took notice of them, a swarm of soul bees, recklessly descending upon them, biting and clawing. Some even extended their stingers, seeking the opportunity to strike. Mu Li, who had anticipated her demise, opened her eyes in confusion when the expected pain did not come. Everywhere she looked, the air was thick with soul bees. Turning her head, she was surprised to see Tang San beside her. She had thought that, given his disposition, he would not come to her aid. Thank you, Mu Li whispered, her emotions a whirlpool of complexity. She had not expected that in the face of peril, Yang Hao would abandon her without hesitation, while a stranger would rush into the swarm of soul bees to save her. Instead of dwelling on such sentiments, it would be more prudent to disclose what they had taken from others that had led to such relentless pursuit. Tang San was certain that this was not within the realm of the soul bees. Typically, soul bees do not stray far from their nests. There was only one possibility. They were pursuing these 2 individuals. I was also perplexed by the sudden appearance of these soul bees, who relentlessly followed us and even began to attack. At this moment, Mu Li was still somewhat shaken, but upon hearing Tang San's words, she endeavored to recall the events that had transpired earlier, hoping to discover a breakthrough. Tang San gently set down the wooden fox not far from Hua Fan and exchanged a knowing glance with her. Yang Hao, eager to approach, realized that taking a single step forward would invite a fierce beating from Tang San. The ominous cloud of soul bees drew nearer, the impending threat of death becoming increasingly palpable. In that moment of desperation, Yang Hao understood that he stood no chance of escaping unscathed from the swarm alone. Observing Tang San's act of saving the wooden fox, a flicker of disdain crossed Yang Hao's mind. It seemed that these were merely youthful and naive, still so unseasoned as to risk their safety for someone unrelated in such dire circumstances. His expression shifted as he turned his gaze towards the wooden fox, pleading, "Sister Fox, please help me. You cannot abandon me. We came here together. Do not leave me behind." Before the wooden fox could respond, Tang Xinlian could no longer contain his outrage. It was astonishing that such brazen audacity existed in the world. Only moments ago, he had posed a threat to others, nearly taking a life, and now he shamelessly sought assistance. It was utterly appalling and had utterly shattered his perception of humanity. "How dare you utter such words? Pa, scoundrel!" Tang Xinlian is known for her forthrightness, and she does not hesitate to express her disdain for Yang Hao. Yang Hao harbors a deep-seated resentment, yet he feigns a pitiful demeanor. "I realize my mistakes. Li Mei, please forgive me. I shall never abandon you again. I will protect you diligently." "Protect? Humph. Once I rid myself of the soul bee, you shall all meet your demise." Yang Hao's schemes are well-crafted, with his soul saint prowess. Dealing with a few half-grown boys is but a trivial task. Before you manipulate others, might you first suppress that repugnant smile of yours? Do you truly believe everyone is a fool? Upon finishing his words, Tang Xin chose to ignore him. The swarm of soul bees was now alarmingly close. Several of the soul bees hovering ahead had already darted toward Yang Hao. They would never forget this scent, like they were under the influence of a stimulant. The soul bees relentlessly bit into Yang Hao's body. He wished to escape, but his speed could not possibly match that of these winged creatures. As he observed the increasing numbers of soul bees surrounding him, while Tang San and the others remained unscathed, Yang Hao felt an immediate surge of discomfort within. His eyes bulged with a crimson hue, veins coursing across them, making it appear as if they might burst at any moment. Resolutely, he reached into his possession and retrieved a wooden box, hurling it directly towards the location of Huang. He had discerned that the reason these individuals had not fled from the soul bees was to protect the person in the center. Since they refused to save him, they might as well share his misfortune. Oh no. Although Yang Hao's actions were obscured, it was evident that whatever he had thrown was no trivial object. Almost simultaneously with his movement, Dai Yuanheng and the others reacted instantly. Shrek Academy had always emphasized the physical prowess of its students, and Dai Yuanheng and his companions were no slouches, able to handle a box with ease, even if they were not as formidable as Tang San. No one would recklessly employ their martial souls in proximity to the soul bees. If these creatures set their sights on you, it would spell disaster. What is this? Upon grasping the box, Dai Yuanheng detected a peculiar fragrance emanating from it. He cautiously opened the wooden box, and the aroma intensified in the air. Is this the pupa of the queen bee? No wonder this swarm of soul bees has been relentlessly pursuing you. I had underestimated. The pupa of the soul bee queen was something Tang San had never encountered, though he recalled seeing references to it in ancient texts. It was said that the pupa, combined with the soul solidification grass, could purify one's martial soul. If fortune favored one, it could even lead to a mutation of the martial soul. At that moment, Mu Li's expression mirrored astonishment, indicating her ignorance of the situation. In stark contrast, Yang Hao wore a look of schadenfreude. As the soul bees immediately detected the scent of the queen and abandoned Yang Hao, flocking toward the pupa instead. The overwhelming swarm of soul bees caused Dai Yuanheng to momentarily falter, nearly dropping the item in his grasp. He struggled to maintain his composure, hastily closing the box in an attempt to conceal the enticing aroma. However, the soul bees had already locked onto their target, even with the box shut. The faint scent was sufficient for them to pinpoint its location. The incessant buzzing filled the air, and Dai Yuanheng and his companions dared not make a move. Despite their intelligence, they were merely 12 or 13-year-old youths and had never encountered such a formidable situation. "Throw me the box." As Tang San's voice rang out, the group seemed to find their anchor amidst the chaos. Dai Yuanheng promptly extended the wooden box in his hand. Chapter 23. The insect nest. Upon receiving the box, Tang San swiftly dashed towards Yang Hao. The moment Yang Hao glimpsed Tang San's approach, an instinctive sense of foreboding washed over him. "What are you planning to do? You tell me, what would happen if I were to consume this queen bee pupa?" Tang San squinted his eyes, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of this matter. Yang Hao's body stiffened. The combination of the bee queen's pupa and the soul-fixing herb was indeed a remarkable item, yet alone it was a deadly poison. Nevertheless, he still harbored some doubt, questioning whether Tang San would truly be willing to use such a rare substance to harm him. What? Do you think I would not do such a thing? Tang San discerned Yang Hao's ulterior motives. A slow smirk crept upon his lips, his gaze imbued with palpable malice. The purification of martial souls is a pursuit reserved for individuals like you, who would chase after such elixirs for enhancement. Have you observed those individuals over there? Each one is a paragon of excellence, born with extraordinary talents and possessing exceptionally rare martial souls. Are you not envious? Tang San deliberately lowered his voice, whispering into Yang Hao's ear like the seductive murmurs of a devil, enticing him towards damnation. Is it not a higher talent you desire? Consume him, and your dreams shall materialize. Tang San spoke as he opened the box in his hand and presented it to Yang Hao, almost as if under a spell. Yang Hao's expression became dazed as he reached for the queen bee pupa within. Observing Yang Hao silently, Tang San's eyes grew cold and resolute. If you wish for me to be your scapegoat, let's see if you possess the capability for it. As the queen bee pupa was placed into Yang Hao's mouth, its scent was instantly obscured. The soul bee seemed to be provoked, darting about in a frenzied manner. A careful examination would reveal that their movements had entirely lost any semblance of order. With a gulp, Yang Hao's throat moved, and the queen bee pupa descended into his stomach. Tang San's lips curled into a faint smile, and a flicker of purple glimmered in it. He extended a finger and snapped it near Yang Hao's ear. With the sharp sound, Yang Hao's gaze began to gradually regain its clarity. As he recalled the actions he had just taken, horror spread across his face. His fingers dug deeply into his throat, provoking waves of nausea. His hands trembled violently. Despite his efforts, the queen bee pupae showed no intention of emerging. What could be said about the taste of the queen bee pupae? Tang San, with his arms crossed, gazed indifferently as though observing a lifeless corpse. You devil. Yang Hao, who had been focused on inducing vomiting, trembled even more violently upon hearing the voice. Terrified, he dared not look at Tang San, his entire body succumbing to spasms. In his bloodshot eyes, fear and hatred intertwined. Isn't this precisely what you desired? Why such agitation? Look at us. We haven't taken anything from you, and we've even allowed you to utilize it. No one responded to Tang San's words. Yang Hao was in such agony that he could not utter a sound. His abdomen swelled at a visible rate, resembling an inflating balloon. Dai Yuanheng and the others breathed lightly, their eyes fixated on Yang Hao's actions. The soul bees circled around, buzzing in a seemingly rhythmic manner. Yang Hao's wails gradually intensified. His belly had expanded significantly, revealing a transparent liquid within, ready to burst at any moment. Buzz. Yang Hao's abdomen suddenly emitted a buzzing sound, and the soul bees seemed to receive a signal, converging en masse towards him. He was soon enveloped by a swarm of soul bees, relentlessly gnawing at his flesh. Captain, Huang Yu has awakened. Huang Yu stirred just in time. As the group contemplated how to deal with the soul bees, she finally regained consciousness. Even before opening her eyes, she heard the buzzing nearby, her face pale. The others quickly recounted the situation to her. With Huang Yu awake, there was no longer a need for them to remain there. Let us go. Seeing that the soul bees had all been drawn to Yang Hao, Tang San rose and beckoned the others to depart. Muli glanced at Yang Hao from a distance, her expression conflicted. Even now, she found it hard to completely let go of him. Let him go. Such a scoundrel. If he dies, he dies. Surely you don't intend to save him? Noticing Mu Li's hesitation, Tang Xinlian approached and grasped her arm, hastening forward to catch up with Tang San and the others. Don't be ridiculous. I certainly don't want to be left behind. Those are soul bees. Soul masters stand no chance against them. Their terror lies not only in their ability to attack soul masters, but also in their direct impact on martial souls. The consequences could be, or at the very least, result in the shattering of one's martial soul. He won't survive. Tang San had unknowingly slowed his pace, walking not far from Muli. In the distance, the sounds of anguished groans reached him. He could sense that Yang Hao was encased by the soul bees. His condition was dire. With the soul bees gnawing through his body, their target unmistakably the queen bee pupa he had swallowed. As they feasted, they seemed to be doing something. Despite the excruciating pain, he could not even succumb to unconsciousness. Surely, he wouldn't truly explode, would he? Contemplating Yang Hao's protruding abdomen, Tang Xinlian inquired with uncertainty. Surely not. His belly is filled with the eggs laid by the queen bee, which have now hatched. It won't be long before they grow and break free from his body. Is Yang Hao's physique, then, merely a nursery for the queen bee? The very thought of plump, wriggling larvae surging within a human frame caused Tang Xinlian's complexion to pale further. The law of the jungle prevails, survival of the fittest. casting a sidelong glance at Tang Xinlian. Tang San's indifferent gaze shifted to Mu Li. Do not perish here. At the very least, do not die within our ranks. With this remark, Tang San ceased to engage with them, extending his consciousness to survey the surrounding environment. For reasons unknown, after rescuing Mu Li from the Soul Bee, the system's mission had not been marked as complete. Tang San speculated that the objective was to ensure her safe passage out of the forest, which explained the earlier scene. With the ever-looming threat of the Soul Bees, everyone remained on high alert, and the atmosphere was decidedly tense. Fortunately, no further mishap, and the group emerged from the forest relatively unscathed. Almost instantaneously, a notification signifying the successful completion of the mission echoed in Tang San's mind. He thinking to himself that his assumption was indeed correct. With the task accomplished, Tang San chose not to linger on the wood spirit. After informing her that she could depart at her leisure, he left with Dai Yuanheng and the others. Tang Xinyan glanced at Mu Li, then at Tang San, her eyes revealing a rare perplexity. She could not comprehend why Tang San would save Mu Li at such a critical moment, allowing him to depart without a hint of disturbance. Was it truly due to that absurd sense of compassion? Tang Xinlian remained skeptical, though Tang San appeared gentle. He was, in truth, exceedingly indifferent. Chapter 24, Re-entering the Setting Sun Forest. Tang San had no inclination to speculate on Tang Xinyan's thoughts as he led several individuals back to the vicinity of the entrance to the Sunset Forest. In comparison, this location was relatively secure. After meandering back to their original spot, aside from the weariness etched in their expressions, the group appeared to be in relatively good condition. Captain, what shall we do next? As Tang Xinyan posed her question, others turned their attention toward her, clearly anticipating Tang San's response. The arrival of the Soul Bee was entirely unexpected, disrupting their original plans. You all should rest for a while and regain your strength. With that, Tang San rose to his feet. Observing his action, Tang Xinyan instinctively furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. And what about you? I shall venture ahead to scout the way. No, that's far too perilous. Tang Xinlian suddenly stood up, positioning herself protectively in front of Tang San. Such a movement naturally attracted the attention of the other 5 individuals. Dai Yuanheng swiftly approached Tang Xinlian's side. Xinlian, what is the matter? Tang Xinlian, feeling vexed, tapped her foot impatiently and cast a glance at Tang San. Her expression far from pleasant. You should inquire yourself. Instantly, 5 pairs of inquisitive eyes turned simultaneously towards Tang San. As Ling Feng's soul ring had yet to settle, I intended to first gather some information. After the Soul Bees retreated, we would venture into the forest together. Tang San, with a hint of helplessness, tugged at the corner of his mouth and offered an explanation. This sensation was unfamiliar, yet not unpleasant. Xian Lian was correct. If the Soul Bee had not departed, the situation could prove perilous, and it was imperative that everyone went together. Dai Yuanheng's words immediately garnered the agreement of several others. And Hua Fan and the others quickly approached. They were anxious that Tang San might venture into danger alone without them. Even if Dai and the others chose not to accompany him, he felt compelled to go, for the quest was also about securing his own soul ring. Moreover, he had not yet engaged with the Soul Bee, leaving him with a sense of regret. Ling Feng smirked, his eyes glimmering with eagerness. Tang San couldn't help but chuckle. His previous observation of this young man as a martial arts enthusiast was indeed spot on. Glancing at the others, it was evident that, despite their silence, their expressions revealed everything. All right, I never said I wanted to go in alone. I merely intended to scout the area first. Why this rush to swarm in? If anything happens, there will be no one to support us. Unable to persuade them otherwise, Tang San reluctantly relinquished his desire to venture forth alone. Observing this development, the previously tense hearts of the group began to ease. After all, if Tang San were to stubbornly pursue his own course, they would truly be unable to restrain him. Ultimately, the group reached a consensus and, after regaining their strength, once again set foot into the Setting Sun Forest. Tang San leaned against the trunk of a tree, gazing thoughtfully in the direction of the ice and fiery Yongai. It was likely that some extraordinary event had transpired in that place. Remembering the previous encounters with the flying feather-ringed serpent and the mist beast, a frown creased his brow. What could possibly have caused the soul beasts within the forest to undergo such mutations, rendering them more aggressive and bloodthirsty? The elders of the academy must have sensed something amiss, for not long after entering the Sunset Forest, Tang San had already lost track of their presence. It seemed they had ventured off to investigate the situation. The night in the Sunset Forest was even more perilous. Having rested sufficiently, Should we not proceed now? Tang Xinyan glanced back at the sky, a flicker of concern crossing her mind. Once night fell, the soul beasts would become increasingly active. In the darkness, their vision would be severely impaired, rendering them vulnerable in the face of these creatures. Her suggestion received unanimous approval. After a brief respite, the group had regained a significant portion of their physical and spiritual strength. Very well, we shall maintain our previous formation. Huang Yuehua and Fan Zhu shall take the center, while the formidable Dai Yuanheng, Tang Xinyan, and Ling Feng will guard the rear, remaining vigilant against potential ambushes by the soul beasts. Observing Tang San's strategic arrangement, Xiao Huan mistakenly assumed they were proceeding as before and eagerly darted forward. I will scout ahead, he exclaimed. Wait a moment. Tang San hurriedly stepped forward, positioning himself before Xiao Huan. The formation shifted slightly, reflecting heightened vigilance and nimble movements. Positioned at the forefront, he remained ever watchful of the developments ahead. Leave the task of scouting to me. Xiao Huan momentarily appeared taken aback, biting his lip, as if he had something to express. Very well. Let us proceed as I have suggested. Tang San squinted slightly and patted Xiao Huan's shoulder. Xiao Huan's gaze fell to the hand resting on his shoulder, revealing a rare moment of inner conflict. He was the sole sensitive attack-type soul master within their team, and typically, such investigative tasks would naturally be entrusted to him. Now Tang San had taken it upon himself to assume this responsibility. Xiao Huan understood that Tang San's intentions were noble, yet he could not shake the feeling of inadequacy, as if he were meant to cower behind others. Meeting Tang San's steadfast gaze, he found himself at a loss for words. Captain, you should let him go, interjected Ling Feng. This stubborn lad is as obstinate as a mule. If you continue to prevent him from contributing, you might end up stifling him. Observing Xiao Huan's evident reluctance to refuse, yet unable to articulate a complete thought, Ling Feng shook his head in bemusement. This young man would inevitably face the consequences of his reticence one day. Tang San hesitated for a moment and chose not to intervene any further. Previously, he had been mistaken. Each individual present was undoubtedly a prodigy. For such gifted individuals to truly blossom, they must inevitably encounter trials and tribulations. If he were to shield them excessively, it might prove detrimental. Ultimately, Tang San and Xiao Huan took the lead, with the others following closely in formation. Tang San refrained from employing his spiritual awareness, as he and Xiao Huan each focused on their respective flanks, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Their pace was swift, and soon they could faintly discern the location where they had previously faced the soul bees. It appeared that the soul bees had retreated. Tang San listened intently for a moment, yet he did not discern the buzzing sound. He raised his hand to gesture for those behind him to halt momentarily. I shall venture out to investigate. Tang San spoke as he swiftly darted away. His movements were remarkably intricate, though his steps appeared unhurried. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached a considerable distance. This fluidity of motion captured Xiao Huan's attention, stirring ripples in his typically tranquil gaze. He pressed his lips together, his figure flickering as he hastily pursued. Sensing movement behind him, Tang San glanced back. Upon catching sight of Xiao Huan's graceful form, a hint of admiration crept into his eyes. Most soul masters focus solely on cultivating their soul power, neglecting physical training. Witnessing such an elegant agility was indeed a rarity. Due to their concern for the soul bees, neither of them employed their martial souls, relying solely on their agility to navigate through the thicket. This is the place. Tang San paused at the location where Yang Hao had previously met his end, gazing intently at the barren ground, momentarily taken aback. Soon, an expression of bewilderment crossed his face. Had everything been consumed so thoroughly? Not a trace of bones remained, not even a drop of blood. Xiao Huan approached. Noticing Tang San's unwavering fixation on the earth, a flicker of intrigue lighting up his eyes, he crouched beside Tang San, extending his finger to dab a bit of mud and bringing it to his nose. There's a scent of blood, he remarked. Upon hearing Xiao Huan's words, Tang San's expression remained unyielding. The presence of a sanguine aroma did not necessarily imply anything definitive. In the sunsetting forest, where had blood not been shed, doubts began to creep into his mind regarding whether someone had manipulated the circumstances within the sunsetting forest, resulting in a disarray of their memories. Crouching beside, Tang San lowered his gaze to scrutinize the soil beneath him. His slightly elongated bangs danced in the breeze, obscuring the faint violet hue within his eyes. As he drew nearer to the ground, the scent of blood became more pronounced, infused with the stench of decay that enveloped his entire. Noticing that Tang San had not grasped his implication, Xiao Huan pondered briefly before adding an explanation. It's quite fresh. The scent of fresh blood indicates that we have not erred in our search. This is indeed the site of Yang Hao's demise. Tang Xin responded softly, not even lifting his head. As he activated the purple extreme magic eyes, the changes in the ground became vividly clear to him. He observed that the earth seemed to have come alive, with intricate networks extending from the surface deep into the abyss below. This sight filled him with an ding. Initial task 4 has commenced. Investigate the anomalies in the Sunset Forest. A hiss escaped Tang San as he raised an eyebrow. Indeed, he had yet to acclimate to the existence of this so-called system. The anomalies in the Sunset Forest were undoubtedly linked to the unusual behavior of the soul beasts. At that moment, he sensed a commotion arising from behind them. Tang San swiftly raised his arm, summoning his martial soul. The golden trident insignia gleamed on the back of his hand, while 3 black soul rings materialized beside him. Simultaneously, the mark on his forehead radiated a golden light. A divine brilliance spilling forth, momentarily stunning the approaching entity. A colossal avian soul beast hovered in midair, its wings spread wide, presenting a rather comical sight. The ghost-faced crow? So it is this fellow. Tang San's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly rose to his feet, delivering a powerful kick towards the ghostly-faced crow suspended in midair. The crow, seemingly aware of Tang San's formidable nature, stabilized itself before flapping its wings and darting directly toward Xiao Huan. Close your eyes, do not look at it, Tang San bellowed, concerned that Xiao Huan might fall victim to its gaze. He immediately dashed forward, seizing Xiao Huan and hurling him towards Dai Yuanheng and the others. Take the others and leave. What do you mean leave? We ventured out here to hone our skills. Fleeing is not an option. Dai Yuanheng's voice echoed from a distance, and Tang San turned to see that they had already approached. It is merely a small crow. Captain, do not be so anxious. Watch as I bring it down for a hearty soup, Ling Feng declared, brandishing his sword with a fierce determination. The rest of the team was equally resolute, their formation allowing for both offensive and defensive maneuvers. The ghostly-faced crow was most feared for its illusions and spiritual parasitism, should one fall under its spell. Awakening would be impossible, leading to the draining of their soul and the loss of any chance for rebirth. Be cautious and avoid looking into its eyes, Tang San cautioned, his eyes suffused with a violet hue as he gazed into the eyes of the ghost-faced crow. The age of the ghost-faced crow could be discerned by the coloration of its eyes. The older the creature, the more crimson its gaze became, with the red portion increasingly dominating the pupil. The one before them exhibited a vivid red hue that had already spread over half of its eye, indicating it was likely around 70 to 80,000 years old. Such an ancient ghost-faced crow was indeed formidable. Tian Luo-san, first spirit skill, speed. Second spirit skill, strength. Go. With a graceful flick of her wrist, Wang Yu conjured a delicate pink umbrella in her hand. An enigmatic ripple emanated from the canopy, dispersing outward. In an instant, a faint pink aura enveloped the remaining 6 companions. Tang San distinctly sensed that beneath the delicate pink veil, both his speed and strength had been remarkable. A wave of astonishment washed over him. This was his first experience of the augmentation provided by Huang Yu's martial spirit, rivaling that of Ning Rongrong from the past. Truly, it was deserving of its status as a supreme martial spirit, the heavenly umbrella. Yet, he pondered what his third soul skill might be. Just as he was preparing to plunge into the fray, he suddenly detected a disturbance emanating from the forest behind him. Upon closer inspection, Tang San could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Pairs of crimson eyes were fixated upon him, resembling ferocious predators, keenly observing their prey. At the slightest opportunity, they would pounce, ready to rend their throats asunder. Tang San sighed, feeling a sense of relief that their current location offered a relatively expansive. Should a spirit beast launch a surprise attack, they would be able to detect it immediately. Tang San gripped the sea god trident firmly in his hand, vigilant against any impending foes. Hua Fan, come here. Keep an eye on this area. Upon hearing the call, Hua Fan swiftly approached Tang San. However, as soon as he arrived, he was met with a scene of formidable intimidation, his expression darkening instantly. With so many soul beasts present, could they truly prevail? Remain calm and observe closely. If they make any move, notify me immediately. Hua Fan bit his lip and nodded in agreement. Roar! How exhilarating! Dai Yuanheng let out a long howl, instantly summoning his martial spirit. His hands transformed into tiger claws, while 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, hovered beside him. Simultaneously, the second and foundational soul rings flared to life, and in a swift motion, he lunged towards the ghost-faced crow. Witnessing the familiar combat style, Tang San's gaze darkened. Dai Yuanheng's second and third soul skills were strikingly reminiscent of those once wielded by Dai Mubai. At this moment, pondering was ill-advised. Tang San quickly composed himself and joined the fray against the ghost-faced crow. This creature was notoriously cunning. If given the opportunity, it would become a troublesome adversary. The ghost-faced crow collided with Dai Yuanheng, its massive form remaining unyielding, while Dai Yuanheng was knocked back several steps. Meanwhile, Ling Feng's sword and Tang Shilian's Haoyan hammer approached the scene. Ling Feng's first soul ring flickered, and a layer of purplish-black mist enveloped his sword before he aimed a direct thrust at the ghost-faced crow. Yet, the ghost-faced crow was no ordinary foe. With a powerful flap of its wings, it conjured a fierce gust of wind that sent Ling Feng flying. Following closely, the Haotian hammer struck, but the ghost-faced crow, unable to evade in time, met the attack head-on with its wing. Though the soul beast was adept at mental assaults, its physical resilience was equally formidable. The collision with the Haotian hammer failed to injure its bones, but it did send Tang Shilian hurtling away. A swift resolution was imperative, as their skirmish had already drawn the attention of other soul beasts in the vicinity. While Tang San disrupted the ghost-faced crow, he simultaneously allocated a portion of his consciousness to remain vigilant of the other soul beasts lurking nearby. His powerful spiritual sense allowed him to perceive a vast distance. At that moment, numerous soul beasts were converging towards their location, and it would not be long before they arrived. Aim for its eyes. Xiao Huan, who had been lurking at the periphery, sprang into action upon hearing Tang San's command. The first soul ring beside him illuminated, and his form swiftly faded. The first soul skill of the soul-pursuing dagger, stealth, granted him an increase in speed and offensive power. He moved like a nimble cat, swiftly closing the distance to the ghost-faced crow. Thanks to Tang San's warning, everyone was on guard. Even amidst the chaos of battle, they avoided looking into the eyes of the ghost-faced crow, rendering its illusions ineffective. At that moment, the ghost-faced crow was incessantly pecking at Dai, who was evading its attacks while seeking opportunities to strike back. The clash between the human and the soul beast was fierce, with Dai Yuanheng drawing all its wrath, leaving the ghost-faced crow oblivious to the impending danger. With a sharp thrust, Xiao Huan drove the dagger into the right eye of the ghost-faced crow, revealing his form once more. A piercing scream erupted from the creature as it violently shook its head, flinging Xiao Huan away. The stealth skill of the soul-pursuing dagger had indeed doubled his speed and attack power, but the enraged ghost-faced crow retaliated with formidable strength, sending Xiao Huan crashing against a tree. A sharp pain surged through his chest, and he coughed up blood. Xiao Huan, Dai Yuanheng shouted, concern etched in his voice. I'm fine, Xiao Huan replied, rising from the ground and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Behind him, the third soul ring began to glow. The dagger embedded in the eye of the ghost-faced crow suddenly flickered with a bright red light, followed by a resounding explosion. Another agonizing howl echoed as the right eye of the ghost-faced crow was drenched in blood, its eyeball and surrounding flesh obliterated. At this point, the ghost-faced crow was truly enraged, disregarding Dai Yuanheng and charging directly at Xiao Huan. As the creature reared back, Tang San sensed its intent and quickly shouted a warning. Danger! Xiao Huan, evade quickly. Tang Xinyan was equally startled, her beautiful eyes widening to an extraordinary extent. She moved with remarkable swiftness, exerting herself to reach Xiao Huan's side. Tang San's movements were swift, yet the distance between Gui Mianya and Xiao Huan continued to diminish. Having just exerted himself to the utmost, Xiao Huan found himself utterly drained, and compounded by the injuries inflicted by Gui Mianya, his body was already worn thin. Even though he heard his comrades' warnings, he lacked the strength to evade Gui Mianya's assault. He strained to prop himself up, gradually shifting sideways. As he beheld the encroaching Gui Mianya, his eyes brimmed with reluctance. Was he truly destined to fall here? Skynet, grant your blessing. A melodious voice rang out. And simultaneously, a flurry of pink spirit butterflies emerged from the Douluo umbrella, swiftly alighting upon Xiao Huan's shoulders. In an instant, he felt his strength rejuvenate, and the wounds he had sustained began to heal rapidly. He quickly pivoted his body and executed a roll to the side. The air around him surged violently as he dared not linger, hastily darting a few paces away. The tree where he had just stood was severed by a single flap of Gui Mianya's wing, narrowly escaping the clutches of death, leaving Xiao Huan with a sense of foreboding. At that moment, Tang San also arrived, positioning himself protectively in front of Xiao Huan. With a sweeping motion of the Sea God Trident, the first spirit ring behind him illuminated. Sea God's domain, activate. A mass of water suddenly coalesced in midair, ensnaring Gui Mianya within its confines. The creature thrashed relentlessly, attempting to break free from its bonds, but the water, being formless, quickly reverted to its original state after his struggles. Dai Yuanhong, Tang Xinlian, and the others soon joined them. And upon seeing that Tang San had successfully imprisoned Gui Mianya, they collectively exhaled in relief. They gathered around Xiao Huan, still shaken from the encounter. "Are you all right?" Tang Xinlian surveyed Xiao Huan from head to toe, her expression betraying her unease. "It's all right, thanks to Huang Yu," Xiao Huan said. His complexion still somewhat pallid as he glanced towards Huang Yu, who was approaching from a distance. "Thank you." "Ah, it's nothing," Huang Yu replied with a shy smile. Scratching his head, "I couldn't be of much help. I still struggled to control this ability and was truly worried I wouldn't be able to use it just now." Tang Xinlian approached, playfully tapping Huang Yu's shoulder and winking mischievously. "Xiao Yu, is this your third soul skill? It certainly appears impressive and beautiful." Girls are often not immune to such enchanting things, and at that moment, Tang Xinlian's mind was filled with the image of the previous pink butterfly. Huang Yu nodded, her expression still somewhat reserved. "My third soul skill, Heavenly Blessing, is a group healing ability that can instantly restore injuries and recover a significant portion of both spiritual and soul power." Upon hearing this, the others gasped in astonishment, their eyes widening. The ability to restore soul power and spiritual energy, what could that signify? In battles against opponents of equal standing, after laboriously reducing an adversary to a weakened state, they could be revitalized with a single soul skill. Remarkable. Such a formidable soul skill. And yet it is a collective healing one. Now was not the opportune moment for idle chatter. Over there, a group of figures was eyeing them intently. As the conversation was called to a close, Tang San resolved the predicament of the ghost-faced crow trapped in the water and approached. He pointed towards the specks of crimson hidden behind the trees, casting a knowing glance at Ling Feng. "Fortune smiles upon us. We can select at will." "Captain, your words imply that once I have made my choice, they will willingly present the soul rings to me," Ling Feng retorted with a roll of his eyes. Though he was not perturbed by Tang San's jest, instead, he strode purposefully towards the gathering of soul beasts. Tang San closely followed, intent on keeping an eye on him to prevent any potential mishaps. The corpse of the ghost-faced crow lay before the soul beasts, a black soul ring already materializing around it. Having died only recently, the 8,000-year-old soul beast still emanated a pressure that deterred the others, making them reluctant. Ling Feng meticulously selected the soul beasts, while the others gathered nearby, engaging in hushed conversation. Tang Sen raised his gaze, staring into the distance, precisely towards the location of the Eye of Ice and Fire. If one were to observe closely, they would notice the emptiness in his eyes, as if his spirit had long since wandered to an unknown realm. First, there were the soul beasts, and then the ghost-faced crows. Neither of these creatures should have appeared on the outskirts of the Sunset Forest. What on earth transpired within the depths of that forest? "Captain, I have made my choice." Tang San regained his senses and glanced at the soul beast that Ling Feng was pointing to. It was a scorpion, its entire body a striking purple resembling ice crystals, appearing less like a soul beast and more like a work of art. The purple jade scorpion, highly venomous, possessed an exceptionally hard tail and pincers. If it were to serve as Ling Feng's spirit ring, it would undoubtedly enhance his martial spirit significantly. This specimen seemed to be approximately 2,000 years old, perfectly within Ling Feng's absorption range. In the vicinity, the effects of the sea goddess realm had begun to fade, and the corpse of the ghost-faced crow lay damp upon the ground, continuously oozing blood that seeped into the earth below. The soil beneath the corpse, nourished, took on a more vibrant hue. Tang San and his companions were so captivated by the soul beast that they failed to notice this unusual occurrence. After a brief rest, Xiao Huan rose, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over the corpse of the ghost-faced crow. That fleeting glance caused him to furrow his brow in concern. Something seemed amiss. Hearing his remark, Hua Fan, filled with curiosity, approached him. "What's wrong?" Xiao Huan himself was still trying to comprehend the situation. Unable to answer Hua Fan's, he took a few steps closer to the corpse of the ghost-faced crow, crouching down to examine it closely. Meanwhile, Tang San had already devised a preliminary plan. The purple jade scorpion, small in size, was currently concealed among the other soul beasts, unaware that it had become the target of scrutiny. "Is it definitely the one?" he inquired. "Indeed," Ling Feng confirmed, prompting Tang San to refrain from further commentary. With a motion of his trident, the first spirit ring shimmered, and a surge of azure mist began to coalesce around the purple jade scorpion. The sea goddess trident, once a divine artifact, retained its innate ability to manipulate water even after transforming into a martial spirit. This was an exceedingly formidable skill. The closer the more potent Tang San's combat prowess became. The fluctuations of soul power were subtly concealed beneath the ground. Yet the ever-thickening vapor in the air alerted the purple jade scorpion to the impending danger. Naturally vigilant, its bean-sized eyes shifted, and it attempted to flee. Though the purple jade scorpion possessed speed, it was no match for the omnipresent vapor. A familiar scene unfolded once more. The mist encircled the scorpion, growing denser until it completely ensnared the creature. Heavens, this ground is alive! Huang Yu's exclamation echoed from behind, prompting Tang San. Upon seeing Huang Yu and the others gathered around the corpse of the ghost-faced crow, his heart sank. Quickly, move away from there, Tang San shouted as he rushed towards Huang Yu and the others, startling the three who were observing with their heads down. Upon witnessing Tang San's reaction, they dared not linger any longer and quickly attempted to retreat. Suddenly, an unforeseen event occurred. It felt as if a force from beneath the ground firmly grasped their feet, while the earth gradually began to sink beneath them. I can't move. Neither can I. The three exchanged glances, swiftly realizing that they were all facing a similar predicament. What should we do? Huang Yu struggled, even summoning her martial spirit in an attempt to resist the force from below. However, instead of alleviating her situation, this only seemed to exacerbate it. The ground around her appeared to be stimulated, softening at an alarming rate, resembling quicksand. In an instant, Huang Yu's descent accelerated. Relax. Stop struggling. Retract your martial spirit. Compared to the two girls, Xiao Huan remained notably calm. Upon sensing something amiss, he promptly called out a warning. Yet, Huang Yu seemed oblivious, continuing her frantic struggle. Xiao Huan shouted several times, growing increasingly anxious. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before Huang Yu was entirely engulfed, suffocating to death. Fortunately, Tang San arrived just in time. Seeing the plight of Xiao Huan and the others, he wisely refrained from charging in recklessly. With a swift motion of the sea god trident, his second soul skill was activated. A layer of white frost materialized on the sinking ground, and Tang San, light as a feather, stepped upon the frost, pulling the three ensnared individuals to safety. After being rescued, Huang Yu continued to flail her arms. Noticing the bloodshot hue in her eyes, Tang San began to suspect something. It was likely that, like the previous magical beasts, Huang Yu was also affected by that unknown force. How are you all holding up? He asked, glancing at Xiao Huan and Hua Fan beside him. We're fine. The two took a moment to steady their breathing, forcibly suppressing their rising agitation. Observing the unmistakable distress etched on their brows, Tang San realized that they too were likely under the same influence. To prevent Huang Yu from continuing her turmoil, he pressed a hand against her neck, rendering her unconscious. When Tang Xinyan arrived, she beheld Tang San holding the unconscious Huang Yu. This sight left the others in a state of great anxiety, prompting a flurry of questions. Captain, what is happening? Is Huang Yu all right? It is unwise to linger here. We must depart at once. Tang San extended his hand, with the sea god's domain hovering beside him, accompanied by the purple jade scorpion. Given his current strength, the sea god's domain could not contain the purple jade scorpion for long. He had to distance himself from this place before his soul skills became ineffective. It was inevitable that he would encounter other soul master teams on the outskirts of the Sunset Forest and driven by greed. One could not guarantee that those individuals would not harbor inappropriate thoughts. Meanwhile, the frost on the ground could no longer withstand the pressure. The corpse of the ghost-faced crow swiftly sank into the earth. The ground that had consumed the ghost-faced crow showed no signs of satisfaction, and the scent of blood in the forest intensified. As the aroma spread, the soul beasts within the woods began to grow restless. Hurry! After uttering this command, Tang San swiftly fled in the opposite direction. Ling Feng, still somewhat dazed, saw Tang San already racing away with the purple jade scorpion and quickly followed suit. Behind him, the previously dormant soul beasts suddenly went berserk, roaring as they charged forth. Roar! What is happening? Why have these soul beasts gone mad all of a sudden? Tang Xinlian and others were equally taken aback, not daring to linger for even a moment, hastily fleeing for their lives. It was no jest if they were caught. Would there be any hope of survival? Tang San's chosen direction was far from arbitrary. He had previously utilized his spiritual sense to investigate. Such land, which devours flesh and blood, is indeed rare. As long as they remained beyond the reach of this treacherous terrain, they would still be safe. The soul beasts behind them continued their relentless pursuit, while the trapped purple jade scorpion within the sea god's realm grew increasingly restless. It incessantly waved its pincers and tail stinger, yearning to break free from its constraints. The azure mist enveloping the purple jade scorpion had indicating that the effects of the sea god's realm were swiftly waning. The scorpion was evidently aware of this fact, its struggles becoming more frantic. "Captain, what's wrong?" Tang Xinlian and the others inquired, perplexed by Tang San's sudden halt. "It's nothing, continue." At this moment, Tang San had no inclination to pay them any mind. He signaled for a few to continue running ahead. His entire focus was concentrated on the sea god's domain, manipulating the currents of water. As the purple jade scorpion broke free from its restraints, he suddenly struck it down forcefully onto the ground. Chapter 28. Purple Jade Scorpion, Frost Spears. As Tang San's words fell, his second and third soul rings illuminated simultaneously. The temperature around plummeted, and spears of frost coalesced, launching towards the purple jade scorpion. The scorpion, already disoriented from being hurled, was unable to evade despite sensing the imminent danger. Tang San had no intention of taking its life, and the spears were aimed at its pincers and tail stinger. With a series of swishing sounds, a flash of silver surged forth, severing the scorpion's pincers and tail stinger in an instant, leaving its remaining body utterly harmless. The wounds from the severance were immediately encased in ice, with not a single drop of excess blood escaping. Tang San extended his consciousness, penetrating into the depths below. Upon discovering the absence of any devouring force in the surroundings, he felt a sense of relief and quickly beckoned to Ling Feng. "Ling Feng, come over here and deal with this fellow." "Here?" Ling Feng cast a glance at the formidable army of soul beasts not far behind, his tone tinged with uncertainty. Tang San nodded and swiftly made his way toward the soul beast behind him. I had already surveyed the area. We had moved beyond the territory of the bloodthirsty creatures. Venturing further inward would lead us to the heart of the sunset forest, where the uncertainties could multiply significantly. Tang San's words were quiet, and Ling Feng did not hesitate for long. He summoned his martial soul, swiftly concluding the fate of the purple jade scorpion. Upon the body, resembling amethyst, a purple soul ring began to take form slowly. At this moment, Tang San stood before the soul beasts, wielding the sea god trident. The golden radiance emanating from the trident seemed to diminish the malevolent aura surrounding the soul beast significantly. Dai Yuanheng and the others approached, standing side by side with Tang San. Overwhelmed by the exhilarating spectacle, I felt compelled to assert myself. Furthermore, Tang Xilian carefully placed Huang Yu beside Ling Feng before joining the group. Xiao Huan remained silent, yet held the soul-chasing dagger in a vigilant stance, ready to strike at any moment. The soul beasts, oblivious to the concept of concession and already affected by their unstable minds, became increasingly irritable and charged forward with, "Leave that little dog to me," Tang Xilian declared, swiftly identifying her target. With a mighty swing of the Haotian hammer, she hurled it directly at the soul beast. The Haotian hammer, being a premier weapon spirit, possessed considerable weight. Even this simple toss sent the soul beast. Tang San cast a sidelong glance and could not help but chuckle. The winged wolves, as described by Tang Xinyan, had transformed into harmless little puppies. Glancing around, he observed that everyone was managing the situation with ease, prompting him to join the fray. The number of soul beasts trailing behind them was not excessively high, making it manageable for the group. At this moment, the peculiarities of the sea god's realm became evident. The trapped soul beasts were utterly incapable of retaliating, rendering them mere targets. The sole drawback appeared to be the insufficient lethality of the first soul skill, which also had a brief duration. Nevertheless, during this process, Dai Yuanheng and the others began to grasp the techniques involved. Whenever Tang San ensnared a particular soul beast, it would invariably lead to a collective onslaught. Even if it lasted only a fleeting moment, it proved to be sufficient. Gradually, the number of injured soul beasts increased. Yet, the expressions of the soul beasts began to clear, and their colors started to fade. Could it be that by distancing themselves from that strange place, these soul beasts were breaking free from control? Tang San found it somewhat perplexing, but he was certain of one thing. There had undoubtedly been some bizarre transformation within the sunset forest. "Brother Tang, it seems those soul beasts are beginning to fear us." Following Tang San, the next to perceive the transformation of the soul beasts was Hua Fan. As a spirit-type control soul master, her mental acuity and observational skills surpassed those of her peers. "It truly seems that way. What is the matter with these creatures? Just moments ago, they were locked in a fierce struggle, and now they seem utterly intent on fleeing." Tang Xinlian spoke as she held the Haotian. gradually making her way to stand beside Tang San, while the others swiftly gathered around them. Remarkably, the spirit beast showed no inclination to fight to the death, which naturally brought them a sense of ease and joy. Arranged in a line with Tang San at the center, the group was poised to react swiftly should anything amiss occur. With the spirit beasts having retreated completely, they were left somewhat perplexed. Why ponder over such matters? This was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. Perhaps they had been intimidated by our strength. Tang Xinlian laughed carefree, attempting to ease the tension in the air. By the way, Dai Yuanheng, you truly look quite disheveled, she remarked with a chuckle. Upon hearing her words, Dai Yuanheng cast a downward glance at himself, and his expression instantly darkened. His appearance was far from commendable. His clothes were stained with blood, rendering him particularly grotesque. Considering that it seemed he had also been doused with the blood of a soul beast moments ago, he couldn't help but twitch his lips in dismay. He forcibly suppressed his trembling arms, wiping his forehead, only to be met with a hand smeared in crimson, causing his vision to momentarily. Had he really just paraded around like this in front of Tang Xinlian? It was over. His once imposing image in her eyes was undoubtedly shattered. Hey, what's with that glum expression? Tang Xinlian seemed to still want to tease him, but upon meeting Dai Yuanheng's cold gaze, she reluctantly smiled and swallowed her words. Though they had emerged from the recent battle relatively unscathed, the toll it took was considerable. With the enemies retreating, a wave of exhaustion washed over them. The group sat down to recuperate their soul energy. Meanwhile, the elders who had ventured out to assess the situation encountered difficulties, following leads. They had progressed to the vicinity of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Along the way, soul beasts attacked them with a ferocity that was almost maddening. Despite their formidable strength as titled Douluos, they sustained significant injuries. We cannot proceed any further, Grand Elder. If we continue like this, we will inevitably fall to these beasts, Zhao Wanxiong stated while tending to his wounds. His injuries were severe, with a gash running from his shoulder to his lower abdomen, evidently inflicted by a soul beast's claws. The sight of the wound was quite alarming. Had it been any deeper, even with his immense cultivation, he might have faced a grim fate. Once you have tended to your wounds, take 2 others and leave. Inform the Academy of the anomalies in the Sunset Forest and the Ice and Fire Yin-Yagai, so that the other elders can prepare, Su Huanshan suggested after a moment of silence. His own arm bore some injuries, but they were far less grave than those of Zhao Wanxiong. After a brief treatment, he began to survey the surrounding environment. You intend to stay here alone? That is far too perilous. Have you lost your mind? Zhao Wanxiong exclaimed, angered. They had just encountered the bizarre soul beast in this very location, a creature unlike any they had ever seen, one formidable enough to challenge even titled Douluos. The mere recollection of the encounter sent a shiver down Zhao Wanxiong's spine. How resilient was the body of a titled Douluo, coupled with his own specialization and strength. His physical fortitude exceeded that of his peers. Yet, that strange bird could rend his body with a mere flap of its. Chapter 29. Anomaly at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang. Su Huanshan remained silent, patrolling the entrance of the valley while occasionally bowing his head to observe the ground. Grand Elder, Zhao Wanxiong called out again, desperate for attention. This time, his voice finally caught Su Huanshan's notice. Standing up with a sigh, he remarked, the situation at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye is of utmost importance. We must relay this information back. Then let us return together. Zhao Wanxiong insisted either they both stayed or both left. There was no chance he would become a coward. Suddenly, Zhao Wanxiong's expression softened and his voice weakened. Moreover, with so many uncertainties in the Sunset Forest, my half-dead body would only serve as fodder. Upon hearing this, Su Huanshan's expression visibly wavered. Sensing an opportunity, Zhao Wanxiong added fuel to the fire. Those young ones are still waiting for us to bring them back to the academy. With the changes occurring in the Sunset Forest, it stands to reason that conditions on their end are equally dire. That Tang San is quite remarkable. With his presence, there should be little cause for concern. Su Huanshan fell silent for a moment, his words laced with uncertainty. Indeed, Tang San harbors numerous secrets, and his talents are not insignificant. His youth undeniably constrains his cultivation. Ultimately, Su Huanshan was persuaded by Zhao Wanxiong's narrative and decided to escort the young ones back to school, after which he would join the other elders to investigate the matters concerning the Sunset Forest. The outskirts of the Sunset Forest, Tang San slightly narrowed his eyes, extending his consciousness to survey the surroundings of the forest. Not far from him, Ling Feng's soul ring absorption was reaching its final stage. A purple aura enveloped him, gradually converging, until a purple soul ring appeared beside him. Upon his sword, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, pulsated rhythmically. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in his partially opened eyes as Ling Feng suddenly leaped into the air, startling Tang Xinlian, who had been sitting nearby in a daze. She rolled her eyes exasperatedly, exclaiming, "What are you doing, you little rascal?" "Ah, Xinlian, it wasn't intentional." Ling Feng scratched the back of his head, chuckling sheepishly. "Never mind. I won't hold it against you for being overly excited. Now let us see what new soul skill you've acquired," Tang Xinlian teased, lifting her chin slightly with a hint of pride. Upon uttering those words, she couldn't help but laugh first. Apart from Tang San, the 6 of them had grown up together, so they were quite familiar with one another, and playful banter was natural among them. Ling Feng joined in the laughter and began to explain his 3rd soul skill. "Just as I suspected, the purple jade scorpion not only makes my martial spirit sword more formidable, but it also imbues the blade with some of the scorpion's venom. This manifests in my 3rd soul skill, the purple jade sword heart." As he spoke, a peculiar expression crossed Ling Feng's face. Curiosity piqued among the group, but Ling Feng deliberately kept them in suspense. "Come on, tell us what is going on," Tang Xinlian urged impatiently. Ling Feng feigned a look of refusal, which only frustrated Tang Xinlian further, making her stomp her foot in annoyance. Seeing the smug smile on Ling Feng's lips, Tang Xinlian's eyes flickered with realization. "I know. It must be that the soul skill is utterly useless, and you're embarrassed to admit it. Sigh, never mind, I won't press you. Let us leave some dignity for someone." With that, she sighed dramatically and pretended to walk away, seemingly disinterested. "Hey!" Ling Feng appeared to want to call her back, but ultimately gave up. The others, observing the situation, understood that Tang Xinlian was merely teasing Ling Feng, and they sighed in mock sympathy, as if genuinely feeling sorry for him. After Hua Fan also sighed in response, Ling Feng could no longer contain himself. He bounded over to Hua Fan, saying, "Hua Fan, don't listen to what Xinlian says. Let me tell you, my 3rd skill is truly impressive. TSK, prioritizing romance over friendship." "It seems that only Hua Fan can get through to him," someone remarked. Tang Xinlian intentionally leaned closer, interrupting Ling Feng's words with a playful expression. Ling Feng felt somewhat stifled, poised to continue his unfinished thought when Tang San suddenly opened his eyes. "The elders have arrived." With that, Tang San straightened his posture and gazed into the depths of the forest. Indeed, before long, 2 familiar figures emerged from the trees, bounding with evident delight. Despite their joviality, the pair moved with remarkable speed, swiftly reaching their position. "It appears you have gathered quite a bounty." A fleeting glance allowed Su Huanshan to ascertain the situation. Huang Yu and Ling Feng had successfully acquired their 3rd soul ring, officially elevating to the status of Soul Master. It was evident that Tang San had played a significant role in this achievement. Observing the fatigue etched on the students' faces, Su Huanshan placed a reassuring hand on Tang San's shoulder, his tone imbued with unmistakable admiration. "Thanks to your efforts this time, upon our return, we shall endeavor to meet any needs you may have." With that, Su Huanshan led the group back to the academy. Tang San found himself unable to seize the opportunity to delve once more into the Sunset Forest, and thus, the system task was set aside. Upon returning to school that evening, he received news of a dormitory change. Having successfully completed the same classification assessment alongside Dai Yuanhing and others, he was now regarded as one of this generation's Shrek 7 monsters. Contemplating his circumstances, Tang San felt a mixture of emotions. In a twist of fate, he had once again formed the Shrek 7 monsters alongside the descendants of Mu Bai. It is undeniable that destiny is truly inscrutable. As he followed the guide, they ventured further off the beaten path, ultimately arriving at a quaint courtyard. Tang San glanced around, and considering the distance they had traversed, it appeared they had reached the outskirts of Shrek Academy. After escorting Tang San to the designated location, the guide departed on his own. Tang San faintly heard familiar voices engaged in conversation within the courtyard. Undoubtedly, they belonged to his companions from their previous expedition into the Sunset Forest. "Tang San, you've arrived," one of them exclaimed. "Perfect timing. I was just about to brief you all on the upcoming matters of importance." Tang San entered the room, and Su Huanshan waved at him. Once Tang San approached, they commenced discussing serious matters. "This courtyard belongs entirely to you. You may select your rooms at your discretion. For the coming year, 2 years, or even until your graduation, you shall reside here. It is through cohabitation that a deeper camaraderie can be nurtured. If you cannot confide in one another, how can you entrust your backs to your comrades on the battlefield?" Upon hearing Su Huanshan's words, Tang said silently. This theory echoed their previous experiences perfectly. I will personally oversee your meals and training. In 3 months, the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition will commence, featuring the finest from across the continent. I hope you can represent the Academy and bring honor to it. Chapter 30, Discussion. The Continental Elite Soul Master Competition. Hearing this familiar term, Tang Sen could not help but smile wryly. He was truly destined to tread the same path once more. Su Huanshan continued, outlining various training matters and regulations. Noticing that the others were still processing the information, he beckoned Tang San. Tang San, come over here for a moment. Tang San cast a puzzled glance at Su Huanshan, wondering what business he had in seeking him out. Despite his confusion, he followed Su Huanshan out. The two traveled in silence until the surroundings became increasingly familiar. Suddenly, it dawned on Tang San. This was indeed the path leading to the inner courtyard. Previously, he had been escorted by 2 elderly figures in white robes and thus did not have a clear recollection of the route. However, due to his formidable spiritual strength, he could sense the familiarity of the environment without needing to consciously recognize it. Before long, the quaint little pavilion came into view once more. Su Huanshan ascended to the 2nd floor without hesitation, and after a moment's hesitation, Tang San followed suit. Great Elder, the others in the room rose to greet Su Huanshan. But their smiles faltered noticeably upon seeing the figure behind him. Great Elder, we have a matter of great importance to discuss. It may not be convenient with an outsider present. That is of no concern, Su Huanshan replied with a beaming smile, waving his hand dismissively. He is, after all, a student of Shrek Academy. How could he be considered an outsider? He gestured for Tang San to come closer. Child, come sit with me. Even now? Su Huanshan made an effort to avoid using Tang San's name directly, feeling a lingering awkwardness within. Tang San nearly lost his composure. For having ascended to divinity many years ago, being referred to as a child was a distant memory. So distant that he could scarcely recall the visage of that person. Tang Sen obediently walked over and seated himself at the lower end of Su Huanshan's table, patiently awaiting their subsequent developments. At that moment, he remained unaware of the intentions of these individuals. Recklessly tearing down facades would yield no benefits. Tang San, possessing keen intellect, opted for the most prudent course of action, observing the unfolding events in silence. Enough, silence. Su Huanshan raised his hand, signaling for everyone present. As the esteemed elder, his long-established authority commanded respect. Despite their reluctance, the others momentarily adhered to his request for silence. The recent disturbances in the Sunset Forest were extraordinary. The soul beasts they encountered along the way exhibited drastic changes in temperament, becoming bloodthirsty and combative. In pursuit of the truth, they had ventured deeper, tracking the soul beasts to the vicinity of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. It was there that numerous anomalies were uncovered. Su Huanshan spoke, his gaze shifting towards Tang San as he scrutinized the young man's expression. After all, Tang San's sudden appearance was too abrupt. Expecting them to trust him based solely on a single encounter was, understandably, implausible. Tang San had long suspected that Su Huanshan and his companions had previously been investigating the anomalies in the Sunset Forest, thus he displayed no signs of surprise. Su Huanshan chuckled a few times, his gaze lingering on Tang San with a profound significance. Tang San, you seem entirely unfazed upon hearing this news. In fact, we too encountered the peculiar occurrences that you, esteemed elder, have mentioned in the Sunset Forest. Tang San did not withhold any information and promptly shared the events he had encountered. As he recounted his tale, the expressions of the elders grew increasingly grim. The soul bee, the ghost-faced crow, how could such creatures possibly manifest at the outskirts of the Sunset Forest? The elders exchanged furtive glances, their astonishment barely concealed. Ultimately, it was Su Huanshan who first regained his composure and inquired further about the land that devours corpses. I am uncertain, Tang San replied, shaking his head, his brow furrowed in concern. That land emanates an ominous aura. Whatever it may be, I suggest we venture forth together and unearth what lies beneath that accursed ground. I refuse to believe that a mere patch of foul mud can withstand the might of our dozen tidal Douluos. An elder clad in white robes squatted lazily on his chair, raising a gourd of wine to his lips with a languid gesture. Old Five, you are at it again, Su Huanshan remarked, rubbing his temples in exasperation, though his expression bore no trace of anger. Acting recklessly without a clear understanding of the situation is indeed a fool's errand. We must not be so rash. Given the title, it was clear that this individual was the 5th elder. The Elder Council of Shrek Academy comprises 10 elders who assist the dean in managing the affairs of the institution. In addition to these 10 elders, any who attain the rank of title Douluo may choose to become a patron of the academy, which serves as a means for Shrek Academy to retain its talent. Tang Xin discreetly observed the interactions among the group, analyzing the dynamics for any advantageous information. The elders engaged in a fervent discussion regarding the intelligence he had just provided, along with the reports brought back by Su Huanshan. However, their knowledge was woefully inadequate, leaving them unable to derive anything of significance. As the murmurs around him gradually diminished, Tang Xin focused his mind. Upon raising his gaze, he found himself locking eyes with Su Huanshan. Truly, he was a cunning old fox, Tang Xin silently mused. Despite all he had endured, he still detested this underhanded maneuvering. A straightforward confrontation would be far more exhilarating. Of course, such thoughts were best kept to himself, especially in the presence of a multitude of titled Douluos against whom he could not hold his own. Young brother, we may need you to accompany us once more into the Sunset Forest. Su Huanshan's request took Tang Xin by surprise. He had anticipated that Su Huanshan might inquire about the ice and fire in Yangai, but he had not expected the man to be so direct in wanting to bring him along. Suppressing his astonishment, Tang Xin furrowed his brow, seemingly reluctant. When this matter is rather peculiar, it is better to act sooner rather than later, ideally departing at once. Isn't the special training set to commence tomorrow? If I go with you now, will I be able to return in time? Su Huanshan twitched his lips. Do you still need training? The words of the Grand Elder are quite misplaced. In order to foster camaraderie with my teammates, it is only natural that I train alongside them. Upon the conclusion of Tang Xin's statement, no response was forthcoming. Su Huanshan, with an expression of unwavering certainty, completely disregarded Tang Xin. Already turning to confer with the other elders regarding their subsequent plans, seemingly oblivious to the possibility of Tang Xin's descent. This very demeanor, however, stirred an inexplicable unease within Tang Xin. It felt as though all his thoughts were anticipated by the other party. Chapter 31. Loss of control. It had been a long time since Tang Xin had found himself in such a position, entirely manipulated at the hands of others. His hand involuntarily rose to rest upon his heart, as waves of agitation surged within his mind. Something was amiss. This was decidedly not right. Tang Xin took several deep breaths, forcefully suppressing the anger that threatened to erupt within him. His fingertips tightened instinctively, grasping the fabric of his chest. There was something amiss with this young man. Elder Wu turned around, his icy blue eyes fixated intently on Tang Xin. At his prompt, the other elders swiftly recognized the anomaly. The soul force emanating from Tang Xin appeared to be spiraling out of control, and he seemed to be teetering on the brink of a rampage. Tang Xin, what is the matter with you? Su Huanshan stepped forward, intending to place a reassuring hand on Tang Xin's shoulder. He believed that the young man might simply be entranced, and that awakening him would resolve the issue. Tang Xin would never allow himself to be approached so easily. The moment Su Huanshan's hand came down, he swiftly arched his body backward, and with a sudden movement of his feet, he darted out from before him. He stood at a distance, scrutinizing Su Huanshan. As the crimson hue in his eyes gradually spread, something is amiss. Elder, do you not think that Tang Xin's current state bears a striking resemblance to those soul beasts in the Sunset Forest? Zhao Wanxiang, who had dealt with those soul beasts before, instinctively turned his gaze toward Tang Xin's eyes upon noticing his sudden anomaly. Indeed, the once clear and luminous gaze had long been engulfed by the spreading blood red. His pupils reflected a desolation, a chilling aura. Hearing Zhao Wanxiang's suggestion, Su Huanshan immediately turned his attention to Tang Xin. He swiftly realized that Tang Xin's loss of control was somehow linked to those soul beasts. Elder, what should we do? Should we knock him unconscious for now? The strength of those present was considerable, and a mere soul sovereign could hardly warrant their attention. Wait a moment. It seems he has not completely lost his consciousness. Su Huanshan raised his hand, halting the movements of the others. At this moment, Tang Xin felt an overwhelming sense of urgency within him. He was acutely aware of his own body yet found himself unable to exert any control over it. He had overheard the conversation among Su Huanshan and the others, and his mind drifted back to that eerie land, relentlessly pursued by soul beasts. Was it possible that he had inadvertently fallen into a trap at that time? What about the others who had returned with him? Could they also be losing control? Moreover, this incubation period seemed excessively prolonged. Clearly, Su Huanshan had reached the same conclusion, and his already ambiguous expression darkened significantly. This is bad. Elders 2 and 3. You must hurry to the Listening Rain Pavilion. It is likely that Dai Yuanheng and the others are experiencing similar issues. Upon hearing this, the two elders did not hesitate for a moment and swiftly darted away. Tang Xin struggled to control the turmoil within his heart, vying for dominance over his corporeal form. Just as he felt his consciousness begin to fade, the dormant diamond-shaped light in his mind suddenly ignited. A golden radiance instantaneously illuminated his sea, and Tang San experienced a wave of relief as all negative emotions dissipated. The energy coursed through his corporeal veins, completing a cycle before returning to the sea of consciousness. Concealed within the diamond light, it seemed that this truly was a remarkable entity. Upon assessing his condition, Tang San could not help but marvel at the energy he had just encountered. It was only at this moment that he genuinely prioritized the system task. This artifact appeared to be extraordinary. To uncover its true purpose, it was imperative to swiftly complete the initial task and activate the system. Reflecting on the information he had previously received regarding the system, Tang San's gaze deepened. "Are you awake?" Su Huanshan, observing Tang San's clear eyes, regarded him with a hint of perplexity as he scrutinized him from head to toe. Just moments ago, his eyes had been bloodshot and filled with fear. Yet in the blink of an eye, he had returned to his former self. Such a transformation was nothing short of astonishing. Tang San nodded slightly, showing no inclination to shy away, allowing Su Huanshan to observe him candidly. The entity within the Sunset Forest likely possesses the capacity to influence not only the temperament of soul beasts, but also that of soul masters, rendering the situation perilous. "We must hasten our journey to the Sunset Forest." At that moment, the second and third elders entered, dragging in several unconscious individuals. Upon seeing the familiar faces laid out in the center, Tang San felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Had he awoken just a moment later, he might have found himself among those sprawled on the ground. When he arrived, the group was already embroiled in a fierce scuffle. To prevent further conflict, he had rendered them unconscious. Noticing the confusion in Su Huanshan's eyes, the second elder offered an explanation. Meanwhile, the third elder was practically leaning over to, "You recovered quite swiftly, far more adept than those young ones. Pray tell, how did you resolve that matter?" In truth, this was precisely the source of Su Huanshan and the others' bewilderment. They had merely witnessed a flash of golden light surrounding Tang San, followed by the sudden illumination of the trident mark upon his forehead. By the time the mark dimmed, Tang San had already regained consciousness. "I am uncertain. I merely focused on resisting control. In a moment of hazy clarity, I felt a sudden chill at my heart, and thus my awareness returned." Tang San shook his head, instinctively concealing the matter regarding the diamond-shaped light spot within his sea of consciousness. Could it be related to his mark? Su Huanshan's gaze inadvertently drifted towards the center of Tang San's forehead, where the mark of the trident had long since vanished. The pressure that had emanated when that mark appeared was undoubtedly beyond their capacity to withstand. Su Huanshan had no doubt that if Tang San's soul power were even slightly higher, not even a tidal daw would remain unaffected by such. Unable to comprehend the situation further, Su Huanshan chose not to dwell on it. After all, Tang San was set to accompany them to the Sunset Forest, and if anything unusual were to manifest, it would soon become apparent. Noticing Su Huanshan's skepticism, Tang San realized that he did not fully believe his words. He was likely pondering how to extract the truth from him. After a brief discussion, they reached a consensus. Su Huanshan and Tang San would naturally join, accompanied by the second, third, and fifth elders. "I shall go as well." Just as they were about to depart, they encountered an obstruction in the form of Zhao Wanxiang. Given that his previous injuries had yet to heal, why was he so eager to follow? Was he rushing to provide sustenance for the soul beasts? Su Huanshan had no intention of wasting time with him and swiftly silenced Zhao Wanxiang with a single remark. The group then ignored the dejected Zhao Wanxiang and hurried towards the Sunset Forest. Initially, they had held back, mindful of Tang San's abilities. However, upon realizing that he could keep pace, they cast aside their reservations. Exchanging glances, they suddenly increased their speed. Chapter 32. Elemental Martial Soul. Watching the figures ahead swiftly recede, Tang San nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. This was not how one played the game. No matter how formidable he had once been, he was now merely a soul master. It was indeed challenging to match the speed of a tidal Douluo. Yet, simultaneously, he felt a surge of pride. The thought of yielding was utterly unthinkable for him. It was evident that Su Huanshan and the others were pressed for time, eager to reach the Sunset Forest without delay. Should he voice a request for them to slow down, it would only serve as a hindrance. Tang San would never allow himself to lag behind. He summoned every ounce of his soul power, concentrating it beneath his feet. His entire body felt light, Fortunately, the Xiantian skill within him flowed effortlessly, sustaining him without concern for soul power depletion in the immediate term. The exertion of hastening his pace imposed significant mental strain on Tang San, and at that moment, he found himself yearning for his sea god's 8 wings. Ahead, the figures of Su Huanshan and the others had dwindled to a mere indistinct, but fortunately, the distance to the Sunset Forest was now quite short. Su Huanshan and his companions did not venture in ahead. They lingered at the entrance, seemingly engaged in some sort of activity. Upon witnessing Tang San's rapid approach, Su Huanshan couldn't conceal his astonishment. It appeared that your strength exceeded our expectations by a considerable margin. Tang San merely smiled, choosing not to respond. Su Huanshan, unfazed, rose to his feet and gazed into the depths of the forest, where the direction pointed towards the heart of the Sunset Mountain Range. Tang San, have you ever heard of the ice and fire duality eyes? He inquired, recalling tales shared by the elders in his family. Tang San smiled faintly, fully aware of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Yet, no matter how familiar he was, it had been several centuries since that time. Who could fathom the changes that might have transpired over the years? It was worth mentioning that this ice and fire yin-yang was initially discovered by the sea god himself, and since then, it had been under the stewardship of our Shrek Academy. For centuries, it had remained in a state of harmonious coexistence, yet unexpectedly, it has encountered unforeseen circumstances at this juncture. Su Huanshan sighed, recognizing that this was not the moment for melancholy reflection. He quickly composed himself and then called upon Tang San. Where was the location you encountered the soul beasts pursuing you? Take me there to have a look. Tang San nodded in agreement and led several individuals towards that peculiar land. He had previously entertained doubts about the loss of control experienced by himself and Dai Yuanan, suspecting it might be influenced by the toxic miasma within the Sunset Forest. However, he quickly dismissed this conjecture, given the multitude of individuals who traverse the Sunset Forest daily. If it were truly a consequence of the toxic miasma, there would undoubtedly be other victims. In the event of an incident, the entrance would not remain so tranquil. Furthermore, the elders had ventured into the forest and exhibited no similar symptoms, nor any signs of abnormality. All of this compelled Tang San to redirect his suspicions once more towards that piece of land. Returning to familiar territory, he noted that there had been little significant change. The air was thick with a pungent odor that assaulted their senses. It appeared, at first glance, devoid of danger, with no soul beasts lurking. Without needing any urging from Su Huanshan, the second and third elders had already taken it upon themselves to survey the vicinity. The fifth elder stood atop a tree, vigilant against any surrounding disturbances. As they prepared to probe further, nearing the threshold of that strange territory, Tang San hastily halted their advance. Do not proceed, it is perilous, he cautioned, meeting the inquiring gazes of his companions. He gestured towards a nearby tree. That area is dominated by the essence of that soil. It was there that we fell victim to an ambush, and somehow, we were ensnared by this force that clouded our minds. Heeding Tang San's, they recognized the strangeness of the place, which was eerily silent. It was prudent to refrain from rash actions. After imparting his admonition, Su Huanshan turned to Tang San and inquired, what is the extent of this entity's influence? Tang San gestured lightly, and it was precisely at that moment that the trees around them bore the marks left from their previous encounters with spirit beasts. With a point of reference established, his explanations flowed with ease. They would depart from this place and head towards the Eye of Ice and Fire, intending to collect some soil for further study upon their return. As Su Huanshan's words faded, the fifth elder leapt down from the treetops. It appeared that something was determined to prevent their departure. To underscore his statement, the previously tranquil forest erupted with rustling sounds, suggesting that a multitude of entities was rapidly approaching. They had come. Flickering points of red light burst forth from the thicket. These glimmers were none other than the eyes of spirit beasts. The 5 of them had formed a defensive circle, standing back to back. In a moment of clarity, Tang San discerned that the alluring fragrance in the air had intensified. A realization struck him. It was the scent. This enigmatic land manipulated spirit beasts and spirit masters alike through this very odor. Exercise caution and seek an opportunity to retreat, Tang San warned. This foul scent is likely the instigator of our potential loss of control. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Su Huanshan quickly deduced a plan. They would make their way deeper into the forest, and if they became separated, they would regroup at the entrance to the Eye of Ice and Fire. With that, Su Huanshan surged forward, instantly manifesting his martial spirit. A pair of magnificent white wings unfurled behind him, propelling him into the midst of the spirit beasts. This scene struck Tang San as familiar. The martial spirit bore a striking resemblance to the angelic form that Qian Rinxue had concealed during her identity-s revelation. Could it be that Su Huanshan also possessed an angelic martial spirit? If so, what connection did he have with the Spirit Hall? No, he realized. The relationship between Shrek Academy and the Spirit Hall was far from amicable, and the significance of an angelic martial spirit to the Spirit Hall was profound. If he truly wielded such a spirit, he could not possibly be at Shrek Academy. With this understanding, Tang San's demeanor lightened considerably. He then noticed that after Su Huanshan had manifested his martial spirit, he appeared transformed. His fingers curled into claws, and his nails gleamed with a razor sharp. The elder had already engaged with the spirit beasts, and the others were quick to follow suit, each summoning their martial spirits. Aside from Tang San, the rest of the group were titled Douluos, merely a thread's breadth away from being peerless Douluos. As the second elder invoked his martial spirit, he unleashed its true form, a black panther towering 2 stories high, which pounced and sent a spirit beast, poised to attack Su Huanshan from behind, soaring away. Its claws were extraordinarily sharp, and its movements fluid. Each strike against the spirit beast's body erupted in splashes of crimson. The fifth elder tucked away his wine flask, and his silvery hair transformed into a shimmering ice blue, his translucent blue eyes radiating a chilling aura. Was this an elemental martial spirit? What are you waiting for, lad? He called. This is an excellent opportunity for training. Do not let it slip away. Tang San took a moment to comprehend the situation, responding in a daze. Chapter 33. Soul Beasts Without Soul Rings. When it comes to elemental martial souls, Tang San was no stranger. During their participation in the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition representing Shrek, they had encountered academies composed entirely of pure elemental soul masters. The higher the soul master's rank, the greater the damage inflicted upon their physical form by elemental martial souls. However, the fifth elder before him had already reached the level of a title Douluo. Suddenly, a whooshing sound pierced the air as a shadow lunged toward him. Tang San instinctively sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the rushing figure. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a mouse-like soul beast, its size akin to a crouched on the ground not far away. Its fur closely matched the color of the earth, save for its sharp claws that glimmered with a faint purple hue. Were it not for Tang San's continual practice of the purple extreme magic eye, he might have overlooked it entirely. What is this creature? Su Huanshan, who had been partially distracted while observing Tang San, naturally noted this unusual little being. As the Grand Elder of Shrek Academy, Su Huanshan, while not claiming to know every type of soul beast, was quite familiar with the Soul Beast Compendium. Yet, he could not recognize the origins of this mouse-like soul beast. Not only Su Huanshan, but Tang San himself felt somewhat bewildered. He had never encountered such a soul beast. The mouse-like creature quickly adjusted its stance and lunged toward Tang San once more. Tang San, unwilling to underestimate it, immediately merged with his martial soul. As the sea god's trident materialized, a faint golden light enveloped Tang San, illuminating everything around him for a brief moment before darkness reclaimed the surroundings. Tang San, it seems these creatures are intimidated by the light emanating from you. Perhaps you should try to summon that light again, Su Huanshan remarked, having noticed the peculiar behavior of the soul beast. At this comment, Tang San, who had been poised to strike with the trident, froze momentarily. He was well aware of the reason behind this. After all, the sea goddess trident was a divine artifact. In the instant it was unleashed, it resonated with the divine consciousness within him, releasing a trace of his former aura. The majesty of the divine was something these lower realm soul beasts could hardly endure. Yet it only served to intimidate them for a fleeting moment. Did he need to repeatedly unleash his martial soul? The thought of this scenario made Tang San involuntarily twitch his lips in a grimace, shaking his head as he endeavored to cast aside this dreadful notion. Tang San turned his head to glance at Su Huanshan, the Grand Elder. The light indeed possessed a formidable deterrent effect, yet its duration was exceedingly brief. Therefore, do not entertain the notion of becoming complacent. Though Tang San's words remained unfinished, Su Huanshan grasped his intent. With a swift motion, he evaded the wolf, striking it aside with a powerful swipe of his claw. My curiosity was piqued by the instincts of these soul beasts, rather than any inclination to rely on them. The mouse-shaped soul beast once again ensnared itself in the fray, and Tang San found himself momentarily unable to attend to Su Huanshan. Suddenly, his first soul and moisture rapidly coalesced around the mouse-shaped soul beast, enveloping it in a sphere of water. As the creature became ensnared, his third soul ring glimmered to life. The third soul skill, Sorrow of Frost, transformed the water into ice. In the blink of an eye, the water sphere encapsulating the mouse-shaped soul beast transformed into a crystalline block. Boom! Tang Sen uttered a low command, causing the ice sphere to shatter entirely, along with the mouse-shaped spirit beast, which was reduced to mere fragments. Indeed, your technique is quite impressive. The others bore witness to their expressions reflecting a mix of astonishment and complexity. The spirit beast appeared to possess merely a millennium's worth of cultivation. Yet they were perplexed by the fact that this youthful boy could execute such decisive brutality. While it was not outright murder, the manner in which the creature was obliterated was rather extreme. Oh, but the spirit beast did not produce a spirit ring? Su Huanshan's voice, tinged with surprise, broke the silence. With his titled Douluo strength, he found it relatively effortless to contend with these spirit beasts, allowing him the leisure to observe Tang San's actions. He turned his neck, scanning the surroundings, intrigued by the mouse-shaped spirit beast. Logically, even if a spirit beast were to be annihilated beyond recognition, a spirit ring should still manifest. It was illogical for there to be nothing left at all. Tang San's body stiffened momentarily as he abruptly turned his head, casting a glance at the spot where the ice ball had just exploded. It was only at this moment that he comprehended the prior overwhelming sense of incongruity. Indeed, even if a soul beast were to be utterly annihilated, a soul ring would inevitably manifest. Yet, if this creature was not a soul beast, how could it possess power that rivaled that of one? This led Tang San to ponder a certain hypothesis. Could these bizarre creatures that had suddenly emerged be linked to other realms, with deities from alternate planes capable of launching incursions into the Douluo divine realm? It seemed entirely plausible that subordinate realms could also be infiltrated. The more he contemplated, the greater his unease became. He had initially believed that as long as he could locate the divine inheritance, he would have ample time to cultivate himself back into divinity. However, reality dealt him a harsh blow. Tang San, what are you doing? Daydreaming on the battlefield? Do you have a death wish? Su Huanshan flapped his wings, causing his fourth soul ring to illuminate. A flurry of feathers coalesced behind him, and, with a swift motion, they surged towards Tang San. Tang San instinctively dodged upon hearing the commotion. The flying feathers circumvented his figure, encircling a black bear behind him. Roar! The feathers sliced into the bear's flesh with a sharpness akin to that of blades, eliciting splatters of crimson. The bear howled in agony while attempting to evade the onslaught. Yet the feathers clung to it as if they were maggots, landing upon its body regardless of its frantic maneuvers. Thank you, Great Elder. Witnessing this scene, Tang San comprehended that Su Huanshan had intervened to assist him and promptly expressed his gratitude. There is no need for thanks, having brought you out. I must naturally ensure your safe return, Su Huanshan replied with a nod. Satisfied that Tang San was unharmed, he turned his attention back to dealing with other spirit beings. Meanwhile, the fifth elder cast a sidelong glance at Tang San, his expression darkening. Have you to do something? He inquired, furrowing his brow as he flung a shard of ice to repel a beast charging at him. His countenance was somewhat grim. It was perplexing that he faced the most spirit beasts. Had it not been for Su Huanshan and the others intervening, the other beasts would have surged towards him as if he were an unparalleled treasure. Fortunately, the spirit power consumed by his second spirit ring was not excessive. Otherwise, he would have truly struggled to sustain such expenditure. He harbored some conjectures, yet their validity required further confirmation. Tang San hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately decided to divulge some information. If this matter truly pertains to the otherworldly realm, he knew he could not bear the weight of it alone. The others remained silent, clearly awaiting Tang San's next words. For the time being, only the furious roars of various soul beasts and the sounds of battle could be heard. Chapter 34. The two-headed lizard. Following the earlier exception of the rodent-like soul beast, the group instinctively began to observe the carcasses of the creatures they had previously slain. Some of the more familiar soul beasts presented no surprises. Their bodies had already manifested soul rings. However, the unfamiliar beasts, which they had never encountered before, bore no such markings. Unlike the rodent that Tang San had dispatched earlier, these creatures' corpses remained relatively intact, leaving them without any justification for their observations. Tang San sighed softly, stepping forward a few paces. With a deft flick of his trident, he launched another assault on a two-headed giant lizard. Like the previous rodent, this creature was equally unfamiliar to him. Among the beasts, some of these may not even be spirit beasts. Su Huanshan continued to smile like a cunning old fox, though his sharp claws hesitated momentarily. You see these fellows? They certainly do not resemble ordinary animals. Indeed, they had crossed paths with these creatures and thus had a general understanding of their capabilities. If they were not spirit beasts, could they possibly be livestock? Elder, have you encountered a similar rodent before? Tang Sen's movements remained swift. With another flick of his trident, he opened a gash on the two-headed giant lizard. His current strength was still too feeble, and the sea god's domain could hardly restrain foes significantly superior to him. Fortunately, the trident itself was a divine artifact, and Tang Sen wielded it with remarkable ease. Not at all. However, there are myriad types of spirit beasts, some adept at concealment. And it is not surprising for species to dwell in remote areas. Su Huanshan instinctively sought a rationale that would be more palatable. Tang Sen evidently wished to prevent Su Huanshan and the others from indulging in self-deception. He had largely come to the conclusion that these individuals undoubtedly hailed from another realm. However, the specific plane of their origin eluded his current understanding. The sudden emergence of such diverse species was rather perplexing. Moreover, if they had been living in remote areas for an extended period, what could have prompted their abrupt appearance now? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Tang Sen's expression grew solemn. His footsteps ebbed and flowed, his figure becoming increasingly elusive. Roar! The two-headed lizard, having been toyed with by Tang Sen, displayed signs of agitation. Its furious roars echoing. As the cacophony erupted, the creature arched its body, appearing to be in considerable distress. With a swift motion, a bony spike suddenly protruded from its back, followed by a series of tearing sounds. What was this two-headed lizard doing? Self-mutilation? Ding! The Divine King cultivation system announces the initiation of the initial task 5, hunt the two-headed chimera. Two-headed chimera? What could that possibly be? Tang Sen raised an eyebrow. Somewhat perplexed, his gaze gradually settled upon the formidable two-headed lizard before him, a dawning realization washing over him. Could it be that this creature was the two-headed chimera mentioned in the system's mission? Regardless, he had already engaged with this beast. After eliminating it, he would ascertain whether the task was completed. With this thought in mind, Tang Sen swiftly brandished his trident and lunged toward the two-headed lizard. Roar! Instead of retaliating, the lizard swiftly recoiled, attempting to seek refuge behind other beasts. Tang Sen hastily pursued, a strong instinct urging him not to grant it any respite. This sensation struck him unexpectedly, yet he chose to trust it without hesitation. Throughout his years of experience, this almost premonitory intuition had saved him countless times. The two-headed lizard seemed acutely aware of the threat Tang Sen posed, desperately burrowing towards the densely populated area of soul beasts. Those soul beasts, already known for their volatile tempers, would undoubtedly retaliate against Tang Sen's approach, launching a flurry of attacks in his direction. Tang Sen instinctively evaded, yet the two-headed lizard seized the opportunity to widen the gap between them. This cannot continue. I must catch up. I am determined. Tang Sen gritted his teeth and swiftly dispelled his martial soul fusion. Engaging in such a fusion amidst a throng of ferocious beasts could only be described as a suicidal, especially considering that most of the soul beasts before him were over 50,000 years old. Fortunately, due to Tang Sen's formidable spirit, he was able to employ his ghost shadow perplexing track to its utmost after dispelling the martial soul attachment, allowing him to dart out from the encirclement of the soul beasts and rapidly pursue the two-headed lizard. In his fervent quest to catch the two-headed lizard, Tang Sen nearly abandoned all defensive measures, fixating intently on a single target. His reckless determination left those around him in silent astonishment. Tang Sen, have you lost your mind? Su Huanshan exclaimed, exasperated. These beasts were no benign creatures, and for Tang Sen, merely a soul master, to dare charge into their midst was audacious. Despite his fury, Su Huanshan could not simply disregard Tang Sen's reckless actions. After his outburst, he spread his wings and surged forward with utmost speed. In an instant, his seventh soul ring illuminated, summoning a colossal beast that towered several dozen meters high into the arena. Its form resembled that of a lion or tiger, exuding an imposing presence just by standing there. With a mighty flap of its immense white wings, it conjured a tempest that sent the beasts before it. Seizing this opportunity, Tang Sen once again closed in on the two-headed lizard ahead. The mark of the trident re-emerged prominently on his forehead. As golden light erupted forth, the two-headed lizard, which had been desperately fleeing, suddenly froze in place. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Tang Sen's trident reappeared in his grasp, and with a sudden leap forward, he thrust the weapon directly into the neck of the two-headed lizard. Immediately thereafter, two soul rings illuminated simultaneously, and mist coalesced rapidly around the creature. The two-headed lizard sensed the impending danger and turned to bite at Tang Sen. Given the ferocity of the lizard's strike, should he be caught, it would spell disaster for him. If he did not perish, he would certainly be rendered incapacitated. Tang San released the trident and swiftly retreated. At this moment, the frigid energy had amassed within the double-headed lizard's body, with the trident firmly embedded in its neck. If this continued, it would not be long before the double-headed lizard was entirely encased in ice. The creature evidently recognized this peril, thrashing its neck in a desperate attempt to dislodge the weapon. The trident loosened with its movements, but Tang San leapt forward, reclaiming the sea god trident with the chilling essence infiltrating its body significantly hindered the double-headed lizard, as Tang San's skill forcibly confined the moisture within it. Under the influence of the moisture crystallized into frost, rendering its movements sluggish and cumbersome. Taking advantage of its vulnerability, Tang San showed no mercy in this life-or-death confrontation. He raised the trident once more and slashed forward. Roar! Driven to desperation, the double-headed lizard recognized that with its current stamina, escape was futile. It resolved to face the impending strike head-on, turning to meet the incoming trident with its claws. The clash of the trident against its razor-sharp talons produced a resounding metallic clang, accompanied by the faint spark of flying embers. Tang San felt a numbing sensation in his mouth from the shock, nearly losing hold of the sea gods. A flicker of human-like cunning flashed in the eyes of the two-headed lizard, and then its enormous jaws lunged toward Tang San. Chapter 35. Mutation. Tang San would certainly not test the sharpness of the fangs with his own body. He swiftly withdrew. He had anticipated a more ferocious assault. Yet to his astonishment, the two-headed lizard seized this opportunity to turn and flee. Tang San was momentarily taken aback, only to soon reveal a smirk. Boom! The double-headed lizard was already infiltrated by frost, akin to a buried bomb. With a command from Tang San, the fuse was ignited in an instant. A series of muffled explosions followed, and the lizard's fleeing figure abruptly froze. Bulges formed on its body, and blood sprayed forth. The sound of flesh exploding echoed repeatedly as the double-headed lizard howled in agony. The membrane on its back had completely torn apart, and bat-like wings unfurled. As the wings fully spread, the lizard's aura surged dramatically. It turned to face Tang San, its blood-red eyes fixated upon him. Roar! The force of its furious roar sent Tang San staggering back a few steps. Gripping his trident tightly, an unsettling feeling coursed through Tang San. The double-headed lizard had inexplicably grown even more formidable. Clearly, the lizard was not inclined to grant Tang San any respite. Its bat wings flapped vigorously as it charged directly at him. The intensity of its momentum was overwhelming, and Tang San had no desire to confront it head-on. Swiftly evading its attack, the situation between man and beast shifted instantaneously, with the double-headed lizard relentlessly assaulting while Tang San desperately dodged. Meanwhile, not far off, Su Huanshan had unleashed his martial soul, prompting the other three elders to do the same. Faced with four-titled Douluo, the soul beasts posed little threat. It soon became evident that something was amiss. Even as they eliminated these soul beasts, others quickly took their place. The slain soul beasts' corpses vanished almost immediately, their blood seeping into the ground. Everything felt exceedingly abnormal. Moreover, perhaps due to an instinctive perception, Su Huanshan distinctly sensed that the metallic tang in the air had intensified compared to the beginning, now accompanied by a peculiar sweetness, as if it were, "This is not right. Do not linger. We must leave this place." Su Huanshan lashed his tail, resembling a whip, and sent the soul beast behind him flying. He was the first to retreat from the battle, heading towards Tang San. Observing this, the others also refrained from lingering in combat, hastily breaking free from their entangled foes to follow Su Huanshan's lead. What a predicament we find ourselves in. Tang San raised his head, only to meet Su Huanshan's teasing gaze. Just moments ago, he had believed his escape route sealed by the two-headed lizard, convinced that he would surely be sent flying. He glanced at the tail Su Huanshan had just retracted, still stained with traces of blood. It appeared that the recent strike had been successfully deflected. "Thank you," Tang San said, pressing his lips together in gratitude, while gripping his trident, remaining vigilant for the next move of the two-headed lizard. Indeed, he felt acutely aware of his own inadequacies. How could he possibly seek vengeance against those foreign deities in such a weakened state? Enough with the pleasantries. I'm aware of your enigmatic origins. Yet, every individual harbors a secret or two, and as long as you do not pose a threat to Shrek Academy, I shall refrain from interference. You promised to represent the Academy in the Soul Master competition. Do not go back on your word. Su Huanshan waved his hand dismissively, his words serving to clarify his stance. In truth, aside from Tang San's excessively mysterious background, he harbored a genuine fondness for the young man. Heaven knows, upon his arrival, the sight of that enormous lizard nearly striking Tang San sent a wave of panic through him. Without a second thought, he had swung his tail in defense. Had he not arrived in time, the young man would have undoubtedly sustained severe injuries. Rest assured, I never renege on my promises. Tang San smiled knowingly, easily discerning the concealed concern beneath Su Huanshan's awkward demeanor. What was wrong with this fellow? Had he sprouted wings? At that moment, the other three elders hastily approached. Upon witnessing the two-headed lizard, astonishment flickered in their eyes. It bore a striking transformation since they last beheld it. In addition to the enormous wings on its back, its skin displayed a denser array of scales, indicating a significant enhancement in its defensive capabilities. From its neck down to a series of sharp bony protrusions trailed along its spine, encasing the fragile vertebrae within. The bat-like wings appeared delicate, yet their edges shimmered with a metallic sheen, suggesting an alarming sharpness. The bony spikes at the wing's corners added an even more menacing aspect to its already fearsome visage. For reasons unknown, a sudden mutation had occurred. Tang San's gaze remained fixed on the two-headed lizard as he explained without turning back. The second elder attempted to inquire further, but was swiftly interrupted by Su Huanshan. Enough of this discussion. We must leave this place at once. This land indeed harbors grave dangers. Upon hearing Su Huanshan's words, Tang San understood. They had undoubtedly witnessed the land consuming corpses and blood. That creature was back. The third elder noticed a shadow approaching from behind and urgently warned, "Indeed, the sooner we depart the better. Run. Be wary of that lizard's attacks. Do not engage it. We must first escape this territory before dealing with it." Tang San spoke, and the third spirit ring beside him flashed. A chilling aura converged towards the twin-headed lizard as shards of ice shot forth towards it. Seizing this opportunity, Tang San turned and fled, with the others hastily following suit. I could not fathom what it was about us that compelled these creatures to pursue us so relentlessly. The second elder shouted as he ran, "What do you think, old two? Aren't we just like a panacea for these spirit beasts?" Su Huanshan chuckled, his spirit power not greatly depleted, allowing him to maintain a sense of ease as he jested with the second elder beside him. This was indeed the truth. Spirit masters hunted spirit beasts to obtain spirit rings for advancement. Likewise, spirit masters were a tantalizing prospect for spirit. Consuming a spirit master could significantly enhance a spirit beast's cultivation. The higher the spirit power of the master, the greater the benefit. The few of them, titled Douluo, were indeed akin to a miraculous tonic. Yet, this tonic's efficacy depended on whether one possessed the strength to withstand its potency. With our current prowess, ordinary spirit beasts genuinely would not dare to covet us. Yet, it seemed that the spirit beasts in the Sunset Forest had lost their senses, charging at them one after another. Listening to the conversation among his companions, Tang San's gaze darkened. Were they not mad? These spirit beasts were under the influence of that bizarre land, relentlessly hunting any creature that dared to enter its territory, regardless of which side perished. It would all become nourishment for that land. It was the ultimate beneficiary. What then lay hidden deep within that land? Or rather, what monstrous entity would emerge from the countless corpses and blood it consumed? Chapter 36. The Exposure of Traxa. Here they come again. As Tang San shifted his footing, he deftly sidestepped a few paces to evade the gaping maw of the two-headed lizard. Seizing the moment, he employed his second skill once more, cooling the massive lizard behind him. Who knows, perhaps it is indeed as Tang San suggested. These creatures are not soul beasts and, consequently, remain oblivious to our prowess. Su Huanshan remarked nonchalantly, while scanning the surroundings for the junction Tang San had previously mentioned. The distinct contrast in the color of the soil on either side, coupled with the traces left by Tang San and his companions, allowed Su Huanshan to locate the spot without much difficulty. "Follow me," he beckoned the others, dashing towards the intersection. According to their earlier conjecture, once they crossed that threshold, the soul beasts would no longer be under any form of control. This notion was well understood by Tang San as well. He chose not to confront the two-headed lizard directly, instead opting to retreat while engaging in battle, eager to distance himself from this perilous place. The traces they had previously left behind were soon cast far behind them, and a sudden lightness enveloped Tang San and his comrades as the unsettling sensation of being watched dissipated. It appeared they had successfully escaped the clutches of those ghastly beings. With the threat receding, the tension that had gripped Su Huanshan and his companions was finally alleviated. As they approached a massive tree that nearly obstructed their path, Tang San's gaze sharpened. He gathered his strength and leapt forward, landing on a branch not far ahead. The two-headed lizard, having pursued them relentlessly, was caught off guard and failed to decelerate in time, crashing directly into the tree. The dull thud echoed, indicating it had met with considerable impact. Seizing this opportunity, Tang San raised his trident once more, aiming for the vulnerable spot between the lizard's shoulder blades. After the previous skirmish, Tang San found himself somewhat depleted. His soul power could not sustain such exertion. He refrained from channeling his soul power, instead harnessing the inherent advantages of the trident itself. The evolved two-headed lizard, in the presence of the sea god's trident, was evidently outmatched. The trident pierced and swept, leaving a series of crimson lines upon its bony armor. The trident was extraordinarily sharp, and in Tang San's adept hands, it became an extension of his will, wielded with utmost agility. However, the two-headed lizard was no pushover. Tang San's actions had thoroughly enraged it. It abandoned all defense, determined to injure Tang San even at the cost of its own wounds. Consequently, Tang San found himself momentarily overwhelmed. A miscalculation in evasion led to a direct strike from the lizard's massive claw upon his shoulder. A surge of immense force propelled him backward, the sharp claws slicing through his flesh and leaving a gaping wound. Blood welled forth, and he collided against the trunk of a tree, his body slumping weakly to the ground. Tang San, are you all right? I'm fine. Hearing Su Huanshan's voice, Tang San waved his hand dismissively, propping himself against the tree to rise. This creature is indeed quite formidable. Swallowing the metallic taste of blood, Tang San lifted his gaze towards the two-headed lizard, his eyes ablaze with the spirit of battle. No matter the difficulty, he was resolute in his intention to vanquish this foe. If one cannot surmount even this minor obstacle, what right is there to contemplate revenge? With a mere gesture, the sea god's trident transformed into a beam of light, reappearing in Tang San's grasp. Roaring with fervor upon seeing the blood-red tips of the claws, the two-headed lizard exhibited an even greater excitement. It let out a tremendous roar and once again flapped its wings, charging towards Tang San. Su Huanshan and the others could no longer remain mere spectators and swiftly surrounded the creature. A glance exchanged between them revealed the extraordinary understanding forged through years of companionship. The second and third elders positioned themselves on either side, confronting the two heads of the lizard, while the fifth elder incessantly employed ice to disrupt its movements, occasionally delivering a chilling blow to its claws. Su Huanshan, on the other hand, focused on the wings behind the two-headed lizard. Under the coordinated assault of four tidal Douluos, the two-headed lizard found itself at a disadvantage, its counterattacks growing increasingly strenuous. The group's cooperation was remarkably seamless, effectively cutting off the lizard's escape routes. After several failed attempts to break free, a glint of malice flickered in its eyes. It then abruptly turned, charging towards Tang San, fully aware that among this group, Tang San possessed the least strength. Tang San was taken aback, and a myriad of emotions surged within him. This two-headed lizard actually regarded him as an... Did it truly believe he feared it? Tang San let out a furious roar, and the arc of the sea god's trident danced with exquisite intricacy, filling his being with a remarkable sensation. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though he were enveloped in sunlight, warm and soothing, rendering him disinclined to stir. Meanwhile, in the Douluo god realm, several figures, adorned in garments of varying styles, suddenly materialized, tracing the rays of light as they descended. The fleeing god king had made his appearance. The group huddled together, gazing vacantly at the clouds, their eyes devoid of focus, unaware of their surroundings, which were littered with ruins. They immediately dispatched someone to seek him out. Consuming him would bring our world a step closer to resurrection. As that voice faded, the figures beside him swiftly dissipated. At that moment, Tang San remained oblivious to the fact that his existence had already been discerned by the enemy due to this unforeseen turn of events. A golden radiance emanated from within him, dispelling the surrounding darkness. This brilliance was far more potent than when his martial soul had manifested, causing even the two-headed lizard that charged towards him to halt in its tracks. Time seemed to stand still in that singular instant. At this moment, Tang San's consciousness was crystal clear, yet he found himself utterly unable to command his own body. He could perceive a formidable force guiding him, orchestrating the sea god's trident to execute one familiar movement after another. This was the Golden 13. Tang San quickly recognized that the technique just employed was the first form of the Golden 13 halberds, known as the Uncertain Gale. In the instant enveloped by golden light, the two-headed lizard was already immobilized by the uncertain gale, rendering any possibility of escape utterly impossible. Tang Sen was filled with astonishment. The golden 13 halberds, once his signature technique, was certainly familiar to him. However, given his current level of soul power, he was utterly incapable of employing it. Tang San could only watch helplessly as an unknown energy propelled his body to wield the spear in his hand. The golden 13 spears, third style, irretrievable. The sea god trident was flung from his grasp, akin to a wild stallion breaking free, charging forth with an indomitable spirit towards the two-headed lizard. The creature, terrified, exerted every ounce of strength in a futile attempt to evade the attack, yet found itself unable to even flutter its wings. With a swift whoosh, the sea god trident pierced directly into the heart of the two-headed lizard. What followed was a miraculous spectacle. The trident transformed into a beam of golden light, seamlessly merging into the creature's body. Simultaneously, the golden aura enveloping Tang Sen dissipated rapidly, restoring control of his body back to him. As the golden light faded, the inhabitants of the divine realm once again lost sight of Tang San. Chapter 37. Loss of control. A contemplative expression flickered across Tang San's eyes, as he seemed to sense that powerful energy, which ultimately receded into the sea of consciousness. Could it be that this enigmatic force is connected to the system residing within his mind? I will not harm you. If you wish to uncover the truth, hasten to complete your initial task. I await the day you truly awaken me. A voice suddenly resonated deep within his mind, ethereal and elusive, yet imparting a sense of warmth. It felt as though this voice would never bring harm. Tang San, are you all right? A familiar call echoed in his ears, and he perceived someone manipulating his body. Without further contemplation, he gradually opened his eyes. Almost instantaneously upon regaining consciousness, Tang San felt an overwhelming fatigue coursing through his bones, a weariness so profound that it tempted him to surrender to sleep without a care. Yet, ultimately, reason prevailed. He blinked, slowly propping himself up to sit. Who would have thought? You're quite impressive, aren't you? You dispatched that lizard in just a few moves. The second elder, filled with admiration, patted Tang San on the shoulder. As a true martial enthusiast, witnessing Tang San's evidently extraordinary abilities, which far surpassed those of a typical soul, ignited a sense of appreciation within him. Tang San's body stiffened momentarily, nearly causing him to stumble. Already weakened, he had barely managed to steady himself when this sudden pressure became unbearable. All right, my dear second elder, are you not aware of your own strength? He thought, feeling as though he might be toppled not by the great lizard, but rather by the force of the elder's hands. Su Huanshan approached, noticing Tang San's discomfort, and with a smile, gently brushed the second elder's hand off his shoulder. I merely became overly excited upon encountering such an intriguing junior. The second elder, unperturbed, offered a slight defense before turning his attention back to Tang San. Do enlighten me about that sudden burst of energy you exhibited. Of course, I do not require an exhaustive explanation. Mere curiosity compels me to inquire. A basic overview will suffice. Upon hearing the latter part of the second elder's statement, Su Huanshan halted his earlier instinct to intervene. If he refrained from probing too deeply, it could be deemed not an intrusion into other secrets. In truth, he too was quite curious. When that golden light manifested, the four of them were not far from the two-headed lizard and were enveloped within its radiant aura. The intimidation that accompanied the emergence of that golden light lingered in their minds, evoking a sense of vulnerability that even their titled Douluo strength could not dispel. Could this be the might of the divine? The sea god's trident, the mysterious origins, the overwhelming golden light that instilled a sense of helplessness, and the name Tang San. All these elements pointed to the extraordinary nature of this youth. Fortunately, the golden light was directed at the two-headed lizard and posed no threat to them. As the light enveloped them, their wounds began to mend rapidly, and even the soul power they had previously expended was swiftly replenished, erasing their fatigue. This effect was not inferior to that of a healing-type soul master. Yet Tang San was not a strength type. The individuals present were filled with questions, and the second elder's inquiry echoed their own thoughts. They remained silent, their gazes converging upon Tang San. Tang San himself was utterly bewildered, unable to provide any clarity to the elders. Please do not gaze at me in such a manner. I truly do not comprehend the situation. In truth, I find myself even more perplexed than you. In a mere instant, it felt as though my body had slipped from my control, and by the time I regained mastery over it, this was the state of affairs. Tang San raised his hands in a gesture of resignation. He would not easily divulge the peculiarities occurring within him. Having stated this, He paid no heed to the reactions of others and proceeded directly towards the location of the two-headed lizard. The system's task had not yet indicated completion, leaving only two possibilities. Either the two-headed lizard had not yet perished, or he had misidentified the task's objective. However, the former seemed far more plausible. Behind him, several elders exchanged glances, each comprehending that Tang San was withholding information, yet they felt it inappropriate to press further. Everyone harbors secrets, and such vital pieces of information, akin to a life-saving trump card, are indeed the most concealed of secrets. Their relatively brief acquaintance with Tang San rendered his reticence understandable. With this realization, the elders felt a sudden clarity and hastened to close the distance, surrounding Tang San as they awaited his next move. Upon observing the two-headed lizard, they detected something amiss. Its entire body shimmered with a golden hue, completely devoid of its previous menacing appearance. Was this truly the same lizard they had encountered before? The fifth elder scrutinized the creature for several moments before shifting his gaze back to Tang San, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Huh, who would have thought, young brother, that your skills also possess an aesthetic enhancement? The third elder, with a hand resting on the shoulder of the second elder, winked at Tang San. Not only the elders, but even Tang San himself felt a tinge of bewilderment. Enough of this jesting. It is likely that the effects of the previous attack on the two-headed lizard have yet to dissipate, resulting in this unusual coloration. Su Huanshan elucidated, a subtle smile playing upon his lips. Tang San paid them no heed. Upon becoming acquainted, he realized that although these elders held the esteemed title of Douluo, they exhibited no airs of superiority. Instead, they were remarkably affable. Tang San lowered his head, his fingers idly toying with the two-headed lizard. As he had anticipated, despite its current state, the creature still retained a remarkable vitality within. His soul power was rapidly depleting, rendering him incapable of manifesting his martial soul. Furthermore, the sea god trident was beyond his reach. Thus, he resolutely drew forth the crossbow arrow he had previously prepared. The arrow had been honed to a razor-sharp edge, and he believed it would effortlessly pierce the lizard's tough hide. With this thought, Tang San swiftly aimed the arrow at the creature's neck and drew it across. Clang! The arrow clashed against the lizard's scales, producing a sound reminiscent of metal striking stone, sparking a flurry of sparks, yet leaving merely a faint scratch on the resilient surface. Tang San furrowed his brow, exerting additional strength as he skillfully maneuvered the crossbow bolt into the crevice of the scales. With a sudden and forceful thrust downwards, he pierced through the already fragile flesh beneath the scales, resulting in an immediate explosion of crimson droplets. What are you doing, Tang San? Su Huanshan questioned, clearly perplexed by Tang San's actions. Observing him struggle to sever the neck of the two-headed lizard, he appeared astonished. Could it be that this young man harbored such peculiar interests? Was he intent on bringing back the severed head of the two-headed lizard as a trophy? It's not dead yet. Tang San did not lift his head, remaining engrossed in the task at hand. Such a simple four-character phrase caused the others to draw closer, their attention riveted on the two-headed lizard. Chapter 38. Strange Beasts. It truly has not perished. This creature's vitality is remarkably resilient. The third elder reached out, prodding the claws of the two-headed lizard, and indeed sensed the faint flicker of life within. This is quite a struggle. It would be better if, before the third elder could finish his thought, Su Huanshan interjected, halting his subsequent words. There was no need for speculation. It was evident that the third elder had intended to step in to assist Tang San in dealing with the two-headed lizard. If the sole intention was to eliminate the creature to prevent future troubles, why would Tang San not simply allow them to act? By offering a mere hint, the fact that the two-headed lizard was still alive meant that none among them would stand idly by. Yet, he opted to take matters into his own hands, choosing to painstakingly wear down the creature with a single crossbow bolt, unwilling to delegate the task to another. There was certainly a deeper reason behind this decision. Though the third elder and the others had not pondered this deeply, Su Huanshan's reaction indicated that the situation was far from simple. At this moment, Tang San had no time to pay them any heed. He had already severed one head from the two-headed lizard and was diligently working to detach the unbeknownst to him. At the neck where he had removed the head, the flesh was writhing with growth. Tang San's actions could be likened to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, as he fortuitously seized the vital essence of the two-headed chimera. This extraordinary creature, born of dual existence, possesses the astonishing ability to resurrect as long as either its heart or head remains intact, even if one half of its corporeal form is shattered. Revival is still possible, Previously, the trident of the sea god pierced the heart of the two-headed chimera, and as long as the heart had not regenerated, severing its head would ensure its true demise. Is it undergoing restoration? Such rapid recuperative powers could indeed defy death. Tang Sen overlooked certain matters, yet Su Huanshan and others, who had been observing from the sidelines, did not miss a detail. They watched in astonishment as the fleshy growth transformed into a small tumor, seemingly intent on further. Upon hearing this, Tang San was taken aback. His hand, poised for a decisive cut, faltered momentarily. With such formidable regenerative capabilities, could he truly bring about its demise? According to your innermost thoughts, sever its head, echoed a transcendent voice in his sea of consciousness. Whether it was merely a figment of his imagination, Tang Sen sensed that this time, the voice bore a less tranquil tone, its concealed resentment nearly spilling forth. Who are you? What grievances do you harbor? Tang San was beset by numerous doubts, yet ultimately, he could only bury these questions deep within his heart. The sound resonated with profound empathy, and the image of the divine realm being besieged by deities from another world resurfaced vividly in his mind. In an instant, Tang San's pupils turned crimson. It was as if he were entranced. With a sudden force, the head that was already on the verge of severance plummeted to the ground. The moment the head detached, the corpse before Tang San instantly lost its vitality. The once writhing flesh withered into a lifeless mass, completely devoid of energy. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the initial task, hunting the two-headed chimera. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Tang San felt an immense wave of relief wash over him. The force he had exerted dissipated, and he sank wearily to the ground. Is it truly dead? Su Huanshan mused, examining the lifeless body on the ground, his expression tinged with uncertainty. After all, just moments ago, that creature seemed poised for resurgence. How could it be vanquished so swiftly? Tang Sen nodded, steadying his. There are no soul rings. Su Huanshan inspected the creature and confirmed that the two-headed lizard had indeed lost all vitality. Yet, there was not the slightest indication of a soul ring forming upon its corpse. Being from entirely different species and cultivation systems, it naturally bore no soul rings. Tang Sen pondered this and could not help but sigh. I can now ascertain that this creature is not a native species of the Douluo continent. Not a native species? Could it be from beyond the Douluo continent? Su Huanshan furrowed his brow, contemplating Tang San's words. Tang San initiated the conversation, seemingly affirming his conjecture. Su Huanshan took a few steps, his brow furrowed, evidently pondering something rather unpleasant. I had the fortune of perusing the rare manuscript left by Tang San, entitled Collection of Exotic Beasts. It is said that the creatures described within originate from realms beyond the Douluo continent. Could this two-headed lizard also be one of them? Upon hearing this, a hint of nostalgia flickered in Tang San's eye. It was during his encounter with the 10-headed sun serpent in the city of Slaughter that he realized the existence of a connection between the Douluo continent and other planes. Subsequently, he compiled the collection of exotic beasts based on the extraordinary creatures etched in his memory, hoping that future generations would not be devoid of knowledge when faced with such beasts. Yet, shortly after its completion, the manuscript vanished without a trace. To his astonishment, it seemed that someone had indeed laid eyes upon it, and that individual stood right before him. One cannot help but marvel at the inscrutable nature of fate. Indeed, this two-headed lizard, known as the two-headed chimera, is also an exotic beast. Tang Sen did not conceal anything and directly revealed the name mentioned by the system. He was not particularly concerned about Su Huanshan's inquiries, as they had always suspected a connection between him and the sea god. As he had anticipated, Su Huanshan readily accepted his explanation. In his view, Tang San's profound relationship with the former sea god was not surprising, given his superior understanding of the strange. What truly piqued his interest, however, was another matter. The records indicated that these strange beasts were rarely encountered and possessed formidable strength. Yet, Su Huanshan hesitated. For since their entry into the Twilight Forest, they had encountered numerous unfamiliar creatures. While it was true that these creatures were indeed powerful, the assertion of their rarity seemed rather dubious. Su Huanshan's implication was clear to Tang San. He had previously traversed the dimensional barriers without relying on divine artifacts. Even with divine strength, it was a struggle, so how could beasts of lesser caliber possibly achieve such feats? In truth, a vague suspicion had begun to form in his mind. Within the Twilight Forest undoubtedly lay some entity that enabled the construction of a gateway connecting the two continents. As for their ultimate objective, Tang San found himself unable to grasp it fully at this moment. It was evident that something was amiss in the twilight forest, and he wondered if similar occurrences had transpired in other regions. As Tang San's voice faded, it received no reply. Su Huanshan retrieved a mirror from the soul guide device, his expression growing increasingly grave. Tang San remained silent, his gaze sweeping up and down the mirror before him. The mirror exuded a potent wave of soul power, clearly composed of such energy. It appeared capable of facilitating communication with others. However, its effective range remained uncertain. Shortly thereafter, having seemingly concluded his conversation with the individuals on the other side, Su Huanshan put away the mirror and turned, his gaze meeting Tang San's. In the Douluo Empire, a similar situation had arisen. Su Huanshan did not attempt to conceal anything, directly conveying the information he had just acquired. We must swiftly uncover the cause and find a way to halt this. Upon seeing Su Huanshan's grim countenance, Tang San sensed that matters were dire. He sighed deeply, realizing that the situation was far more severe than they had anticipated. Tang San, what do you truly know? The attention of the other four was instantly drawn to him, as it was evident that he possessed knowledge far exceeding theirs. Let us first proceed to the ice and fire yin-yang eye. If my suspicions are correct, there we shall discover the answers we seek. Tang San said little and directly rose to lead the way. This matter could not be succinctly explained in just a few words, and its absurdity might render Su Huanshan and the others skeptical. It was far better to bring them directly to witness it for themselves. Surely, they would come to a decisive conclusion upon seeing it with their own eyes. The path to the Eye of Ice and Fire was familiar to Tang San, and as Su Huanshan and the others followed closely behind, they were filled with various speculations about his confident demeanor. Curiously, since leaving the enigmatic realm of the peculiar soil, they had encountered no beasts obstructing their. Were it not for the faint echoes of roars emanating from a distance, they might have doubted whether the creatures of the setting sun forest had perished entirely. Caution was warranted. The situation felt decidedly amiss. Tang San, upon speaking, felt a touch of awkwardness as he absent-mindedly stroked his chin. The individuals beside him were among the most distinguished figures on the Douluo continent. He could sense something amiss, so it was improbable that others would remain oblivious. Su Huanshan and the others, however, exhibited no overt reactions. They merely nodded at Tang San before stepping forward, positioning themselves protectively around him. I shall lead the way. You stay in the center, Su Huanshan declared, and almost immediately, the rest adjusted their formation. Each took a position in a different direction, encircling Tang San with unwavering vigilance. Tang San was acutely aware that their intentions were benevolent. At his current level of Soul Master, he could hardly contribute, and instead, he would become a tempting target for the beasts. The group maintained their formation as they made their way toward the Eye of Ice and Fire, enveloped in darkness. The surrounding environment was eerily silent, with only the sound of their movement slicing through the stillness. This unsettling quiet persisted until they approached the depths of the Sunset Mountain Range. As they ascended the peak, Tang San observed that Su Huanshan had completed his martial soul manifestation. The flapping of his wings stirred a tempest that rustled the leaves on the ground, producing. The hidden entities in the shadows were startled, and crimson figures suddenly emerged. Sensing the looming threat, Tang San promptly summoned his martial soul. As the sea goddess trident materialized, a golden glow illuminated the surroundings. By the light of the shimmering radiance, they finally discerned the situation before them. Simultaneously, Tang San extended his spiritual awareness. Within the forest, it seemed a mysterious force was suppressing his soul, allowing him to perceive only within a radius of several meters. These were all soul beasts. Tang San furrowed his brow, uncertain as he scanned the surroundings once more, and confirmed that they were indeed surrounded by soul beasts. These creatures, clustered together and lying low, seemed startled by the recent commotion, with some already charging towards them. The crimson shadows they had glimpsed earlier were, in fact, the eyes of these beasts. We must retreat, Su Huanshan exclaimed, flapping his wings to shake off the tendrils that had entangled them. Strangely, upon witnessing Tang San and his companions retreat, the soul beasts did not pursue them. This unexpected development allowed the group to breathe a sigh of relief. If these beasts had truly decided to attack en masse, their chances of escaping unscathed would be slim. Having retreated for several dozen meters, they finally paused. This distance felt relatively safe. Even if the soul beasts reversed their course to chase after them, they would have ample time to flee. Exchanging glances, the group prepared to confront the few soul beasts that had been pursuing them, but a long, resonant howl emanated from the herd behind them. The sound was deep and steady, reminiscent of an ancient call. Upon hearing this cry, the pursuing soul beasts visibly froze before retreating, leaving only a solitary ghost-faced wolf spider behind. A roar erupted from the mass of soul beasts, tinged with urgency. The ghost-faced wolf spider, however, its blood-red eyes swept over Tang San and his companions with a chilling gaze. Lowering its 8 claws, it then sprang forth with a sudden, explosive leap towards them. How audacious, to think a mere 80,000-year-old creature would dare act so brazenly. Upon witnessing the approach of the ghost-faced wolf spider, the second elder's fighting spirit surged instantly. He summoned his martial spirit, launching a powerful claw strike. The second elder was confident in his combat prowess. His martial spirit excelled in close combat, with both his physical strength and claws significantly enhanced. A strike from him would surely inflict serious wounds on the ghost-faced wolf spider. Yet, to his astonishment, the ghost-faced wolf spider had no intention of confronting him directly. Instead, it feigned an attack, releasing several strands of silk that even ensnared Tang San and Su Huanshan. As the silken threads flew towards them, the second elder instinctively dodged to the side, a reaction mirrored by the others. Tang San was no stranger to such threats. Prior to his ascension to godhood, he had encountered spiders on numerous occasions, and the memories they left were far from pleasant. The resilience of the ghost-faced wolf spider's silk was unmatched by that of the human-faced demon spider or the cavern demon spider. Its formidable toughness, combined with the inherent toxicity, meant that being ensnared by it would not be a pleasant experience. Fortunately, Tang San and his companions were not inexperienced. Their evasive maneuvers were notable. Several strands of web fell to the ground without touching them. However, when they regained their composure, they found no trace of the ghost-faced wolf spider. Had it exerted such effort merely to flee? After a prolonged silence, the third elder spoke with a somewhat peculiar expression. The second elder appeared equally bewildered. He had fully prepared himself for a confrontation with the ghost-faced wolf spider, only to find that the enemy had abruptly vanished. What a tragic turn of events this is. It indeed seems to be the case. Tang San twitched his lips as the unfolding situation completely caught him off guard. Who would have thought that the ferocious ghost-faced wolf spider was merely attempting to flee for its life? What a disappointment. All that anticipation was in vain. The second elder curled his lip, dispelling his martial spirit. Are you itching for a fight? The third elder inquired, leaning in to pat the second elder on the shoulder. Chapter 40. The mysterious little girl. As the second elder glanced over, the third elder chuckled quietly, gesturing toward the throng of soul beasts nearby. Look over there. A whole pack. Choose whichever one you fancy. The second elder grimaced. He was combative, not foolish. With so many soul beasts, rushing in would be tantamount to courting death. He turned his head away, refusing to look at the person beside him who was grinning like a fool. Old 3, it seems you've been a bit too lax lately. Once the mission is completed and we return to the academy, let us have a proper contest. Please, do not. As a support type, if you make me undergo intensive training, it would be a death sentence. What's wrong with support types? You are a title Douluo of the support category, after all. Hearing the banter between the two, Tang San couldn't help but smile. The atmosphere, which had been tense moments ago, had lightened considerably thanks to their antics. Noticing Tang San's smirk, Su Huanshan approached. The second and third elders are always like this. If they ever stop causing a ruckus, we would find it quite unusual. As they chatted casually, they kept an eye on the situation of the beast herd not far away. After their retreat, the soul beasts acted as if the trio had never existed, turning back towards the depths of the Sunset Mountain range and lying in wait once more. The sheer number of soul beasts was staggering, stretching out as far as the eye could see. Tang San began to suspect that perhaps all the soul beasts of the Sunset Forest had gathered here. What could be the purpose of this congregation? Su Huanshan murmured thoughtfully, his expression contemplative. What had started as an instinctive action unexpectedly drew Tang San's response. If my guess is correct, their objective is likely the same as ours. Su Huanshan was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing what Tang San was implying. Are you suggesting that these soul beasts are also seeking to uncover the cause of the anomalies in the Sunset Forest? It seems the problem extends beyond the Sunset Forest. The entire Sunset Mountain range, along with several other soul beast forests, is likely experiencing issues. The sudden appearance of strange beasts must surely be connected to the disturbances within the soul beast forests. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Su Huanshan immediately grasped the crux of the matter. According to your assertion, as long as we identify this catalyst, we can resolve this anomaly? Tang San nodded. The so-called incentive must lie amidst the soul beasts. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry. The longer we delay, the more dire the situation becomes. Having finally extricated himself from the incessant ramblings of the third elder, he arrived to hear such thrilling news. The second elder was evidently quite exhilarated. He cast a glance at the gathering of soul beasts, a hint of mirth dancing in his eyes. It seems that, as the third elder suggested, we truly must take a stroll through the throng of soul beasts. Tang San and his companions similarly focused their gaze upon the horde of spirit beasts. Given the considerable commotion, their intentions were not difficult to surmise. The emergence of the aberrant creatures would undoubtedly be first detected by these spirit beasts, whose interests were the first to be compromised. Thus, in comparison to humans, the spirit beasts would be more inclined to swiftly close the passage. Let us not be hasty. There are far too many spirit beasts gathered. We should observe their actions and discern their true intentions. Perhaps these spirit beasts might resolve the issue at hand. Su Huanshan interjected, raising his hand to halt the second elder. In the current predicament, a direct confrontation would not be prudent. While the group deliberated, the spirit beasts clearly had no intention of allowing them to remain uninvolved. The once tranquil assembly of spirit beasts suddenly erupted into a frenzy. The cacophony of footsteps, some light, others heavy, echoed around them. From the shadows not far away, the previously concealed crimson figures re-emerged, densely packed, and instilling a profound chill. What is amiss with these creatures? As the spirit beasts grew increasingly agitated, Tang San and his companions heightened their vigilance, ready to unleash their martial spirits and flee at a moment's notice. Fortunately, after their recent rest, their soul power was nearly restored. Should a confrontation ensue, they would have the opportunity to escape. The agitation among the spirit beasts intensified, punctuated by intermittent roars emanating from the center, sounds that were both mournful and defiant. The palpable resentment within those cries sent a shiver through Tang San and his companions, leaving them feeling uneasy and a metallic taste rising in their throats. This is bad. We must retreat, Su Huanshan decisively commanded, leading the others backward. Suddenly, a chime echoed, announcing, Divine King Cultivation System, initial task, respect from Huafan. Accomplished. What on earth? Huafan has awakened, but I have done nothing during this time. Whence does this sudden respect arise? Tang Sin felt a surge of exasperation within, but now was not the time for such thoughts. Simply by exuding an imposing aura, he could stifle their breaths, leaving the main party at a disadvantage. If they did not flee now, when would they? Since they had arrived, why the haste to depart? A voice, ethereal and resonant, emerged from the throng of beasts. With its arrival, the once restless spirit beasts gradually fell into a tranquil silence, orderly parting to reveal a pathway. A lively and adorable girl, appearing to be around 7 or 8 years old, bounded forth from the end of the path. Were it not for the surrounding mass of spirit beasts, the scene would have been truly delightful. In her arms, the girl cradled a black cat, and within no time, she reached the group of Tang San and his companions. I apologize for not welcoming you earlier. I hope esteemed guests can forgive my oversight. You must be here regarding the recent anomalies in the spirit beast forest. Would you care to come in and take a look? Upon hearing the girl's words, the group exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. They were all beings of considerable intelligence and could not naively assume that this little girl posed no threat. If we choose not to enter, will you allow us to leave unscathed? Elder Sin inquired bluntly. At that moment, the black cat in the girl's arms opened its eyes and glanced over. In that instant, Elder San felt as though he were being targeted by an unparalleled beast, as if his life were hanging in the balance. Elder San, are you all right? Elder Air was the first to notice something amiss with Elder San, stepping protectively in front of him. Your demeanor does not seem to invite us as guests, my lady. Su Huanshan, merely gazing at the girl, showed no fear even in the presence of the seemingly ageless spirit beasts. Your words are truly disheartening. I genuinely wish to invite you inside. It is crucial to understand that if this matter remains unresolved, it will endanger not just the spirit beasts. The girl's hand glided soothingly over the back of the black cat. Su Huanshan and the others realized that this child was far from being an innocent little girl. She was resolute in her intention to have them enter, and the notion of departing easily was but a whimsical dream. Moreover, her claims were not without merit. In a world where the nest is disrupted, how can the eggs remain intact? Should they neglect the issue, once the spirit beasts were dealt with, humanity would be the next victim. After a brief hesitation, the group ultimately chose to acquiesce for the time being. Chapter 41. The anomaly of the ice and fire polar. They did not comprehend the girl's motives, but had little choice but to follow her lead. They proceeded along the path cleared by the spirit beasts, moving forward. The The girl seemed particularly intrigued by Tang San, attempting to engage him in conversation throughout their journey. Unfortunately, Tang San's mind was consumed with matters of another realm, leaving him disinclined to respond. In this peculiar atmosphere, they soon beheld a faint glimmer ahead. It was the ice and fire polar eye. Observing Su Huanshan's indecision, the girl did not conceal her intentions, directly voicing the words he had left unspoken. Tang San was lost in thought when he overheard the two conversing, and he suddenly realized they were heading towards the eye of ice and fire. Over the past 5 centuries, the changes had been monumental. Even the Sunset Mountain range was vastly different from what it once was. Soul beasts were lined up from the place they had previously observed, extending all the way to the periphery of the eye of ice and fire. The closer they approached the eye, the stronger the soul beasts appeared. Upon arrival, Su Huanshan cautiously inquired, "May I ask what your purpose is in bringing us to the vicinity of the eye of ice and fire?" Observing the layers of flora before him, he continued, "There is no need for pretense. Most soul beasts do not appreciate the convoluted ways of humans. It is better to speak plainly." The little girl wrinkled her nose in disdain, clearly unimpressed by Su Huanshan's feigned sincerity. Su Huanshan absent-mindedly rubbed his nose, harboring his own suspicions. Although the Eye of Ice and Fire was indeed a treasure, it was not a place for everyone to approach. The Bai Lin Chi-Ju flower, which thrived on its outskirts, posed a challenge even for most soul masters and soul beasts. Our Shrek Academy does possess a remedy that temporarily immunizes against toxins, but it only lasts for half an hour at most. The Eye of Ice and Fire contains a variety of celestial herbs and poisons, creating a complex situation. Even with medicine, there can be no guarantees. Upon hearing Su Huanshan's words, the little girl not only remained unfazed but broke into laughter. "Oh, you need not worry about that." Tang San, who had been intently listening to their exchange, furrowed his brow. He was quite familiar with the Bai Lin Chi-Ju flower, as Douluo Bo had filled the valley surrounding the Eye of Ice and Fire with it. Coupled with the toxins and barriers within the eye, it formed a natural defense that would deter most from approaching. Tang San was not particularly afraid of poison, although he had lost his soul power. The memories he retained were still vivid, and poison had never posed an obstacle for him. Just as he pondered how to confront the toxins within the Eye of Ice and Fire, the little girl's voice chimed in again. "How long has it been since you last entered the Eye of Ice and Fire?" Su Huanshan frowned, scrutinizing the little girl from head to toe. Her words suggested that she frequented the place, and he exchanged a knowing glance with Tang San, realizing that this girl might hold valuable information that could be extracted. Tang San caught the gaze of Su Huanshan, momentarily pausing. He was uncertain of how to interact with the child. Considering that she was the embodiment of a soul being, he felt somewhat relieved from his awkwardness. "May I ask a question?" Seeing Tang San finally acknowledge her, the little girl appeared exceedingly delighted, her bright eyes sparkling with, "Of course, anything I know shall be disclosed without reservation." With that, she boldly inquired, "Have you discerned the cause of the anomalies occurring in the various soul beast forests?" Upon hearing Tang San's question, the others also perked up, for it was a matter that piqued their curiosity. "We are still uncertain. Previously, we received news from the Stardow Forest that soul beast forests across the continent have been invaded by some unknown species. They are exceedingly bloodthirsty, systematically hunting soul beasts. Thus, the adults dispatched Shadow and me to investigate." At this point, the little girl turned to glance at Su Huanshan. "In fact, I had entered the Ice and Fire Yin Yang before your arrival. Therefore, the pills you concealed are of little use to me. They are primarily for your own consumption." Her tone was exceptionally light-hearted, as if she had not ventured into a place of great peril. Su Huanshan remained silent, a formulaic smile gracing his lips. Noticing that her words failed to elicit the expected reaction, the little girl appeared somewhat disheartened. "The situation within the Ice and Fire Yin Yang has changed significantly. Most of the celestial herbs and poisons have lost their vitality. That entity is draining the life force of the surrounding beings." As if recalling something dreadful, her voice trembled slightly. The others exchanged glances, their curiosity about the entity she mentioned deepening. "What precisely is that entity you speak of?" Tang San pressed, sensing that it could potentially be the catalyst behind the forest's anomalies. "It cannot be succinctly explained. You will understand once you see it for yourselves." In the span of a few brief exchanges, the little girl had regained her composure, gently stroking the back of the black cat in her arms. She began to approach the 7 Absolute flower. "Follow me. Here, take this pill first. They're immune to all toxins, but we are not." Su Huanshan retrieved a porcelain vial from his soul guide and dispensed the pills. "7 Absolute pill?" With the pill pinched between his fingers, Tang San examined it closely. The familiar fragrance wafting to his nose, leaving him with a peculiar expression. You know of this as well? Sometimes. I truly wonder if you are the illegitimate child of that esteemed figure. In response to Su Huanchan's teasing remark, Tang San merely smiled, choosing not to engage further. Su Huanchan, feeling somewhat disinterested, consumed the pill and waded toward the 7 absolute flower, followed closely by the remaining elders. Tang San hesitated for a moment, his face etched with anguish as he consumed the pill in his hand. He never imagined that one day the 7 absolute pill would be employed in such a manner. The 7 absolute pill, being an exceedingly toxic substance, was ingeniously utilized in a strategy of counteracting poison with poison, particularly in response to the ice and fire duel in the green scale 7 absolute flower. Truly, that individual was exceptionally talented, as Tang San grumbled. He hastened to catch up with the others ahead. Upon traversing the outermost thicket of the 7 absolute flowers with their azure scales, he instantly sensed something amiss. The desolation here was striking. It was impossible to discern the former vibrant spectacle where various exotic flora once vied for attention around the ice and fire eyes. Although he had previously taken some celestial herbs and poisonous plants, he had also left behind seeds. Logically, such barrenness should not prevail. Look there. That entity is situated at the juncture of the extreme cold Yin spring and the blazing hot Yang spring. To prevent the aberrant beasts from encroaching further, that entity must be destroyed. Following the direction indicated by the little girl, they too noticed the anomaly at the boundary of red and blue. Chapter 42. Longing. The ice and fire eyes, located in the enchanting realm of Zhongling, serve as a convergence point for the spiritual energy of the universe. Yet now, the ice and fire eyes bear no semblance of their former glory, resembling 2 long-abandoned pools. Between the 2 opposing springs stood a time-worn gate. To call it a gate would be an overstatement. It would be more fitting to refer to it as a passageway for teleportation. Mist of crimson and azure continuously coalesced, forming a vortex suspended in the air. Tang San furrowed his brows, scrutinizing the peculiar object suspended in midair. He sensed a presence of spatial energy emanating from it. It was precisely as you imagined. A young girl stepped forward, positioning herself beside Tang San. You can feel it too, can't you? The aura of brutal destruction. Tang San remained silent, as the chaotic aura surrounding him was too overwhelming to ignore. The space around the swirling vortex seemed to be crumpled and distorted. Initially, the anomalies manifested in minor areas, with only a few strange beasts appearing, which did not capture our attention. However, as events unfolded uncontrollably, these creatures began to hunt soul beasts in a seemingly organized manner. The alarming rate at which the soul beasts were diminishing caught the attention of several individuals within the Stardow forest. Do you comprehend the significance of this? Tang San's gaze remained fixed on the swirling vortex above, his mind racing to analyze the current situation. Judging by the previous display of these soul, it was evident that they possessed a wealth of information. I must insist that you allow me to finish speaking, he remarked, only to be interrupted mid-sentence. The little girl pouted, clearly a bit vexed. However, rather than displaying anger, she playfully winked at Tang San. It's not as difficult to comprehend as you might think. Is it? The existence of extraordinary creatures has long been established on this continent. They can traverse the barriers of worlds, so why should other beings be any different? At this point, the girl paused. I know what you wish to inquire about. You have already made up your mind regarding those matters, have you not? Your Majesty the God King? Upon discerning the girl's final words through her lips, Tang San's pupils constricted, and an uncontrollable surge of murderous intent began to emanate. Tang San had never contemplated concealing anything, yet his current predicament served as the most effective disguise. Even with the name Tang San, none would equate him with the former sea god. His appearance and martial spirit had undergone a profound transformation, to the extent that even his erstwhile companions might fail to recognize him. Who, then, was this individual before him, capable of discerning his true identity? Could it be that the forces of otherworldly deities had already infiltrated this realm? Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. The little girl continued to smile innocently, seemingly oblivious to the aura of menace that surrounded them. Yet, this very demeanor heightened Tang San's vigilance. Tang San, what troubles you? Su Huanchan and the others, having sensed the peculiar atmosphere between the two, approached them, unbeknownst to whether it was intentional or accidental. Tang San and his companions had conversed with their backs turned to the others, rendering their lip movements indecipherable to anyone else. Tang San remained silent, his gaze fixed on the little girl beside him, sharp and piercing like that of a hawk. Who are you? It seemed he had sensed the murderous aura emanating from Tang San, As the previously docile black cat arched its back for bristling, the little girl stroked its spine, her eyes drifting from Tang San to the chaotic scene not far away. You may call me Xiangxi. She stood amidst desolation, surrounded by the remnants of celestial herbs and toxic substances, evoking an inexplicable sense of melancholy. In that fleeting moment, Tang San found the figure before him curiously familiar. Our time is limited. There is no need for such probing. I shall not act against you, for we share a common objective. The sorrow seemed to dissipate in an instant, and when he looked up again, Xiangxi wore an innocent smile. The rapid shift in her expression caused Su Huanshan and the others to involuntarily twitch their lips. Such a method of seeking cooperation lacks sincerity. Su Huanshan's brow twitched slightly. Remaining unperturbed, the soul beasts in the Stardow forest, some of whom had lived for countless millennia, harbored cunning thoughts no less than those. Should they be caught off guard, the consequences could be dire. Xiangxi clearly understood Su Huanshan's intentions, her teeth clenched in frustration. This old fox. Of course. We shall not conceal any information regarding it. Ignoring Su Huanshan's confusion, Xiangxi's eyes narrowed slightly, clearly lost in her own memories. It was a peculiar premonition. One could not quite grasp its nature, yet could distinctly sense its existence. It lurked behind the spatial rifts, waiting for the right moment to strike. The adults seemed to have sensed something, taking matters into their own hands and swiftly closing the smaller spatial fissures. Following that, a prolonged silence ensued. No one dared to disturb the calm, and Tang San temporarily set aside his hostility towards Xiangxi. It appeared that events were unfolding even sooner than he had anticipated. The spatial rifts were evidently torn apart intentionally, suggesting that those from the other world had begun their infiltration into Douluo a continent long before launching an attack. At that time, he had been utterly oblivious. The thought of this filled Tang San with a sense of defeat. His hands, hanging by his sides, clenched tightly, nails digging into his flesh, yet he seemed completely unaware of the pain. Until a month prior, when an anomaly occurred above the ice and fire Yin-Yang well, and the passageway emerged at that moment. The fragile tranquility was shattered, and the situation had become even more dire. Compared to the easily torn rifts, this spatial passage was far more stable and difficult to destroy. Suddenly, a chill ran down Tang San's spine, a foreboding sense of danger enveloping him. This is bad. There is peril ahead. As Tang San swiftly retreated, his body moved with remarkable agility. Aware of his warning, the others instinctively followed suit, hastily vacating their positions. Almost simultaneously with their departure, two streams of liquid, one red and the other blue, erupted violently. Glancing at the spot where they had just stood, a sense of dread washed over them. They were acutely aware of the ferocity of the ice and fire duality. Had they reacted even a fraction of a second slower and been ensnared by that substance, the consequences would have been dire. But wait, esteemed Grand Elder. With your formidable prowess, did you not sense the commotion surrounding you? Tang San's words fell like a cannonball, leaving several individuals feeling uneasy. Perhaps we had been too engrossed in our previous conversation to notice the circumstances around us. Old 3, you ought to think before you speak. We are all titled Douluos here. Listening to the remarks of the second and third elders, Tang San felt a weight in his heart. Indeed, the heightened senses and awareness of titled Douluos were far superior to those of ordinary individuals. Moreover, in such an inherently unstable environment, how could one afford to be so careless? Chapter 43, The Giant Octopus. When anomalies arise, there must be something amiss. Confronted with the imminent danger that could strike at any moment, Tang San silently heightened his vigilance. It's poison. Indeed. Xiangxi nodded in agreement, affirming Su Huanshan's suspicion. It must be the toxic mist surrounding us that is affecting our senses. Tang San came to a realization. The 7 absolute pills they had consumed were, in fact, highly toxic. Coupled with the myriad of poisonous herbs within the ice and fire duality, even in death, residual toxins lingered, making them susceptible to harm. Employing poison against poison was undoubtedly a viable strategy, yet the uncertainty it entailed was excessively daunting. His ability to detect danger more swiftly than the others was likely a boon from his divine consciousness. It appeared that something was intent on preventing their discourse from proceeding too smoothly. As the group conversed, the previously tranquil ice and fire duality began to churn violently. The dual-hued liquid of crimson and azure clashed and surged, while an even denser aura of spiritual energy ascended towards the swirling vortex above. With the support of this spiritual energy, the vortex expanded slightly, and the nearby atmosphere grew increasingly ominous, emanating a formidable pull. This gravitational force seemed to accelerate the gathering of spiritual energy, compelling even the surrounding soil and stones to be drawn towards the vortex in the sky. As these objects approached the swirling mass, they were transformed into pure energy, becoming part of the vortex itself. They needed to retreat, lest they be consumed by this entity. Su Huanshan bore the brunt of this overwhelming attraction, his countenance darkening as he urgently urged his companions to withdraw while casting a glance. "How did you previously contend with this phenomenon?" he inquired. "We have no immediate solution," Xiangxi replied, shaking his head, his expression far from serene. Clearly, resisting this pull was not a trivial matter for him either. Previously, they had confronted spatial rifts with sheer force. However, to dismantle this passageway using brute strength, aided by the spiritual energy of the ice and fire duality, proved exceedingly challenging. A swirl of purple energy enveloped Tang San's eyes as he activated the purple extreme magic eyes to their utmost, allowing him to faintly perceive the trajectory of the gathering spiritual energy. Above the eye of ice and fire hovered a vortex, both illusory and tangible, within which seemed to lie pairs of eyes peering out, rendering the scene eerily surreal. As the influx of spiritual power intensified, the spatial passage gradually became more solidified. Tang San dared not contemplate what might transpire once the ethereal shadows took on a complete form. Without further deliberation, the moment he beheld this phenomenon, his suspicions were entirely confirmed. These spatial passages were indeed the shoes of deities from another realm. They had evidently employed some means to breach the barriers between the two planes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the initial task 5. A familiar golden light once again radiated from his being, illuminating the surrounding area. Curiously, in the regions enveloped by this brilliance, the gravitational pull resulting from the spatial rifts seemed to be entirely nullified, unable to exert any influence over them. "Your intermittently glowing physique proves quite useful," the third elder remarked with a teasing glance at Tang San. Unfortunately, no one paid heed to his jest, all gazing at Tang San with varying expressions. The golden light persisted for approximately 2 minutes before gradually waning. Simultaneously, Tang San heard a voice resonating deep within his mind. God King Cultivation System. Initial Task 66. Destroy the spatial passage of the setting sun mountain range. Upon hearing this task, Tang San's gaze darkened. The timely emergence of these tasks, along with the golden light manifesting at critical moments, instilled within him a rather paradoxical notion. It seemed that this so-called God King cultivation system was more anxious than he was. Reflecting on the capabilities of the system he had previously encountered, Tang San's expression grew somber. If it truly possessed such miraculous attributes, it would ultimately be to his advantage. Thus, the system's urgency appeared entirely unwarranted. "What in the world is this?" The third elder's exclamation instantly captured everyone's attention. From the previously balanced vortex emerged a tentacle, covered in eyes that appeared unervingly lifelike, sending chills down their spines. Before they could react, several more tentacles protruded from within, as the creature seemed to exert every effort to push outward. "Is that a giant octopus?" Tang San immediately thought of the octopus upon seeing those tentacles. He had dealt with octopuses on numerous occasions while battling the sea soul beast. Such creatures were renowned for their tenacity, agility, and remarkable regenerative abilities, making them formidable foes. How is this possible? Has the passage stabilized to such an extent? Xiangxi stared at the giant octopus, her expression one of disbelief. "I say, little girl, is there something you haven't disclosed to us?" In response to the third elder's inquiry, Xiangxi pouted, "I am not a little girl. In terms of age, you don't even come close to my youth." The octopus monster, however, showed no intention of granting them extra time. Even while its main body remained concealed, its tentacles were exceeding. The eyes atop them seemed genuinely capable of vision, keenly perceiving the positions of Tang San and the others. Tang San leapt to the side, evading the tentacle that swept towards him, sensing that something was amiss. He surveyed his surroundings. The previous intense suction had ceased, and it was uncertain whether it was due to the golden light or the presence of the colossal octopus. "We must devise a means to swiftly annihilate that spatial passage. Who knows what other horrors may emerge?" Ever since the appearance of this great octopus, an ominous premonition had settled within Tang San's heart. Events were unfolding unbeknownst to him. The others nodded in agreement, echoing Tang San's sentiments. This spatial passage was a lingering threat, if not addressed. They would perpetually worry about the resurgence of otherworldly beasts. The individuals present possessed commendable skills. The octopus's tentacles posed no threat to them. Yet, whenever they attempted to approach the spatial passage, the creature would thrash about wildly, its 8 tentacles displaying formidable menace. As the octopus's body began to emerge more fully from the passage, Xiangxi grew anxious. We must block its path and prevent it from coming forth any further. Perhaps driven by urgency, her voice took on a sharp tone, drawing Tang San's attention. How did you plan to handle this passage initially? Xiangxi bit her lip, her expression wavering. At this juncture, what more is there to hesitate over? Do you truly wish to wait until the passage stabilizes and those creatures emerge? Sacrifice. What? Tang San was momentarily taken aback, nearly caught off guard by a tentacle. Since she had broached the subject, Xiangxi decided to speak candidly, using flesh and blood as a lure to taint the energies of the ice and fire polar eyes, thereby delaying the construction of the dimensional passage. Chapter 44. The Strange Skeleton. Do you find this useful? Tang San retorted, nearly amused by this person's naivety. To delay? It would be more accurate to say they were merely adding bricks to the foundation for the masterminds behind the scenes. Is that patch of soil in the sunset forest, which craves the flesh of the deceased, also your handiwork? What? Seeing the puzzled expression on Xiangxi's face, Tang San realized that this matter likely did not concern them. Indeed, the situation in the sunset forest appears to be quite intricate. No matter. Tang San shook his head, noticing that Xiangxi still had more questions. He quickly shifted the topic. You previously stated that it was impossible. What has changed? Is there an anomaly with the spatial passage? From our prior observations, this spatial passage remains unstable, and there are limitations on the number of exotic beasts that can be transported daily. Before your arrival, we had already dealt with the exotic beasts that had been sent over. Therefore, logically, there should not be any more exotic beasts appearing. Upon hearing Xiangxi's words, a flicker of contemplation crossed Tang San's eyes. In other words, this giant octopus must have forcibly traversed the spatial passage. Could this potentially impact the already unstable? For instance, a collapse? Tang San's lips curved into a smile as the purple extreme demon once again activated. The scene before him underwent a profound transformation in his perception. Indeed, compared to the passage he had observed earlier, it now appeared significantly more fragile. Ethereal and tangible specks of light struggled to coalesce into a fist, swirling around the colossal octopus, on the verge of disintegration at any moment. Strike at the point where it connects with the spatial passage. Tang San let out a resounding roar as he charged towards the colossal octopus, swiftly invoking his martial spirit. A golden aura enveloped him, rendering the great beast's entire body momentarily paralyzed. Seizing this opportunity, Tang San brandished his trident and thrust it directly towards the creature's head. It is indeed amusing that while the octopus had extended most of its tentacles, its head remained stubbornly lodged within. As danger loomed, the octopus instinctively retracted its appendages to shield its head. The sea god's trident pierced through the soft flesh, sinking deeply into it. As Tang San sensed the perilous situation, he sought to retreat, only to discover that the flesh had inexplicably closed around him, ensnaring the sea god's trident. Despite Tang San's considerable strength, he found it exceedingly difficult to budge even slightly. Observing this predicament, a glint of malice flickered in the great octopus. All of its tentacles began to writhe and move towards Tang San, and should he become truly ensnared, escape would be nearly impossible, leaving him gravely injured. With a graceful leap, Tang San lightly pressed his toes against the sea god's trident, propelling himself beyond the reach of the giant octopus's assault. The oncoming tentacles could only grasp at mere illusions. The tentacles entwined around the trident waved defiantly, as if to flaunt their might. Following their, Tang San had gained a rough understanding of the giant octopus's formidable power. To be candid, given his current capabilities, the prospect of vanquishing the octopus appeared nearly impossible. Fool. Do you really believe that a martial soul is merely an ordinary weapon? Tang San extended his hand, and the sea goddess trident, previously ensnared by the tentacles, transformed into a beam of golden light, swiftly reappearing in his grasp. At this moment, Su Huanshan and the others had also arrived before the colossal octopus. The talons of the griffin and the black panther simultaneously struck at the creature's head. The assault from the tidal Douluo was not as easily thwarted as Tang San's. Despite the octopus's tough skin and resilient flesh, it was still inflicted with several deep gashes. This creature indeed possessed remarkably thick skin. The two were evidently dissatisfied with their initial strikes, and with a flicker of their soul rings, they intensified their onslaught. The fifth elder skillfully wielded the intermittently launching ice spears and needles at the giant octopus. However, the wounds failed to remain for long. Its healing ability was astonishing. Tang San furrowed his brow, watching in dismay as the wounds left by several individuals healed almost instantaneously. The expression on his face was rather grim. The regenerative abilities of this colossal octopus were astonishing, rendering it virtually indestructible. Yet, there must be some weakness. He reminded himself not to panic. The more dire the situation, the more one must remain composed. Fortunately, in order to conserve soul power for the impending unknown dangers, the group had previously demonstrated remarkable tacit understanding by refraining from utilizing their martial souls, allowing them a moment of respite from immediate concerns. Tang Xin carefully observed the condition of the giant octopus, a purplish hue spreading within his gaze. Was that truly his eyes? Tang Xin observed that whenever the great octopus sustained an injury, a slender strand of golden filament would manifest among its numerous eyes. These strands, accumulating in number, converged upon the wound, swiftly facilitating its healing. Did an abundance of eyes enhance the efficacy of the healing process? Tang Xin speculated. Yet the definitive answer could only be ascertained through verification. Summoning the sea goddess trident, he brandished the long spear and lunged directly towards one of the eyes upon a tentacle. With a thrust, the trident pierced the eye, akin to striking a genuine eye, erupting in a spray of crimson. The great octopus let out a furious roar as its tentacle lashed violently towards Tang Xin. Perhaps spurred by the agony, the octopus's head, long ensnared within the spatial passage, finally emerged. It swiftly pursued Tang Xin, intent on exacting vengeance upon the one who had blinded it. Tang Xin swiftly evaded, retreating rapidly while urging the others, aim for its eyes. Upon hearing his command, the others immediately comprehended, directing their full attention to attacking the great octopus's eyes. The colossal creature, now unbound by the constraints of the spatial passage, exhibited a sinuous and slippery form, proving to be quite formidable. However, it was unfortunate for the octopus that it faced a cadre of titled Douluo and soul beasts that had lived for countless years, even the seemingly weakest among them. Tang Xin was beyond its capability to contend with. The great octopus howled in despair, desperately attempting to evade. Once the eyes on its tentacles were pierced and rendered blind, they could not heal, and as the number of intact eyes dwindled, its healing ability diminished correspondingly, ultimately vanishing entirely. Su Huanshan rummaged through the remains of the great octopus, observing its lack of response, and heaved a sigh of relief. This creature was indeed intriguing. Such a potent healing capacity, if harnessed, could yield remarkable benefits. Just as the group believed the situation was resolved and contemplated a brief respite, a series of clicking sounds emanated from behind them. Has it not yet ended? Turning around, they beheld something lurking within the spatial passage. A skeleton? Tang Xin twitched his lips, but refrained from taking any rash action. He stood quietly, awaiting the next move of the skeleton. Suddenly, he discerned a peculiar sound. Crack, crack. This peculiar adaptation was not the common language of the continent, yet inexplicably, Tang Xin comprehended it. The skeleton remained hidden, observing for a considerable time, showing no intention of joining the fray, and soon vanished from the dimensional passage. Was that it? What was the purpose of its presence? Did it come merely to rattle its bones? Who could say? Perhaps it had merely come to ascertain whether its little brother had perished. Tang Xin was equally bewildered, unaware that in the instant the golden light appeared, he had been detected by the ever-watchful deities of another realm. Upon realizing that the target was near a spatial point, they immediately issued a command, determined to confront Tang Xin at any cost, irrespective of life or death. Chapter 45, The 100 Ghosts Douluo. What shall happen next? If this object is left here, will otherworldly beasts emerge? Tang Xin scratched his chin, feeling a sense of helplessness. Even for the sake of that mysterious system's initial task, he had to destroy this spatial passage. The system was shrouded in enigma, and it seemed that only upon the completion of all initial tasks would he gain access to its true core. In contrast to Su Huanshan and others, Xiangxi appeared to possess a far deeper understanding of this spatial conduit. She retrieved a small transparent white orb from her bosom, lifting it close to the eye of ice and fire. The orb slowly ascended into the air, beginning to transform into a faint gray hue. Observing, Xiangxi let out a sigh of relief. For the time being, the surrounding space of the passage was exceedingly unstable, incapable of supporting another transmission. Upon hearing this, Tang Xin and the others did not relax. The phrase for the time being suggested that this spatial passage would inevitably regain stability at some point. Was the previous information also released by you? Su Huanshan's expression darkened, as if he had recalled something troubling. Surprised by the sudden shift in topic, Xiangxi paused, then remembered what had been mentioned. Indeed, we intentionally lured you to the eye of ice and fire. There are individuals among you humans who have struck a deal with them. Those strange beasts conspired with them, ruthlessly hunting soul beasts to nourish the array. Hush. Just as they were about to delve into the crux of the matter, Tang San abruptly curled his index finger, signaling for silence. He could hear the sound of wind caused by something moving in the shadows. Be cautious, something is approaching. While the others were engaged in conversation, he had remained vigilant of their surroundings, naturally being the first to sense the anomaly. At Tang San's alert, the others also detected something amiss and immediately became on guard. Elder Wu closed his eyes, attuning himself to the surrounding environment. Tang San cast a perplexed glance at him, for there was indeed nothing present. Could it be that the entity had cloaked itself? To validate his conjecture, Tang San released his consciousness, probing towards the direction from whence the sound had emanated. Yet, nothing, absolutely nothing, was revealed. How could this be? If it were merely a common form of invisibility, it would be utterly impossible for it to have. His consciousness unfurled like branches, radiating outwards from his very being. Suddenly, a chilling sound pierced the air once more, followed closely by the second elder's leopard claws shielded the third elder's back, muscles tensed as if bracing for an attack. Elders 2 and 3. Su Huanshan instinctively moved to assist. Do not concern yourselves with us. Maintain your vigilance. This creature is formidable. The second elder's fourth soul ring shimmered, and ethereal purple lightning swirled around him. For reasons unknown, a sense of unease gripped his heart in that instant. With a cacophony of crackles and snaps, the assailant finally revealed itself. Its form bore a striking resemblance to a human, yet its lower half dissipated into a wisp of mist. A pair of sharp claws glinted ominously. A soul? A specter? Tang Sen had encountered a myriad of peculiar phenomena, and upon witnessing the soul's form, his thoughts turned to the ease, or lack thereof, with which it could be dealt. Caution, there is not merely one of these entities. As he spoke, Su Huanshan met the advance of an incoming specter with a claw of his own. The specter's offensive prowess was rather feeble. In his grasp, it fell in mere moments, torn asunder, a plume of black mist dissipating into the air with its. As the black mist materialized, the second elder's eyes glistened with a hint of crimson, a heavy sensation weighing upon his chest, difficult to express. Several specters seized the opportunity to slip past his defenses, inflicting several wounds upon him. What ails you? Witnessing the second elder's injuries, the third elder, Cha-Chin, and a beam of white light enveloped the wound. I feel as though I have encountered this entity before. It seems familiar. You ought to ponder swiftly. It may very well hold the key to unraveling this conundrum, the third elder replied with a smile, inching closer to the second elder. His martial spirit was of a supportive nature, lacking in offensive strength, rendering him at a disadvantage against the specters. I cannot recall. The second elder shook his head, relentlessly tearing through the surrounding spirits. His brow furrowed tightly, his eyes having transformed into those of a wild beast. Wait, something feels amiss. Refrain from slaughtering these beings. This does not seem right. Do not slay these creatures just yet. As the mist thickened, the monstrous entities showed no signs of retreating. The fog had become so dense that it began to obscure vision. With a flourish of his trident, he sent the specter before him soaring through the air. Curiously, these entities danced between the realms of reality and illusion. Without the use of soul power, they were elusive, and carelessness could lead to being clawed by their Tang San, have you discovered something? Xiangxi inquired, her figure appearing somewhat ethereal, sustained only by the black cat she had cradled earlier. At that, the black cat had regained its form, occasionally releasing a fireball. It is an illusion. Before Tang San could respond, Su Huanshan's voice resonated. These creatures are born from the illusion, which has already taken shape. Even if we cease our attacks, it will have no effect. Even if we cease our attacks, it will have no effect. The damage sustained within will genuinely impact our bodies. Attacking is merely a futile expenditure of soul power. It is indeed a predicament with no favorable resolution. Clearly, this is the guardian they left at the teleportation point. No wonder we found no clues during our search earlier. They had devised this cunning strategy. Are you aware that there are other humans here? Tang Sin suddenly lifted his head, realizing that's completely unnoticed by them. To what extent did this individual's power reach? What I intended to convey to you is precisely this matter. A faction among humanity has colluded with foreign tribe, and it is none other than the Spirit Hall that is currently guarding the Sunset Forest. Sorrow had never planned to conceal this. When Tang San inquired, she readily divulged the information. Su Huanshan and the others exhibited little astonishment, for they had previously been tailing the Spirit Hall, leading them to the Sunset Forest. However, Tang Sen felt a pang of emotion, surprised that after all these years, he found himself once again confronting the Spirit Hall. The mist clung closely to their bodies. causing goosebumps to erupt involuntarily as waves of coldness surged from within. This situation could not persist. A solution must be devised. In Tang San's eyes, a violet hue enveloped him, as both the purple extreme demon eye and his consciousness operated at their utmost capacity. Such an immense illusion could not have materialized without cause. The one who wielded control over this phantasm must surely be nearby. The spirit hall had indeed invested significantly this time, and to his astonishment, the individual who had come was none other than he. Chapter 46. The choice. Su Huanshan let out a soft sigh, seemingly lost in contemplation. Tang San suddenly felt a wave of tranquility enveloping him, accompanied by a faint azure glow emanating from behind. Turning his head, he beheld a creature resembling both a lion and an eagle, its wings unfurled, hovering gracefully in midair. Sensing the concealed threat, Su Huanshan immediately transformed into his martial spirit's true form. The moment the glow appeared, the surroundings were illuminated. With a resounding roar, the sound waves manifested as radiating outward from the griffin at the center of the azure light. Under this luminescent aura, Tang San distinctly sensed the pervasive chill dissipate. Seizing the opportunity, the group swiftly regrouped. The azure glow expanded rapidly, claiming territory from the encroaching black mist. The Grand Elder even deployed his domain, indicating that their adversaries were formidable. The Third Elder observed the colliding boundaries with a grim expression, moved towards the ice and fire polar eyes. Although the others did not fully grasp Su Huanshan's intentions, they instinctively followed his guidance. As Tang San and the others moved, Su Huanshan in the air also shifted continuously. The azure glow evidently gained the upper hand, gradually pushing back the black mist. As they drew nearer to the ice and fire polar eyes, the mist began to thin. The figure lurking in the shadows, witnessing the unraveling of his domain, retracted it without hesitation. After all these years, you remain unchanged, merely employing petty tricks, one remarked. If we speak of tricks, who could surpass you? With the illusion shattered, Su Huanshan also withdrew his domain, releasing the martial spirit's attachment. As the figure stepped forth from the shadows, a wry smile graced his lips. It was the realm of the Douluo ghost domain, and the second elder was taken aback, a chill surging. No wonder he was so familiar with this technique. He had witnessed its power when he first entered the realm of tidal Douluo. Even in its incomplete form, it had plunged him into a hellish experience. His teammates, driven to madness, had torn out their own eyes and shattered their own hearts. Old Second. Su Huanshan patted the second elder's shoulder, rousing him from his nightmare. Seeing the second elder's reaction, Tang San and the others grew increasingly wary of this suddenly. Do you wish to sabotage the teleportation array? The man approached the ice and fire polar eyes with a leisurely demeanor, showing no concern for Tang San and the others' vigilance. This is no ordinary teleportation array, old ghost. Your spirit hall has truly overstepped this time. Su Huanshan furrowed his brow. Although there had been tensions between the Empire, the Academy, and the spirit hall, a delicate balance had been maintained. However, when external races were involved, the implications shifted entirely. As Su Huanshan's words echoed, the entire space fell into a hush. The old ghost narrowed his eyes, remaining silent, exuding an aura of ominousness. Who cares about that? My orders are to guard the teleportation point. Whether it transports people or deities is of no concern to me. Observing the indifference displayed by the old ghost, Su Huanshan's brow furrowed in a manner that could almost squish a fly. Your Majesty, a message from the Lord has arrived. Suddenly, a man in his 40s emerged from the woods, his agile wings fluttering behind him. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside. It remains unknown what he conveyed to the old ghost, yet his gaze swept over Su Huanshan and the others, ultimately resting upon Tang San. Tang San furrowed his brows, lifting his gaze to meet his opponent's eyes, exuding an unwavering aura. Quite intriguing. Those beside him are old acquaintances, and surely, the variable must be you. As he spoke, a formidable presence, characteristic of a limit Douluo, radiated from him, bearing down upon Tang San. Tang San immediately felt an oppressive weight upon his back, as though his entire body were submerged in icy waters, the chilling cold piercing to the very marrow. Gritting his teeth, he forcibly suppressed his instinct. To yield before even engaging in battle was utterly contrary to his nature. Su Huanshan and the others appeared bewildered, yet this did not deter him from stepping, shielding Tang San behind him. Since when does the illustrious 100 Ghosts Douluo stoop to bullying a mere child? As Su Huanshan took his stand, Tang San sensed a gentle force wash over him, and the bone-piercing pressure finally began to dissipate. This ebb and flow of tension unexpectedly caused the soul power within Tang San's body to condense further. Though his current cultivation had diminished, his physique, once that of a god king, still granted him far greater advantages than an ordinary soul master. A child, you say? The ghost Douluo let out a hollow chuckle, his piercing gaze boring into Tang San as if attempting to drill through him. Observing this reaction, Tang San harbored a growing suspicion within. Those otherworldly deities had likely uncovered his trail. The divine energy radiating from the sea god's trident was far too conspicuous. With deliberate searching, it would hardly pose a challenge. Yet this was an unavoidable predicament. Whether the sea god's trident or the slaughter god's sword, these divine artifacts bore the profound essence of God Kings within their very course. Tang San could scarcely abandon his martial soul out of fear for revealing his location and identity. Tang San had secretly made preparations, ready to engage in battle should the 100 Ghosts Douluo make a move. However, the 100 Ghosts Douluo did not persist in this matter, merely offering an enigmatic smile before diverting his gaze. My task is to guard this place. If you wish to destroy the teleportation point, you must first defeat me. It seems that today, conflict is unavoidable. Su Huanshan pressed his lips together. He did not desire to confront the 100 Ghosts Douluo, as his soul skills were exceedingly enigmatic, making him difficult to decipher. Fight. Do you wish to join forces? The 100 Ghosts Douluo stroked his chin, his gaze sweeping across the scene before ultimately settling on Su Huanshan. You must understand, battles between limit Douluos cannot yield results without at least 10 days or half a month. Upon hearing this, Su Huanshan realized that the opponent had further planned. He refrained from responding, waiting for the 100 Ghosts Douluo to continue. How about this? Let us have the younger generation compete. Though framed as a question, there was little room for negotiation in the 100 Ghosts Douluo's words, as if he were certain Su Huanshan and the others would acquiesce. In truth, they were indeed pressed for time. Su Huanshan glanced at Tang San, seeking his opinion. Among their group, it seemed that only Tang San could be considered a member of the younger generation. Tang San did not falter. With a bold stride, he stepped out from behind Su Huanshan, meeting the 100 Ghosts Douluo's gaze with unwavering composure. Pray tell, how would you like to compete? He inquired. To keep it fair, I propose a match against the one beside me. What say you? The Ghost Douluo pointed at the middle-aged man above. Immediately, Su Huanshan and the others' expressions darkened. Sir, this is rather excessive, Su Huanshan said, barely suppressing his fury, the smile on his lips tinged with icy disdain. Whether you accept or not is up to you. I couldn't care less, the Ghost Douluo replied with an indifferent shrug, his nonchalance grating on Su Huanshan's nerves. Fine, I accept. Tang San. Su Huanshan had not anticipated Tang San's immediate agreement and hastily called out to stop him. There's no need for this. With that man's soul sage cultivation, you are no match for him. At this moment, Tang San was merely a soul elder. No matter how prodigious his talents, it was impossible for him to battle across multiple tiers. Merely preserving his life under a soul sage would already be commendable, let alone achieving victory. Indeed, we are not so desperate as to rely on a child. What does it matter if he's a limit Douluo? With 3 peak Douluos and the Grand Elder, are we truly to fear him? The third elder quickly interjected, attempting to pull Tang San behind them. Even the second and fifth elders clearly disapproved. In their eyes, Tang San's actions were akin to an egg striking a rock, utter folly. Let me try. I have confidence in preserving my life, though if I fail, it will only cost us some time. Tang San was aware that the elders were concerned for him. He felt a deep sense of gratitude, but also understood that such relentless evasion was not a sustainable strategy. Let him go, they said. Since he claims to possess the ability to safeguard his life, we should have faith in him. This is indeed a rare opportunity for experience. Xiang Xi's gaze lingered on Tang San for an extended period, eventually leading her to speak in his defense to the elders. Oh, you little girl. It seems the one daring to take risks is not your junior. The third elder rolled his eyes, appearing eager to have a thorough discussion with Xiang Xi. Indeed, in comparison to the elder's demeanor, Xiang Xi's reaction could be described as relishing the spectacle, seemingly unperturbed by the unfolding drama. Let it be, old 3. Allow him to go. With us old fellows watching over him, he certainly won't find himself in peril. Su Huanshan sighed, understanding the adage of forging steel through fire. However, he felt the trials ahead were rather formidable. So, have you all come to a consensus? As the elders ceased to hinder Tang San's actions, the 100 Ghosts Douluo smiled knowingly. Despite their lofty rhetoric, it was evident that their ultimate intentions were self-serving, having consented to such an inequitable duel. Oh, you self-righteous individuals. Listening to the seemingly profound words of the 100 ghosts Douluo, Tang San instinctively felt a twinge of discomfort. Do not sow discord here. The elders are reluctant to see me suffer, and I cannot perpetually evade confrontation. You are well aware that this contest is unjust, yet you still brought it forth. Did you not? Tang San curled his lips in disdain, unabashedly expressing his contempt for the 100 ghost Douluo. You, my friend, possess a certain intrigue. Upon hearing this familiar remark once more, Tang San couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, sensing an undercurrent of malice from the 100 ghost Douluo that was less pronounced than he had anticipated. Enough of this idle chatter. Are we not here? In response to this blunt statement, the 100 ghost Douluo remained unfazed, merely lifting his chin to beckon the soul sage beside him forward. Rest assured, Your Excellency, I shall fulfill the task. The soul sage, brimming with confidence, strode boldly ahead, believing that defeating a soul master posed no significant challenge. To impress one standing beneath the 100 ghosts mantle was a feat many could only dream of. I am Tang San, a 35th level assault system soul master, wielding the trident as my martial spirit. I look forward to your guidance. Tang San performed a standard martial salute towards the soul sage, employing a clever tactic to discern his opponent's spirit. At least now he could strategize accordingly. Tang San, your name is Tang San. Upon hearing Tang San's self-introduction, the soul sage's expression instantly became exaggerated, his voice turning sharp with astonishment. Who would have thought this young man's name could wield such an effect? Announcing one's name before battle might as well rival a mental-type attack. The third elder cast a few glances toward the arena before sidling up to the second elder to whisper in his ear. The second elder shot him a helpless sidelong glance, but ultimately chose to ignore him. If he were to actually respond, the third elder would undoubtedly launch into another lengthy tirade. Observing the foolish demeanor of their own soul sage, the 100 ghosts Douluo narrowed his, the oppressive aura around him nearly materializing into something tangible. Perhaps sensing the murderous intent emanating from behind him, the soul sage shuddered slightly before swiftly regaining his composure. Ahem. My name is Lei Yun, an agility-type beast soul sage at the 79th rank. Tang San's gaze sharpened as he realized that he was facing a soul sage on the verge of entering the realm of Soul Douluo. He pressed his lips together, his eyes scanning Lei Yun's figure in search of any vulnerabilities. In a direct clash of soul power, Tang San knew he would undoubtedly be outmatched. His only chance of victory lay in his explosive strength and the secret techniques of the Tank sect. With Su Huanshan and Baigui Douluo announcing the commencement of battle, Tang San and Lei Yun simultaneously unleashed their martial spirits. Tang San stood motionless, grasping his trident firmly, as the second soul ring of the thundercloud on the battlefield flickered. Its presence vanished without a trace, leaving only the faintest trace of a silken thread swirling around Tang San's form. Clink. Tang San raised the trident in his hand, and a resonant sound of metal striking stone echoed through the air. A violet figure was instantly propelled away. Where the sea god's trident made contact, arcs of electricity flickered. Once detached from its vessel, it swiftly vanished without a trace. It appears that this little creature is still charged with electricity, which indeed presents a formidable challenge. Tang San, taken aback, extended his spiritual perception, keenly attuning to the movements around him. He had to concede that Lei Yun's speed was formidable. Even with the cultivation of the purple extreme magic eyes, after employing his second soul skill, he could only perceive fleeting afterimages. However, this posed no significant issue, for Tang San's vast spiritual awareness acted like an innate enhancer, enabling him to effortlessly discern Lei Yun's maneuvers. Sensing Lei Yun's imminent approach once more, Tang San skillfully thrust his trident. With a resonant clang, he struck true. This sequence was repeated several times, prompting Lei Yun to realize that something was amiss. Tang San was genuinely capable of detecting his movements, responding with an uncanny swiftness, as if anticipating his actions. At that moment, a flicker of seriousness ignited within Lei Yun's mind. His figure reappeared, now at a short distance from Tang San, refraining from further assault. Su Huanshan and the others observed Tang San's response with admiration, acknowledging the correctness of his approach. In the face of such a stark disparity in power, maintaining a steady composure proved to be a wise strategy. Unfortunately, the opponent was not to be underestimated. Once Lei Yun became aware of this, attempting such tactics again would be futile. That boy possessed remarkable mental fortitude. Were it not for the knowledge that he was a weapon spirit master, one might suspect him to be a mental-type soul master. The fifth elder did not hesitate to bestow high praise upon Tang San, eliciting a look of astonishment from the third elder. Fifth Elder, it is quite rare for you to articulate such a lengthy observation, he remarked. The Fifth Elder remained silent, casting a sidelong glance before returning his gaze to Tang San. After Lei Yun ceased his assault, Tang San also remained motionless. Chapter 48. The Douluo are indeed intelligent, but your prowess has its limits. The disparity in realms is a chasm that no amount of cleverness can bridge. With his wings unfurling behind him, Lei Yun's soul rings pulsated rhythmically around his wings, the darkness of the fifth soul ring intensifying. As the oppressive aura in the air grew heavier, Tang San sharpened his focus, slightly angling his trident, standing with closed eyes, seemingly unguarded. With Lei Yun's movements, the radiant feathers on his wings stood erect, swirling around him. With a mere flick of his arm, those luminous feathers surged forth in a direct assault toward Tang San, reminiscent of the soul skill previously employed by Su Huanshan. The violet feathers sliced through the air with a sharp crackling sound, accompanied by arcs of electricity, creating a visually captivating. Let us see how you will defend against this. In a blur, Lei Yun darted forward, utilizing the cover of the radiant feathers to launch a direct strike at Tang San's face. Under the influence of his martial spirit, his hand had transformed into a bird-like claw. The sharpness and the electricity coursing through it suggested that should Tang San be struck, it would surely result in either death or grievous injury. Lei Yun's speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, his attack was poised before Tang San. Tang San abruptly opened his eyes, the violet hue within them intensifying. The movements of Fei Yu and Lei Yun appeared excruciatingly slow to his vision. Though his footwork seemed unhurried, it carried an ineffable profundity. With subtle sways and shifts, he effortlessly glided through the gaps in Fei Yu's attacks, his form elegant and seemingly untroubled. Witnessing Tang San's composed demeanor, Lei Yun grew increasingly unsettled. Despite his prolonged efforts, he had failed to so much as graze Tang San's robes. If the 100 ghosts Douluo were observing this, wouldn't it make him appear utterly incompetent? Tang San, is this all you're capable of? Lei Yun sneered, frustration seeping into his voice. What kind of warrior hides and dodges like a coward? Tang San paid no heed, for he could clearly discern that Thundercloud was attempting to provoke him and unsettle his composure with such petty tactics. These trivial ploys held no sway over him whatsoever. Tang San was unaware that his silence had incited a deep-seated resentment in Lei Yun. Lei Yun's gaze lingered on Su Huanshan and contemplating the probability of surviving should he eliminate Tang San. Confronted by 4 tidal Douluo, he felt a twinge of trepidation within, as if sensing Lei Yun's unease. The 100 ghosts Douluo smirked knowingly, suggesting that while their confrontation might be time-consuming, these young ones would hardly fare any better. If time was of the essence, they should simply make way for them. The third elder jested lightly, yet his eyes remained steadfastly fixed on Tang San. Meanwhile, Su Huanshan could not help but scrutinize the 100 ghosts Douluo, his brow furrowing in deep contemplation. He certainly did not believe that the 100 ghosts Douluo was merely in search of idle conversation. Do you know the origins of that Tang San? He inquired. The 100 ghosts Douluo remained unfazed, narrowing his eyes, lost in thought. Naturally, no one would provide an answer, especially considering that Su Huanshan and his companions were themselves oblivious, and their current adversarial roles precluded any revelation of clues. In that moment, the majority of the gathered eyes were drawn inexorably to Tang San. Tang San remained oblivious to the convoluted thoughts swirling in the minds of those nearby. His gaze drifted towards the dimensional portal not far away, a sense of unease settling within him, as if he sensed that something significant was about to transpire. Tang San, I advise you to concede gracefully, lest you invite unnecessary suffering upon yourself. Noticing the scrutinizing gaze of the 100 ghosts Douluo, Lei Yun mistakenly believed that his own sluggish movements had provoked the others. Recalling the formidable tactics of the 100 ghosts Douluo, a chill ran down his spine. If there is to be a confrontation, let it commence without. Tang San's words became the final straw that broke Lei Yun's resolve. A glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes. Tang San, since you seek your own demise, do not blame me for what ensues. Surely, you do not believe that my power is merely this? Thunderous eruption, tempest of lightning. As Tang San glanced over, he happened to catch sight of the 3rd and 6th soul rings beside Lei Yun illuminating in succession, and in that instant, an overwhelming sense of crisis enveloped him. Tang San pressed his lips together, acutely aware of the movements of the thunderclouds. However, his current physical condition could not keep pace with the swift reactions of his consciousness. Before he could react, several resounding blasts erupted from the luminous feathers beside him. The shockwaves from the explosions struck Tang San, eliciting a dull pain. While the effect of a single feather might be negligible, the sheer density of their numbers was indeed daunting. He attempted to evade, but the feathers were too densely packed for any meaningful escape. Following the explosions, there was scarcely any gap in the center. The scattered arcs of electricity coiled around Tang San's body, the tingling current slowing his reflexes. Not far away, a whirlwind of gathered lightning was rapidly approaching his position. While the surrounding arcs continued to converge, danger was imminent, and there was no time to flee. Tang San understood that the thunderclouds were nearby, lying in wait for the opportune moment to deliver a fatal strike. The fierce confrontation did not escape the notice of Su Huanshan and the others, who exchanged hesitant glances, debating whether to intervene. Yet, before they could act, Tang San had already responded. He was never one to resign to fate. Upon realizing that the thunderclouds had deliberately severed his retreat, he pressed forward towards their direction. However, the arcs of electricity diffusing through the air hampered his speed. With his nerves numbed, his bodily reactions were further delayed. In the blink of an eye, the thunderstorm was upon him. Be careful. Just as Tang San was about to be engulfed by the swirling lightning vortex, the third elder could no longer contain himself. He manifested his martial spirit, preparing to shield Tang San from the impending attack. Yet, before the third elder could make his next move, a plume of purplish-black flames surged before him. Reluctantly, he had to retreat, his initial action interrupted. The aura emanating from the flames was powerful and chilling, leaving the third elder no doubt that should he persist in intervening, the malevolent fire would unhesitatingly latch onto him. The spirit master of the 100 ghosts chuckled softly, saying nothing further as his imposing presence bore down on the third elder. Old 3. Su Huanshan reached out, restraining the still reluctant third elder, stepping forward to confront the spirit master of the 100 ghosts. Old ghost, what are your true intentions? TSK, as hypocritical as ever. The spirit master of the 100 ghosts replied with a dismissive glance at Su Huanshan. Indeed, it was true that the third elder had acted impulsively. Meanwhile, Tang San finally stirred, blue mist swirling around him as he entwined himself with the lightning vortex. In an instant, the area surrounding the thunderstorm was enveloped in a layer of blue. Chapter 49. Strategy to use water against lightning? What a foolhardy... The thunderclouds sensed the humidity in the air. Water conducts electricity and could not halt the spread of the lightning. Tang San was well aware of this fact, yet he found himself devoid of alternatives. The trident of the sea god granted him a mastery over water that was undeniably advantageous. It would be illogical to forsake such a strength. The swiftly rotating tornado served as a formidable weapon, reminiscent of countless blades encircling the periphery, relentlessly tearing at the blue veneer above. Enveloped by the water, the speed of the thunderstorm tornado evidently diminished. Tang San manipulated the mist, shifting to the side. Seizing this opportunity, he moved forward with determination, charging directly toward the thundercloud. The thundercloud, taken aback, realized he had underestimated this young man. The thunderstorm, his ultimate weapon, combined with the explosive power of lightning, rendered even the most adept soul masters incapable of evading the paralyzing effects of the lightning, let alone mount a timely counterattack. Tang San's physique, after all, differed, minimizing the impact of the thunderbolt upon him. As he charged towards the thunderclouds, the third soul ring beside him finally illuminated. A series of long spears, forged from frost, shot forth directly towards the thundercloud. Laying scoffed disdainfully, his form swiftly transforming into a purple shadow, vanishing from the spot. Tang San had never intended to strike him. With a graceful shift of posture, he landed upon the frosty spear. After evading the spear, Thundercloud launched another assault. A flurry of concentrated violet shadows surged towards Tang San, each one aimed with precision. With a sudden flicker, Tang San's body moved a meter away, deftly evading the shadows of light as he continued his pursuit of light. His formidable spiritual awareness granted him a level of control over his body that bordered on the terrifying. He could effortlessly discern the seams within the onslaught of attacks, skillfully sidestepping them. In the ebb and flow of their confrontation, a subtle balance of power began to emerge. Lei Yun's expression darkened. Initially, he had been able to suppress Tang San, but now it seemed that Tang San had acclimated to this style of combat, making him increasingly difficult to contend with. Could it be that a soul sage might lose to a soul master? No, that was inconceivable. He refused to accept defeat, nor could he afford to. The more he pondered, the more chaotic his thoughts became, causing his offensive strategy to gradually lose its composure. With a thunderous roar, The seventh soul ring beside him blazed with an intense light. The true form of the Thunder Eagle emerged, indicating that Lei Yun had been provoked. Su Huanshan fixed his gaze upon Tang San, his hand clenched into a fist at his side. Should Tang San find himself in any peril, he would not hesitate to intervene. Coupled with the healing abilities of Elder San, Tang San's life would ultimately be safeguarded. Tang San gazed at the lightning eagle that emerged before him, shrouded in violet light, his eyes narrowing slightly. The fusion of beast martial souls with elemental martial souls presents a distinct advantage over purely beast martial souls, as such souls inherently possess a layer of elemental affinity surrounding them and their attacks. Much like the tempestuous clouds of thunder before, even without the utilization of soul skills, a mere physical assault would be imbued with electricity. However, this also implies a more singular path of enhancement. Should he encounter a countering attribute, he would find himself at a considerable disadvantage in an instant. Skillfully evading the surrounding bolts of lightning, Tang San guided the storm clouds towards the direction of the Eye of Ice and Fire, with the thunderclouds remaining oblivious to any anomaly, faithfully trailing behind him. Tang San cast a fleeting glance at the distant Baigui Douluo, noticing that he was preoccupied and paying no attention to this side, which brought him a sense of secret delight. With a flicker of his eyes, he directed the sea god's trident straight towards the spatial passageway above the ice and fire duality eyes. Ever since the demise of the colossal octopus, that passage had appeared intermittently, exhibiting an unsettling instability. It seemed that with just a little more force, it could be shattered. Clearly, this was an illusion. They lacked the ability to disrupt the fabric of space. The sea god's trident hovered above the dimensional portal, unable to advance further. Tang San had anticipated this outcome, so he felt little disappointment. However, Lei Yun, in a fit of fury, unleashed several bolts of lightning, as thick as a bowl, hurling them towards Tang San. Tang San did not evade any further. The first soul ring beside him glowed, and a series of distinct blue ribbons converged towards the sea god's. His initial soul skill, the sea god's domain, encompassed far more than mere water manipulation. The lightning in the air seemed to be drawn in, flowing alongside the water towards the sea god's trident and, guided by its prongs, pierced into the dimensional portal. The lightning surged into the vortex without stirring even the slightest ripple, as if it were engulfed by an abyss of nothingness. Utilizing force against force, he demonstrated remarkable intelligence. The 100 Ghosts Douluo regarded Tang San's actions with a hint of admiration. This sentiment, however, only served to exacerbate Lei. An overwhelming aura of negativity clawed at his heart, darkening his gaze as it turned towards Tang San. The lightning attacks evidently had no effect on Tang San. Lei Yun's soul skills were intrinsically linked to lightning, and each time his skills drew near, they were redirected by the sea god's trident. The portal, having absorbed enough soul power, seemed to awaken suddenly. It grew dissatisfied with the soul power provided by the sea god's trident and began to actively seize it. The previous formidable suction re-emerging. The sea god's trident was the first to suffer, drawn directly into the vortex, fortunately, being composed solely of soul power. It did not inflict significant harm upon him. As the oppressive force re-emerged, a sense of foreboding gripped Tang San's heart. He wondered if he had unwittingly stirred up trouble. Tang San, have you lost your mind? Lei Yun exclaimed, a mix of shock and fury prompting him to retreat. Under the looming threat of death, his rationality returned in an instant. At this moment, Tang San was far too preoccupied to pay him any mind. The trident mark upon his forehead glimmered with a golden light, strenuously resisting the pull from behind. He endeavored to move away, yet it felt as though he bore an immense weight on his feet, rendering him immobile. This lad is truly reckless. The 100 Ghost Douluo also retreated, distancing himself further from the Eye of Ice and Fire. Around them, various entities were ceaselessly drawn towards the ominous passage, inevitably consumed by a void. Su Huanshan, under immense pressure, attempted to rush to Tang San's side in an effort to rescue him. However, the proximity of Tang San to the Eye of Ice and Fire was perilously close. He barely covered half the distance before nearly being swept away by the overwhelming pull. Fortunately, the fifth elder, noticing the anomaly, caught hold of him just in time. Don't come any closer. As he witnessed two of his companions falling into peril, Tang San urgently called out to stop them. Let us act together. I refuse to believe that we cannot rescue that lad, the third elder declared. Preparing to approach Su Huanshan, I advise you not to act recklessly, nor should you utilize your martial souls. This entity possesses an astute sensitivity, the greater one's soul power, the stronger its allure. The 100 Ghost Douluo warned. That lad is far safer than we are at present. Upon hearing the 100 Ghost Douluo's words, Su Huanshan turned his gaze towards him, furrowing his brow as he regarded the 100 Ghost Douluo with an odd expression. The other elders exchanged glances, seemingly perplexed by the sudden warning from the 100 Ghost Douluo. I have no intention of aiding you. The 100 Ghost Douluo averted his gaze, focusing instead on the vortex suspended in midair. Who knows if this thing will grow hungrier after devouring you, turning its attention towards me. If you fatten it up, it will be all the more difficult to contend with. The murmurs of the 100 Ghost Douluo reached not only Su Huanshan, but also elicited a peculiar expression from the third elder. Doesn't your spirit hall have measures in place to deal with emergencies regarding this entity? Otherwise, why would I be the sole guardian in such a location? The 100 Ghost Douluo's words left the third elder at a loss for response. Your Highness, save me. Lei Yun was already in close proximity to the Eye of Ice and Fire, facing an even more potent pull. Fortunately, he was aware of certain insights regarding this entity. Thus, he promptly dispelled his martial soul, preventing himself from being immediately drawn into the vortex. Even so, his situation was dire. Despite exerting all his strength, he found escape impossible. It felt as though an invisible force was tugging at him, inching him closer to the vortex in the sky. Sensing his feet leave the ground, Lei Yun grew frantic. At this rate, it would not be long before he was consumed. Driven by fear, he could not help but cry out for assistance from the 100 Ghost Douluo. TSK. The 100 Ghost Douluo sighed softly, clearly having heard Lei Yun's plea for help. Yet he made no move to respond. Will you not aid him? I was unaware that the Elder of Shrek Academy possessed such camaraderie towards adversaries. In the face of the pressure exerted by the 100 Ghost Douluo, Su Huanshan remained remarkably composed. The tension within the space continued to escalate. As the vicinity surrounding the ice and fire duality, I seemed on the verge of being torn asunder, enveloped in a murky haze. Tang Xin narrowed his eyes, resisting the gravitational pull of the void. The mark upon his forehead shone with a blinding brilliance, standing out distinctly amidst the chaos of the space. Suddenly, a gasp echoed nearby. Lei Yun could no longer withstand the force and was inexorably drawn into the swirling vortex. Though the individuals present were of considerable strength and had witnessed numerous life and death situations, this scene sent a chill through their hearts. Before being consumed by the vortex, Lei Yun appeared to disintegrate rapidly, transforming into myriad tiny motes of light, swallowed by the whirlpool, leaving nothing behind but a chilling cry. Tang San naturally witnessed this scene. Yet he found himself incapable of any response. At the very moment the thundercloud was devoured, the force enveloping him intensified, as if the lurking monstrosity was eagerly yearning to consume him to the marrow. A golden light emanated from the mark between his brows, swiftly enveloping his entire being, stabilizing his form just in time. A few titled Douluo took several forceful steps forward, barely managing to halt their advance. Old Ghost, at this juncture, if you have any insights, do not keep them concealed. We cannot afford to fall here. Upon hearing these words, the 100 Ghost Douluo fell into silence for a moment, ultimately refraining from divulging excessive clues, although the complexity of his gaze fixed upon Tang Xin deepened. You all should place more confidence in that lad. Perhaps the key to resolving our predicament lies within him. Even with exceptional talent, he is merely a soul master at present. This is no ordinary soul master. Before Su Huanshan could finish his statement, the 100 Ghost Douluo interjected, cutting him off. Indeed, a god king cannot be an ordinary individual. Even if he has lost all his soul power, he must possess extraordinary attributes. Tang San, do not let me down. Tang San remained oblivious to the fact that his identity had nearly been unraveled. Confronted by the overwhelming pressure of the shattering space, he found himself ensnared in a dire predicament. The chaotic distortion relentlessly tore at his body, as if every bone were being crushed, leaving him with a piercing agony that radiated throughout. His skin was being ripped apart inch by inch, blood gushing from the wounds, swiftly consumed by the insatiable maw of the ice and fire eyes. The overwhelming fatigue from the significant blood loss surged within him, instilling an overwhelming desire to succumb to slumber. However, he could not afford to sleep. If he did, everything would be lost. He had yet to rescue his brothers and ensure that the deities from other realms paid for their transgressions. Xiaowu was still waiting for him to bring her home. As if sensing Tang San's resolve, the diamond-shaped light within the depths of his consciousness stirred once more. A golden radiance emanated from him, standing out amidst the chaos like the morning star. No pain, no gain. This lad truly does not disappoint. The 100 Ghost Douluo unabashedly expressed his admiration as he approached Tang San. Noticing Su Huanshan and the others behind him in a daze, he smirked. What? Are you not going to save him? Has that pull vanished again? It was only then that Su Huanshan and the others realized that the moment the golden light appeared on Tang San, the force that had been drawing them in had once again dissipated. It was reminiscent of a similar scene that had transpired not long ago. Who exactly was this Tang San? Could it be that he truly was the embodiment of the Divine King, with a more alluring target in sight? It was clear that they were of no significance to him. As the 100 Ghosts Douluo continued speaking, he had already positioned himself behind Tang San, maintaining a respectful distance that allowed him to observe the unfolding situation without intruding. He slightly bowed, exuding an air of profound respect. Su Huanshan and the others hastily followed suit, stopping near the 100 Ghosts Douluo. They could sense the formidable aura in the air, one that demanded reverence. Upon approaching, they realized that Tang San was behaving unusually. His eyes had transformed into a pure gold, their elongated shape devoid of warmth, appearing utterly inhuman. Breach the covenant and face annihilation. The moment those words echoed, Su Huanshan and the others were taken aback. They had all heard Tang San's voice before, and it could never be described as this: cold, dignified, and devoid of emotion. Annihilation? Do you truly believe that in this pitiful state you can contend with me? I genuinely look forward to the day we confront each other face to face. The voice emerged from the swirling vortex, ethereal and distant. Yet it compelled Su Huanshan and the others to tense up instinctively, starkly aware of the chasm between them. After the initial shock, they found themselves devoid of any inclination to resist. Following the emergence of that voice, Tang San's golden eyes grew even colder. He raised a finger, pointing towards the vortex above, and a beam of golden light surged forth from his fingertip. The golden radiance penetrated the dimensional passage, wreaking havoc upon its structure. Upon completing the action, Jin Miao cast a fleeting glance at Su Huanshan and the others. In an instant, their expressions turned bewildered, while Tang San once again closed his eyes. Chapter 51. The Journey Home. The dispersing golden light gradually converged into Tang San's being. Once the golden radiance had completely faded, he opened his eyes anew, appearing momentarily dazed as a flicker of confusion crossed his gaze. Realizing that the overwhelming force surrounding him had vanished, Tang San felt a sense of disorientation, suspecting it to be yet another intervention from the system. Tang San gently patted his chest, raising his gaze towards the dimensional portal suspended in midair. Within the originally gray vortex, strands of golden light began to intermingle, bestowing upon it an unexpected allure. What could this possibly signify? Su Huanshan approached, observing the dramatically transformed vortex above. He and the battle Douluo of the 100 Ghosts were the first to regain their composure, while the others remained ensnared in a state of confusion. Clearly, no one was able to provide him with answers. Tang San hesitated for a moment before gradually making his way towards the Eye of Ice and Fire. A voice echoed persistently within his heart, guiding him closer. Su Huanshan sought to intervene, but as he stirred, he found the formidable 100 Ghosts Douluo standing resolutely before him. Step aside, Su Huanshan frowned, his gaze towards 100 Ghosts Douluo imbued with evident discontent. The latter merely curled his lip, showing no inclination to yield. This entity was impervious to destruction by anyone but himself. What do you truly know? Su Huanshan's countenance darkened. In comparison to their adversaries, their clues were woefully insufficient. The enemy lurked in shadows while they stood exposed, and the vast chasm of intelligence left him somewhat perturbed. 100 Ghosts Douluo said little more, and despite Su Huanshan's discontent, he found himself powerless to act against him. Meanwhile, the remaining few had regained their senses and were now scanning their surroundings with keen vigilance. Tang San remained oblivious to the turmoil surrounding him, his gaze entranced by the swirling vortex of golden hues suspended in the air, as if under a spell. The mark upon his brow flickered between brilliance and obscurity. The sea god's trident materialized in his grasp, while 3 soul rings beside him were enveloped in a golden sheen. The soul rings encircled him, their luminous golden radiance intensifying, ultimately coalescing into an ethereal form that merged with the sea god's trident. With a deft flick of his wrist, Tang San sent the sea god's trident soaring from his hand, piercing directly into the swirling vortex above. The moment of contact seemed to ignite a fuse, shattering the previously tranquil facade. Beneath the resplendent golden light, gray energy was continuously devoured. The ferocious aura was compressed to its utmost limit, enveloped within the golden radiance. Although the situation appeared to be evolving favorably, An inexplicable sense of alarm surged within Tang San. This is not good. We must leave at once. Upon hearing Tang San's urgent warning, Su Huanshan and the others swiftly retreated. The gray mist writhed violently, unable to escape the confines of the golden light. After being compressed to its breaking point, it erupted violently, sending a powerful shockwave radiating outward from the epicenter. Tang San and his companions managed to evade the impending disaster. Yet they still felt the impact of the energy surge. While others fared reasonably well, Tang San was immediately struck with a sharp pain in his chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The initial tasks were all completed, and the assessment was passed. As the data began to transmit, a diamond-shaped light within his sea of consciousness suddenly erupted in a brilliant golden glow, which spread throughout his soul, bringing him an overwhelming sense of relief. Even the injuries he had sustained felt significantly alleviated. In stark contrast to the previous, simplistic introduction of system functionalities, this time the information flooding into his mind was notably more comprehensive and detailed. At that moment, all of Tang San's previous understandings were utterly shattered. Was the adversary he had to confront truly so formidable? Whether it was the Sea God, the Shura God, or even the so-called title of God King he once possessed, all of it turned out to be a complete illusion. In the eyes of those higher beings, they were merely pawns, expendable at any moment. The instant he grasped this harsh truth, an overwhelming wave of despair nearly crushed him. Confusion filled his gaze. For so long, the sole thought sustaining him was the determination to reclaim his divinity, to resurrect his cherished brothers, and to bring Xiao Wu back home. But if even the hatred he harbored was merely a ruse, what reason did he have to persist? As he contemplated the bewildering landscape of his soul, the golden mark upon his forehead became increasingly prominent. The intricate patterns slightly raised, yet their luster dimmed to the brink of extinction. Vivid memories from his past life flashed through Tang San's mind, and the haze of confusion dissipated, replaced by a fierce sense of indignation. Indeed, how could he ever accept such a fate? Was it truly possible that, even if given multiple chances, he would only meet a pitiful demise once again? In that moment, the pent-up frustration within him erupted. The figure falling from ghostly visage gradually merged with the image of the young Douluo descending into the divine realm. The light in Tang San's eyes reignited. He was Tang San, and regardless of his identity or status, he was simply Tang San. Whether as a pawn or entangled in schemes, the future was still unwritten. Everything remained uncertain. My destiny is in my own hands, not dictated by the heavens. Tang San abruptly opened his eyes, and the golden light, transformed from diamond-shaped spots, completely merged with the essence of the heavenly Tao, causing the barriers within his soul to dissolve. I am abandoned. This voice seemed to resonate from the depths of his very soul. Before Tang San could further investigate, another person's voice echoed nearby. Tang San, are you all right? Su Huanshan, noticing Tang San's dazed state upon waking, couldn't help but feel a pang of concern. I am fine. Tang San waved his hand dismissively and stood up. The remnants of the explosion had dissipated, and as he lifted his gaze, he beheld a scene of utter devastation. The barrier between the dual extremes of ice and fire had been shattered, and the mingling of crimson and azure liquids formed exquisite shapes reminiscent of crystalline ice. The vortex in the sky had long since vanished, and it was hard to believe that this place had recently been engulfed in chaos, had one not witnessed it firsthand. With the matter resolved, the group showed little inclination to linger. Su Huanshan promptly prepared to lead his companions back to Shrek Academy. At this moment, Han, destined by fate, was engrossed in the newly acquired information, his mind elsewhere. Initially, Su Huanshan and his companions had harbored concerns about the potential wrath of the 100 Ghosts Douluo. Yet to their surprise, he merely cast a knowing glance at Tang San before departing. It appeared that the spirit hall possessed far more detailed intelligence than they had anticipated. Su Huanshan sighed, his gaze lingering on Xiangxi, observing her reaction. There is no need for such subtlety, great elder. My knowledge does not differ significantly from yours. The esteemed figures of the Stardow Forest are indeed quite invested in this matter, and may soon visit the academy for further discussions. After uttering this, Xiangxi paid him little heed, clutching her black cat as she ascended into the treetops, swiftly disappearing from sight. Su Huanshan sighed once more, leading his companions on their journey home. Overall, the expedition had been relatively smooth. The disturbances in the Sunset Forest had been eradicated without significant losses. Chapter 52. The truth. As they traveled at full speed, the atmosphere grew noticeably oppressive. They could all sense that a conspiracy was slowly encroaching. A storm was imminent. Tang San could sense that his soul body had become more substantial, and after the tempering process, his physique was now more agile and robust. He found it effortless to keep pace with Su Huanshan and the others. Upon returning to the academy, it was already midnight. The elders departed swiftly, and after a moment of hesitation, Tang San made his way directly back to his previous courtyard. The courtyard was enveloped in darkness, devoid of any light. In the stillness of the night, it appeared even more desolate, as if stripped of any trace of human presence. Tang San hesitated for a moment as he pushed open the door, but he thought little of it, assuming that everyone else was asleep. He quietly returned to his own chamber. Lying on the bed, he began to sort through the information swirling in his mind. From the moment he was reborn in the Douluo continent after falling from the ghostly cliff, Tang San understood that this world was not merely a singular realm. After ascending to divinity, he had further opportunities to engage with the forces of space. Every flower represents a world. Every leaf embodies enlightenment. The myriad realms exist in interdependence yet remain distinctly separated. The Douluo continent is but an insignificant speck among all these dimensions. Just as humans possess a lifespan, so too do worlds. The more advanced the realm, the greater its longevity. Even the very essence of a world harbors an intrinsic fear of annihilation. Driven by this dread, it will relentlessly pursue growth at any cost. The simplest means for a world to evolve is through consumption, devouring other lesser realms to ascend to a higher existence. However, such grand consumption is not without peril. If the strengths of the worlds are comparable, the endeavor may prove more detrimental than beneficial. Over time, the essence of certain worlds seeks out agents within their own realm to cultivate lesser worlds, nurturing them for eventual consumption. The Douluo continent, where Tang San and his companions reside, is currently confronted with such a dire crisis. The assailants who previously attacked the Douluo continent hail from an even more formidable realm. The Douluo continent itself appears to be akin to livestock, merely waiting to be raised, until the moment arrives for the slaughter to commence. The successive ascension of Tang San and his companions to divinity has further refined the divine system of the Douluo continent. As the source of the realm flourishes, it simultaneously attracts the attention of lurking predators. Little did I anticipate that, in the end, it all stemmed from my actions. Tang San lay with his eyes wide open, staring vacantly at the ceiling. If the 7 monsters had not ascended to divinity so swiftly, would everything have unfolded differently? It seemed as though he sensed Tang San's contemplations, emanating a soft sigh from the depths of his heart. The tone remained chilling and ethereal, evoking a bittersweet sensation within those who listened. An inescapable fate, indeed. Fate. Tang San chuckled softly, a slight, almost neurotic smile gracing his lips. In this lifetime, the one thing I firmly disbelieve is destiny. I was right not to misjudge you. Tang San placed his hand over his eyes, shielding them from the dim light of his gaze. He refrained from speaking, and the atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. Just as Qi believed that Tang San would remain mute, his voice echoed within the depths of his consciousness. What is it that you truly wish for me to do? You are aware of my desires, Tang San. You are not a fool. You should comprehend what it signifies for me to be a mere outsider. They have already detected our movements, and the forthcoming time may not be tranquil. Tang San, I am you. We tread upon the same path. Tang San furrowed his brow, pondering the meaning behind those words. What do you imply? We are running out of time. The system will assist you in finding the correct path. He demanded clarity. What do you mean by I am you? No matter how fervently Tang San called out, he received no reply. Tentatively, he examined his sea of consciousness, only to discover that the once hidden diamond-shaped light spot had vanished without a trace. In its place, his sea of consciousness was no longer the same blank whiteness, but was instead suffused with a gentle golden hue. Ding. Host information. Name, Tang San. Gender, unknown. Martial soul, Sea God Trident, Shura Sword. Strength, level 37 Soul Master. Tang San's mind was suddenly flooded with information, and there was no doubt that it pertained to his current physical condition. His gaze gradually descended, captivated by the lengthy string of gray characters below. The golden 13 halberds. Along with these soul bones and soul skills, upon seeing those familiar names, a wave of astonishment welled up in Tang San's eyes. These were all skills he once possessed. Aside from the abilities conferred by the 3 soul rings he wore, every other soul skill was accompanied by the words not activated. Could it be that he still had the potential to utilize his previous soul skills? Yet, that seemed implausible, as even his martial soul had transformed. What foundation could possibly trigger these soul skills? Tang San steadied his mind and examined the information panel before flipping over to the task interface. At the top, Beneath the initial task, the words completed gleamed prominently. In the lower right corner, a small treasure chest sparkled enticingly. Acting on instinct, Tang Xin clicked it, and the chest sprang open, releasing a cascade of milky white light. As the luminescence faded, an oval object emerged, hovering gracefully before Tang San. Tang San was taken aback, instinctively becoming vigilant. Shrek Academy had always maintained a rotation of titled Douluos on guard duty, ensuring an exceptionally high level of security. Should he be discovered, it would undoubtedly be difficult for him to explain. Bo, my master, do not worry. Aside from you, no one else can see me. This statement piqued Tang San's curiosity, prompting him to scrutinize the round object more closely. It appeared to resemble an egg. Tang San felt somewhat uncertain amidst such a commotion. Only an egg emerged. Master, what are you doing? Quickly, spill some blood on me. The egg clamored as it flew towards Tang San. Are you a magical beast? Bah. What magical beast? Bobo is certainly not that kind of creature. If not a magical beast, then perhaps a spiritual beast? Though it was impossible to discern an expression from an egg, Tang Xin could sense the disdain in its words. After thoroughly activating the system, Tang Xin had naturally gleaned some information about this otherworldly realm. He remained curious about the entirely different system of powers. Bobo is the guiding beast of the system. The crisp voice abruptly halted as if it suddenly recalled something, awkwardly shifting the topic. Let us not discuss this. Let us form a contract first. Logically, Tang Xin should have been wary of such concealment. However, with 5 segments, he felt that this little fellow posed no threat to him. Tang Xin searched his mind for information regarding contracts. He was overwhelmed with knowledge, much of which he had not fully comprehended, but it was stored within his consciousness, ready to be retrieved with key information. Chapter 53, The Contract. After confirming that entering into a contract would pose no detriment to himself, Tang Xin acted decisively. With a flick of his wrist, the crossbow arrow concealed within his sleeve was drawn into the palm of his hand. He pressed the arrow against his palm, and blood surged forth instantaneously. The egg seemed to sense Tang San's action, soaring upwards and adhering to his wound. Tang San could sense the relentless flow of blood from his wounds, being absorbed by the enigmatic egg. Its nature remained a mystery. Not only did the wounds show no signs of healing, but the speed of blood loss remained unabated. This egg was actively siphoning his life force. The prolonged thirst for blood rendered his body unstable, and weariness washed over him once more. It was dire. If this continued, he would surely be drained dry by this entity. He had been too careless, instinctively trusting his sensations without discerning the danger. Realizing this, Tang San immediately sought to withdraw. Regardless of the egg's true nature, he had no desire to perish not at the hands of an enemy, but by his own folly. Yet, no matter how fiercely he struggled, it proved futile, as if time itself had frozen. His hands remained hopelessly adhered to the shell of the egg. Stop! A raspy, weakened voice barely recognizable escaped his lips. His body had reached its limits. It could not withstand further loss of blood. Yet, the egg offered no response. Just as Tang San resigned himself to becoming a mere lifeless husk, a fortuitous turn of events unfolded. A gentle energy flowed through the wound pressed against the egg, soothing his parched and desolate veins. Vitality surged within him, replenishing his body even as the lost blood was swiftly restored. Although blood continued to seep away, the life-threatening urgency had diminished. It was then that Tang San found the presence of mind to observe the egg nearby. Unlike his initial encounter, the surface was now adorned with intricate veins of blood. The patterns of these veins seemed to follow a certain logic, inscribing mysterious runes upon the shell. Oddly, he had never heard that such a pact required so much blood. Tang San clicked his tongue, reflecting on the information he had just uncovered. Generally speaking, contracts are classified into 3 categories: soul contracts, equal contracts, and master-servant contracts. Among these, the soul contract represents the most profound bond, signifying a shared existence through life and death. Notably, none of these contracts mention the necessity of a substantial amount of blood. Just as Tang San was lost in contemplation, the egg seemed to have finally satiated its hunger, slipping from his grasp. Had it just burped? Tang San raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the egg that floated at a short distance. The crimson patterns that had previously adorned its shell had vanished, likely due to its absorption of blood, leaving the egg with a delicate pink hue. Tang San lowered his head and gazed at his palm. The scar in the center of his hand had healed completely, leaving no trace of its former state. Had the contract been fulfilled? Tang San narrowed his eyes and extended his hand towards the egg. The egg, seemingly aware, leapt directly into the palm of his hand. The pink egg rolled within his grasp, and Tang San's gaze dimmed. It was smaller than his palm, appearing almost fragile enough to shatter with the slightest pressure, yet it had nearly drained him of all his blood. He could hardly believe it to be something so delicate. Not yet. The energy in your blood is insufficient. You will need 2 more attempts to complete the contract. Upon hearing this, Tang San pinched the egg between his fingers, his slightly squinted eyes concealing a myriad of complex emotions. You wouldn't be trying to trick me into giving you my blood, would you? Impossible, protested the egg, wriggling incessantly at his fingertips, as if attempting to escape. How could I possibly deceive you for your blood? If it weren't for the low energy in your blood, I wouldn't have to expend such effort. Observing its vehement response, Tang San realized it was not lying. It was likely that the energy which had previously aided in restoring his blood was also a result of this egg's influence. Enough of this. Having finished speaking, Tang San paid no further attention to the egg, casually setting it aside. He lay down on the bed and closed his eyes. The egg hesitated for a moment, then flew to Tang San's pillow and remained still. Tang San was not asleep. Instead, he found himself incessantly recalling past events in his mind. The divinity spoken of in the Douluo continent merely represents an embodiment of a certain level of cultivation. The lives of these deities also have an end, albeit significantly longer than that of ordinary humans. Concurrently, the energy they harbor within is far more abundant. Another means of ascension within the realms is through the consumption of this energy. Each cataclysmic disaster is accompanied by both destruction and rebirth. Upon this reflection, one can discern hints within numerous historical events. The fierce battle between the 2 great empires in the Spirit Hall resulted in countless casualties, with even deities falling in the fray. Who can assert that there were no unseen hands orchestrating events behind the scenes? With such thoughts weighing on his mind, Tang San was unsure when he finally succumbed to slumber. As dawn broke, he opened his eyes. Years of cultivation had rendered his body accustomed to early awakenings. After a brief wash, he leapt onto the rooftop with agile strides. As the first light of day emerged on the horizon, a violet aura flickered within Tang San's gaze. Once the violet mist fully dissipated, he withdrew his gaze, swiftly exited the courtyard, and jogged to the lakeside. After Tang San's physique was refined by divine power, such a level of training no longer posed any challenge for him. After running several laps and realizing he felt no exertion, he returned to the courtyard with a sense of resignation. It was already late. Ordinarily, the reserve members of the Shrek 7 monsters should have commenced their training by this hour. However, when Tang San pushed open the courtyard door, he found no one present. Surely, they couldn't still be asleep. Those few held the Shrek preliminaries in high regard, and it was unlikely they would be so negligent. Could it be that something had happened? Tang San swiftly approached the door of Dai Yuanheng's chamber and rapped his knuckles against it. Dai Yuanheng? Are you there? He called out several times, yet no response came. Just as he was about to force the door open, another voice resonated from the courtyard. Tang San, upon awakening, promptly proceed to the elder pavilion in the inner courtyard. There are pressing matters to discuss. It was Su Huanshan. Following the sound, Tang San spotted a mirror hanging from the eaves. Based on the fluctuations of soul power, it appeared to be a soul-guiding artifact. Su Huanshan's voice emanated from the mirror. He was at a considerable distance from it, allowing Tang San to glimpse him alongside several others. In addition to the familiar faces from their previous encounter, there was also an unfamiliar visage among them. Tang San naturally would not refuse, as the current situation was beyond what he could handle alone. To face an entire world single-handedly, one would either have to be a fool or a madman. Yet, Tang San could not foresee that, in the near future, he would ultimately become the madman spoken of by others. Chapter 54. Shared information. It was evident that Su Huanshan had provided prior instructions, for Tang San encountered no obstruction along his way. Upon entering the Elder's Hall, he instantaneously captivated everyone's attention. Observing the identical reaction as before, Tang San couldn't help but twitch his lips. To be honest, he truly despised such intrigues. Oh, just as we were speaking of you, Su Huanshan remarked, glancing up and offering Tang San a smile upon hearing the commotion. Tang San was unable to discern his thoughts and stood motionless at the door. Indeed, there was an aura of divine power. Divine power? Tang San was taken aback and turned his gaze toward the source of the voice, just in time to catch sight of the middle-aged man seated in the main position. His eyes were slightly narrowed, and he bore a warm smile, exuding an air of scholarly elegance that seemed entirely devoid of menace. Tang San could scarcely believe that this man was as harmless as he appeared. I was unaware of the esteemed presence of the Lord God King. and I regret my failure to offer a proper greeting. I hope for your understanding." The middle-aged man rose and clasped his fists in salute to Tang San. "What? Are you attempting to assert your dominance upon our first meeting? Surely, that is an affront to my self-worth." Upon hearing the familiar address once more, Tang San felt little disturbance within. After absorbing a wealth of information from the system, it was as if his soul had been instantaneously filled. The once tumultuous emotions of love and hatred seemed to be diluted by an influx of memories. At times, reflecting upon them felt as though they belonged to a distant past. "There is no need for such formality, Dean. I am unworthy of the title God King at this moment." At Tang San's words, the middle-aged man chuckled lightly, gesturing towards a chair nearby, indicating for Tang San to take a seat. "Please, have a seat. There is much to discuss, and I fear it may take some time to convey everything." Tang San did not decline and, in accordance with his wishes, took a seat. Subsequently, the man remained silent, while Su Huanshan approached the center with a wooden box in hand. He reached inside and extracted a pearl, which, upon the infusion of soul power, began to levitate slowly into the air. Such recording pearls are not uncommon. They capture the circumstances of the moment once soul power is applied. Su Huanshan's action indicated that there was likely some progress regarding previous events. Indeed, what materialized before them was a depiction of the initial disturbances. On the second day of our journey to the Sunset Forest, the Douluo forest underwent a drastic transformation, leading to the visitation of soul beasts. These pearls were left behind, each representing a fracture in space. Su Huanshan tilted the wooden box slightly, allowing the others to see more clearly. With so many disturbances, was there truly no sign of forewarning? Tang San pressed his lips together, realizing that the box contained at least a dozen shadow orbs. The commotion caused by the rift in space was far from trivial. During the previous dozen instances of spatial fissures, humanity could not have been oblivious. This was the peculiar aspect. Had it not been for the slip-up by the Spirit Hall, which led us to trace the clues to the Sunset Forest, we might still be in the dark to this day. Observing Su Huanshan's grim expression, Tang San could surmise his thoughts. This expedition to the Sunset Forest had truly made them aware of the terrifying nature of these spatial rifts. Fortunately, the situation remains under control for now. The soul beasts, having sensed something amiss, are also inclined to ally with us. As Su Huanshan spoke, he channeled his soul power to release the information contained within the shadow orbs. Tang San observed with great scrutiny, as this was a clue that the system could not provide him. Chronologically, the spatial passage at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang I was the first to manifest. Once the spatial passage stabilized, various exotic beasts began to emerge from it, appearing as if they were well-trained, occupying the vicinity of the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang I without drawing the attention of other factions. Meanwhile, other soul beast forests across the continent began to manifest spatial rifts, with even the Douluo forest not escaping this phenomenon, leading to a surge of exotic beasts emerging through these rifts. As the number of these beasts increased, they began to hunt soul beasts, growing even more formidable by devouring soul masters. The extensive slaughter eventually caught the attention of the soul beasts. Several lords from the heart of the Douluo forest took action, tracing the remnants to locate the spatial rifts. They destroyed those rifts, preventing the exotic beasts from continuing their invasion into the Douluo continent. However, the spatial passage in the Sunset Forest proved impervious to their efforts. They sensed divine power within those spatial rifts. Su Huanshan's voice trembled slightly as the shadow projection revealed the scene of several soul beast lords uniting to tear apart the spatial rift. Though the lords were undeniably powerful, they required collaboration to rend the already unstable space. What kind of strength did the one who stabilized this rift possess? Tearing apart a space was not an insurmountable task. Even an ordinary peak Douluo could achieve it. Yet, finding a passage between two planes and ensuring its prolonged existence was a formidable challenge. At the very least, Tang San himself could not accomplish it. Even when he had once been a god king, he could only traverse other worlds with the aid of divine artifacts. Tang San? Apologies, I was lost in thought. He offered Su Huanshan an apologetic smile. Su Huanshan's lips twitched. Only he knew the complexity of his feelings. He had initially believed Tang San to be merely a mysterious figure, only to discover he was the true embodiment of the sea god. Recalling the last time they collectively admonished Tang San, he wished he could have slipped into a rift. The Grand Elder, despite the tumult of emotions within, maintained an outward calm that betrayed no hint of his inner turmoil. I believe no one understands divine power better than you. Given the urgency of the situation, if you would not mind, could you elaborate on it for us? Su Huanshan's demeanor was exceedingly respectful, which made Tang Sen feel somewhat uncomfortable. Divine power, after all, was merely a qualitative transformation of soul power cultivated to a certain level. The inheritance of divinity was the simplest way to achieve this transformation. Even without inheriting a divine position, one could faintly sense it upon reaching the pinnacle of the Douluo realm. At this point, Tang Sen cast an odd glance at Su Huanshan. Did the Grand Elder not feel it? A rather esoteric sensation. Su Huanshan shook his head. If there were truly changes in his internal soul power, he would have certainly noticed. What you speak of is the metamorphosis during the ascension to divinity. Without divine inheritance, one cannot become a god. You underwent divine trials back then to attain godhood. The long-silent dean seemed to have been stirred by this topic and took the initiative to engage in conversation. Tang San was momentarily taken aback, pondering for quite some time before vividly recalling the events of that era. Upon reflection, it appeared that the 7 monsters, along with others who ascended to divinity thereafter, had all attained godhood through the inheritance of deities. Throughout the millennia, countless individuals on the Douluo continent have sought the path to godhood, yet only a select few have succeeded. Why was it that during their era, the positions of divinity emerged with such remarkable concentration? His own reincarnation, the fateful encounters with his companions, the struggles among empires, sects, and the spirit hall, culminating in the ultimate ascension to godhood. Chapter 55, Cooperation, seemed to weave together like an invisible thread, binding all these elements firmly. It felt as if someone had meticulously orchestrated everything, merely awaiting his arrival. Some matters, however, are better left unexamined. Tang San understood this, yet could not deceive his own heart. Fool. Bobo, master, calm your mind. As if from a dual voice, 2 sounds resonated simultaneously within Tang San's heart. A wave of coolness surged from the depths of his consciousness, invigorating his spirit. It seemed that the egg, sensing Tang San's inner turmoil, suddenly sprang forth from his sea of consciousness, swaying before him. Bobo, master. Observing the egg, which struggled to articulate its thoughts and kept circling around him, Tang San nearly succumbed to the urge to grab it. However, this commotion had alleviated the sense of despair that had weighed upon his heart. Seeing you incessantly chirp, perhaps I shall call you Bobo? With his spirits lifted, Tang San found himself in the mood to tease the little creature before him. The egg spun around and promptly perched itself upon Tang San's shoulder, remaining still. Bobo. Wicked master, I have a name. You are merely an egg. From whence comes your name? If not Bobo, then I shall call you Dandan, as you wish. Bobo. When I grow up, I will no longer be an egg. I shall be called Soul. Soul? That is indeed a peculiar name. Observing the egg, now agitated and bouncing about, a smile grazed Tang San's eyes. Noticing that Su Huanshan and the others showed no particular reaction, it seemed they truly could not perceive the egg that had so suddenly appeared, and thus he allowed it to be. You are simply you. Tang San raised an eyebrow, pondering the contradiction in his companion's words. Just moments ago, he had proclaimed, I am you. Yet now he uttered a statement that seemed to contradict that sentiment. Tang San felt compelled to inquire further, but after that utterance, there was a profound silence in his sea of consciousness. He had previously explored the whereabouts of his companion, finding no trace whatsoever. Even the diamond-shaped light spot that had once occupied his consciousness had vanished, as if, following the initial task of the system, they had truly become one. Observing Tang San lost in thought, clearly ensnared in his own reflections, Su Huanshan glanced helplessly at the man seated in the main position. Was this individual truly a god king? He appeared so unreliable. The dean, catching Su Huanshan's gaze, discreetly cleared his throat, successfully redirecting Tang San's attention. If you possess any clues regarding this matter, it would be prudent to share them. After all, this concerns the entire continent, and we cannot simply stand idly by. Though our powers may be limited, we can still offer assistance. There is no need for such formality, Dean. There are no god kings here. You may simply address me by my name. Tang San pressed his lips together, feeling a twinge of hesitation, uncertain of the trustworthiness of the individual before him. Given this uncertainty, he decided to forego further pretense. How about you simply call me by my name? Upon hearing these words, Tang San was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such casualness from this person. The principal of Shrek Academy was indeed a legend. Having attained the status of a peerless Douluo before the age of 30, revered as the closest being to a deity on the continent. With the name Xiling Han echoing throughout the realm, the other elders nearby exhibited a range of expressions upon hearing this statement. Tang San tugged at the corners of his mouth, unsure of how to respond. So it was settled. If this were to materialize, it would indeed be to my advantage. Xilinghan chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Tang San also chuckled. Very well, I shall call you brotherling, observing the two come to a consensus. Su Huanshan's smile gradually stiffened. A 12 or 13-year-old Tang San addressing him as brotherling. Su Huanshan shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel this alarming image from his mind. At this juncture, Tang San ultimately chose to place his trust in the situation. He meticulously organized the information he possessed before sharing it. Naturally, he withheld certain details, particularly regarding the system, which he would not disclose. The information he revealed was sufficient to cause others to act recklessly, for it pertained to the life and death of the continent. There lingered the uncertainty of whether individuals from another realm had intruded. Su Huanshan once again placed the recording orb into its box and returned to his seat. Upon hearing his words, the attendees fell into silence. Compared to strange beasts, humans posed a far greater threat. Humans excel at disguise. Once they conceal themselves, locating them becomes a daunting task. If they were to lie in wait and wreak havoc, the resulting increase in spatial rifts might jeopardize the very existence of Douluo continent. They were unaware and unwilling to gamble on such a slim chance. Those from other realms would lack martial souls, making them relatively easier to identify. Tang San paused, reflecting on the spatial rifts he had previously observed, along with the spatial passage above the ice and fire duality eye. If those individuals were indeed sound of mind, they would not traverse through such spatial fissures. Crossing these rifts demands a high degree of physical integrity. The more unstable the rift, the more perilous the turbulent currents within. A moment's inattention could result in being torn to shreds. With Tang San's analysis, the others felt a sense of reassurance. Su Huanshan, too, experienced an epiphany. In other words, their arrival could only have been facilitated through the passage in the Sunset Forest. Precisely that. Such a makeshift passage could not accommodate a large number of individuals. The enemy's forces were limited, and as long as we respond appropriately, there is still time. Excellent. Xilinghan could hardly contain himself, nearly applauding Tang San in enthusiasm. He approached Su Huanshan and clapped him on the shoulder. The immediate priority is to inform the major empires, urging them to take this matter seriously and to conduct thorough cleanups. Old Su, this task falls to you. After Su Huanshan acknowledged this, Xilinghan turned his attention back to Tang San. Besides this matter, there is another issue that may require your assistance. The students who returned with you from the Sunset Forest have encountered some difficulties. Are they still unconscious? Tang San inquired, surprised. If they remained unresponsive, how could the system have indicated that Huan Fan's task was completed while they were in the Sunset Forest? Xilinghan waved his hand. No, quite the opposite. They are awake, but it is even more troublesome. From Xilinghan's subsequent explanations, Tang San learned the truth. All 6 individuals, aside from himself, had awakened on the day of their departure, with Huan Fan missing and the other 5 suffering from amnesia. All of them have lost their memories? Tang San's head snapped up. His reaction was understandable, as it was utterly astonishing. The timing of their amnesia was too coincidental. Especially considering their shared experience in the Sunset Forest, it was inevitable to connect these occurrences. Brotherling, there is something suspicious about this. Indeed. Too many coincidences suggest an inevitability, Xilinghan remarked as he headed outside. Chapter 56, Collective Amnesia. He had already relayed the important matters, and Su Huanshan would naturally take care of the rest. They were in the back courtyard of the Elder Pavilion. Let us go together and see if we can uncover any vital clues. Tang San nodded in agreement with Su Huanshan and quickly followed suit. Xilinghan's pace was leisurely, and the two walked as if on a casual stroll toward the courtyard. Did you encounter any strange occurrences while in the Sunset Forest? Or come into contact with any peculiar objects? Xilinghan tilted his head slightly, observing Tang San's reaction. Tang San was acutely aware of the inquiries lingering in his companion's mind, particularly the perplexity surrounding why everyone else had succumbed, while he remained an anomaly. Oh, merely a gathering of cunning old foxes. He would not be so naive as to believe that after such a ruckus. Xilinghan had genuinely placed her trust in him. It was merely a matter of mutual benefit. If one were to ponder upon the truly bizarre, it would undoubtedly be that land capable of devouring corpses, accompanied by the unsettling scent of blood. Tang San squinted, seemingly lost in deep contemplation. Xilinghan smiled, her aura radiating warmth, akin to the gentle sun upon the earth. Ah, old Su mentioned it to me, she remarked. He even had someone specially retrieve a sample of that soil. There is nothing particularly remarkable about it. That soil is alive, Tang San interjected, leaning closer and lowering his voice, adopting an air of mystery. Zilinghan's interest was evidently piqued, prompting her to halt her steps and turn to face him. Alive? A soul beast? Despite the passage of years, Zilinghan had never heard of a soil-based soul beast, while plant-type soul beasts existed. Surely there must be a counterpart among the soil? Observing the whimsical expression on her face, Tang San could not suppress a chuckle. Was this truly the illustrious dean of Shrek Academy, the unparalleled genius Douluo, Zilinghan? It is not a soul beast. I suspect this entity hails from another realm. He continued. The exact nature and timing remain unclear, but I fear a visit to the Sunset Forest may be necessary. As Tang San spoke, he gestured for Zilinghan to continue walking. There was no need to linger in one place and squander time. Regardless of the nature of the issue, it was imperative to eliminate the threat swiftly, for leaving it be would ultimately bring calamity. You need not worry about this. I shall dispatch someone to handle it. In a couple of days, accompany me to the Douluo forest. The backyard was not far, and soon they arrived at the courtyard of Dai Yuanheng and the others. The Soul Master stationed at the entrance greeted Zilinghan with a bow and stepped aside to grant passage. As they pushed open the door, they were met with a large face, causing Tang San to instinctively suppress the urge to kick. Xiaohuan, what are you doing? Struggling to contain his impulse to strike, Tang San twitched his lips. Hee, finally, someone has arrived. Gazing at the boy before him, who wore a silly grin, Tang San found it impossible to reconcile this individual with the previously aloof and taciturn character. This was more than just amnesia. It was as if he had undergone a complete transformation. Tang San scrutinized Xiaohuan with a peculiar expression. Zilinghan, unfazed, urged Tang San inside, casually shutting the door behind them. This is precisely why matters are intricate. Now, let us discuss further within. Pop, master, be cautious. This person is problematic. Suddenly, the soul residing in his consciousness spoke out. What is it? Tang San discreetly cast a sidelong glance at Xiaohuan while inquiring internally. Pop, his soul does not align with his body, and his aura is quite chaotic. A dissonance between soul and body. Was this not akin to the possession mentioned in the system's previous data? Could it be that he was one of those cultivators from that world? Tang San pressed his lips together, a shadowy gloom enveloping his eyes. If possession were indeed the case, it would spell trouble. He pondered whether such a takeover would affect their martial souls. If it did not, their previous method of discerning friend from foe through soul rings would prove largely ineffective. Yet, did the data not indicate that the requirements for possession were exceedingly stringent? It seemed illogical that such occurrences could happen so frequently. The thought of the 5 individuals who were suspected of engaging in possession made his head throb slightly. Principal, you have arrived, he uttered as he noticed the commotion in the courtyard. The others hurriedly emerged, and Zilinghan greeted them with a warm smile, gesturing amiably. These are your companions. They were previously occupied with other matters and have only just returned. Soon, you will compete on behalf of the Academy together. So take this time to acclimate to one another. Tang San cast a sidelong glance at him, wondering what this fellow was up to again. Hadn't he just mentioned that they would venture into the Douluo forest together in a few days? However, Zilinghan paid no heed to Tang San's thoughts and directly brought him before the group. Come, let me see if your abilities have diminished. A sly smile danced upon Zilinghan's lips, hinting at impending misfortune for someone. Observing the fox-like grin on Zilinghan's face, Tang San narrowed his eyes. He had no intention of opposing. After all, it was an opportunity to assess these individuals. As he looked at the bewildered group surrounding Zilinghan, Tang San silently called upon his soul. Dandan, do these individuals share a similar predicament as Xiaohuan? Bobo indeed. Their bodies and souls are misaligned and subtly repelling each other. Upon hearing this, Tang San's eyes narrowed further, a chill emanating from his gaze as it swept across the group. Indeed, they were not the genuine article. After responding to the inquiry, the soul in his mind suddenly registered something. Bobo, I am not called Dandan. Tang San stifled a chuckle, amused by the delayed reaction. He merely smiled without replying, as Zilinghan had already turned his attention back to them. So, shall we engage in a battle? Tang San nodded, and the group proceeded towards the rear of the house. The courtyard was quite spacious, with a large area at the back perfectly suited for their duel. Shall we take turns, or shall we engage all at once? Zilinghan raised an eyebrow, directing her gaze towards the 5 individuals nearby as she inquired. Brotherling, you truly overestimate me, came the response. Do not be so modest. Simply enjoy some playful competition with the children. I am still but a child myself, Tang San remarked, playfully shaking his small arms and legs. At the tender age of 12 or 13, he appeared quite mature, especially considering that his body had undergone refinement, resulting in exceptional development. His physique and features were gradually taking shape. Tang San and Zilingan were engrossed in their playful banter. Completely oblivious to the astonished and curious gazes of the 5 individuals nearby, he sensed that after completing the system contract, his personality had undergone significant changes. His mind was now filled with many memories that did not originally belong to him, while the memories that were uniquely Tang San's had been scattered and washed away. Yet, what did it matter? He remained true to himself. Come on, you young rascal, looking so world-weary. What are you pondering? Zilingan playfully slapped Tang San on the shoulder. And as he snapped back to reality, his body instinctively lowered to evade the gesture. Goodness, did you see that? Such reflexes. You all should take notes, he remarked. Chapter 57. The contest. The hand that was dodged did not anger Zilingan in the slightest. Instead, he lavished praise upon the 5 onlookers. Tang San, you must show some mercy. These little ones seem utterly bewildered by what they have faced. They have nearly forgotten the fundamentals. Tang San, initially tense, gradually relaxed his body. The combat instincts honed over years made him unaccustomed to the proximity of others. He nodded towards Zilingan, surveying the 5 individuals beside him. Ultimately, Tang San found himself facing multiple opponents, with a few arranged on the field. In stark contrast to the group opposite him, he appeared rather solitary and forlorn. The confines of this arena were strictly defined. Should one lose their ability to fight or be knocked out of bounds, they would be eliminated. As Zilingan's hand signal descended, the area where Tang San and his companions stood trembled with a series of quakes. Following the tremors, the ground beneath their feet began to rise, forming a stone platform approximately 3 meters high. Tang San was the first to complete the manifestation of his martial soul. The group across from him, led by Dai Yuanheng, exchanged knowing glances. In the days since their awakening, they had come to grasp certain fundamental concepts, becoming acquainted with their own martial souls and soul skills, thus no longer entirely ignorant. With a mighty roar, Dai Yuanheng transformed his hands into claws, and an ethereal royal pattern emerged upon his forehead, instantaneously achieving the white tiger manifestation. With his leadership, the others soon followed suit, each awakening their own martial souls in succession. Tang San squinted, keenly observing their movements. Having witnessed Dai Yuanheng and the others in action before, he immediately sensed that something was amiss. The flow of soul power became sluggish, and their momentum diminished significantly. During the fusion of their martial souls, a subtle sense of repulsion emerged. Without needing further elaboration from Egg, Tang San was now certain that those before him harbored some sinister intent. Were they seeking possession? Was there a remedy for this predicament? Tang San pondered within himself. Perhaps still holding a grudge over Tang San's earlier misnaming, the soul refrained from responding immediately. Tang San remained composed, and at that moment, Dai Yuanheng and the others charged forward. He decided to focus entirely on the current battle. Leading the charge, the formidable Dai Yuanheng did not employ any soul techniques. Instead, he lunged at Tang San with his sharp claws aimed directly at his face. As Tang San lowered his body and altered his steps, he deftly maneuvered sideways, delivering a precise kick to the spot where he had just stood. Dai Yuanheng's claw swept toward him, only to be met directly by Tang San's kick, causing him to stagger backward. Seizing the momentum, Tang San darted toward the location of Huangyu. Faced with a throng of adversaries, it was only natural to target the support-type Soul Master first. Huangyu, positioned at the rear of the group, had just employed her first and second soul skills to bestow speed and strength enhancements upon Dai Yuanheng and his companions. Upon noticing Tang San charging toward her, she hurriedly sprinted in the direction of Dai Yuanheng and the others. Dai Yuanheng and his team quickly became aware of Tang San's intentions and raced to catch up, aiming to regroup with Huangyu. Xiao Huan, as a swift attack-type Soul Master, naturally possessed the greatest speed. Instead of attempting to block, he opted for an offensive approach, lunging toward Tang San's back with a strike. Even if this blow did not severely injure him, Tang San had no desire to allow a wound to mar his form. With a slight slip, he glided effortlessly aside like a wraith, evading the attack. As Xiao Huan's strike missed, his body leaned forward, causing his dagger to slip from his grasp and hurtle toward Tang San. As Tang San turned around, he happened to witness the moment when Xiao Huan flung the dagger out. He raised an eyebrow, his gaze toward Xiao Huan laced with a hint of astonishment and suspicion. The Tang Sect's whip sword? No, it merely bears a resemblance. It seems that ancient martial arts exist in that world as well. With a flick of the hand, the The sea god trident soared aloft, meeting the soul-chasing dagger head-on. Tang Sen twisted his wrist, and with a sharp clang, the dagger was sent flying. As the two engaged in combat, Dai Yuanheng and Tang Xinyan arrived on the scene. Ling Feng swung his long sword fiercely towards Tang San, while Tang Xinyan hurled her Haotian hammer. The four surrounded Tang San, effectively trapping him in their midst, with Huang Yu retreating behind them once more. I remarked that their skirmish, devoid of soul skills, lacked any real significance. Zilingan twitched his lips, with hammers, swords, and daggers in play. Even Dai Yuanheng resorted to clawing attacks. Were it not for Huang Yu's presence, he might have thought he was witnessing a martial arts competition. This matter directly pertains to whether you all can pass the preliminaries. The title of the 7 monsters is not immutable. You will constantly face challenges. And should a more exceptional candidate arise, you risk losing your qualifications. Then, do not shed tears of regret. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Dai Yuanheng and the others shifted noticeably. A smile crept onto Tang San's lips. Those who had never employed soul skills would naturally be prone to forgetfulness. However, the peculiar title should not hold such weight for these outsiders. Their significant reactions hinted at aspirations for the Continental Soul Master competition. Had these individuals already encountered the Spirit Hall? In a fleeting moment, various conspiracy theories flitted through Tan Shan's mind. He shook his head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts. Even if questions lingered, they could wait until after the competition. With Zilingan's reminder, it was likely that these individuals would refrain from making such absurd mistakes again. Tang San's figure swayed as he deftly evaded Ling Feng's longsword, darting towards Tang Xinlian. He raised his trident, which clashed with the Haotian hammer, producing a resonant sound akin to the striking of metal against stone. In a seamless motion, Tang San brushed past Tang Xinlian. At that moment, the second soul ring beside Xiaohuan illuminated, and a dagger formed of dark purple light shot towards the nape of Tang San's neck. This was none other than his second soul skill, aptly named Soul Pursuit. The dagger, imbued with the essence of purple light, possessed a tracking ability that rendered it inescapable. Tang San sensed the movement behind him, swiftly executing a somersault to bypass Tang Xinyan and directly target Huang Yu. Attempting to escape? A mere fantasy. Xiaohuan held unwavering confidence in his second soul skill. Indeed, the dagger mirrored Tang San's motion, curving sharply to follow closely in his wake. Meanwhile, Xiaohuan activated his first soul skill, Cloak of Invisibility. His figure rapidly faded, as if merging with the play of light and shadow. It must be said, this skill reminiscent of invisibility was truly remarkable. With the naked eye, one could discern no anomaly whatsoever. A built-in tracking feature? Quite intriguing. Tang San raised an eyebrow, and the first soul ring beside him shimmered. A mist emerged from the air, drawn towards the soul-devouring dagger by the trident of the sea god. The dagger was thwarted, suspended in midair, locked in a standoff with the mist, producing a relentless, resonant hum. The moisture in the air was irresistibly attracted to the trident, converging towards the mist. Initially formless, the mist began to coalesce into a spherical shape, ensnaring the soul-devouring dagger within its grasp after absorbing a significant amount of water vapor. Given the omnipresence of moisture and the enhancement provided by the soul skill, Sea God's domain, the surrounding atmosphere felt increasingly humid. A portion of the mist crept along the ground, already winding its way up Huang Yu's legs. Within the domain of vapor, every wisp seemed to embody Tang San's gaze. Chapter 58. Out of the game. Everything concealed within the mist could not escape Tang San's keen observation. Regrettably, the duration for which he could maintain this state was quite limited due to his current cultivation level. The vapor touching all things rapidly relayed information to Tang San's mind, revealing Xiaohuan's figure. He crouched slightly, resembling a stealthy beast poised for a lethal strike. At this moment, he was a far cry from the foolish individual they had encountered upon entering the courtyard. Tang San noted the cold indifference in his eyes, devoid of any human warmth. As if all previous displays of character were mere facades. One could indeed say he was a natural-born killer. A smirk curved Tang San's lips, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. He had long anticipated that these individuals were far from ordinary. Given their connection to another realm, their identities warranted further scrutiny. Tang San was acutely aware that given Xiaohuan's current vigilance, any attempt to approach him would undoubtedly alert him. Thus, it was prudent to first eliminate the auxiliary. Just as Tang San was preparing to strike at Huang Yu, a sudden rush of wind sounded behind him. Indeed, someone could no longer remain still, concealed by his enhancements. Xiaohuan nearly instantaneously appeared behind Tang San. Excellent. Tang San was already prepared. With a deft twist of his trident, he met the soul-pursuing dagger head-on. A crisp sound resonated as the trident clashed with the dagger. Xiao Huan exerted force, pressing the dagger toward Tang San, while simultaneously, the third soul ring beside him glimmered. Another dagger materialized out of thin air, spinning and splitting into four, all aimed at piercing Tang San. Observing the imminent threat to his vital points, Tang San's eyes narrowed slightly. The mist around him swirled once more, converging upon the daggers. Third soul skill, Frost Spear. As Tang San executed his move, 5 frost-forged spears emerged in the air. 4 of them intercepted the attacking daggers, while one darted straight toward Huang Yu at the back. Realizing that Tang San's target was still her, Huang Yu dared not linger and immediately prepared to relocate. However, she soon sensed something amiss. Her legs felt as though bound by some unseen force, rendering them unbearably heavy and her movements excruciatingly slow. Seeing the smile at the corner of Tang San's mouth, Huang Yu instantly grasped that this was all orchestrated by him. Frowning, she struggled to inch sideways. It was precisely these few arduous steps that allowed her to evade the incoming spears. The frost spears jabbed into the ground beside Huang Yu, their chilling aura causing the air to become frigid. "You can still move. I truly underestimated you," Tang San mused, observing her labored movements. The binding effect of the sea god's domain was considerable, yet she still managed to advance, showcasing remarkable tenacity. Narrowing his eyes, he activated his second soul ring, causing the mist entwined around Huang Yu's legs to crystallize into ice, instantly freezing her in place, with the frost subtly creeping upwards. "What is this ghastly thing?" In desperation, Huang Yu clawed at the ice, only to find it ineffective. Instead, her hands became increasingly rigid, leaving her too frightened to move recklessly. The remaining 4 spears clashed with the soul-pursuing dagger, each dissolving and ultimately dissipating into light and shadow. Simultaneously, Dai Yuanheng and the others, now enveloped in the mist, sensed something was amiss. Under Tang San's control, the mist pressed down upon them like a colossal weight, making any movement feel laborious. Influenced by the second soul skill, the water vapor gradually began to solidify into frost. They witnessed Huang Yu's dire predicament. With their limited strength, should they become ensnared by the ice, escape would be nearly impossible. Dai Yuanheng's second soul ring ignited, a wave of white light surging toward Tang San. Tang San remained oblivious, still engaged in a contest with Xiao Huan, completely unaware of the looming danger behind him. A flicker of joy surged within Dai Yuanheng as he unleashed both his first and third soul skills simultaneously. With the enhancements of the White Tiger's protective barrier and the White Tiger's diamond transformation, his attack speed and defense surged by 150%. Coupled with Huang Yu's earlier amplification, his prowess reached a truly formidable level. The mist could not withstand his claws, which tore through it, creating a gaping rift. Dai Yuanheng's figure slipped through the crevice, and without the mist's obstruction, his speed became a mere blur. As Dai Yuanheng successfully extricated himself, Tang Xinlian and Ling Feng quickly devised a plan. Tang Xinlian brandished the Haotian hammer in her hand, and the third soul ring beside her began to glow. The third soul skill, Haotian's Tremor, was activated. A wave of black and gold light radiated from the Haotian hammer. Tang Xinlian distinctly felt the pressure that had bound her begin to ease significantly, hinting at the possibility of liberation. Splendid. If this continues, one more effort will secure her freedom. On the verge of escape, Tang Xinlian could hardly contain her excitement. However, Ling Feng was not so fortunate. His soul skills primarily enhanced the longsword itself, rendering him unable to unleash them amidst the constraints of the mist. As he neared his target, his claws almost grazing Tang San, an expression of exhilaration flickered in Dai Yuanheng's eyes. The unexpected shift occurred in an instant, as Tang San's body twisted at a peculiar angle to one side. Due to his movement, the force in his hand slackened, causing the trident to be pressed back by the soul-chasing dagger, and Xiao Huan's body leaned forward due to the inertia. Tang San, gripping the trident, executed a swift backflip, extricating himself from the chaos of battle and hurling Xiao Huan towards Dai Yuanheng. "This is outrageous," Xiao Huan exclaimed, raising his gaze to meet the oncoming wave of light. With all his might, he endeavored to maneuver his body to evade the approaching luminescence. However, immediately following was the fierce swipe of Dai Yuanheng's claw. "Your aim leaves much to be desired," Xiao Huan retorted, his lips twitching as he nearly succumbed to a shout. The composure he once held now vanished. "Get out of my way. Do you think I wish for this?" Dai Yuanheng replied, equally vexed, The proximity between them left no room for retreat. With a full-force strike, he lunged at Xiao Huan. Xiao Huan raised his dagger in defense, swiftly crouching to avoid a fatal blow. His long hair flowed with his movements, a strand falling onto the tiger's claw, effortlessly severed. The clash of dagger against claw sparked a flurry of sparks, accompanied by a piercing sound. As a sensitive attack-type spirit master, Xiao Huan was inherently less adept in strength. Dai Yuanheng's strike barely met resistance, allowing him just enough time to sidestep the onslaught. He rolled twice on the ground before regaining his footing. Once he had evaded danger, Xiao Huan felt a wave of soreness and numbness in his arms, nearly losing his grip on the dagger. At that moment, Tang San had already darted to Huang Yu's side, lifting her and preparing to toss her off the stage. Tang Xinlian and Ling Feng found themselves ensnared within the clutches of the mist, rendering their escape exceedingly difficult. Dai Yuanheng and Xiao Huan were unable to render assistance in time. Their spiritual energy was significantly depleted, and they were besmirched with dust, presenting a particularly disheveled appearance. Chapter 59. Parasitism. Tang San's strength was formidable, lifting Huang Yu was effortless for him. Despite the prolonged battle, he exhibited remarkable composure, showing no signs of fatigue. Huang Yu realized that she was truly out of the competition, having no expectations of escaping Tang San's grasp. In the instant she was thrown out of the arena, she activated her third soul skill. Pink butterflies emerged from the heavenly umbrella, soaring towards Dai Yuanheng and the others. The effect of the heavenly blessing was indeed extraordinary. With her current strength at level 31, she could simultaneously control 3 pink butterflies. Among the remaining 4, Ling Feng and Tang Xinlian were in the best condition, sustaining no injuries. The most drained were undoubtedly Dai Yuanheng and Xiao Huan. How inconsiderate. After being thrown out, Huang Yu dusted herself off, grumbling as she rose. Once she left the competition area, the oppressive aura surrounding her dissipated instantaneously. Even the ice on her feet melted away. It seemed that while Tang San's soul skill was formidable, it also had its limitations. Her quick reflexes allowed her to make a decisive choice at the moment of her exit, leaving an opportunity for her teammates. Zilingan gazed at Huang Yu with affection, yet remained immobile, showing no intention of offering assistance. "Thank you for your kind words, Dean," Huang Yu remarked, momentarily silenced by Zilingan's praise. She stood obediently to the side, watching the unfolding events alongside him. The 2 butterflies entered their bodies, instantly replenishing much of their soul power. Xiao Huan felt an immediate relief in his previously distressed arm. He exhaled, gripping his dagger with vigilance, ready for Tang San's next move. Dai Yuanheng also experienced a swift restoration of his soul power, stabilizing his stance beside Xiao Huan, effectively sandwiching Tang San between them. Time was of the essence. The duration of the Sea God's domain was limited. After forming a pact with the system, Tang San's strength had surged, significantly enhancing the effectiveness of his soul skills. The Sea God's domain could draw moisture from the surroundings, creating a low-tier domain-like effect, lasting in accordance with Tang San's strength level. Undoubtedly, if this skill were to grow, it would become utterly terrifying. Just imagine, in a world where water is ubiquitous, even within soul beasts and humans. Water constitutes a significant proportion if one could control the moisture within living beings. Yet, regrettably, no matter how extraordinary the ability, it was beyond Tang San's control at this moment. As anticipated, the mist on the field began to gradually dissipate, alleviating the pressure on Tang Xinlian and Ling Feng. Tang San's gaze sharpened as he charged towards Xiao Huan, swinging his trident with force, aiming to strike him. The Sea God Trident, being a divine artifact, was as formidable as the Haoyan hammer. In Tang San's hands, wielding it like a hammer was a display of sheer power. Xiao Huan deftly dodged. Yet Tang San did not pursue. Instead, he spun in place, sweeping the trident through the air. This was a chaotic hammering technique. Zilingan could hardly contain his excitement, stepping forward a few paces. Meanwhile, Huang Yu looked on in confusion, her delicate brows knitting together. What was he doing? Dai Yuanheng wore a bewildered expression as he observed Tang San wielding his trident, sweeping through the air with relentless force. Xiao Huan furrowed his brow, an ominous feeling creeping over him, compelling him to intervene. As Tang San unleashed his chaotic hammer technique, his momentum intensified. Given that Xiao Huan was not particularly adept in terms of strength, he hesitated to confront Tang San directly. The speed at which Tang San spun was extraordinary, and he began to close in on Xiao Huan in a rather intriguing manner. In that moment, Xiao Huan found himself at a loss for an opportunity to counterattack, resorting instead to evasion. Tang Xinlian finally broke free from the misty water and, from a distance, activated her first soul skill. A small black golden hammer was launched from her palm, hurtling directly towards Tang San. With a crisp clang, the Haotian hammer was sent flying away. Tang San's movements remained unchanged as he continued to fixate intently on Xiao Huan. Bobo, is it you, master? It is not possession, but rather parasitism. The voice of the soul suddenly resonated in his mind. Tang San's movements remained undiminished as he once again swung his trident towards Xiao Huan. Parasite? What is that? I just reviewed the system data. The peculiar entities you encountered in the Sunset Forest are, in fact, a form of life. Tang San had long suspected that the entity was alive, and thus, he felt little surprise upon hearing the soul's revelation. With his trident charged with considerable force, he swiftly aimed it at Tang Shilian. Having been preoccupied with pursuing Xiao Huan, Tang Shilian was utterly unprepared for Tang San's sudden shift in target. Before she could react, she was sent flying out of the arena by the strike. This unexpected turn of events also caught Dai Yuanheng and Xiao Huan off guard. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San employed the Ghost Shadow Misty Step, his figure darting with remarkable agility. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Ling Feng sensed the dissipating moisture binding him. And before he could revel in this newfound freedom, a familiar face appeared before him. Almost instantly, he felt a sharp pain in his chest as Tang San delivered a kick that sent him sprawling out of the arena. Thus, only Tang San, Dai Yuanheng, and Xiao Huan remained on the field. Tang San took a moment to steady his breath, caressing the trident in his hand, while contemplating the words just spoken by Han. How this fellow had learned to tease, raising expectations without delivering substance. What was the crux of the matter? It was said to be a creature referred to as a Yao in another realm. Bo mentioned that with sufficient power, even a stone could be transformed into a human form. Upon hearing Tang San's probing questions, Han ceased his cryptic banter and slowly divulged what he knew. The term Yao was not unfamiliar to Tang San. While there were no such beings in the Douluo continent, he had indeed encountered tales of monsters in the world he once inhabited. The existence of gods, demons, and Yao was not an inconceivable notion. It seemed this otherworldly race was remarkably diverse. Tang San possessed limited knowledge regarding this alternate dimension, and the information recorded within the system was far from comprehensive. Much of the data would have to be uncovered through their own explorations. These Yao had a peculiar nature, thriving by consuming corpses, capable of controlling human minds for their own purposes. Wasn't it said that their souls and bodies were misaligned? Why did the explanation seem to shift? Those consumed by them would find their souls trapped within. The so-called parasitism involved releasing these souls to showcase control over the living vessel. These individuals were entirely under the Yao's dominion, incapable of claiming their bodies for rebirth, a stark contrast to possession. Han continued his exposition while Dai Yuanheng and Xiao Huan launched another assault. Tang San deftly evaded, engaging in a fierce struggle with the two. Was there a solution? Bobo replied, Master, not at present. At this juncture, Han's mood appeared somewhat despondent, yet his spirits quickly rallied. Once our contract is fulfilled, the illustrated guide will activate. At that time, we shall ascertain how to contend with this creature. Chapter 60. Unexpected developments. Tang San twitched his lips at the thought of enduring another 2 bloodlettings. Feeling a pang of headache. Nevertheless, it was merely a matter of 2 days. He resolved to persevere. At this moment, Tang San stood face to face with Dai Yuanheng. While Xiao Huan utilized the stealth effect of his first soul skill, concealing himself once more, biding his time. The sea goddess domain was currently inaccessible, prompting Tang San to extend his spiritual awareness, vigilant of his surroundings. Simultaneously, the third soul ring beside him shimmered, and a frost-laden spear hurtled towards Dai Yuanheng. Tang San currently possesses 3 soul abilities, with the first being the most impactful, yet also the most demanding in terms of usage restrictions. In comparison, he employs the second and third soul abilities more frequently. Dai Yuanheng deftly evaded the spear, his assault on Tang San's claws unwavering. His own predicament was far from optimistic. The enhancement from the Huang Yuetian Luo umbrella had begun to wane. It would not be long before the potency of the White Tiger Guardian Barrier and the White Tiger Diamond transformation diminished as well. At that point, the two of them would undoubtedly fall short against Tang San. Their only chance lay in defeating him before the enhancements faded. However, it became evident that Dai Yuanheng had underestimated the situation. Tang San was not an adversary to be trifled with. As Tang San's foot slipped, his figure diminished, and Dai Yuanheng's claw swiped directly above his head. With a swift motion, he brandished the sea god's trident, striking forcefully towards Dai Yuanheng's chest. Tang San's strength was formidable, And in this moment, he sent Dai Yuanheng staggering back several steps. Seizing this momentum, he swiftly retreated while expanding his spiritual awareness. As he withdrew, his back was completely unguarded. What an opportune moment! A surge of excitement filled Xiao Huan's heart as he brandished the soul-chasing dagger and charged forward. Sensing Xiao Huan's approach, a flicker of intrigue crossed Tang San's eyes. Perfect timing. He raised the sea god trident behind him, deftly intercepting the thrusting dagger. An ice spear materialized above him, plummeting down with tremendous force. If Xiao Huan failed to evade, he would surely meet a gruesome fate. His brain splattered across the ground. Although the entity residing within Xiao Huan had long since perished, it had no intention of revealing its identity so easily. Consequently, Xiao Huan relinquished the dagger and dodged to the side. After evading, the dagger seemed to possess a will of its own, curving back and descending leisurely behind him. Observing Xiao Huan's stunned expression, Tang San couldn't help but chuckle. This tracking effect is not exclusive to you alone. In fact, it proves to be quite effective. Tang San's frost spear, naturally unable to track its target, was nevertheless guided by his profound spiritual awareness, which enveloped the spear like an invisible assistant, deftly directing it in pursuit of Xiao Huan's elusive figure. As Xiao Huan evaded the icy spear, he simultaneously focused on anticipating Tang San's movements, biding his time for the perfect moment to counterattack. Unbeknownst to him, he was inching perilously close to the edge of the arena. "Xiao Huan, dodge," came Dai Yuanheng's distant voice, but by the time Xiao Huan reacted, he found himself face to face with Tang San. With his second soul skill, Sorrow of Frost, water transformed into ice. The ice was not merely a tool for freezing or inflicting harm. The delicate frost particles, scattered yet orderly in the air, refracted light to create an illusory image that obscured Xiao Huan's vision. Having already reached the edge of the arena, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. And before he knew it, he had been propelled out of bounds. With ease, Tang San dispatched Xiao Huan, then swiftly turned to confront Dai Yuanheng, who was approaching from behind. Clad in a layer of fur bestowed by his martial soul, Dai Yuanheng's form was adorned with glistening frost, exuding a unique beauty. Without further ado, he unleashed another wave of the white tiger's radiant light. "I refuse to believe that after such a prolonged battle, you have not exhausted any of your energy," Dai Yuanheng declared, poised to send Tang San off the stage at the slightest opening. Indeed, Tang San's consumption of soul power is considerable. Despite his remarkable prowess, he remains merely a soul master at this moment, and the soul power within him is insufficient to sustain prolonged combat. Facing 5 adversaries is undoubtedly no trivial matter. Even though he has been meticulously conserving his soul power, he is beginning to feel the strain. Sensing an impending attack, the frost that had been scattered in the air swiftly coalesced under Tang San's command, forming a series of ice mirrors. The moment the light waves struck these mirrors, they dispersed. A portion was deflected, while the mirrors themselves shattered under the relentless assault of energy. The residual force surged forth, causing the second mirror to shatter, followed by the third and fourth. By the time the scene reached Tang San, its initial ferocity had long since diminished. With a mere sweep of the sea god's trident, it vanished from sight. Subsequently, with a deft twist of his wrist, he thrust the sea god's trident forward, meeting Dai Yuanheng's claws with unwavering resolve. Tang San lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Dai Yuanheng. A violet aura flickered within his eyes. Dai Yuanheng emitted a muffled groan, his figure instantly freezing, his claws trembling uncontrollably upon the sea god trident. Alas! Dai Yuanheng furrowed his brow, his sinister eyes nearly merging into one. Unable to restrain himself, he pressed his claws against his head, kneeling on one knee, his slightly trembling form appearing rather fragile. Observing his condition, Tang San naturally refrained from further assault, the sea god trident in his hand shimmering before vanishing in a flash of golden light. The mark upon Tang San's forehead glimmered momentarily. Is this truly the case? Tang San stroked his chin, contemplating the ethereal manifestation of Dai Yuanheng's martial soul. Dai Yuanheng's trembling intensified, and even Xiling Han in the audience sensed something amiss. What could be the matter? Xiling Han leaped onto the stage, swiftly approaching the two. Witnessing Dai Yuanheng, half kneeling and trembling incessantly, his astonishment was unmistakable. Who knows? Perhaps realizing that 5 against 1 was insurmountable, he is stimulated, and his memories are on the verge of resurfacing. Tang San spread his hands, an expression of innocence adorning his face. After speaking, he intentionally or unintentionally averted his gaze towards Tang Xinlian and the others. The individuals he had previously abandoned on stage had long gathered together, now peering curiously in their direction. Zilinghan cast a reproachful glance at Tang San and, noticing his line of sight, briefly regarded Tang Xinlian and her companions. His expression subtly shifted, yet he quickly donned a mask of warmth once more. It was evident that inquiring would yield no fruitful answers. With a tone that seemed to express mild exasperation, Zilinghan muttered this remark before crouching down to investigate Dai Yuanheng's condition. Tang Xin took a half-step back, widening the distance between himself and Zilinghan, his expression betraying a sense of amusement akin to that of a spectator reveling in a performance, perhaps perceiving Dai Yuanheng as a negligible threat. Coupled with the latter's apparent weakness at that moment, Zilinghan let down his guard. He reached out, intending to grasp Dai Yuanheng's wrist, eager to assess his soul power and discern any anomalies in his physique. However, the instant Zilinghan's hand made contact with Dai Yuanheng, the latter, who had been trembling with his head lowered, suddenly erupted with ferocity. Chapter 61. Dai Yuanheng's anomaly, with razor-sharp claws like those of a tiger. He lunged toward Zilinghan's heart. Yet, who was Zilinghan? It was inconceivable that he could be harmed by a mere youth. Having ascended to his current stature, Zilinghan had never been short of opportunities, which invariably coexisted with peril. His body had long since conditioned itself to reflexively respond the moment danger was sensed. He had already evaded, simultaneously transforming his palm into a claw, swiftly grasping Dai Yuanheng's wrist. Tang Xin observed that Zilinghan's body visibly stiffened, prompting him to retract the leg that had already been thrust forward. While Zilinghan instinctively evaded, he possessed the capability to counterattack and inflict significant harm upon Dai Yuanheng. Had his assailant not been a junior from the academy, the outcome could have been dire. Soul power coursed through their clasped wrists, probing into Dai Yuanheng's body. Zilinghan's expression grew somber, yet before he could conduct a thorough examination, Dai Yuanheng's claw struck once more. Zilinghan's movements had been tentative from the outset, and his concern for Dai Yuanheng's safety rendered him increasingly restrained, ultimately allowing Dai Yuanheng to break free. It appears my initial assumption was erroneous. This is not a mere recovery of memories, but rather an impending frenzy. TSK, this situation is quite serious indeed. Tang Xin clicked his tongue, observing Dai Yuanheng, who had been keeping his head down, his medium-length hair cascading over his face. Following his recent movements, his hair parted on either side, revealing his oddly crimson eyes. With a roar, Dai Yuanheng lunged forward, embodying the ferocity of a true beast as he charged at Zilinghan once more. Zilinghan furrowed his brow, his expression clearly tinged with displeasure. Dai Yuanheng's incessant volatility rendered it impossible for him to conduct a thorough investigation. As his gaze shifted, he caught sight of Tang San, who wore an expression akin to that of an eager spectator, and Zilinghan stifled the urge to strike, allowing a gentle smile to grace his lips. Since you desire a spectacle, I shall certainly oblige. A hint of crimson flickered in Zilinghan's eyes, and a petal-shaped mark blossomed upon his forehead, the overwhelming pressure characteristic of a peerless Douluo radiating outward. How troublesome. Casting a glance at Dai Yuanheng, who was nearly bowing to the ground under the weight of the pressure, Zilinghan turned his attention back to Tang San. Pray tell, Your Majesty, do you find this performance to your satisfaction? Zilinghan maintained his gentle demeanor, yet within that oppressive aura, none dared to underestimate him. The performance directed personally by the esteemed principal was indeed captivating. Tang Xin clapped his hands and slowly approached Zilinghan, their tones distant, as if their prior familiarity had been but an illusion. The pressure exerted by Zilinghan remained unrestrained, enveloping even those at a distance, such as Tang Xilian and the others, who found themselves ensnared by the overwhelming force. They crouched on the ground, striving to minimize their presence, with no thoughts of resistance arising in their minds. How dull. It seems so easy to provoke anger. Tang San moved with effortless grace, his entire being bathed in a gentle golden glow. Though he appeared fragile, easily breakable, he stood firm like the most impenetrable barrier, repelling all oppressive forces. Upon witnessing that golden radiance, Zilinghan's gaze darkened slightly. Indeed, he harbors a deep affection for you. What? Tang San was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend Zilinghan's meaning. Zilinghan chose not to elaborate, casting a sidelong glance at Tang San before lowering his head to fiddle with Dai Yuanheng's wrist. Yet, within his crimson eyes lay a multitude of unspoken thoughts. What an enigma! Tang San rolled his eyes in exasperation, lowering his gaze upon Dai Yuanheng. Rather than perceiving Dai Yuanheng's recent actions as an assault on Ziling Han, it would be more accurate to interpret them as a deliberate attempt to attract his attention. He was employing this unconventional method as a cry for help. What a clever child. Tang Xin narrowed his eyes, unabashedly expressing his admiration for Dai Yuanheng. Previously, he had employed the purple extreme demon eye to launch a mental assault on Dai Yuanheng. At that moment, it was the intruder controlling the body. After enduring the attack, the intruder's consciousness was compromised, allowing the long-suppressed essence of Dai Yuanheng to seize the opportunity for rebellion. Even though injured, the invader's soul was still vastly superior to Dai Yuanheng's, rendering him incapable of reclaiming control over the body. The intruder clearly relied on the identities of the 7 monsters, fearing that should Dai Yuanheng perish, the body would decay, thus refraining from annihilating his soul. The two parties existed in a delicate equilibrium, and it remained uncertain what means Dai Yuanheng had employed to disrupt the intruder's mental state. Contemplating this, Tang Xin stroked his chin, his expression one of deep thought. If the situation persisted, by launching a soul attack to eliminate the intruder occupying their bodies, Dai Yuanheng and his companions could potentially return to normalcy. What are you pondering? The voice of Ziling Han echoed in his ear, promptly bringing Tang Xin back to reality. He raised an eyebrow and leaned closer to Ziling Han. What is the matter? Are you no longer angry? You are a god king. I wouldn't dare to challenge you, Ziling Han replied, rolling her eyes as she released Dai Yuanheng's wrist and stood up. Tang Xin couldn't help but chuckle. It is said that Ziling Han has been renowned for many years now and is over 50 years old, although he is in the prime of his life. One would expect him to be less childish. Tang Xin waved his hand, gently tucking the strands of hair behind his ear, and gradually rose to his feet. No. I am merely a humble soul master at this moment. I am unworthy of the title of God King. Upon hearing his words, Ziling Han cast him a peculiar glance, her expression somewhat strange. What is it? Why are you looking at me like that? Despite Tang Xin's extensive experiences, he found himself feeling somewhat uneasy under her gaze. What did that expression, laden with unspoken words, signify? It seemed to convey both exasperation and pity. Tang Xin sensed a palpable hostility emanating from Ziling Han. His gaze resembled that of one observing a complete fool. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. Ziling Han, with an uncommon display of warmth, offered Tang Xin a rare smile before gesturing towards Dai Yuanheng, who lay on the ground. The situation surrounding him was peculiar, aside from the depletion of his soul power. He bore no other injuries. It was likely an issue pertaining to his consciousness. As the matter at hand arose, Tang Xin set aside his earlier unsettling feelings, casting a glance towards Tang Shilyan and the others nearby, ultimately directing his gaze towards Ziling Han. Although Tang Xin did not explicitly state his thoughts, he conveyed them quite clearly. He even found it somewhat astonishing that Ziling Han would discuss such matters in front of outsiders. Oh, do you think I am like you? Rest assured, they cannot hear our conversation. As he spoke, he casually pointed to Dai Yuanheng on the ground, adding, do not worry, this fellow cannot hear either. Before he could finish his words, they were abruptly lodged in his throat, leaving Tang Xin feeling somewhat stifled in silence. Despite knowing that Ziling Han was well prepared, he could not help but engage in a verbal clash. What? Just because you cannot hear, does it mean others cannot read lips? Tang Xin. Ziling Han could only feel a throbbing in her forehead. Chapter 62, the initial edition of the Beast Illustrated Handbook. Tang Xin, recognizing the importance of discretion, refrained from provoking Ziling Han further. This individual concealed his depths too well, making it difficult for him to gauge his true nature. Collaborating with such a character was akin to courting danger. However, at that moment, he had no alternative, regardless of the challenges ahead. He was determined to pursue his path relentlessly. The urgent priority was to strengthen himself swiftly. After all, possessing formidable power was the only way to earn the right to negotiate. Ziling Han suppressed the impulse to unleash his wrath upon Tang Xin, his fingers aligning as he struck decisively at Dai Yuanheng, rendering him unconscious before retracting his overwhelming aura. How many could maintain their composure under the pressure of a peerless Douluo? After uttering this remark, he paid no heed to Tang Xin's reaction and proceeded towards Tang Xinyan and the others. After instructing Tang Xinyan and the group to continue their cultivation independently, Ziling Han seized Dai Yuanheng and made his way to the courtyard, with Tang Xin hastily following. The two traversed the lakeside path until they reached the central pavilion. At the heart of the pavilion stood a marble table, surrounded by 4 intricately carved stools adorned with plum blossom motifs, creating a visually pleasing arrangement. Now, you may share what you know. Xiling Han placed Dai Yuanheng on a nearby chaise and settled himself, gazing up at Tang San with his usual warm demeanor. Is it wise to bring him out like this? Wouldn't it alert the others? Tang San did not stand on ceremony and took a seat directly opposite Xiling Han. Since Xiling Han had already begun to suspect the truth behind Dai Yuanheng's amnesia, he felt no need to conceal anything. Was it not entirely reasonable for Dai Yuanheng to suddenly become disoriented and attack the dean, taking him out to seek the help of a healing soul master? Observing the serious expression on Xilingen's face, Tang San could not help but twitch his lips. Indeed, he was a cunning old fox. It is important to clarify that my knowledge on the matter is quite limited. Tang San waved his hand, noticing that Xiling Han only wore a feigned smile. Realizing that extracting any useful information from him would be futile, he decided to speak plainly and shared his speculations in their entirety with Xiling Han. After listening, Xiling Han fell into a long silence, his gaze repeatedly drifting over to Dai Yuanheng, his expression one of deep contemplation. Are you suggesting that those things exert control over their bodies? Such a notion, akin to possession, was utterly foreign to the Douluo continent, leaving Xiling Han momentarily at a loss. Indeed, it is akin to another entity commandeering their bodies. Could this be a soul skill of humans from another world? Xiling Han quickly masked his astonishment, regaining his composure. Such an extraordinary ability must surely come with significant limitations. Tang San nodded slightly. In truth, he had never witnessed it firsthand and could only relay the information gleaned from the system to Xiling Han. This ability, they referred to as a technique, boasted a rather low success rate. Generally speaking, even beings from other realms would not readily employ such a method. Upon hearing this, Xiling Han also nodded, though it was uncertain if she found solace in Tang San's mention of the technique's limited efficacy. Then, according to your earlier assertion, wouldn't a few more mental assaults suffice to obliterate the foreign soul residing within them? Xilingen's thoughts aligned with Tang San's initial considerations, however. He had swiftly dismissed the feasibility of this approach shortly after conceiving it. Having endured one of my mental strikes, the foreign soul would undoubtedly be on high alert. Should it project its original spirit to shield itself during our assault, the situation would become dire. That is indeed a possibility. Xiling Han rose, once again hoisting Dai Yuanheng from the reclining chair, then gestured to Tang San. You may return. I shall seek a spiritual soul master for him. Without waiting for Tang San to respond, she proceeded to carry Dai Yuanheng away. Naturally, Tang San did not linger and made his way back to his courtyard. Around the corner, Xiling Han caught a glimpse of Tang San's departing figure. A shadow of turmoil flickered in her eyes. Is this truly the person chosen by the soul contract? She mused, her heart heavy with reluctance. A soft sigh escaped her lips, dissipating into the wind, as the area became devoid of any presence. Meanwhile, Su Huanshan had commenced his own actions. News of the otherworldly invasion rapidly spread among various factions. The fear of the unknown kept them on high alert, and the Empire, along with several major forces, dispatched personnel to the Soul Beast Forest to ascertain the veracity of the information. Upon confirming the emergence of numerous foreign beasts, they could no longer remain idle and began organizing their forces to venture into the Soul Beast Forest. The Soul Beast Forest soon became bustling with activity, as a multitude of soul masters poured in to systematically eradicate the foreign creatures. Upon returning to his chamber, Tang San did not remain idle either. Adhering to his previous method, he made an incision on his wrist. Before the blood could flow freely, the soul surged forth as if impatient, immediately engaging in the familiar process of blood extraction. With the experience from the last occasion, Tang San felt considerably less anxious this time and could even divert his attention to observe the patterns adorning the egg, with Tang San's blood nourishing it. The crimson patterns became increasingly pronounced, continuously spreading until they nearly enveloped the entire shell. Tang San speculated that the moment the intricate pattern was fully formed would likely coincide with the completion of his true contract with the soul. This was indeed no simple feat. It began with the activation of the system through 6 initial tasks, followed by 3 bloodletting contracts. One could only wonder what further challenges the system would present in the future. Time seemed to flow swiftly in this ethereal realm. Once sufficient blood had been drawn, the egg detached itself from the wound, and the cut on Tang San's hand had long since healed. Tang San, feeling a sense of idleness, decided to transcribe the information on the exotic beasts he had obtained from the system. The records contained descriptions of the beasts' appearances and weaknesses, which would undoubtedly simplify their endeavors against these formidable creatures. Although the information was not exhaustive, the quantity was undeniably substantial. By the time Tang San completed his transcription, it was already the latter half of the night. He glanced out at the darkened sky, stifled a yawn, and carefully stored away the notebook, fatigue washing over him. The information lingered within his memory, with no other medium available for retrieval, compelling Tang San to resort to the most ancient of methods. The following morning, he hurried to the Elder's Pavilion to present his findings to Su Huanshan. The documentation was swiftly disseminated through Su Huanshan's hands. The growth of soul masters was inherently intertwined with death and slaughter. They bore no fear of the formidable exotic beasts, but rather, they were drawn to the treasures that these creatures possessed. The beasts were replete with riches. Their hides could be fashioned into protective gear. Bones could be refined into soul-guiding devices that radiated spiritual energy, far surpassing the efficacy of ordinary materials. Even the inner cores were capable of enhancing a soul master's cultivation, and the flesh itself was imbued with vital energy. Chapter 63, Main Quest. At this moment, Tang San remained oblivious to the fact that other forces on the continent had already taken action. After delivering the information on the exotic beasts to Su Huanshan, he returned to his quarters. With newfound experience, Tang San's endeavors proceeded with remarkable ease. As blood surged forth, the crimson patterns on the eggshell were finally enveloped in their entirety, and a radiant glow emanated from the intricate designs. However, the brilliance did not last long before retracting once more. Concurrently, the blood-red patterns gradually faded, ultimately vanishing completely. Even the originally pale pink eggshell reverted to a pristine white. The egg floated gently, drifting toward Tang San, and as he extended his hand, it settled perfectly into the center of his palm. It was as if, in a rebuttal to the passage of time, this egg appeared precisely as it had during their first encounter. Was this truly the conclusion? Tang San toyed with the egg in his hand, contemplating the possibility of deceit from the other party. He did not sense any intimacy of a contract emanating from the egg. Not yet, Bobo Master. You should probe a thread of your divine consciousness into the egg once more. Tang San, following these words, delved his consciousness into the egg in his hand, and instantly, it felt as though a brilliant firework had erupted within his heart. Tang San found his mind enveloped in an abyss of emptiness, when suddenly a profound sensation surged from the depths of his soul, as if his very essence was being cast into the heavens. His glass-like eyes brimmed with bewilderment. Two distinctly divergent waves of spiritual energy, bridged by a contract, were intricately entwined. A series of crackling sounds jolted Tang San's consciousness back to the present. He lowered his gaze to the egg in his hands. The shell, adorned with crimson markings, began to fracture slowly. The fragments that fell away transformed into fine powder the moment they departed from the shell. An overwhelming force emanated from the fissure, compelling Tang San to focus intently, his curiosity about the creature within the egg intensifying. Such formidable energy left him pondering what existence might emerge. Various formidable soul beast forms flitted through his mind, even images of otherworldly divine beasts he had once envisioned. Yet, the creature that broke free from its shell shattered all his conjectures. A pink, fluffy ball. Tang San's lips twitched in disbelief as he mused about the entity cradled in his palm. Puff, what a fluff ball. I am, in fact, a divine beast. The pink fluff ball was adorned with two gem-like eyes, their clarity reminiscent of its master, although no expression could be discerned from the furry mass. Tang San discerned a hint of disdain within those eyes. You? A divine beast? Pray tell, what abilities do you possess? Tang San stifled a chuckle, poking the compact ball of fluff with his finger, contemplating what kind of divine beast offspring this creature might be. Perhaps due to their bond, he felt an innate fondness for this little being. The small fluff ball shot him a glance of annoyance, took a deep breath, and transformed the surrounding eggshell into powder, inhaling it with vigor. After completing this act, it let out a satisfied burp. Tiny claws emerged from the fluff, and a book materialized in its grasp. The little fluff ball leaped into the air, hovering in front of Tang San's forehead, the book imprinting a mark upon him. Ding. Guide established, main quest initiated, bestiary generated. Having encountered such phenomena before, Tang San remained unfazed by the system's announcement. Calmly, he summoned the task panel to review its contents. The initial task had refreshed, and the primary objective came into view, a straightforward directive to eliminate the invaders and prevent the annihilation of the Douluo continent. Beneath the main quest, secondary and immediate tasks awaited. Puff, the main quest is currently beyond our reach. Our immediate priority is to empower the master. The soul, having entered unnoticed, unfurled its form and flitted around the task panel. Clearly, the guide referred to in the system was none other than it. Tang Sen then realized that the fluffy bundle he had previously observed was merely an illusion created by the soul's limbs curling up within its fur. The form of the soul bore a resemblance to a fox, yet its fur was considerably longer than that of an ordinary fox, with a rather luxurious mane around its neck and an exceptionally soft tail. When curled up, it was no wonder that Tang San had misidentified it. Look here. The soul swayed its fluffy tail, drawing Tang San's gaze, and then swept its tail across the small text on the task panel. Completing side quests and immediate tasks could yield substantial rewards, enhancing one's cultivation while also granting points and skill points. The points could be exchanged for various items in the system shop, while the skill points could be used to illuminate previously acquired skills. Tang San nodded slightly. This function indeed sounded quite promising. However, his primary focus remained on the main quest. From the information he had previously gathered, it appeared that the invaders hailed from a realm intent on consuming the Douluo continent. Should the Douluo realm be destroyed, they, the natives, would be akin to trees uprooted. Positioned at the forefront of battle, they had no alternative but to retaliate with all their might. Eliminating the invaders and preventing the annihilation of the Douluo continent seemed to align perfectly with his own objectives. Yet, could matters truly be so straightforward? A sense of unease began to creep into Tang San's thoughts. Though he was ostensibly an outsider, he felt that long before his arrival in the Douluo continent, he had already become entangled in this intricate web. Perhaps even earlier, from the moment he was chosen during the selection, he had unwittingly plunged into this labyrinth. His journey to the Douluo continent was merely a means to escalate this intricate dilemma to another pinnacle. Tang San let out a light chuckle, drawing the attention of the soul. The little fox tilted its head, its glass-like eyes filled with curiosity. Bobo? Tang San remained silent, harboring the belief that the soul could not grasp such intricate emotions. How profoundly tragic it is that his entire existence, from death to traversal and rebirth, was meticulously orchestrated. The soul indeed lacked understanding. Even as it imitated the joys, sorrows, and passions of humanity, comprehension eluded it. Yet, it could perceive the dimming of Tang San's soul fire in that fleeting moment. How unfortunate it would be if the soul fire were to extinguish, compelling the soul to seek another host. The soul flicked its tail and curled into a fuzzy ball once more. It could hardly muster the energy to waste on a soon-to-fail contractor. So, are you done with the introductions? Tang San undeniably possesses a fortitude far superior to that of Soul, exhibiting a remarkable openness to life's vicissitudes. His negativity dissipates swiftly as he playfully tugs at Soul's tiny paws, seeking to extricate him from the confines of his plush fur. What does it matter if he has been ensnared? Everything he has endured is palpably real. Little Dance is real, the 7 monsters are real, and his cherished friends and family are undeniably real. Perhaps he should extend his gratitude to the mastermind behind this scheme. Without this elaborate ruse, he might never have had the fortune of their acquaintance. For their sake alone, Tang San is resolutely determined to see this plan through to its conclusion. Regardless of the ulterior motives of the individual orchestrating this plot, at the very least, their objectives align. Chapter 64. Perhaps he is right. Tang San's reaction indeed drew the soul's gaze for a few more moments. The soul fire glimmered brightly, suggesting that it was not in immediate danger of extinguishing. One would not have guessed that this young lad possessed such a commendable mindset. With a blink of her glass-like eyes, the little fox delicately extended her paw. Bobo. Master, I have introduced all the essential elements. The side quests and immediate tasks are all of the trigger type. Tang Sen gently grasped the little fox's paw, inquiring, is it not apparent to others in your current state? Generally speaking, only those bound by the system's contract can perceive me. However, if I desire for others to see me, they too can behold my presence. The soul flicked its tail, exuding an air of undeniable pride. Tang Sen could not resist caressing the soft fur, the gentle texture causing him to squint his eyes in delight. It was no wonder that those affluent ladies delighted in keeping pets. The sensation was indeed quite agreeable. It was preferable that, as before, only the contractor could perceive it, thus sparing him from any awkward explanations. Souls inherently shun complications and would naturally raise no objections. After a brief exchange, it transformed into a beam of light, darting back into Tang San's consciousness. In the following days, Tang San enjoyed a rather tranquil existence. He visited the Elder Pavilion several times, only to be informed that Su Huanshan was absent, presumably occupied with matters concerning the exotic beasts. As for Zilingon, she remained as elusive as a dragon, having vanished without a trace since their farewell. Tang Sen had been wandering around the academy for several days without any signs of triggering a mission. Master, aimlessly roaming about is of little use, said Bobo. The activation of side quests and instant missions follows certain patterns, typically intertwined with the main storyline. Rather than meandering here, it would be more prudent to venture into the Soul Beast Forest and try your luck. Observing Tang San's silence, Han leapt out from his consciousness, flicked his ears a couple of times, and then sprang onto Tang San's shoulder. Tang San twitched his lips, having naturally deduced the underlying principle. However, Zilingon had previously mentioned accompanying him to the Douluo forest. The two had not established a specific time for their rendezvous. If he were to depart now, he might miss the opportunity altogether. The soul beasts inhabiting the periphery of the Douluo forest were incapable of human speech, rendering communication impossible. Given his current capabilities, he was unable to venture into the depths of the forest. Despite Tang San's reticence, he would not confide this information to the soul. Before he could devise a suitable response, an unexpected incident occurred. A golden arrow of light surged from the shadows, aimed directly at Tang San. His senses were exceptionally keen, allowing him to swiftly sidestep the projectile. Simultaneously, a notification from the system resonated in his mind. A side quest had been activated, instructing him to attend a banquet. Attend a banquet? What banquet could this possibly be? Wait, a side quest? After such a lengthy wait, it had finally been triggered. Tang San felt a surge of joy in his heart, and with a deft twist of his body in midair, he pursued the direction from which the radiant arrow had been shot. The individual he was chasing displayed remarkable reflexes, clearly unwilling to engage in a prolonged confrontation with Tang San. The onlookers, wide-eyed with disbelief, regarded him as if he were a rare spectacle, their gazes sweeping over him in astonishment. What are you staring at? Have you come to realize my prowess? Tang San smiled, his steps unwavering as he glanced at the flickering shadows trailing behind him. The soul playfully swished its tail, accidentally striking Tang San's face. What a remarkable coincidence. Akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Ah, it seems you've managed to suppress your little voice. Quite impressive indeed. It appears this little one is maturing. Listening to the playful banter around him, the soul turned its head, demonstrating its unwillingness to engage in petty disputes with Tang San. This body was undeniably too youthful. Once it absorbed enough energy, evolution would be within reach. Contemplating this, the soul couldn't help but steal another glance at Tang San. Perhaps the abandonment was justified. Indeed, one can break the shackles of destiny. Tang San was oblivious to the peculiar gaze of the soul and pursued the figure into the small grove at the edge of the academy's rear mountain. The silhouette appeared to be quite furious as well, casting a fierce glare at Tang San before swiftly vanishing without a trace. Tang San's eyes widened as he sprinted towards the direction where the figure had vanished. How infuriating! He had escaped. Tang San struck the tree trunk with a fierce punch, and the tree could not withstand the force of his fury, snapping in half and crashing to the ground. Such a tremendous commotion naturally drew the attention of the Shrek Guardians. His martial soul was remarkable, and his flight speed was swift, allowing him to leave the others behind and arrive first. This titled Douluo initially approached with great intensity, but upon seeing Tang San, he was momentarily stunned. The identity of Tang San is not a secret among the higher echelons of the academy. The Guardians of Shrek Academy have always been led by the esteemed leaders of the Hall of Offerings, and this title of Douluo naturally arises from that lineage. Your Excellency Tang San, are you referring to the legendary figure that exists within the realm of myth? Douluo, filled with reverence, hesitated, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. Tang San cast a glance at him, realizing that Zilingon had not intentionally concealed his identity, a fact he had long been aware of. Perhaps he too harbored thoughts of using himself as bait. Within himself lay something that those from other realms desperately sought. As long as he remained, he had no fear that those individuals would not come knocking at his door. Your Highness, what troubles you? Under Tang San's penetrating gaze, Douluo felt his body stiffen further, his limbs unsure of where to rest. It is nothing, someone just intruded. Tang San withdrew his gaze. The burden of the old fox's debts was one he must bear alone, for it was not his nature to trouble the innocent. However, the situation had become unsettling for Douluo. To his astonishment, someone had infiltrated the academy without a trace, an occurrence of no small significance. Suddenly, a thought struck Tang San, prompting him to swiftly turn back towards the spot where he had been ambushed. Douluo hurriedly followed suit, and the two arrived at the location in quick succession. Not far ahead, on the ground, lay a note affixed firmly in place. Above the note was a small hole, presumably caused by the earlier light arrow. Though the arrow had long since dissipated, the note remained steadfastly adhered to the ground, a testament to the formidable power of that light arrow. Tang San stepped forward a few paces, bending slightly to pick up the slip of paper. He beheld a line of black characters inscribed upon the white sheet. 3 days hence, the Spirit Hall shall host a grand banquet, cordially inviting His Excellency Tang San. With a firm grip, Tang San crumpled the slip of paper in his hand. The Spirit Hall is hosting a banquet. What purpose do they summon me for? It appears that the invitation to the feast mentioned in the system's side quest refers precisely to this gathering at the Spirit Hall. Tang San stroked his chin. Acutely aware of the delicate nature of his relationship with the Spirit Hall, it was evidently a banquet fraught with peril. What consequences might ensue if I choose to abstain from this gathering? He pondered, narrowing his eyes as he cast a sidelong glance at the small fluff ball perched upon his shoulder, silently querying within his mind. Any task issued by the system must be fulfilled. Without exception, there exists no alternative unless one desires demise, true death, the obliteration of the soul. Chapter 65. The banquet. This message was conveyed directly through the contract. Tang San could even sense the weight of the words as they were spoken. It seemed the spirit was concerned that Tang San might not fully grasp the gravity of the situation. After a brief pause, the spirit's voice returned, resonating with a somber tone. In this world, no one shall remember your existence. All traces of you will be erased. Tang San's body trembled slightly. His eyes, partially veiled, concealed a myriad of thoughts. I certainly did not intend to court death. His softly murmured sentiments dissipated into the wind. The soul resting upon Tang San's shoulder swayed its tail, seemingly reassured as it laid its head down. The nearby Douluo also caught wind of these words. Tang San did not deliberately shield the note from him while examining it. Thus he too glimpsed the contents inscribed upon the paper. Your Majesty, it is evident that the Spirit Hall harbors ill intentions. He wished to utter more, but was halted by Tang San. Tang San deftly slipped a note into his hand, patted his shoulder, and then turned to leave. Douluo intended to follow, but was halted by a dismissive wave from Tang San. Tang San was acutely aware that this note would undoubtedly reach Su Huanshan, and the information regarding him would certainly fall into Zi Lingen's ears. He intended for them to understand that, despite his current loss of soul power, he was far from being a useless individual. If they believed they could manipulate him, they were gravely mistaken. The note indicated a rendezvous in 3 days. However, on the following day, as Tang San opened his door, he encountered a familiar face. Surely, I must have mistaken him for someone else. The Grand Elder is perpetually occupied with affairs of great importance, and hardly has time to visit my humble abode. It seems he has not yet rested well and could benefit from a little more slumber. Tang San rubbed his eyes and, stifling a yawn, closed the door once more. Su Huanshan, who had narrowly avoided a face full of door, stood bewildered. He had never anticipated such behavior from Tang San. Are you still half asleep? Do you think you can fool me? Don't assume I am unaware that you, Tang San, rise at the crack of dawn to cultivate the purple extreme magic eyes. After rubbing his mouth to ease the stiffness of his expression, Su Huanshan knocked on the door, his voice tinged with a hint of exasperation. As if addressing a petulant child. Tang San, I have serious matters to discuss. In saying this, he mused that the Grand Elder was always engaged in matters of significance. Faced with Tang San's indifference, Su Huanshan felt a growing headache. Open the door first. Allow me to enter. Tang San ultimately opened the door, choosing to indulge these individuals for a few days without escalating the situation unnecessarily. Once inside the room, Su Huanshan let out a sigh of relief. As they settled at the table, Su Huanshan, barely situated, produced a note from his pocket and handed it to Tang San. What could this be about? Observing Su Huanshan's anxious demeanor, Tang San lowered his gaze, a trace of derision flickering in his eyes. He could hardly believe that these two cunning old foxes had not conspired beforehand. Indeed, when the disparity in strength dictates the terms, forming an equal alliance is utterly unattainable. Only by becoming powerful can one avoid being a mere pawn in the hands of others. As for the content, it was precisely as the note indicated. The Spirit Hall summoned him for an appointment 3 days hence. Tang San had not received the note. He smiled nonchalantly, as if it were merely a trivial matter. Su Huanshan found it difficult to discern his thoughts. Pressing down with his finger, he pushed the note across the table towards Tang San. Tell me honestly, what are your true thoughts on this matter? Tang San raised his gaze to him. His expression somewhat peculiar, as if he were unable to comprehend why such a question was posed. After a lengthy pause, enlightenment dawned upon him. Oh, it seems I have truly misinterpreted your intentions. I had thought you would not wish for me to partake in this gathering. Observing Tang San's contemplative demeanor, Su Huanshan felt an overwhelming urge to spit out a mouthful of blood. What on earth was this fellow suddenly realizing? What did you say? The sheer astonishment nearly shattered the perfectly maintained smile that usually adorned Su Huanshan's face. Tang San waved his hand, urging calmness. There is no need for excessive excitement. I shall attend the banquet as you desire, albeit my feelings towards the spirit hall are far from favorable. For the sake of your plan, I can endure temporarily. Su Huanshan's lips twitched slightly, his tone turning somewhat icy. Tang San. Before he could embark on a lengthy discourse, Su Huanshan finally let out a sigh of relief. You wish to partake in the banquet of the spirit hall? Is it not you who have been urging me to go? Tang San raised his gaze, a look of astonishment adorning his face. He was acutely aware that Su Huanshan and the others were merely probing him. If he did not seize the opportunity to turn the tables, he would no longer be worthy of the name Tang San. He feigned just noticing Su Huanshan's speechless expression, his countenance imbued with perplexity. I had thought you wished for me to investigate what schemes the spirit hall might be harboring. Upon hearing these words, Su Huanshan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Tang San intently for an extended period. Tang San remained perplexed, his gaze fixated on the two foxes that stared back at him, each harboring their own thoughts. I have come to inform you that Soul Beasts have visited the Douluo forest, and we are preparing to journey there together to deliberate on how to confront the adversaries from another realm. After such an extended period of silence, it seemed rather coincidental that he had just received a notice from the Spirit Hall, and the timing for the expedition to the Douluo forest was promptly established. Surely, only a fool would believe there was no connection between these events. Is that so? Tang San elongated his voice and stroked his chin. I would appreciate it if the elder could convey to Brother Ling Han that he need not take offense. Take offense at what? No, have you concocted some notion again? Su Huanshan's lips moved, yet he refrained from voicing his inquiry. Fortunately, Tang San did not require him to ask. He had no intention of keeping him in suspense. Although he had long since promised to accompany me to the Douluo forest, I could comprehend the difficulties he faced as circumstances can change swiftly. Rest assured, I shall not hold it against him. Having said this, Tang San wiped his face, a look of dejection settling upon him. You all may proceed without worry. I can manage the affairs at the Wuhuan Temple banquet on my own. Su Huanshan felt a rigidity envelop him. What had the dean discussed with this lad? He was somewhat dazed as Tang San nudged him out of the room, casting a complex glance at the closed door before hastening towards the elder pavilion. This matter necessitated a discussion with the dean. Could it truly be that he was to investigate? Bappo, master, it appears you possess a commendable talent for acting. The soul remarked, its fluffy tail swaying with delight as it enjoyed the unfolding drama. Tang San gently prodded at the fluffy mane of the little fox, noting that its adorable voice far surpassed the sweetness of its telepathic communications. No sooner had he spoken than his fingertip bore the mark of the fox's tiny teeth. Oh, the soul, somewhat haughty, lifted its head, addressing him. Are you truly resolved to attend the feast at the Spirit Hall? Was it not you who mentioned this? Regardless of the system's tasks, they must be fulfilled. Unfazed, Tang San withdrew his finger, refraining from further teasing the little fox. The visit to the Spirit Hall was inevitable, entirely inescapable. Chapter 66, Shrek City indeed. The fox replied, you should contemplate how to extricate yourself unscathed. With that, the soul transformed into a flicker of light and returned to Tang San's consciousness. Tang San tidied up the items within the room before stepping outside. The note indicated that the banquet would be held 3 days hence, and the distance from Shrek Academy to the Spirit Hall was certainly not negligible. It would be no effortless task for Tang San to arrive within the allotted time. Alas, the invitation to the feast bore no semblance of sincerity. Master, Bobo interjected. Do you truly believe you can attend as a guest? In the eyes of those at the Spirit Hall, you are merely a piece of meat. Tang San curled the corners of his mouth, concealing the derision in his eyes. Was it not merely a piece of meat? Everyone yearned to take a bite. The question remained, however, whether those individuals possessed the capability to do so. Tang San gazed upon the vibrant scenes flanking the streets, momentarily lost in thought. Shrek City, a domain of Shrek Academy, was among the first factions to receive news of the otherworldly beasts, promptly initiating a state of heightened alert. It must be acknowledged that humanity's capacity for acceptance is indeed remarkable. The upheaval brought forth by the other realm did not shatter their spirits. Upon confronting the reality, they swiftly regained their composure. Aside from the covert guardians, everything along the streets was remarkably orderly. Numerous unfamiliar items adorned the stalls and shops, presumably originating from the other world. Tang Sen was not only astonished, but also filled with joy. Viewed in this light, their victory over the invaders does not seem an impossible feat. Tang San was unaware that after he submitted the information on the exotic beasts to Su Huanshan, the latter wasted no time in disseminating the details. As the esteemed elder of Shrek Academy, Su possessed an astute understanding of human nature. He was acutely aware of humanity's insatiable greed and used it as bait. The exotic beasts were treasures in their own right, with sharp claws and teeth, valuable fur, and intercourse. Even the flesh of these creatures contained an abundance of spiritual energy. This unfamiliar energy to soul masters yielded astonishing effects. The meat infused with spiritual aura surpassed the flavor of ordinary meat, and consuming it could even restore soul power. Some rare varieties could even aid soul masters in their cultivation. In no time, this exotic meat became highly sought after by numerous restaurants and taverns, evolving into a status symbol among soul masters. Typically, soul masters led perilous lives, with few cowards among them. Despite knowing the dangers that lay ahead, they still ventured forth. Many exotic beasts were scattered and lurking, completely unprepared for the soul masters' counterattack, resulting in significant gains for the soul masters. Tasting the sweetness of success, they began to systematically hunt the exotic beasts. Although the individual strength of these creatures was formidable, their numbers were limited and could not withstand the overwhelming force of the soul masters. Even employing a strategy of sheer numbers could overwhelm and vanquish the beasts. Driven by profit, the population of exotic beasts was rapidly dwindling. Hey, would you like a flying horse? It's quite the rage lately. Remarkable speed. The cries of the vendor nearby caught Tang Sen's attention. Turning his head, he spotted a peddler gesturing towards a group of exotic beasts beside him. These creatures bore the appearance of horses, adorned with two large wings, their coats as white as snow, presenting a rather striking sight. Tang Sen could not help but steal a few more glances. The journey ahead was far from short, and having a beast of burden would undoubtedly ease the trek. Just one would suffice. They are quite affordable, merely 100 gold soul coins, the vendor hastily promoted upon noticing Tang Sen's gaze. Indeed, the price of 100 gold soul coins was not exorbitant for a beast, yet for an ordinary household, it was a considerable expense. For an average family, a single gold soul coin could sustain them for several months. However, soul masters, particularly those of higher rank, seldom lacked means of income. Unfortunately, Tang Sen found himself in a rather unfortunate predicament, being utterly penniless at the moment. Even if he wished to make a purchase, he could not produce the necessary funds. How ridiculous to flaunt such low-tier goods, he thought disdainfully. Tang Sen was somewhat reluctant to engage in conversation. He shook his head and turned to leave. He did not linger within the city, but rather exited it directly. The quickest route to the spirit hall was through the Sunset Forest. Tang Sen had no intention of taking a detour. He planned to seek out a beast within the forest to serve as his mount. "Master," said Bobo, "are you not inclined to test your newly acquired abilities? Once we reach the Sunset Forest, opportunities to employ them will surely arise." Tang Sen had long since grown accustomed to the scene where the spirit called him master and spoke without an ounce of respect. His steps remained steady as he made his way towards the Sunset Mountains. The path was as familiar as before. However, upon traversing the land where he had previously encountered the pursuit of spirit beasts, Tang Sen keenly sensed that something was amiss. The tranquility of this place was unnaturally serene, differing markedly from the eerie stillness he had experienced prior. Faintly, the melodious chirping of birds could be heard from within the woods, creating an ambience of harmonious nature. Even the lingering scent of blood that had been ever present in the air had vanished without a trace. A radiant halo of purple and gold shimmered in Tang Sen's eyes as he stood at the edge of the land, his consciousness permeating through the ground. "Oh?" Tang Sen squinted his eyes, a hint of confusion in his voice. This time, he did not sense the pressure he had experienced before. His spiritual awareness extended nearly 10 meters ahead. The veins beneath the ground, resembling blood vessels, were entirely absent. Only from the depths of the earth lingered a faint, ominous aura of brutality. Had that entity been eliminated, or had it merely departed? It seemed that recently, a formidable demon had resided here. Judging by the residual energy, it must have left less than a day ago. When he passed through this place earlier, his soul's consciousness had yet to awaken, and thus he was unaware of Tang Sen's previous encounters. Tang Sen offered no further explanation. With a determined push of his feet, he surged forward a few paces. With the absence of threats in this area, he felt no need for excessive caution. Perhaps due to the prior cleansing, his journey through the sunset forest proceeded remarkably smoothly. Throughout the trek, Tang Sen encountered no formidable beasts, and only a few scattered spirit beasts were deftly evaded. This, however, extinguished his desire to experiment with the beast compendium. Long before Tang Sen ascended to divinity, he had vowed never to engage in the senseless slaughter of spirit beasts. The Sunset Mountain range stretched across a considerable distance, and even with Tang Sen's speed, it consumed several hours of his time, whether it was a blessing or a curse. Just as he thought he would not encounter a suitable mount, a wolf-like beast lay not far from him, conveniently obstructing his path out of the mountain. Tang Sen gazed at the wolf with keen interest, noting its fluid form and frost-like fur, truly a sight to behold. The myriad wounds, large and small, scattered across its body, did little to detract from its beauty. Vivid crimson blood continued to pour from the injuries, painting a dire picture of its condition. Such grievous wounds. And yet it still lives, Tang Sen remarked, clicking his tongue in astonishment. As if sensing an unfamiliar presence, the beast forced its eyes open, revealing a striking pair, one blue and one purple, each resembling shards of ice, sending a chill down the spine of any onlooker. However, standing before it was Tang Sen, who remained undaunted. Tang Sen's gaze nonchalantly swept across his eyes, gliding over to the powerless wings drooping behind him. The beasts illustrated. Tang Sen's gaze sharpened as the information regarding the wolf-like beast surfaced in his mind. This creature, known as the winged wolf, embodies the fire attribute and boasts fur that resembles flames, adorned with cloud-like patterns. It excels in fire-based attacks, and its inner core can aid fire attribute practitioners in their cultivation. Possessing dual wings, it is adept at swift movement. Its flesh is imbued with spiritual essence, and consuming it can refine one's physique, enhancing fire resistance. The bestiary provided an abundance of detailed information, encompassing not only the creature's appearance, skills, and weaknesses but also its various uses. Ah, indeed, this is a remarkable treasure. Tang Sen could not help but chuckle. With this extraordinary beast compendium, he would be able to identify and exploit the weaknesses of exotic creatures, making encounters significantly easier. Bobo, my master, you possess remarkable fortune. It is indeed a mutated winged wolf, which is quite rare. Suddenly, the soul burst forth from Tang Sen's sea of consciousness, hovering a short distance in front of the winged wolf. As his gaze swept over the drooping wings of the creature, Tang Sen expressed a hint of regret. What a pity. If it were not injured, it would surely make an excellent mode of transportation. Bobo, come now, what disappointment could you possibly harbor? This winged wolf appears to be at the golden core stage of cultivation. Were it not for the injuries inflicted by the chaotic spatial currents and the suppression of the laws, your little frame would hardly suffice to fill the creature's gaps. Law suppression? Ignoring the jest woven into the soul's words, Tang Sen immediately grasped the crux of the matter. The system's information had not elaborated extensively on the concept of laws. Bobo, each realm possesses its own set of rules. To recklessly traverse spatial barriers is to inevitably pay a price. If everyone behaved in such a chaotic manner, it would inevitably lead to disorder. Tang Sen reminisced about his experiences in other realms and couldn't help but nod thoughtfully. During his years as the God King, he had subtly encountered such power. It transcended all, belonging to the primordial consciousness of the world, encompassing, gentle, yet also indifferent. So, do you believe that the laws possess self-awareness? After Tang Sen posed his question, there was a prolonged silence. The soul remained quiet for a considerable time, its voice emanating from the depths of the sea of consciousness. And so what? What significance do these inquiries hold? They merely serve to amplify one's troubles. The atmosphere fell into a tranquil stillness once more, and the soul flicked its tail before turning around. Bobo, will you not forge a contract with him? This is indeed a rare opportunity. The soul squinted its eyes, betraying no hint of the suppressed energy within its consciousness. Tang Sen stepped closer, instantly arousing the vigilance of the winged wolf. It let out a low growl, forcibly turning its body to shield its belly. Its blue and purple heterochromatic eyes fixated on Tang Sen, the pupils narrowing into mere slits due to wariness. A contract? Tang Sen halted, directing his gaze towards the little fox hovering above the winged wolf's head. The fox lazily flicked its ears, contentedly grooming its mane. According to the inheritance, it was mentioned that in this otherworldly realm, contracts could be utilized to command extraordinary beasts for one's own purposes. This was not solely their prerogative. The spirit was diminutive, particularly insignificant in comparison to the winged wolf. It circled the wolf's head a few times, and although aware that the wolf could not perceive its presence, Tang Xin could not help but break into a cold sweat. This creature appears to possess considerable potential. What do you think? Would you be interested in accepting it? Contracts were certainly familiar territory for Tang Xin. Since the invasion of the otherworld, he had encountered contracts more than anything else. This concept wove itself into a fine network, continuously evolving towards greater sophistication. Tang Xin reflected on the knowledge of contracts, particularly regarding the mastery of exotic beasts in different realms, which ultimately converge in principle. In the animal kingdom, strength dictates respect. The prowess of a master, alongside their mental fortitude, determines the caliber of the beast they can command. If one's power is insufficient, even with the assistance of others to forge a contract, obedience cannot be assured. Human, do you wish to contract with me? Before Tang Xin could respond, the winged wolf spoke first, piquing his interest. He took a few steps closer to the creature, unabashedly revealing his intentions. Do you wish to resist? The winged wolf scoffed. You believe that with your meager abilities, you can hope to master me? How can you know without attempting it? Tang Xin remained unfazed, closing the gap between them. In his mind, he contemplated how to devise a unique contract formation of his own. The contract formation is fundamental to the summoning of magical beasts and is a prerequisite for any beast master. Only by successfully constructing this formation could Tang Xin truly harness the power of beast mastery. The winged wolf howled in fury, clearly incensed by Tang Xin's nonchalant demeanor. Somehow, it summoned the strength to rise once more. Ignorant boy, do you truly believe that anyone can master magical beasts? The art of beast mastery is generally despised by most creatures, and now, sensing a familiar presence in this foreign being, the winged wolf could hardly contain its rage. With its wings injured and burdened by the constraints of the laws, even relying solely on its physical prowess, the golden core winged wolf was not a foe Tang Xin could contend with. Tang Xin had no intention of confronting him directly. He skillfully employed the elusive ghost shadow to its fullest extent, evading with a deft sidestep just as the winged wolf charged forward. Thus ensued a relentless chase between man and beast, neither able to gain the upper hand for the moment. The winged wolf was the first to sense something amiss. Halting its pursuit, fury surging within its dual-colored eyes. Kid, if you possess the skill, then why do you flee? Am I foolish to remain stationary when I cannot defeat you? Tang Xin rolled his eyes and distanced himself from the winged wolf, finally coming to a halt. Were you not seeking to form a pact with me? What is the meaning of this evasion? The winged wolf raised its head, gazing coldly at Tang Xin. Tang Xin exhibited no sign of trepidation, casually shrugging his shoulders. I have just changed my mind. To tame such an arrogant wolf is indeed a formidable challenge. It is said that exotic beasts are treasures in their entirety, and thus, they must possess considerable value. As he spoke, Tang Xin narrowed his eyes, his gaze continuously sweeping over the winged wolf. Anna's unabashed demeanor suggested that the winged wolf was already a possession of his. The winged wolf twitched its nose, perplexed by Tang Xin's intentions. The beast tamers of the water domain often asserted that the rarer the beast, the greater its worth, and they would go to any lengths to tame them. Was this individual merely attempting to deceive him? Before the winged wolf could contemplate further, Tang Xin had already summoned his martial spirit, brandishing the sea god trident as he charged forward. Such power? The winged wolf's eyes widened in shock as the divine energy emanating from Tang Xin's martial spirit momentarily rendered him immobile. The overwhelming, irresistible aura instantly locked onto him, rendering any attempts at resistance futile. The winged wolf had no time for further thoughts. The sea god trident was now perilously close. Chapter 68. The Turning Tide. Fortunately, the golden light appeared for only a brief moment. Upon regaining control of his slender legs, the winged wolf swiftly rolled to the side. His beautifully sleek fur was now matted with grass and debris, but he had no time to lament that. Glancing at the 3 floating rings beside Tang Xin, he nearly cursed aloud. This time, he was truly ensnared by his past experiences. This individual was not merely a beast tamer, he was a genuine inhabitant of another realm. The strategies employed by beast tamers were utterly ineffective against him. This youth was genuinely intent on ending his life. As the sea god trident swung towards him once more, the winged wolf realized that evasion was not a sustainable strategy. His body was already gravely injured, rendering him incapable of prolonged combat. His only chance lay in a swift resolution. With this thought in mind, the winged wolf ceased his dodging, pivoted his body, and let out a long howl, causing a chilling mist to envelop the surroundings. A multitude of ice arrows coalesced behind him, launching violently towards Tang San. Ice attribute? Indeed, he was a mutated magical beast. Tang San, far from being angered, was instead filled with delight. In his hand, the sea god's trident danced like the wind, deftly deflecting the incoming ice arrows with a graceful spin. The air resonated with a series of crisp, metallic sounds as not a single ice arrow managed to approach him. Observing Tang San's effortless mastery, the tail of the winged wolf twitched slightly, betraying a hint of irritation. The chill in the air intensified as the fierce cold wind, accompanied by a more ferocious onslaught of ice arrows, surged menacingly towards Tang San. As the first soul ring of Tang San shimmered, the surrounding air became instantly humid. The fierce cold wind seemed to be thwarted by an invisible barrier. Moisture gradually coalesced in the atmosphere, consuming the frost that surged from the direction of the beetle nut. Water possesses a remarkable capacity for acceptance. The arrows formed from frost were swiftly assimilated. Ice is not a domain exclusive to your mastery. Tang San twirled his fingers, a smile dancing at the corners of his mouth, ambiguous yet intriguing, with a swift elevation of the sea god trident in his grasp. Its pointed prongs aimed directly at the winged wolf, while simultaneously the second and third spirit rings beside him illuminated. Under the guidance of the sea god trident, a dense mist surged forth toward the winged wolf, engulfing its icy arrows with overwhelming force and a relentless momentum. The winged wolf possessed a keen sense of perception, and the instant the mist approached, he sensed impending danger. Trusting his instincts, he refrained from attempting to counter it and swiftly retreated. The mist seemed to have locked onto him, resolutely trailing in pursuit. Concurrently, a piercing chill surged toward him, causing the mist to crystallize into frost upon contact with the frigid air. The frost, delicate as needles and glinting with a cold luminescence, was not to be underestimated. As the mist and frost encircled him, the winged wolf found himself in a desperate struggle. His gaze flickered, zeroing in on Tang San. His once drooping wings swept across the ground as he executed an improbable maneuver, propelling himself toward Tang San with unrelenting speed. Tang San swiftly dodged the oncoming claws, revealing four hidden ice spears behind him. The winged wolf's eyes widened in surprise as it quickly crouched to evade. Once unleashed, the ice spears were deftly guided by Tang San's spiritual awareness, concealed behind him, specifically to counter the wolf's assault. With the winged wolf being attacked from three sides, Tang San seized the opportunity to extricate himself from the fray. Quite impressive, remarked Han, hovering beside Tang San. Observing the winged wolf desperately seeking refuge and playfully commenting on its predicament, Tang San's face, however, betrayed no hint of ease. He gripped the sea god's trident tightly, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the winged wolf. He had yet to reveal his trump card, and the tide of battle could shift at any moment. This thought elicited a surprised glance from the soul ninja, who was acutely aware that the winged wolf would not be so easily vanquished. A creature of the golden core stage, even when injured, was formidable, and the one before them was an aberration of that nature. He had no intention of warning Tang San, as he relished the prospect of his master encountering a few hardships. Roar. Indeed, as the winged wolf found itself cornered, it let out a long howl. This time, unlike its previous cries, the sound was markedly more ethereal. In an instant, the creature's aura surged, and its form expanded nearly twofold. It cast a glance back at Tang San, and its once blue-violet eyes transformed entirely into a deep purple. With a flick of its claws, bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens, striking directly upon the ice spear and ice needles. The frost that had solidified into form stood no chance against the might of the thunder, disintegrating into mere ash in an instant. Oh dear. It appears that things have escalated quite unexpectedly. Tang San stroked his chin, gazing at the dense electric net before him. The demon seed displayed no hint of fear. Rather, it seemed eager to take on the challenge. Are you not the least bit afraid? He inquired. What is there to fear? The fact that that fellow possesses such formidable abilities yet chooses not to employ them suggests that their usage is not without constraints. The outcome remains uncertain. Upon finishing his words, Tang San had no time to concern himself with the soul. After dispatching the frost, the winged wolf coalesced lightning and charged toward Tang San. Tang San instantly engaged with his martial soul, channeling the Xiantian art throughout his body, effectively isolating himself from the surrounding moisture. The sea god trident, being intrinsically attuned to water, found itself at a distinct disadvantage against lightning. Fortunately, his movements were fluid, and his reflexes were swift. He deftly evaded several bolts of lightning that surged towards him. As this exchange continued, the winged wolf began to display signs of agitation, just as Tang San had surmised. Utilizing this ability was not without its costs. Forcibly overexerting his body could only sustain this state for 5 minutes. After this period, he would become utterly defenseless, at the mercy of his adversaries. A flicker of human hesitation crossed the winged wolf's eyes, and its howls grew increasingly frantic. Several purple orbs materialized before the creature, which then detonated with ferocity. In an instant, a denser array of lightning manifested, intertwining to form a multitude of intricate electric nets, descending upon Tang San. These orbs contained the inner cores of lightning-type beasts, presumably reserved by the winged wolf for cultivation purposes. It was unexpected that it would unleash such potent lightning elements in its quest to confront Tang San. How generous of it to invest so heavily. Tang San's eyes were dimly tinged with a peculiar hue, a sign of his utilization of the purple extreme demon eye. His consciousness surged to its utmost limit, harmonizing with the purple extreme demon eye to identify the vulnerabilities within the electric net. The web of electricity was intricately woven and descended at a swift pace, leaving Tang San with no time to escape. As he observed the flickering lightning above, he tightened his gaze. Extending his palm, a crimson mist enveloped him, and a scarlet longsword materialized in his hand. The moment the sword appeared, the very air around him seemed to grow colder. Ignorant child. The winged wolf above sensed the unfamiliar aura and cast a glance downward. Upon noticing the malevolent energy swirling around Tang San, it could not help but sneer. Lightning inherently countered all forms of malevolent energy, yet Tang San foolishly attempted to wield malevolence against lightning, displaying a sheer lack of awareness of the vastness of the heavens and earth. Chapter 69. The Initial Emergence of the Shura Sword. In Tang San's grasp lay his second martial soul, the Shura Sword. As one of the divine kings of the divine realm, the Shura god wields the power of punishment and decree. Thus, its corresponding artifact could scarcely be an object of malevolence. The emergence of the Shura Sword diminished the oppressive force surrounding Tang San, rendering it noticeably weaker. A crimson mist enveloped the Shura Sword, wrapping around Tang San entirely as it flowed from his hand. Though the mist appeared insubstantial, it functioned like a meticulous shield, effectively isolating the errant bolts of lightning that lingered in the air. With a swift motion of the Shura Sword, the blood-hued mist, seemingly animated, collided violently with the electric net. In an instant, the intricate web of electricity was torn asunder, leaving several gaping holes. Bolstered by the purple extreme demon eye and his divine consciousness, the already compromised electric net proved futile in halting Tang San. Seizing the opportunity, he nimbly maneuvered his feet, swiftly slipping through the gaps in the electric web. What? How could this be possible? The wings of the wolf widened in astonishment, utterly bewildered. Lightning naturally possesses the efficacy to dispel evil and breach barriers, specifically targeting all things sinister. How could the object held by this youth, shrouded in malevolence, remain unaffected by the tempestuous electricity? Tang San secretly chuckled to himself, pondering the myriad of unforeseen circumstances that lay ahead. Not to mention, the Shura Sword was indeed a divine artifact, relatively unscathed by the influence of thunder. The malevolent aura that enveloped it was a result of prolonged accumulation. Having accompanied the Shura god in guarding the divine realm for millennia, the sword had claimed countless lives, intertwining its divine essence with the aura of slaughter, which had undergone a significant transformation. In the delicate balance of nature, while lightning could indeed suppress malevolent energy, it was also susceptible to being countered by it. The malevolent aura emanating from the Shura Sword evidently transcended the limits that the thunderous energy of the winged wolf could impose. With a strategy in mind, Tang San had no intention of confronting the winged wolf head-on. He adeptly utilized the unique properties of the Shura Sword to continuously dispel the encroaching lightning, evading with remarkable ease. Furious, the winged wolf found himself at a stalemate, realizing that he was powerless against Tang San. The secret technique he employed would soon lose its efficacy, as his body could not endure another bout of expenditure. In that fleeting moment, the winged wolf conceived the notion of retreat. He summoned lightning to obstruct Tang San's path, while simultaneously gathering strength in his limbs, propelling himself forward with a sudden burst. Darting in the opposite direction, seeking to escape, Tang San curled his lips, and the Shura Sword was instantly released, soaring towards the winged wolf. The winged wolf, with its massive form, was already a conspicuous target, and with its singular focus on fleeing, turning its back to Tang San, it was struck directly. The Shura Sword pierced through its right hind leg, and in an instant, a spray of crimson blossoms erupted forth. The Shura sword, a manifestation of Tang San's soul power, transformed into the purest essence of soul energy upon impact, surging through the wound and into the creature's body. The malevolent energy clinging to the sword surged violently within the winged wolf, wreaking havoc upon its form. A howl of excruciating pain reverberated through its every limb, causing the winged wolf to falter and collapse onto the ground. Its body, already riddled with wounds, became a ghastly sight under the onslaught of the malevolent force. Wounds that had begun to heal were once again torn open, blood flowing from them, staining its white fur a deep crimson. To compound its misfortune, the effects of the secret technique dissipated at that moment. The power coursing within its body rapidly waned, and the winged wolf's form reverted to its normal size. It could no longer maintain control over its body and collapsed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Tang San approached slowly, wielding the Shura sword. He halted at a short distance, surveying the winged wolf from head to toe, seemingly contemplating where to strike. A surge of profound reluctance welled up within the winged wolf. He was unwilling to face death. He had yet to avenge his kin, and his enemies roamed free. How could he succumb to fate so soon? I can acknowledge you as my master. If only you would grant me one request. The winged wolf raised his head, striving to present himself with dignity. Tang San raised his eyebrows and caressed the Shura sword in his hand. However, at this moment, he found no need for it. The allure of rare materials was far greater than that of the unknown beasts. The inner core and hide of the mutated winged wolf could undoubtedly fetch a substantial amount of soul coins. Despite the chaos of their recent battle, the winged wolf remained skeptical that Tang San would truly slay him. In his eyes, given Tang San's aura reminiscent of a beast tamer, he should be well aware of the value of a dual attribute mutated beast at the golden core stage. Yet now, gazing at Tang San, who wielded the Shura sword with an imposing aura, a sense of trepidation began to creep into his heart. Money was easy to come by, but mutated battle beasts were a rare find. The winged wolf curled up, feeling somewhat dejected. He never anticipated a day would come when he would have to desperately assert his worth in exchange for a chance at survival. Oh, pray tell, what advantages would you offer by sparing me? Tang San crossed his arms, seemingly intrigued. We share a common adversary, if I am not mistaken. You are currently troubled by the chaos of spatial anomalies, are you not? Spatial anomalies? I am unaware of your circumstances, but several years ago, our dimension began to spiral into disarray, resulting in extreme instability and frequent appearances of spatial rifts. Ilong understood well that to preserve one's life, one must possess sufficient worth. He had no intention of concealing the truth. Should he ally with Tang San, these matters would eventually need to be disclosed. The situation was dire, as if the entire world were on the brink of collapse. Just as the outside world anticipated an impending apocalypse, the situation abruptly stabilized. Upon hearing this, Tang San's gaze darkened. Ilong's description of apocalyptic scenes likely referred to the nearing end of the origin of their dimension, their interference with Douluo continent. Consuming the fortunes of the great Luo continent was what ultimately restored stability. In this light, should we not be regarded as enemies? Tang San raised an eyebrow. No. As I have stated, we share a common foe. Ilong shook his head, lost in thought, his voice tinged with a somber tone, and his two-colored eyes betrayed a profound sorrow. That continent has long since deserved to perish. Oh, your words are quite intriguing. If it endures, there must be a reason for its existence. It is your homeland. Can you truly bear to abandon it? Tang San stroked his chin, his eyes narrowing slightly. The demeanor of the winged wolf struck him as rather peculiar. When speaking of the land of La, his words were devoid of nostalgia, instead brimming with resentment. Why should one reminisce over a realm obtained at the cost of his parents' skin's blood, merely to grasp at the fleeting chance of survival? Tang San's figure faltered slightly as he cast a surprised glance at the winged wolf. The implications of those words carried a multitude of hints. He furrowed his brow, a contemplative expression crossing his face, his gaze occasionally gliding over the winged wolf. As the saying goes, those who are not of my kind are bound to have different hearts. Why should I place my trust in you? I am willing to enter into a master-servant contract, pledging my utmost loyalty solely in exchange for the chance to exact vengeance upon my enemies. Chapter 70. Subduing the moon shadow. This proposition resonated perfectly with Tang San's intentions, as he had already contemplated subjugating the winged wolf. Faced with such a fortuitous opportunity, it would be illogical to refuse. After a brief moment of hesitation, he acquiesced. Prior to his encounter with the winged wolf, Tang San had thoroughly reviewed the information regarding contracts with otherworldly beasts that resided in his mind. The relationship between humans and beasts in this foreign realm was exceedingly intricate, with various races and categories, yet they all ultimately sought the same end. Magical beasts, spirit beasts, and demon beasts could all ascend to immortality through cultivation. Naturally, some races endowed with exceptional talents were born in the realm of the divine. All living beings leave behind souls upon death, which can cultivate independently for the purpose of being utilized by beast tamers. The contract array of a beast tamer directly affects the essence of the soul. Unless the beast tamer actively dissolves the contract, even in death, one remains bound by the constraints of the agreement. This aspect is far more formidable than most contracts, which is also why otherworldly beasts harbor such disdain for it. Wow, I never would have guessed that you were contemplating such far-reaching matters, Master. You've even led this young one to solicit a contract willingly. Observing the situation solidifying, Hun San floated effortlessly to rest upon Tang San's shoulder. Tang San paid no heed to him, as the Shura sword in his hand transformed into a beam of light and vanished into his body. He then gradually approached the winged wolf. Noticing that Tang San had sheathed his weapon, the winged wolf let out a sigh of relief, for the oppressive aura had been rather unbearable. He extended his head, facilitating Tang San's actions. Tang San came to a halt before the winged wolf, extending his consciousness to gently rest between the creature's brow. He did not delve deeply. The winged wolf merely sensed a wave of warmth enveloping its crown, unable to resist. It shook its head slightly, its expression softening a fraction. Tang San pondered the steps of the binding ritual, biting his index finger until a droplet of blood welled up from the wound. With a flick of his finger, the blood droplet fell precisely between the eyes of the winged wolf. Under Tang San's careful guidance, the spot where the blood landed coincided perfectly with the area covered by his divine consciousness. At that moment of contact, the winged wolf felt a powerful force surge into him through his brow, flooding his limbs and body. He instinctively attempted to struggle, only to realize that he was utterly devoid of control. Under the onslaught of this force, he felt akin to a rootless tree. The winged wolf's consciousness became somewhat hazy. He perceived himself as a mere observer, witnessing his own body being continuously shattered and reformed beneath the dual radiance of blood and gold. At this moment, Tang San's situation was far from favorable. Although the winged wolf was gravely injured, its cultivation levels still remained intact. The instant Tang San's consciousness penetrated, his sea of consciousness instinctively began to resist. Though Tang San was well prepared, he still suffered a hidden loss. The two streams of consciousness clashed within the body of the winged wolf, relentlessly tearing at his being, presenting a considerable challenge to Tang San's own spiritual awareness. Amidst the chaos of the winged wolf's tumultuous sea of consciousness, he located his primal awareness, successfully imprinting it, thus completing the contract. With his eyes closed, Tang San's long hair swayed as if stirred by an unseen breeze. Before him, a small tower of purple and gold materialized out of thin air, its form outlined by a crimson light that flickered in and out of visibility, making it difficult to discern clearly. The gentle radiance emanating from the tower was not blinding. Instead, it enveloped both Tang San and the winged wolf, forging a connection between the two. At the moment the tower appeared, Tang San, submerged in the consciousness of the winged wolf, felt a lightness in his spirit, as if his mental state had been invigorated. Under the canopy of the purple-gold glow, the winged wolf's consciousness also settled into a semblance of calm. Seizing this opportunity, Tang San gathered his resolve and surged into the winged wolf's consciousness to establish a bond. The purple-gold tower seemed to herald good fortune. The soul, with a flick of its tail, cast a glance at the tower before promptly burying its head back into its tail, curling up into a white ball. In its crystalline eyes, a rare hint of confusion flickered. A millennium ago, another individual had successfully acquired the inheritance of the Spirit Master, but regrettably, when constructing the contract array, he had failed to summon the purple gold tower. As his consciousness returned to his own body, Tang San exhaled in relief. Ignoring the murmurs around him, he opened his eyes, immediately greeted by the sight of the purple gold tower suspended in midair. The tower stood 9 stories tall, appearing both delicate and exquisite, had he not known its significance. He might have found it hard to believe. "Are you a beast tamer?" The voice of the winged wolf jolted Tang San back to reality. He looked up and caught sight of the trident mark etched between the wolf's brows, its blood-red hue stark against the white fur. His gaze shifted to the nearby purple-gold tower, laced with a tinge of hesitation. Upon forming the contract, not only had his internal energy been restored, but his injuries had also healed significantly, and even his cultivation had seen a slight increase. The flow of spiritual power within him had become remarkably smoother. The wings on his back stirred, strong and steady, as if the prior fracture had merely been an illusion. Yet, it was evident that these peculiarities were intricately linked to his new master. He had never heard of beast tamers whose contracts could rejuvenate magical beasts and enhance their cultivation. If such rumors were to spread, those seeking shortcuts would surely come knocking. Perhaps, I prefer to refer to it as a spirit master. The term spirit master encompasses the essence of the soul, making it far more rare than the so-called summoners or beast tamers of other realms. Spirit master? The winged wolf had undoubtedly not encountered this title, and Tang San had no intention of clarifying. He stepped closer and gently ruffled the creature's mane. Do you have a name? If not, I could give you one. The soul turned its head slightly, its whiskers twitching. What a peculiar habit this creature had, often eager to bestow names. I do have a name. I am called Langua. As if recalling past events, a shadow of melancholy flickered in its mismatched eyes. That is indeed a fine name. Tang San curled the corners of his lips, saying little, yet he drew several glances from the soul. Why was it that even before he had emerged from his shell, he was already bestowed with an array of peculiar nicknames? Tang San, evidently oblivious to the soul's grievances, ventured forth with the luminescent moon towards the Sunset Mountain range. The injuries of luminescent moon had nearly healed, and she willingly offered to carry Tang San as they journeyed. The winged wolf was inherently adept at speed, and Tang San did not decline her assistance. The location they traversed was already in close proximity to the outskirts. Having crossed the Sunset Mountain range, they found themselves even nearer to the site of the Spirit Hall. Tang San had finally gained a profound understanding of the claims regarding the winged wolf's swift movements mentioned in the documents. A few hours later, he and his beast arrived at the outskirts of a city, which was their intended destination. Although the Spirit Hall had been defeated in their previous battle, it had not been entirely eradicated. The withered camel is larger than a horse. Furthermore, after years of development, it had regained some strength and was now subtly engaged in a tug-of-war with its adversaries. Chapter 71. Entering Spirit City. Spirit City. Gazing at the grand characters emblazoned upon the city gates, Tang San narrowed his eyes, lost in contemplation. Master, I shall return to the beast space now. Long Wei had already shrunk to a diminutive size, resembling an innocuous domestic pet, and quietly lingered nearby. Upon receiving Tang San's consent, it transformed into a beam of light and vanished in an instant. The beast space he referred to was the purple gold glazed tower. When a summoner forms a sincere contract with a beast, a separate space is generated for the beast to reside. Spirit masters can achieve this as well, albeit through more sophisticated means. The purple gold glazed tower, reliant on Tang San's contract array, brimmed with spiritual energy, facilitating the beast's cultivation with remarkable efficiency. After observing for a moment, Tang San turned his head and smiled at a shadowy corner of the wall before striding confidently into the city. The figure concealed in the shadows felt a chill creeping from deep within, as if sensing that he had been detected. How could this be? Wasn't the individual merely at the soul master level? He dared not linger any longer and swiftly departed to inform his superior. Within Spirit City, there were numerous individuals hiding in the shadows. Tang San, however, showed no intent to conceal his movements, strolling nonchalantly down the streets. Spirit City was not insignificant in size. It was even more resplendent than Shrek City. The atmosphere along the streets was considerably more relaxed, with vendors on either side wearing cheerful expressions, seemingly unperturbed by external threats. Clear the way, don't block the path. Just as Tang San crouched by a street vendor, toying with a few beast bones, a commotion erupted in the distance. Tong Shen glanced up momentarily, as three peculiar horse-like creatures swiftly approached, causing the pedestrians to scatter in alarm. In the midst of the road, a little girl appeared to be frozen in fear, standing dazed and unaware. Given the speed and strength of those horses, if she were to be struck, the consequences would be dire. She would either meet her demise or suffer grave injuries. Tang San's fingertips danced restlessly, tracing the surface of the beast bone with a few gentle strokes, his tightly pressed lips exuding an air of icy detachment. I had anticipated that you would be unable to restrain yourself. The soul raised its head, glancing toward the center, only to return its gaze to Tang San's visage. Something was amiss. It was decidedly unusual. A stark deviation from the character of Tang San is recorded and analyzed in the soul's recollections. A sense of unease crept into its heart, as if some matter was gradually slipping beyond control. When one has been deceived often enough, They instinctively begin to reflect upon their own actions. Those who are too easily perceived by others are destined for a fleeting existence. Tang Sen absent-mindedly caressed the bone in his hand and lifted his gaze towards the vendor. "How much for this?" he inquired. The vendor, staring blankly at the center of the road, seemed utterly oblivious to the question. "Never mind," Tang Sen sighed, placing the beast bone back down and turning to leave. The soul hesitated for a moment, then sat up, its claws embracing its bushy tail. "Did you not desire that item? Why depart?" "Depart? No. I fear we shall not be leaving today." Their conversation transpired entirely through mental communication, appearing to onlookers as a mere exchange of words before Tang San bowed his head and exited. The trio perched atop the back of a peculiar steed exchanged bewildered glances. Their understanding of the plan evidently skewed. A middle-aged man, concealed on the second floor, descended with a smile, his ominous gaze fixated on Tang San, akin to a serpent eyeing its prey. Indeed, even deities exhibit selfishness. In the eyes of the divine, what are humans but mere playthings, easily discarded at will? Tang San. "Poor fellow," he muttered, his voice gravelly, akin to sandpaper scraping against wood. "You shall never comprehend that you are human, not a god. And humans, they perish." Of course, Tang San would not hear these words. Had he done so, the scene would have unfolded quite differently. Given his current disposition, he would likely respond with a smile, asserting that even gods can meet their demise. The middle-aged man's lips moved silently. The trio on the beast immediately seemed to receive a signal, directing their small horse towards the frightened little girl. The girl, terrified, retreated repeatedly as they ominously advanced upon Tang San. Sensing their approach, Tang San did not flee but turned to face them. As he glanced at the distant equine beasts, a fleeting golden-purple halo shimmered in his eyes. The information regarding those creatures manifested instantaneously. All three belonged to the same species, the magical Linma, with the lead being a level 5 beast, while the other two were level 4. This ability to discern the strength of a magical creature was a combination of the Tashkent Beast Encyclopedia and the Purple Extreme Magic Eye, allowing for detailed examination of a creature's prowess. Under the constraints of the laws, and considering that Linma were not particularly combat-oriented, their effective strength was relatively weak, comparable to that of a soul beast aged around 10,000 years, making them not overly challenging to tame. "Brother, save me," the little girl cried. Fear etched across her face as she trembled and sought refuge behind Tang San. "Kid, mind your own business," one of the assailants shouted, attempting to shove Tang San aside. Tang San would not allow such an infringement, swiftly sidestepping the advance. In a fluid motion, he shifted several steps to the side, allowing the frightened girl to escape from behind him. "Feel free to proceed. Do not concern yourselves with me. I am merely a passerby." As he spoke, he spread his hands, indicating that he had no intention of causing trouble. The scene fell into silence. Both those directly involved and the onlookers nearby were momentarily taken aback, lingering in astonishment for several seconds before whispers began to circulate. What a hardened heart this individual possesses. Indeed, just look at that. 3 mythical beasts, no less. Clearly not to be trifled with. Who would willingly offend a formidable foe for the sake of a stranger? The man remarked, gesturing towards the trio of unicorns in the center of the road. The unicorns, known for their temperamental nature, could not withstand the scrutiny of the crowd and let out a loud snort, unleashing a plume of flames with their breath. The spectators hurriedly retreated. Indeed, if it were me, I too would likely turn a blind eye. The little girl, having overheard the discussions around her, twitched her lips briefly before reverting to a pitiful expression, stumbling towards Tang San. "Brother, I'm scared," she said, reaching out to grasp the hem of Tang San's garment. In that moment, she appeared truly deserving of sympathy. Tang San's figure swayed slightly. Though his movement was minimal, he deftly evaded the little girl's hand. "Little sister, are you in need of rescue, or are you attempting to drag me down with you? With so many onlookers, are we to face the consequences together?" Observing the peculiar developments unfolding before him, the soul also sensed something amiss. He rubbed his ears thoughtfully and cast a few discerning glances at the 4 individuals still performing their act, mentally marking them for consideration. "Bobo, when did you first perceive that something was amiss with these individuals?" Chapter 72. A display of authority. Tang San remained silent, acutely aware of the superfluity of his own predicament. He flicked his tail, attempting to mask the barely perceptible embarrassment that lingered within. Meanwhile, the 3 individuals had already encircled him, disregarding the little girl entirely. their attention fixated solely on Tang San. "Kid, are you toying with us? You possess quite the audacity." They taunted. Their intention had always been to target Tang San. Even if he chose not to engage, they would inevitably draw the matter back to him. Exchanging glances, the trio activated their martial spirits and advanced menacingly towards Tang San. Each bore a beast martial spirit, their hands transforming into fearsome claws, mottled fur cloaking their forms, rendering it momentarily challenging to discern the nature of their martial spirits. My goodness, 3 soul saints. Tang San had yet to react when the onlookers could no longer contain their astonishment. The streets were filled with ordinary citizens, unaccustomed to such a spectacle. Even in the present day, soul sages are a rare sight. Many powerful soul masters prefer to seek solitude for their training or to hone their skills in the vast soul beast forests, making encounters with soul sages exceedingly infrequent for the common folk. Those 3 gentlemen, that lad is surely doomed this time. One cannot help but wonder what misfortune has befallen him. Yet it is not entirely certain. Perhaps he could endure until the enforcers arrive, thus preserving his life. Amidst this cacophony of discourse, the 3 individuals accompanying Tang San felt a sense of superiority swell within them. They lifted their chins with an air of disdain, as if merely gazing upon Tang San would tarnish their vision. "Boy, consider yourself fortunate. My companions and I are in a generous mood today. Provided you kneel and offer your apologies before crawling out of Martial Soul City, we may let this matter slide." Tang San regarded the 3 with an expression of incredulity, casting a fleeting glance before turning away. The mention of the Guardian hinted at the existence of certain regulations within this city. It stands to reason. For the Spirit Hall's influence looms large over the Spirit City. Without some form of order to govern the Soul Masters, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Consequently, the intentions of this group warrant closer examination. What could compel them to resort to violence within the confines of Spirit City? As Tang San pondered while walking away, the 4 individuals behind him had no intention of letting him escape so easily. 5 crescent-shaped beams of light surged toward the back of Tang San's heart. His perception was remarkably keen. Sensing the commotion behind him, he swiftly shifted his form and evaded the attack with ease. During this period, Tang San has undergone numerous experiences. Faced with the threat of death, his soul power has surged rapidly, reaching the 39th level. It is anticipated that he will soon ascend to the rank of Soul Master. With his current strength, although he cannot contend with the 3 soul saints, extricating himself from their grasp is not a formidable challenge. His ghostly movements are indeed noteworthy among the various techniques of body agility. As the battle between soul masters unfolded, ordinary onlookers hastily retreated. This was not the arena of soul duels, and a careless encounter with soul skills could lead to dire consequences. No one wishes to gamble with their lives and fortunes. Behind him, several attacks were deftly evaded by Tang San, which only served to frustrate the 3 soul saints, who were unaware they were dealing with such a resilient adversary. Their gazes converged on the young girl, who clenched her teeth and cast a glance at Tang San's receding figure. "Fools, are you all worthless? Pursue him." The 3 soul saints, visibly shaken, promptly took off after Tang San upon hearing her command. The girl stood still for a moment before making her way to a nearby tower. Upon reaching the entrance, she knocked on the door and then twisted the ring on her finger. In an instant, the light warped and her figure elongated, transforming her into a 17 or 18-year-old young woman. Just then, Fan Jin emerged from within. "Master, what is the situation?" The man who opened the door was a middle-aged figure observing from above, his expression devoid of gloom, radiating a tranquil aura, almost as if he were a different person. Their interaction suggested a casual familiarity. The young woman poured herself a cup of tea, half closing her eyelids, her expression tinged with confusion. "Well, how should I put it? This individual seems vastly different from our records." While the 2 were analyzing Tang San's actions, he had already engaged in combat with the 3 soul saints. Although Tang San was unfamiliar with the Soul Master City, he could not be underestimated, for his formidable spiritual perception was akin to cheating. This ability allowed him to evade capture at the last moment, and even create minor disturbances for his 3 pursuers. As Tang San toyed with his adversaries while contemplating his escape, a tremendous pressure descended upon him. "This is bad, danger." Tang San could sense the prickling of every hair on his body, each pore clamoring for escape. It felt as though an immense weight pressed down upon his back, striving to bend his spine. The 3 soul saints beside him had already been forced to the ground, while Tang San gathered all his strength, resolutely resisting the pressure. Kneeling was out of the question. The trident mark between his brows flickered in and out of visibility, and beads of sweat cascaded down from his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he felt the azure veins on his body begin to bulge ominously. Pop, pop, this time, no one was there to shield you. Master, give it your all. I have faith in you. The sounds of raucous laughter reached his ears, and a smirk crept upon Tang San's lips as he silently responded within his heart. Has no one ever mentioned how poorly you mimic that mischievous tone? The soul remained silent for a long time. And just when Tang San thought he would receive no reply, he felt a soft brush against his chin. Only you can see me, so naturally. No one has ever spoken of it. Tang San lowered his gaze, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. This little trickster truly cannot even lie properly. The contradictory tales are hardly convincing enough to deceive anyone. Tang San chose not to expose the truth. Ultimately, they were bound by a contract. Akin to grasshoppers on the same string. Some minor secrets were inconsequential, having no bearing on the larger scheme of things. Suddenly, a thunderous shout resonated, its reverberation striking as if it were directly in their ears. Within the spirit hall, private duels were strictly forbidden. Who dared to be so audacious? Accompanying the voice was an elder with hair as white as snow, materializing above them. The 9 spirit rings encircling him unmistakably revealed his identity as a titled Douluo. During his days at Shrek Academy, Tang San had not been idle. He had thoroughly reviewed several key documents. As a rival force to Shrek Academy, the Spirit Hall possessed no shortage of information regarding its members. Upon observing the immense bat wings behind him and the faint apparition of a bat shadow, Tang San instantly recognized him as the elder of the worship hall, Batwing Douluo Fu Qianyan. He retracted his martial soul and descended before Tang San and the others. Yet the oppressive aura he exuded remained undiminished. His gaze swept over Tang San, imbued with a hint of scrutiny. Chapter 73. The Inspection Division. Batwing Douluo stroked his beard, and the pressure bearing down on Tang San intensified further. Clearly intrigued by Tang San's ability to maintain his composure, he redirected the oppressive force towards him. Tang San's body sagged under the weight, straining to hold himself up as the burden grew heavier, nearly toppling him. Observing the 3 spirit saints who had managed to rise from the ground, Tang San felt a surge of indignation. He pondered the intention behind Batwing Douluo's actions. The simplicity of his question came with great effort, each breath akin to bearing the weight of several mountains. What does this mean? That was a question better posed to my young friend. There has always been a regulation within the Spirit Hall prohibiting private duels. Why is it that upon your arrival, such a disturbance arises? Tang San twitched his lips as he finally comprehended the situation. This Batwing Douluo, much like Su Huanshan and Ziling Han, was merely a smiling fox. Since the third elder is aware that I have just entered Spirit City, I presume you are also cognizant of the subsequent events. It is evident that your Spirit Hall initiated this conflict, yet I am the one at fault for merely seeking refuge. Tang San gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain as he spoke. His body gradually succumbed to the overwhelming pressure, blood seeping from his pores, only to swiftly dissipate into mist under the immense force. The metallic scent of blood gradually permeating the air. His martial soul spiraled out of control, manifesting the sea god trident in Tang San's grasp. While the colossal phantom of the sea god enveloped him in its embrace, Tang San, wielding the sea god's trident, steadied himself once more. He lifted his chin, casting a scornful gaze towards the Batwing Douluo. Known for his vindictive nature and protective tendencies, the Batwing Douluo had caught Tang San in a precarious situation, making escape rather challenging. How audacious to speak to His Majesty in such a manner. Before the Batwing Douluo could utter a word, the 3 soul saints beside him could no longer contain their outbursts. However, Tang San did not divert his gaze, fixated on the re-examination Douluo, while the smirk on his lips grew ever wider. I had thought the Spirit Hall possessed some remarkable prowess, yet it appears to be rather unremarkable after all. The master has yet to speak, yet the hounds bark first, lacking in decorum. Infuriated, the trio seethed, yet upon witnessing the Batwing Douluo's grim expression, they refrained from further provocations, fearful of inciting his wrath. Withdraw, commanded the Batwing Douluo with a wave of his hand, prompting the 3 to obediently step back, granting space to the 2. Tang San squinted his eyes as he observed the approaching figure, a slight curve at the corners of his mouth, yet devoid of any mirth in his gaze. His body was coiled tightly, adopting a posture most conducive to a counterattack. Should the Batwing Douluo make any move, Tang San would respond instantaneously. The Batwing Douluo did not draw too near, halting 2 meters away from Tang San. He stood there, arms outstretched, signaling that he bore no ill intentions. At that moment, the oppressive aura enveloping Tang Sen finally dissipated. I harbor no malice. I merely noticed your remarkable talent and felt a surge of curiosity. I hope you can understand, the Batwing Douluo said with a smile, occasionally stroking his beard, as if the one who had just exerted pressure on Tang San was someone else entirely. Tang San could not fathom the true intentions of the Batwing Douluo, so he resolved to remain steadfast amidst the uncertainties. He maintained his state of martial soul possession, with the sea god trident firmly planted in the ground. While he endeavored to loosen his somewhat rigid limbs, the air occasionally resonating with the crackling sounds of shifting bones, Tang San remained silent. And the Batwing Douluo did not feel awkward. His character among the titled Douluo was rather peculiar, governed solely by his whims, yet exhibiting a stubbornness that bordered on obsession in certain aspects. However, I am tasked with upholding the order of the Spirit Hall, and such regulations must not be disregarded. I have no intention of putting you in a difficult position. Perhaps we could proceed in this manner. Accompany me back to the inspection division with these individuals and assist in the investigation. If it is determined that you are not connected to this matter, we shall certainly not impose any difficulties upon you. Tang San let out a light chuckle, realizing that they had been waiting for him here, just as the martial Soul City had opened. Those individuals could not resist the urge to impose such a significant challenge upon him, which truly spoke to their regard for him. The Batwing Douluo, content to be a mere instrument in another's hand? Both were astute individuals, and some matters need not be articulated too explicitly. Observing the slight arch of the Batwing Douluo's brows, Tang San understood that his words had struck a nerve. This matter does not require your concern. Please proceed. The Batwing's expression grew cold as he turned toward the mainland, displaying no apprehension that the celestial gifts bestowed upon them would flee. I am indeed curious whether your actions were taken independently or under the directives of the higher-ups. Tang San followed the Batwing Douluo with an air of calm, aware that the latter's brazen confidence suggested he would not allow an easy departure. I am merely fulfilling my duties. The subsequent matters are beyond my concern. Observing that the Batwing Douluo did not even glance back, Tang San could not help but click his tongue. This individual had indeed extricated himself quite neatly. Since he was invited, a greeting was in order to avoid any misinterpretation. Upon hearing Tang San's words, the Batwing Douluo instinctively sensed trouble. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the situation, a voice resonated throughout the city, amplified by spiritual awareness. Is this the sincerity with which you, the master of the Spirit Hall, invite guests? Then perhaps it is best that I forego this banquet. Though framed as a greeting, the statement was anything but subtle, akin to an accusation. The identity of Tang San was never a secret that Su Huanshan and Xiling Han intended to conceal. Among the various factions, it was widely known. The Batwing Douluo also did not wish to escalate the situation too severely. His expression shifted momentarily before ultimately settling into tranquility. Tang San followed Batwing Douluo into the inspection division, where two figures, previously concealed in the shadows, emerged. Master, should we send someone to monitor the situation at the inspection division? The two individuals were the master and disciple seen earlier in the loft, and the young woman furrowed her brow as she watched Tang San and the others depart. The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively. No need. The inspection division is the territory of that old fellow Batwing. If we intervene, we risk exposing our whereabouts. The commotion we just caused has undoubtedly alerted the palace master. It won't be long before he retrieves Tang San from the inspection division. Master, do you believe that Tang San is truly the one foretold in the prophecy? Such matters are not for you to inquire about at this moment. There are unusual occurrences in the Stardow Forest. The palace master will likely send someone there as well. You should accompany them for a bit of practical experience. After imparting this instruction, the middle-aged man quickly departed, and the young woman did not linger either. Meanwhile, Tang San was led by Batwing Douluo into the inspection division. He ordered his subordinates to confine the three soul saints, treating Tang San with special consideration. Within the inspection division, there were indeed accommodations, and Batwing Douluo arranged for Tang San to reside in a quaint little courtyard. Chapter 74. The Pope of the Spirit Hall. Observing the remote yet tidy and elegant courtyard before him, Tang San raised an eyebrow. I expected to experience the scenery of the Spirit City's prison this time. Do not jest. You are no ordinary person and thus need not dwell in a prison. Moreover, as a distinguished guest of the palace master, how could I dare to be negligent? As he spoke, Batwing Douluo led Tang San to the door of a room. After a brief explanation, he took his leave. Bo, Are you going to stay here so obediently? What's the rush? There are those who are more anxious than we are. Tang Sen entered and lay down upon the bed. With his eyes closed, his consciousness began to disperse, surveying the surrounding sounds and movements. In this entirely unfamiliar environment, Tang San instinctively responded by employing his awareness to ascertain the safety of his surroundings. Tang San could sense a formidable presence lurking in the shadows of the inspection department. Fearing to alert the hidden observers, he refrained from venturing out. Aware that time was of the essence, only a day remained before the banquet commenced. During this day, apart from the essential meals, Tang San did not even open his door. This decision led to the dismay of many forces lying in wait. On the day of the banquet, the spirit hall seemed to have finally remembered this guest they had overlooked. A servant rapped on Tang San's door, informing him that the banquet was about to begin. Since he had come specifically for this event, he had no objections and dutifully followed the servant. This marked Tang San's first entrance into the spirit hall in 500 years. True to its reputation as one of the continent's foremost powers, the spirit hall was adorned with opulence and grandeur, exuding an air of distinction. As Tang San stepped through the grand entrance, he felt several probing gazes sweep over him. In such a vast establishment, it was hard to believe that there were no vigilant sentinels concealed in the shadows. These prying eyes belonged to the guardians hidden in the dark. "Ah, our esteemed guest has arrived," came a mocking voice from the high seat, instantly silencing the previously bustling atmosphere. Tang San lifted his gaze several times, locking eyes with a pair of pale golden irises. The attendant beside him bowed before stepping back. Tang San remained rooted in place, not moving an inch, simply tilting his head upward, unabashedly meeting the gaze of the individual seated in the prominent position. In that fleeting moment, the system's notification echoed within Tang San's mind. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have completed the task, earning 50 points, an increase of 1 skill point, and an enhancement of soul power. The instant they met, the task completion was confirmed. It seemed he was indeed intricately linked to the purpose of this banquet. From the moment he stepped into the spirit hall, certain events had already been set in motion. Tang San distinctly sensed a surge of energy entering his body, dividing into two parts, one assimilating into his being, while the other vanished without a trace. His soul took a deep breath, and his tail swayed rhythmically, indicating a favorable mood. With a soft sound, a secondary mission was successfully activated, achieving a superficial balance with the spirit hall. Another chime heralded the triggering of an immediate task, to journey to the Douluo forest. When did you begin to play the role of a system notification? Tang San secretly jested to himself while summoning the vertical panel. Having just completed a task, he had acquired a skill point, which he could use to unlock one of his previous abilities. Tang San pondered for a moment before ultimately opting for the 8 spider lances. In the past, when he ascended to divinity, the external soul bone, the 8 spider lances, underwent a refinement that successfully evolved into the sea god's 8 wings, becoming a super artifact rivaling the sea god's trident and the Shura sword, its power undeniably formidable. However, it was evident that such an extraordinary item would not be easily acquired by Tang San. To fully unlock the 8 lances, one would require 10 skill points. The investment of a single skill point merely activated the conditions for utilizing the 8 lances. Tang San sensed a tingling sensation along his spine, reminiscent of the time when the 8 lances first emerged. Could it be that he truly needed to regrow a pair of 8 lances? Tang San furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat speechless at the thought. Look at me. I've been preoccupied with affairs these past few days and have neglected our esteemed guest. The middle-aged man straightened his posture, resting his arm on the armrest of the chair, while his other hand gestured towards a spot below. Upon seeing this middle-aged man, Tang San immediately recognized his identity. He was none other than Qianing Sun, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. There was scarce information regarding this enigmatic Pope within the records of Shrek Academy, save for the knowledge that he was a genius of the same era as Xiling Han. During that time, the whereabouts of the Pope of the Spirit Hall were unknown. Qianing Sun's sudden emergence within the Spirit Hall, along with the unknown leverage he possessed, had somehow persuaded the Elder Council to accept him as the Pope. Tang San smiled gently, following Qianing Xuan's intent as he settled into his seat. He remained silent, merely squinting his eyes to survey the surroundings of the Grand Hall. It appeared that this hall was constructed from some extraordinary material, as Tang San's spiritual perception was significantly hindered, limiting the range of his exploration. The objects he could sense appeared exceedingly vague. What lies behind the main seat? With his perception obstructed, he decided to retract it altogether. In his heart, he silently summoned Han, hoping to send him to investigate further. The little fox swayed its tail, its soft fur brushing against Tang San's neck. He yawned, showing no inclination to move. Bobo, I am the system guide beast. I cannot directly interfere with the progression of events. I am not asking you to engage in combat. How can gathering intelligence be considered direct intervention? Ultimately, Hun could not resist Tang San's insistence. With a yawn, he floated towards the main seat, taking advantage of the fact that others could not see him, and audaciously circled above the Pope's head. Tang San pressed his lips together, his gaze drifting with an air of amusement. Qian-Ing raised a brow, instinctively sensing something amiss. His eyes scanned the surroundings, and after casting out his spiritual awareness to ascertain that all was well, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. I had anticipated spending a longer period in the inspection department. It seems the news from the esteemed Pope is remarkably swift. Tang San wore a half-smile as he glanced at Qian-Ing, deliberately adopting an air of resentment. Upon hearing these words, Qian-Ing's attention was indeed drawn back. He smoothed his sleeves, alleviating the previous awkwardness. In truth, the purpose of this invitation was to discuss a matter of great importance. Tang San raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, what urgent matter compels His Holiness to send someone specifically to Shrek Academy? His tone was laden with weight, revealing his dissatisfaction, as he could not conceal his displeasure at such audacity before the Pope. Upon hearing the voice, Tang San shifted his gaze towards the speaker, his narrow eyes glimmering with a chilling disdain. The individual was taken aback, instinctively quieting down, a hint of apprehension painted on their face. You accuse me of impudence. Yet you are not without fault yourself. Your esteemed Pope has yet to speak. What gives you the right to interject? Chapter 75. The agreement never mind. Step aside. Qian-Ing rose, pressing his hands down to signal for silence among the others. He was adorned in a resplendent papal robe, the hem trailing on the ground, intricately embroidered with golden feather patterns. The wide sleeves billowed gracefully as he moved. Within the shadows, a foul aura was beginning to seep forth, emanating from those otherworldly beings. The voice of the soul echoed in Tang San's mind, and he swayed slightly, taking flight back to perch upon Tang San's shoulder, settling down once more. The chill in Tang San's gaze deepened, for it was evident that the members of the Spirit Hall had long conspired with beings from another realm. The predicament we currently face is all too clear. Thus, I shall cut straight to the chase. The invasion of the foreign entities is relentless, and it seems they harbor intentions of consuming the Douluo continent. Qian-Ing furrowed his brow, clearly troubled by this matter. Tang San remained silent, merely raising an eyebrow, his expression nonchalant. Qian-Ing, undeterred, was well aware that with Tang San's vigilance, he would not easily be swayed. Should Tang San acquiesce too readily, Qian-Ing might even question the authenticity of his identity. I am aware that you have harbored grievances against our Spirit Hall for over a century. Yet, so much time has passed, and the disputes of your have long been buried beneath the soil. The beings from beyond seek to invade our homeland. They are our true common adversaries. Qian-Ing's voice was profoundly compelling as he leaned slightly forward, his eyes sincere and fixed upon Tang San, awaiting his response. Tang San tugged at the corners of his mouth, his eyes, reminiscent of glass, reflecting a hint of nonchalance. He could not fathom the intent behind Qian-Ing's actions. If he truly conspired with beings from another realm, why seek an alliance with him now? Could it be yet another scheme? Perhaps they aimed to extract valuable clues from him? It seemed improbable that they had genuinely perceived the peril of colluding with a tiger and had suddenly come to their senses. How much do you truly know about those individuals? In response to this inquiry, Qian-Ing did not provide a straightforward answer. With narrowed eyes, he smiled enigmatically, suggesting that he certainly possessed more knowledge than that held by the Shrek Academy. Tang San remained non-committal on the matter. Just as he was about to speak further, a commotion arose at the door. Saintus, you cannot enter. Step aside. By what right does the master hold a banquet, and I am denied entry? Tang San's attention was inevitably diverted. Judging by the voice, the newcomer appeared to be a young woman. The banquet, overseen personally by the Pope of the Spirit Hall, would not be disrupted lightly, indicating that this individual held considerable status. Ah, it is you again. As the woman entered, her gaze swept the room before settling on Tang San, her beautiful eyes aflame with fury. Tang San felt utterly perplexed. He was certain he had never encountered this woman before. From whence did her malice towards him arise? The attendant at the door referred to her as the Saintess. Undoubtedly the Saintess Qian Mudong of the Spirit Hall. At the tender age of 17, she had already ascended to the realm of Soul King, matching her master in prowess. Jure, you have been mischievous again, Qian-Ing called, beckoning the young girl to come closer. Observing the look in Qianingshuan's eyes, the attendant hastily added another stool beside him. The girl shot a glare at Tang San before seating herself beside Qianingshuan. After tugging at Qianingshuan's sleeve, Qian Mudong had intended to voice her thoughts but swallowed her words, merely smiling with a hint of indulgence. Please do not take offense. My disciple has been rather spoiled, Qianingshuan said with a smile, once again turning his gaze towards Tang San. Regarding the collaboration we previously discussed, what are your thoughts? Since this is a partnership, the Pope must demonstrate some sincerity, Tang San replied. Naturally, the Spirit Hall's repository of texts shall be entirely accessible to you. Furthermore, the information pertaining to other realms can also be shared. Should the need arise, the personnel of the Spirit Hall will endeavor to cooperate as much as possible. How does this sincerity strike you? And what of my position? You seek my collaboration, yet what do you wish to gain from me? Indeed, you are worthy of your former title as the God King. You grasp the nuances well, Qianingshuan remarked. The mention of his past title causing Tang San's gaze to darken slightly. His brow furrowed, revealing a hint of agitation. Fortunately, Qianingshuan had no intention of provoking him further and quickly returned to the matter at hand. To be frank, our Spirit Hall has had prior entanglements with those beings from other realms, and we have acquired considerable intelligence. They are aggressively capturing the deities affiliated with the Douluo divine realm, and not just on the Douluo continent. The surrounding subsidiary realms have also suffered greatly. What did you just say? Tang San could no longer maintain his composure and abruptly rose from his seat. At the moment the foreign deities launched their assault on the Douluo divine realm, Xiao Wu had fortuitously ventured into a subordinate world, thus narrowly escaping catastrophe. Now, as the enemy rampantly searched, Xiao Wu's predicament was undeniably perilous. Bobo, remain calm. Be cautious not to give anyone leverage against you. The soul abruptly flicked its tail, striking Tang San's neck, its tone laced with a sense of exasperation. Bobo, what is this? Has the system not only granted you a legacy, but also stripped away the composure you've maintained for centuries? Listening to the soul's mockery, Tang San's mood instantly steadied. A wave of chill surged from the depths of his heart. He could not quite fathom why the mere thought of Xiao Wu encountering danger felt like a thorn piercing his heart. The pain in his chest rendered him incapable of sustaining his calm. Fortunately, Qianingshuan remained oblivious to Tang San's unusual demeanor, preoccupied as he was with devising a means to persuade him. With numerous deities captured and chaos engulfing the other subordinate worlds, resulting in countless casualties. You are likely one of the last remaining supreme gods of the Douluo divine realm. As Qianingshuan spoke, seemingly concerned that his words would not evoke sufficient shock, he retrieved a bead from his soul guide and infused it with soul power. This is an image transmitted by those foreign deities to instill fear, accompanied by his voice. The scene within the bead began to unfold, projecting throughout the grand hall. They felt as if they were immersed in the scene, gazing upon the towering piles of corpses, blood seeping into the ground, the entire spectacle disturbingly grotesque. Cracks pervaded the air, suggesting that even the very fabric of space was on the brink of collapse. I understand your concerns. I can establish a contract with you using my martial soul, ensuring that I will not act against you before engaging with the foreign invaders. These beings aim to devour the entirety of Douluo continent. Despite the flaws of our martial soul hall, we ultimately originate from Douluo continent. Should it be destroyed, we would all find ourselves without refuge. Qianingshuan's words were both reasonable and compelling, stirring Tang San's interest. The conditions he proposed appeared entirely beneficial, devoid of any detriment. Chapter 76. The Slaying of Fallen Deities. A contract sworn upon one's martial soul is safeguarded by the essence of law, imposing a deterrent upon both parties involved. Should the oath be violated, one would face the shattering of their martial soul. Qianingshuan's willingness to propose a martial soul oath suggested that he would not instigate any significant turmoil. Tang San remained silent, not responding immediately. Qianing was equally patient, and the two simply lingered in this tense atmosphere. Qianmu Tang glanced at the master seated at the head of the table, then shifted his gaze back to Tang San. After several cycles of this, he lowered his eyes, lost in contemplation. Tang San naturally noticed that Qian Mudong had been secretly observing him. Judging by the expression of clenched teeth, one could only wonder what wild thoughts had taken root in his mind. Tang San raised his eyebrows and chose to disregard the matter. With his maturity, he was certainly above petty grievances with a young girl. The proposal seemed quite reasonable, and I found myself in agreement. As he spoke, Tang San relaxed his posture, reclining comfortably. His words softened Qian Ingsun's demeanor as well, alleviating the previously charged atmosphere. Now that a collaboration had been established, perhaps it was time to share the hidden secrets of the Pope with his allies. Tang San cast a meaningful glance towards Qian Ingxuan, directing his attention to the location behind him. Based on his previous perceptions of the soul, the aura emanating from that particular spot was the most potent. Surely, the entities belonging to another realm were concealed within. Yet, it remained uncertain whether what lay hidden was human or beast. Naturally, however, all matters must await the conclusion of our banquet before further deliberation. Qian Ingxuan raised his wine glass and offered a salute to Tang San. In turn, Tang San lifted his cup, and the two clinked their glasses mid-air, subsequently consuming the contents in one gulp. A delightful collaboration. Tang San did not notice the peculiar smile at the corner of Qian Ying's mouth, concealed by the wine cup. The banquet concluded, each individual harboring their own thoughts. As the gathering came to an end, others departed one by one. Even Qian Mu Tang did not linger. Casting a few glances at Tang San before leaving with a pensive expression, Tang San followed Qian Ingxuan to the rear of the Pope's throne, where indeed a hidden world awaited. Qian Ingxuan meticulously explored the wall with both hands, his movements deliberate and slow, as he squinted to discern the subtle shifts beneath his palms. Could it be that after such a prolonged period of inactivity, he had forgotten the precise location of his own mechanism? Qian Ingxuan paid no heed to Tang San, utterly focused on his task. After a considerable time, his hand paused, and with his index and middle fingers pressed firmly together, he exerted pressure downwards. The section of the wall beneath his touch clearly caved inward, followed by the sound of mechanisms activating, causing the ground to tremble. The wall before them gradually shifted aside, revealing a hidden passageway. A mechanism? Tang San raised an eyebrow, contemplating the somewhat familiar objects around him. It was noteworthy that prior to this, the Douluo continent lacked such secret chambers. It was Tang San who had pioneered their use, as both the Tang sect and Shrek Academy had constructed hidden chambers controlled by mechanisms. Qian Ingxuan confidently stepped inside, with Tang San closely behind him. In truth, I find myself somewhat out of my depth here. This innovation was inspired by the prowess of Shrek Academy, reputedly your design, Qian Ingxuan remarked with a light chuckle, leading Tang San further in. The passage was not dark. Torches were lit at intervals, casting a warm glow. The spirit perched on Tang San's shoulder began to fidget restlessly, its claws tapping in agitation. Phew, the stench is becoming unbearable, it exclaimed. The spirit's fox tail flicked a few times before it transformed into a wisp of light, darting into Tang San's consciousness. Are you all right? Tang San inquired. What could possibly be wrong? It simply reeks in here. There's likely a colossal creature hidden away, and the odor is positively suffocating. Stench. I don't detect any odor, Tang San responded. Engaged in their mental dialogue, he felt reassured upon confirming that the spirit was unharmed. He twitched his nose but still could not perceive the foul smell it described. Qian Ingxuan, leading the way, halted and gestured towards a spot not far ahead. Soon after, his voice whispered in Tang San's ear, the creature within, perhaps, serves as a testament to our alliance. What is it? Although puzzled by Qian Ingxuan's implication, Tang San instinctively chose to communicate through their shared consciousness. It is likely what you refer to as a deity from another realm. At these words, Tang San's spirit surged with intensity, his gaze darting towards the imposing stone door that obstructed their view. Do you believe I am a match for them now? He questioned. Do not underestimate yourself. That entity is not in a favorable position either, Qian Ingxuan replied, proceeding without regard for Tang San's reaction as he approached the stone door. Using a method reminiscent of before, he deftly opened it. The individual inside, sensing the disturbance, immediately turned alert, scrutinizing Qian Ingxuan before his gaze fell upon the silhouette of the person behind him. The position occupied by Tang San was remarkably strategic. The individuals within could only discern a shadowy figure, obscured from clear view. Yet, Tang San was able to perceive the features of that individual with utmost clarity. Suddenly, a mission was triggered: extermination of the fallen god. The rewards for this task included an enhancement of soul power, an increase of 3 skill points, and a boost of 500 points. Regarding the impending confrontation with the fallen god, Tang San remained largely indifferent. In his quest to safeguard the Douluo continent, an encounter with these adversaries was inevitable. This was merely a slight acceleration of the timeline. At the moment, he recognized the person's visage. A tinge of crimson flickered in Tang San's eyes, yet his demeanor remained chillingly composed. It is said that foes are fated to meet. This individual was, in fact, an old acquaintance of Tang San. He was one of the figures from the divine realm of Douluo. It seemed their previous resistance had not been in vain, as the enemy had also sustained injuries. However, it remained a mystery how this person had infiltrated the Douluo continent and established contact with the spirit hall. What do you mean by this? This does not align with our agreement. The individual furrowed his brow, clearly displeased with Qian Yingshuan's unilateral decision to bring someone along. Qian Yingshuan narrowed his eyes and chuckled lightly. Isn't this the person you have been searching for? Now that I've caught him, I've brought him to you. As he spoke, Qian Yingshuan subtly gestured towards Tang San, urging him to play along and seek an opportunity for a surprise attack. Gradually, Qian Yingshuan led Tang San closer. But the individual, displaying a keen sense of vigilance, raised his voice to halt them from a distance. Do not come any closer. Stay right there. Tang San naturally would not heed his words. Instead, he took a sudden step forward, swiftly activating his martial spirit. The golden light, accompanied by a controlling effect, successfully distracted the man. Seizing this opportunity, Tang San thrust the sea god trident forward, piercing directly into his chest. With a sharp crack, something shattered. A rich surge of life energy flowed through the sea god trident into Tang San's body. Where that energy passed, an unparalleled sense of comfort enveloped him, causing Tang San to involuntarily squint his eyes. The energy circulated within him for a brief moment before vanishing without a trace. Chapter 77. The Awakening of the Abandoned. Tang San felt a twinge of confusion as his consciousness instinctively sought the source of that energy. The primal divine power? A long-forgotten voice echoed within the depths of his heart, the awareness that had lain dormant within his soul since the covenant had awakened. To his astonishment, your growth has been remarkably swift. You are now capable of hunting deities. It seems like a stroke of serendipity for him. This young man, already injured, had forced his way through the spatial barrier, barely clinging to life, making it all too easy for him to seize the opportunity. Listening to the playful banter between the two in his mind, Tang San found himself unusually at ease. During this period, he had grown accustomed to the erratic temperament of the soul, not allowing it to trouble his thoughts. In contrast, he was far more intrigued by the inquiries of the soul. The soul, sensing Tang San's curiosity, chuckled softly. With this primal divine power, one could sustain themselves for a few more days. Come now, that meager divine power is hardly sufficient for anything. You have nearly depleted your primal reserves. If you wish to avoid premature destruction, it would be wise to return to a state of slumber. Moreover, what do you think you can accomplish? If this young man is truly so inept, it would be better to liberate ourselves swiftly and pursue our next target. Even without visual confirmation, Tang San could envision the soul's current demeanor. This fellow had always been cantankerous. What should be words of concern often came across as derision. By the way, your immediate task has just been marked as complete. I shall refrain from reiterating it. The rewards for the task have already been credited directly to your account and are available for use at any time through the task panel. Is that something that can be overlooked? Although Tang San had never engaged with the system, he was well versed in the information contained within the records, which certainly did not lack detail, even mentioning the existence of similar systems in other dimensions. Yet, without a doubt, he had never heard of a system that was as elusive as his own. Tang San responded softly, reminiscing about the sweet, childlike voice of the soul. What is it? The exchange of thoughts was unbeknownst to Qian Yingshuan to him. It seemed that Tang San had merely thrust the sea god trident into that man's body and remained in a daze. After observing for a while and confirming that the man was indeed lifeless, Qian Yingshuan approached. Upon hearing Qian Yingshuan's voice, Tang San instantly regained his composure and retracted the sea god trident. It's nothing. The moment the trident left the corpse, it appeared to collapse into a heap of ashes as if suddenly bereft of support. What is happening? Qian Yingshuan stepped back 2 paces, his gaze shifting in astonishment between Tang San and the pile of ashes. Such exaggerated theatrics. It seemed he feared others might not recognize his pretense. Tang San couldn't help but twitch his lips, the sea god trident transforming into a fleeting shadow before vanishing into his body. I must say, Your Holiness, if you wish to perform, at least put in some effort. Don't treat me as a fool. Nevertheless, business took precedence. With his ulterior motives laid bare, Qian Yingshuan felt no embarrassment. He walked over to where the man had lain and picked up a ring-like object from the ground, idly toying with it in his hand. Their storage artifacts were indeed exquisitely crafted. If they could be produced in large quantities, it would be perfect. Tang San's gaze fell upon the object in his hand, a ring-like storage soul guide. This must be what is referred to as a spatial ring in this other world. The inhabitants of this realm exhibit a far more advanced and sophisticated utilization of space and laws compared to the Douluo continent. The two exchanged no further words and proceeded deeper into the underground passage. Tang San had anticipated that the passage would lead him further into the depths, but unexpectedly, it began to ascend midway. Another entrance revealed itself, a designated area within the spirit hall for the storage of texts. Upon catching sight of the moon suspended in midair, Tang San felt momentarily disoriented. The journey had been remarkably smooth, creating an impression of unreality. Qianing Sun produced a token from the soul guide and handed it to Tang San. This token served as his private order. With it, anyone affiliated with the spirit hall would not cause him any trouble. Additionally, it also functioned as a pass to the library. Tang San extended his hand to receive the token. Though modest in size, it was exquisitely crafted. The engraved image of a six-winged angel was remarkably lifelike, with delicate strokes of pale gold outlining its form. The play of light upon the tips of its wings suggested that it might take flight from the token at any moment. Tang San held the token in his hand, savoring its exquisite craftsmanship. The image of the six-winged angel, intricately drawn with divine power, radiated an aura that distinctly set it apart from any mere wooden trinket. He decided to pocket the token and promptly establish the oath. The conditions for forming a martial spirit contract were not arduous. Both parties merely needed to incise their palms and merge their blood. Rather than falling, their mingled blood ascended, defying gravity as it floated skyward. Intertwining, their blood coalesced into a parchment-like substance. A surge of soul power coursed through their bodies, as if drawn by an unseen force, eager to manifest. The martial spirits uncontrollably emerged, and they synchronously completed the spirit manifestation. A colossal silhouette of the six-winged angel faced off against the manifestation of the sea god. That was, as Tang San's gaze flickered to the shadow behind Qianing Xuan, his pupils widened in astonishment. A six-winged fallen angel? Qianing Xuan's 3 pairs of wings were a pure black, and even the shadow behind him was shrouded in dark mist. Yet, according to the records of Shrek Academy and the legends of the continent, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qianing Xuan, was said to possess the six-winged angel as his martial spirit. Before Tang San could ponder this further, Qianing Xuan's voice resonated. I, Qianing Xuan, hereby ally with Tang San to confront the enemies from another realm. Until we have dealt with the invading alien races, I shall not act against Tang San in any manner. Should I break this oath, I will suffer the torment of having my martial spirit torn asunder. With Qianing Xuan's declaration, Tang San felt his soul power being drawn outward, flowing rapidly. He cast a glance at Qianing Xuan, who furrowed his brow, clearly experiencing a similar loss of soul power. Characters began to materialize on the parchment, formed from the blood of both oath-takers, as their soul powers inscribed the contract, with the laws of heaven and earth as witnesses. After Qianing Xuan completed his oath, Tang San followed suit. As he uttered his vow, both felt a binding force descend upon them. This force was fleeting, yet it unmistakably signified that the contract had been sealed. At last, it was done. No wonder so many despised entering into such contracts. What should have been a simple matter had turned into a torturous ordeal. Qianing Xuan exhaled deeply, relieved that the matter was resolved. He had no intention of lingering longer. After reminding Tang San to gather at the main hall the following morning, he departed. Watching Qianing Xuan's swift retreat, Tang San clutched the angelic token and entered the library behind him. Chapter 78. Correspondence. Qianing Xuan had not elaborated on the situation, and Tang San had no desire to delve deeper, for by morning, clarity would surely come. With the angelic token in hand, Tang San's movements were unhindered. The library was divided into 3 levels, with the highest section dedicated to all information pertaining to other realms, which was precisely where Tang San intended to go. Most of the knowledge obtained from the system was merely conceptual. Read-time leads were conspicuously absent. Tang San, since you have once more engaged with the deities from another world, I shall no longer withhold this information from you. Just as Tang San had just picked up a document and was about to read it, the voice of the abandoned echoed once more in the depths of his heart. Tang San curled his lips slightly, his fingers moving with a casual grace as he nonchalantly flipped through the pages in his hand. Have I thus passed your test? He inquired. What test is there? We are merely pursuing a shared objective, came the reply, accompanied by a couple of light chuckles. The tone was soft and ethereal, as if it might vanish into the breeze at any moment. Tang San remained noncommittal, his gaze swiftly scanning the information before him. The deities from other realms sought the essence of the planes, which could resonate with one another. There was no escaping this fate. My source of energy has been compromised, and the laws will be affected as well, unable to sustain for much longer. Coupled with the abilities I previously absorbed, I can endure at most for 3 more months. The other party showed little concern for Tang San's reaction. His clarity of mind would not last long, and he needed to seize the opportunity to relay all necessary information. Tang San perused the contents in his hands, and as he reached for a letter once more, he found himself momentarily halted by the words he had just heard. What would transpire in 3 months? The laws would dissipate, and the fabric of space would unravel. The barriers between 2 realms would be utterly shattered. Though the description was sparse, it imparted a profound understanding to Tang San regarding its implications. The laws were akin to the consciousness of the realm's essence. Once they faded, the world would meet its demise. The extinction of the realm's essence signified the end of that world. Everything within the Douluo continent would ultimately serve as sustenance for another realm. Previously, Tang San had glimpsed visions of other realms being consumed during his inheritance. In that moment, those vivid images danced through his mind, causing him to grip the letter tightly. Was it possible that with sufficient foundational strength, one could delay the dissipation of the laws? Tang San's intellect was remarkably sharp. He swiftly contemplated the energy that flowed into his being from the sea god's trident after vanquishing the fallen god. He immediately grasped the crux of the matter. With your current capabilities, you are utterly incapable of confronting the deities from another realm. Tang San, your strength is woefully inadequate. Oftentimes, mere strength does not convey the entirety of one's potential. The human heart is the most inscrutable element in this world. A faint smirk curled at the corners of Tang San's mouth, and his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of ulterior motives. Chi, what exactly are you contemplating? Are you truly waiting for those otherworldly gods to establish their foothold before they come knocking? Hun's disdain for Chi was palpable. As he suddenly burst forth from Tang San's spiritual sea, a fluffy little creature with an agile form landing on Tang San's shoulder. I am well aware of your little secrets. If you find it difficult to articulate, I would not mind taking the initiative. Each to their own, Hun. Do not meddle in my affairs. I have no desire to involve myself, Hun retorted, visibly displeased, his fluffy tail draping over his body, concealing him entirely. Listening to the dispute within his mind, Tang San's fingers momentarily stiffened. It appeared that the 2 entities residing in his consciousness harbored quite a few secrets, and they did not seem to be aligned. A shadow of contemplation crossed Tang San's features as he swiftly unfolded the letter in his hand. Perusing its contents with remarkable speed, his memory exceptionally keen, allowing him to read with astonishing efficiency. These letters primarily consisted of correspondence between Qianing Sun and another enigmatic figure, discussing a transaction between the Spirit Hall and a faction known as Rinda, aimed at jointly opening a spatial passage. Upon investigation, they had decided to locate the spatial passage in the Sunset Mountain Range. This area boasted the Eye of Ice and Fire while being situated atop a spiritual vein, inherently rich in spiritual energy, thus providing a natural source of energy for the operation of the spatial passage. The audacity of these Spirit Hall individuals is truly remarkable. They are inviting wolves into their fold. Tang San furrowed his brow as he finished reading the last letter, carefully folding it and returning it to its original place. These correspondences continued until the destruction of the dimensional passage. The final letter was an admonition. TSK, it appears that following the obliteration of the dimensional passage, these individuals hastily shifted the blame onto the Spirit Hall. Tang San raised an eyebrow, contemplating the frantic tone of the letter, wondering how Qianing Sun had reacted upon reading it. It was quite remarkable that he managed to refrain from destroying these letters on the spot. However, since this letter had been sent after the dimensional passage was destroyed, one must ponder whether it originated from another realm or if the messenger was, in fact, concealed within the Douluo continent itself. Tang San shook his head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts swirling within his mind, and reached for the notebook on the other side. In contrast to the correspondence he had perused earlier, the contents of this notebook were evidently far more valuable. Upon opening it, he immediately encountered the method of recording the transmission channel, presumably derived from the assistance provided by the Spirit Hall during their previous collaboration with the otherworldly deities to stabilize the transmission points here. Utilizing the essence of countless lives as a conduit, coupled with a formidable force capable of tearing through space, they constructed a bridge to communicate with other realms. As he gazed at the information inscribed in the notebook, Tang San felt his worldview shaken. This method was indeed exceedingly sinister. To successfully establish a stable spatial channel, the most indispensable element is a coordinate. one that can accurately pinpoint a location in the other world. The tragic demise of countless souls, their flesh and spirit nourishing that land, marked the coordinates designated for the transmission point. Following this, an overwhelming force would rend the fabric of space, unleashing vengeful energy that surged through the fissures, crossing the spatial barriers and thus enabling the other world to perceive it, ultimately opening the spatial passage. However, such spatial channels are inherently limited, especially those spanning two planes. The resources required are immense, and typically they cannot sustain themselves for extended periods. How remarkable it is that these individuals were willing to expend such significant resources. Ever since his consciousness awakened, his spirit had become less vocal, preferring to communicate through mental connection. He noticed Tang San's unusual expression and tilted his head to peer at the notebook above. Indeed, as the spirit had indicated, the spirit hall had poured considerable resources into this operation, with every detail recorded being a rare and precious item. Both the spirit hall and those otherworldly deities had made ample preparations to ensure the stability of the spatial channel. Little did that individual realize that the one who would ultimately suffer the most was none other than his own kind. How utterly absurd. The spirit exhaled softly, resettling on Tang San's shoulder, its glass-like eyes dimming slightly. Chapter 79. The Anomaly of the Purple Extreme Magic Eyes. Tang San was unable to discern his intent and refrained from responding, lightly flicking his fingers as he turned a page in his notes. This spatial passage was akin to forcibly puncturing a hole in the barrier of space. Moreover, it was a deteriorating and expanding breach, as long as this entity existed. The stability of the Douluo continent's space would be irrevocably disrupted. Receiving no reply, the soul stirred its ears, its tone tinged with impatience. I am discussing serious matters here. At the very least, offer a response. I am indeed listening. Tang San squinted, finally diverting his gaze from the notes. He reached out and seized the little fox perched on his shoulder. With a twitch of its mouth and a quiver of its whiskers, the fox's bushy tail swished and struck Tang San's hand. Let go. It appeared that the soul was genuinely anxious this time, even neglecting to communicate through mental transmission. Realizing this, the soul's expression darkened. It flailed its limbs, discovering that mere strength was insufficient to extricate itself from Tang San's grasp. Are you not concerned that the spirit hall is secretly observing? They cannot see me, but if they were to witness you gesticulating at thin air, they would surely conjure a myriad of misunderstandings. So what? It would merely enhance the air of mystery in their minds, Tang San countered. Unable to refute him, the soul transformed into a beam of golden light and retreated into the sea of consciousness. After all these years, his temperament remained unchanged. Despite Tang San's composed tone, he discerned an undercurrent of nostalgia. The soul spoke truthfully. The dimensional passage of the ice and fire yin-yang served as a source of contagion, relentlessly tearing apart the fabric of space within the Douluo continent. At this juncture, he paused, seemingly deliberating his words. These spatial rifts were utterly erratic, allowing beings to traverse between two planes. Such rifts were exceedingly unstable, and those lacking sufficient power could easily be torn to shreds. What would happen if these rifts were not addressed in a timely manner? Prompted by their discussion, Tang San recalled the dimensional passage associated with the ice and fire yin-yang. This so-called source of contagion had its own transmission limitations. It was implausible that other spatial rifts lacked vulnerabilities. If neglected, the laws of the universe would indeed mend themselves, albeit over a protracted period. Tang San raised an eyebrow, his expression one of skepticism. Just a little longer? Humph. Such a clumsy lie. Who does it intend to deceive? If the contractor I have chosen is this dim-witted, there is no need to continue. The soul scoffed twice, showing no intention of granting any leniency. Well then, how long can this bit of primal energy sustain you? It would be far better to conclude the matter at hand and embrace slumber sooner. Hearing these words from the soul, Tang San couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. What has gotten into this little fox? Has it ingested gunpowder? Its temper is quite explosive. Tang San initially believed that would at least offer a few rebuttals. However, it soon became evident that he had overestimated the situation. After a brief moment of indifference, Bai seamlessly continued the previous topic. He was merely conveying some important matters for Tang San to be mindful of in the days to come, which were, in fact, not overly complicated. Listening attentively, Tang San found himself surprisingly distracted. To summarize the essence of the concept of abandonment, it essentially meant striving to survive in the hands of the otherworldly deities while seeking opportunities to thwart their sinister plots. Due to certain restrictions, He and his soul could not directly intervene, nor could the being from the alternate realm directly interfere. Ultimately, Douluo continent remained their home turf. Once the otherworldly gods set foot in Douluo, they would be subjected to the constraints of the laws, rendering their powers diminished to less than half. The primordial energy of abandonment was limited, and after imparting his instructions, it fell silent for an extended period. Just as Tang San believed it had succumbed to slumber once more, a voice resonated from the depths of his heart. Sensing that the spatial barrier had been compromised, the laws would expend energy in an attempt to restore it. This was the initial strategy they had prepared to employ. Tang San was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that he was responding to the previous question. So that was it. What a clever scheme. As long as the spatial rift existed, the laws would inevitably consume energy to repair themselves. What a war of attrition this was. The enemy was preparing to drag the Douluo continent to its demise. The spatial passage in the sunset forest was akin to a sharp blade, firmly embedded in the heart of the Douluo continent. Upon this realization, Tang San couldn't help but feel a wave of trepidation. Fortunately, that place had already been destroyed. No wonder that fellow had been so anxious at the time. Had it not been for the constraints placed upon him, he might have been compelled to take action directly. Reflecting on the golden light that had appeared several times in the sunset forest, a smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of Tang San's lips. You still have the leisure to smile? Were it not for those instances of intervention, he would not have been rendered so weak. The soul hidden within the sea of consciousness, hearing Tang San's thoughts, felt a sense of helplessness. They truly had no time left. Tang San did not linger long in the library. After perusing the notes, he returned to his dwelling. In this unfamiliar place, his heart remained restless. That night, his slumber was naturally not profound, and he rose at the break of dawn. Tang San turned over to the rooftop, as usual, to practice the purple extreme magic eye. It was unclear what its original form was, but during this session, Tang San distinctly felt a throbbing pain in his eyes. The purplish essence from the horizon continuously flowed into his gaze, transforming his glass-like orbs into a pure shade of violet. 2 violet whirlpools surged within his eyes. Tang San furrowed his brow in discomfort, initially believing that there was progress with his purple extreme demon eyes. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed. He had previously cultivated to a higher realm, and the progression was never accompanied by such a reaction. Rather than advancement, it felt as though he had taken a misstep in his cultivation, teetering dangerously close to demonic deviation. Although he could not discern the condition of his eyes, he acutely sensed the aberration. An overwhelming amount of spiritual energy seemed to be irresistibly drawn, continuously converging towards his eye sockets, which was decidedly unsettling. His soul had already surged out from within him and now hovered at a short distance, quietly observing the unfolding scene. Its gaze was notably indifferent, regarding Tang San not as its bonded master, but as a stranger. The eyes, being one of humanity's inherent weaknesses, were defensively fragile. The sensation of spiritual energy surging within his pupils was far from pleasant, as sharp stabs of pain and throbbing discomfort intertwined relentlessly. Tang San could not help but reach towards his eyes, seemingly intent on prying out his own eyeballs. Tang San gritted his teeth, his mind remaining clear despite the excruciating pain that threatened to drive him to madness. He nearly bit through his lower lip in a desperate attempt to regain control over his body. Strangely, the agony arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. As the last vestige of purple faded from the horizon, the torment in Tang San's eyes vanished in an instant. He let out a long sigh and reached up to touch his eyes, feeling as though he had just emerged from another world. What just happened to me? Tang San furrowed his brow, his expression tinged with melancholy. Tang San had never considered himself a person who feared pain. However, the moment he just experienced left him with every hair on his body standing on end, an utterly bizarre sensation. Chapter 80. Journey to the Douluo Forest. It felt as though it could tear apart his very soul with its torment. Indeed, it was not merely his eyes that ached. The pain permeated through his pupils, devouring his limbs and every fiber of his being. You should be well acquainted with this. Tang San gazed in bewilderment towards the source of the voice, clearly failing to comprehend the essence of the soul's message. Familiar with what? Familiar with this excruciating pain? Goodness, he might truly find it difficult to acclimatize. Tang San twitched his lips, unwilling to engage in further conversation. Reflecting on the promise he had made to Qian Ying the previous day, he took a moment to gather himself before proceeding towards the Hall of Martial Spirits. Arriving relatively early, he found the hall sparsely populated. He casually selected a furnace and squatted down, beginning to ponder the events of the morning. The purple extreme demon eye was something he was intimately familiar with. There was certainly no flaw in the technique. Yet, what step had gone awry? Tang San, we meet again. A shadow descended from above, abruptly drawing Tang San's thoughts back to the present. Upon hearing that familiar voice, he instinctively deduced the identity of the newcomer. It was none other than the saintess of the martial soul hall, Qianmu Tang. Tang San raised his head and offered a polite greeting. He had assumed that after acknowledging her, Qianmu Tang would take her leave. However, the individual with the chalky complexion unexpectedly squatted down beside him as if under some peculiar influence. Are you joining us in the Douluo forest? Indeed, was preoccupied with his thoughts and had little desire to engage with, wishing only to expedite their encounter. However, she was not one to take hints and showed no inclination to depart. This was rather fortuitous, as he had been concerned that their visit to the Douluo forest might be dull. Now, they would have each other for company along the way. At this point, seemed to ponder something and turned to, inquiring, "Ah, by the way, you seem to have only attained the spirit sage level. Are you apprehensive about venturing into the Douluo forest?" Before Tang San could finish his words, Qianmu Tang's hand was already poised to pat his shoulder, wearing an expression of warmth. "Fear not, I shall protect you. Just stay close to us. The elders of my spirit hall are formidable indeed." Tang San would naturally not allow him to make contact, subtly shifting his body to evade the gesture. He did not linger for even a moment and promptly rose to his feet, fearing that Qianmu Tang might attempt to place a hand upon his shoulder once more. Tang San, despite being merely 13 years of age, possessed a stature that rivaled that of an adult. Standing tall, he cast a downward gaze upon Qianmu Tang, emanating an air of formidable authority. His elongated, narrowed eyes squinted slightly, scrutinizing the scene before him. His identity had never been a secret. As the holy maiden of the spirit hall and the cherished disciple of Qianing Sun, there was no reason for Qianmu Tang to be unaware of who he was. Yet, what could her intentions be in deliberately approaching him for a test? In the face of Tang San's penetrating gaze, Qianmu Tang remained unfazed. With her hands propped behind her, she leaned back, reclining slightly as she looked up at him. Her enchanting eyes sparkling with a hint of playful mischief, meeting his gaze unwaveringly. "What are you staring at me for, him?" Tang San furrowed his brows, turning his gaze away. In his averted eyes lingered an air of perplexity that refused to dissipate. For a fleeting moment, he discerned a familiar shadow in the woman before him. "Ha ha ha, what are you doing? Are you shy?" Qian Mudong, oblivious to the tangled thoughts swirling in Tang San's mind, assumed that his averted gaze indicated a triumph on her part, feeling quite pleased with herself. "Sure, why are you laughing so joyfully? I heard your voice even before entering the room." The voice of Qianing, who had yet to arrive, echoed in advance. Qian Mudong hastily scrambled to her feet, brushing off her clothes with urgency. "Master, my dear disciple." Qianing caught the rushing Qian Mudong and affectionately ruffled her little head, then turned his attention to Tang San. "I have no other arrangements and cannot accompany you to the Douluo forest. Please take good care of my little disciple." No sooner had Qianing finished speaking than Qian Mudong could no longer contain herself. "Master, I am far more capable than him. I do not need his care." "Zuer, cease your antics." Qianing gently patted Qian Mudong's head in an attempt to soothe her. Tang San observed the interaction between the master and disciple before him, a contemplative expression gracing his face. It is said that Qian Ingshuan possesses a rather tempestuous temperament, yet she dotes upon Qian Mutong with great affection. "I beg your pardon. I have but this one disciple, and it is only natural that I indulge him somewhat," she remarked. Listening to Qian Ingshuan's words, Tang San nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. The selection of individuals to venture into the Douluo forest had already been determined. The expedition would be led by 2 peak Douluo of level 98, accompanied by 4 title Douluo of level 95. Such a formidable assembly could undoubtedly be described as magnificent. Tang San initially believed that this was the entirety of their entourage, yet upon seeing the group of a dozen young individuals, his desire to voice any complaints vanished entirely. Qian Ingshuan pondered their purpose. Were they off on an excursion? There was no need for concern. The elders would ensure their safety. Should circumstances dictate, you may proceed alone. It seemed that Qian Ingshuan, perceiving Tang San's reluctance, offered this rare explanation. Tang San raised an eyebrow, pondering whether this implied that he could disregard any issues and simply flee. As he gazed at Qian Ingshuan, a subtle smile graced his lips. The 2 cunning old foxes exchanged knowing glances, their unspoken understanding palpable. It remained uncertain whether the elders and younger disciples discerned the underlying implications of their pope's words. Nonetheless, the group embarked on their peculiar journey. A procession of such magnitude would undoubtedly attract attention wherever it roamed. The spirit hall never sought to conceal its presence. Apart from Tang San, everyone donned the standard ceremonial robes of the spirit hall, eager to ensure their identities were unmistakable. With so many outsiders present, Tang San refrained from summoning the moonlight, opting instead to travel diligently. It was curious how the three individuals who had previously besieged him each possessed a divine steed. Yet this time their expedition appeared rather meager. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" As Tang San wondered in thought while hurrying along, a shadow suddenly approached him from the side. Startled, he nearly reacted instinctively by delivering a kick. Tang San cast a fleeting glance at her, turning his head away. Unwilling to respond. "I am addressing you." Qian Mudong, clearly not one to be easily dismissed, persistently inquired once more. "The Saintess is speaking to you." As soon as Qian Mudong's words fell, an individual nearby leaned in, seemingly intent on pushing Tang San. Being the sole disciple of the Pope and the Saintess of the Spirit Hall, Qian Mudong, despite her tender age, possessed remarkable prowess and striking beauty, which naturally attracted numerous suitors. Throughout the journey, she had endeavored to engage Tang San in conversation. Yet his indifferent demeanor had long since stoked the ire of those around them. However, due to their ignorance of Tang San's true capabilities, they had restrained themselves until now. Finally, someone could no longer contain their frustration and took the initiative to provoke him. Tang San remained silent, casting a fleeting glance at the individual before him, then proceeded to sidestep and continue on his journey. The person could not help but retreat a couple of steps. The chill in Tang San's gaze was utterly piercing. In that instant of eye contact, he nearly felt himself freeze solid. Observing Tang San pass by him, his expression was one of profound dismay. How could Lin Yu, the illustrious son of the peak Douluo, who typically commanded respect from all, be so intimidated by a seemingly inconspicuous individual? With this thought, he summoned his courage and advanced a few steps, reaching out in an attempt to grasp Tang San. "Stop right there," he commanded. Clearly, Tang San had no intention of heeding his words. With a swift change of footwork, he evaded Lin Yu's grasp, as if he had not heard him at all. Continuing onward, several elders, having caught wind of the commotion, glanced back momentarily before quickly diverting their attention. They were preoccupied with their own mission, bringing these younger ones along merely to create a diversion while also providing them with an opportunity to hone their skills. As long as the situation did not escalate excessively, they generally refrained from intervening in the skirmishes among the youth. Lin Yu, fully aware of this, felt emboldened. Seeing Tang San maintain his pace without a hint of slowing down, Lin Yu felt increasingly dismissed, his face oscillating between shades of green and white. "I told you to stop. Are your ears not functioning?" Summoning an unexpected surge of bravado, Lin Yu leapt forward, blocking Tang San's path once more. Tang San halted his steps, lifting his gaze to regard the individual obstructing his path. His slender eyes narrowed slightly, emanating a chilling aura. "Step aside." His voice was crisp, still tinged with a hint of androgyny due to his youth. Yet, this did nothing to diminish the malice inherent in his tone. Tang San bore the weight of lives lost upon him, and not a few at that. When he unleashed his unrestrained power, the latent malevolence emanating from him was far beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. Lin Yu had never encountered such a formidable presence. He immediately felt his legs grow weak. His heart clamored for him to flee, to distance himself from this fiend, yet his body remained paralyzed, rigidly awaiting judgment. All of Tang San's malice was directed solely at Lin Yu. To the eyes of others, it seemed that after Lin Yu had provoked Tang San, she suddenly turned pale with fear, as if she had encountered some unfathomable terror. Qian Mudong sensed something amiss. He understood Lin Yu's temperament well, knowing her to be one of the little tyrants of Wuhuan City, lacking such cowardice. It must be that Tang San had done something. How utterly useless. Qian Mudong lamented inwardly, approaching with a look of confusion. What is happening here? Her gaze flitted between Tang San and Lin Yu, and after a considerable pause, she finally moved her lips, casting a thoughtful glance at Tang San. Lin Yu has always been so impulsive. Why stoop to her level? Besides, I have no particular ties to him. As she spoke, she cast a coy glance at Tang San. Tang San appeared utterly bewildered, struggling to align himself with Qian Mudong's train of thought. At that moment, he sensed the aura of the titled Douluo, prompting him to withdraw his malevolent energy. It seemed that the circumstances on their side had drawn attention. Turning his head away, he avoided Qian Mudong's grateful gaze. his mind drifting. What could this person's true intentions be? I said, surely he hasn't taken a liking to you. Enough of the nonsense. As the saintess of the spirit hall, he must be well aware of my identity. Feigning ignorance and drawing closer was clearly a ruse. How tiresome. Hun, the spirit, flicked his tongue and silently manifested on Tang San's shoulder. Compared to the emptiness of his sea of consciousness, he preferred the external world. After Tang San reigned in his malevolence, Lin Yu regained control of his body. However, his legs felt weak, unable to support his weight, and he collapsed to the ground. Lin Yu curled up, a lingering sense of fear enveloping him, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Are you all right? Qian Mutang inquired, waving a hand before Lin Yu. Her tone tinged with uncertainty. After all, he certainly did not appear to be well. I'm fine. Lin Yu's expression was vacant for a few seconds. But upon awakening to the sight of his goddess, his face flushed crimson, and his voice dropped several octaves. I truly am fine, Tang, no need to worry. As if to corroborate his words, Lin Yu pushed himself off the ground. This time, he had evidently learned his lesson, successfully averting Tang San's gaze. Do not call me that. Qian Mutang retorted with a frown, her slightly narrowed eyes betraying a fleeting glimpse of disdain. Lin Yu had incessantly lingered around him, disrupting his affairs. Many who sought to approach him had been dealt with harshly. Such abhorrent behavior was truly intolerable. Yet, as a disciple of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, and with Lin Yu being the sole heir of the seventh elder, their encounters were unavoidable. Apologies, I momentarily forgot. Lin Yu replied, looking somewhat flustered, unsure of where to place his hands and feet, a heavy cloak of disappointment draping over him. Saintess, please do not be angry. What is the situation on your end? Tang San turned his gaze toward the sound, and the individuals approaching were none other than the two peaked Douluos leading the team. With hands clasped behind his back and a furrowed brow, one of them glared at them intensely. Despite the grave atmosphere, there was an oddly whimsical undertone, primarily due to the youthful appearance of the figure, who seemed no more than 6 or 7 years old. This stark contrast between his serious demeanor and childlike visage was striking. His eyes, however, appeared to have witnessed the vicissitudes of life, exuding an air of profound wisdom beyond his years. Nevertheless, Tang San dared not underestimate him, for the aura emanating from this seemingly insignificant child unmistakably belonged to a title de law. Elder Second, our apologies. We were merely jesting and lost track of our decorum. One of the group, Qian Mutang, spoke up, as she was somewhat familiar with the elder. Noticing the other two remained silent, she felt compelled to address him. Her apprehension towards the elder was palpable, not born of fear of his strength, but rather from his very presence. By a stroke of coincidence, both Tang San and Qian Mutang were simultaneously reminded of a particular matter regarding the second elder of the Spirit Hall. Tang San had scant knowledge of him, gleaned from his time at Shrek Academy. It was said that the second elder was not a singular individual, but rather a pair of twin brothers, collectively known as the twin Douluos. Their martial spirits were unique, likely variations of their original martial spirits. Such errors must not recur. We are not here for leisure. Should you incite trouble, I cannot guarantee your safety. Let us hasten our journey and cease this frivolous delay, he admonished, his piercing gaze sweeping over the group before lingering on Tang San for a considerable moment. Then, with a sudden leap, he pursued the others ahead. With the second elder's urging, the group dared not tarry any longer and swiftly followed suit. After the earlier incident, they had already fallen significantly behind the main contingent. If this continued, they risked being left behind, which explained why even the second elder felt compelled to return and hasten them. Chapter 82. Advancement. Qian Mutang fell behind Tang San, her gaze fixated on his figure, her emotions a tumultuous blend. Holy maiden, it is that foolish boy who is oblivious to his good fortune, Lin Yu remarked, observing her infatuation with Tang San, feeling a pang of discomfort in his heart. He trailed closely beside her, attempting to engage her in conversation. Qian Mutang, inherently impatient, was even more irritable with her thoughts preoccupying her mind. The incessant chatter from Lin Yu only exacerbated her agitation. Silence, she snapped, clenching her fists to suppress the urge to retaliate. Lin Yu, aware of her volatile temperament, dared not provoke her further. With her command, he fell silent, obediently resuming their journey. I told you that girl has taken a liking to you. Yet you refuse to believe it. Just look at how flustered he is, he mused, observing the stark contrast in their interactions, relishing the unfolding drama. Tang San remained motionless, pondering the complexities of emotions. Do you truly comprehend this sentiment? Such personal attacks are unwarranted. One who has never experienced something cannot be expected to understand it. Yet I have observed human emotions, and deciphering them is not beyond my capabilities. Feeling the weight upon his shoulders, Tang Xin could easily envision the frantic expression of the soul. He chose not to engage in debate, his gaze cast downward, seemingly entranced by the path before him. What grievance could this ground have caused you, wearing such a sorrowful countenance? The soul, receiving no response, found solitude in its musings, which inevitably grew tedious. After a few moments of grumbling, silence enveloped the air. Accompanied by over a dozen younger companions, their pace was understandably hindered. All were mere adolescents. Their soul power predominantly concentrated within the soul's sovereign realm. To attain such prowess at this tender age is undoubtedly a mark of genius. Making Tang San further perplexed by Qian Yingsun's decisions. This level of talent and capability is likely rare even within the Spirit Hall. Their mission was far from simple, and the journey ahead promised formidable challenges. Would these youths truly possess the fortitude to endure? The stamina and soul power of the youngsters could not sustain them through ceaseless travel, prompting the elder leaders to decide on a temporary halt, intending to resume their journey at dawn. This decision, of course, brought immense joy to the younger generation. After a day of arduous travel, their exhaustion had reached a critical point. The opportunity to rest was nothing short of a blessing. With the tidal Douluo safeguarding their passage, the likelihood of unforeseen complications was minimal. Taking a moment to extend his consciousness, he surveyed his surroundings before scaling the treetops. Reclining upon the branches, he observed the group of young boys and girls assembling tents below, his eyes reflecting a cold detachment. An invisible chasm separated him from the merriment, isolating him in solitude. Tang San's gaze grew distant. Before he ascended to divinity, the seven monsters often ventured forth together on adventures. Was it not akin to the present moment? Tang San abruptly sat up, raising his hand to examine the patterns etched in his palm, a wave of panic surging within him. He found himself struggling to recall the events that had transpired. Even the faces of Dai and the others appeared somewhat blurred. No, how could this be possible? The trepidation in Tang San's eyes threatened to overflow. He was reminded of his brothers, his kin, and his beloved. How could he ever forget them? Suddenly, as if a memory surged forth, he retrieved the time-space pearl from his soul guide, clutching it tightly in his palm as though it were the last lifeline. From the very first moment, Tang San's demeanor became uncharacteristic. His soul companion sensed the disturbance. Bound by a soul contract, he could empathize with Tang San's turmoil. Observing silently, he refrained from offering even a single word of counsel. His usually clear, glass-like eyes were now clouded with obscurity. It was inevitable that he would forget. Why resist further? Such resistance would only deepen his suffering. He wished to articulate this sentiment, yet ultimately, he merely lowered his gaze and let out a heavy sigh. The so-called God King, the sovereign of all deities, regarded emotions as nothing more than useless detritus. The inheritance of knowledge would shatter Tang San's memories and gradually erase them. Meanwhile, the system's tasks would slowly sculpt his divinity, and when the essence of humanity was entirely expunged from Tang San, he would ascend to the status of a true God King. Though Tang San did not comprehend the entirety of the situation, he could surmise certain aspects. He sensed an entity attempting to erase his memories and reshape his very character. In his struggle against this force, he found his resistance utterly futile. The more he tried to recall, the more agitated he became. Furrowing his brow, he gripped the space-time law pearl with an intensity that seemed as though he might crush it. Yet, with Tang San's strength, he could not harm the pearl. Instead, his inner turmoil caused a surge of malevolent energy to uncontrollably overflow. His complexion fluctuated between crimson and pallid, and after several such oscillations, he doubled over, blood erupting from his mouth. By a cruel twist of fate, this blood splattered directly upon the space-time law pearl. It was as if some hidden switch had been activated, prompting the pearl to voraciously absorb the surrounding energy. The first to bear the brunt of this phenomenon was none other than Tang San himself. An uncontrollable surge of soul power rushed into the space-time law pearl. Behind him, his martial soul erupted uncontrollably, first manifesting as a colossal avatar of the sea god, followed by the appearance of a golden trident at his side. What was happening? The commotion caused by Tang San was so significant that it could no longer be concealed. What was happening? Why was my soul power depleting so rapidly? Some youths, who were in close proximity to him, had already sensed the draining of their soul power and cried out in alarm. A youthful countenance was etched with terror. Me too. My heavens. What on earth is happening to my soul power? Their cultivation levels were still relatively low. rendering them unable to discern the cause, leaving them in a state of utter panic. A vast amount of energy converged, forming a natural barrier around Tang San that shielded them from external scrutiny. The Soul Master breathed a sigh of relief. At least there was a barrier to obscure things, preventing too many of Tang San's secrets from being revealed. The few titled Douluo who had been discussing matters elsewhere sensed the ominous aura and were struck with alarm, hastening towards the source of the disturbance. Upon arrival, they were taken aback. These youngsters exhibited signs of their soul power on the verge of collapse. This was no trivial matter. If the soul power were to dissipate, the consequences could range from the destruction of their martial souls, rendering them irretrievable, to the potential demise of the soul masters themselves. Such a force was remarkably domineering. The group was immediately filled with apprehension, urging the youths to retreat. Quickly move away. Everyone, fall back until we reach a place devoid of this pull. However, the more they hurried, the more chaotic the situation became. Observing the disarray among the young men and women, the titled Douluo promptly moved to shield their retreat. Once everyone had safely withdrawn, they approached again to investigate the cause. Chapter 83. The anomaly of the time and space pearl was that the place where Tang San resided? Such a formidable presence. Was he undergoing an advancement? The titled Douluo stood in stunned silence, halting 5 meters away from Tang San, hesitating on how to respond. Let us not act rashly. After all, he is our ally now. We should assess the situation before making any decisions. The speaker was none other than one of the twin Douluo, Wang Shu, the young boy who had previously urged Tang San, and the others nodded in agreement. His brother's reasoning was sound. If he were indeed advancing, and we were to disrupt that, it would be difficult to explain. The two brothers were the leaders of this operation, and with their words, the others naturally had no objections. Yet, gazing at the swirling energies at the center of it all, their thoughts were complex. Truly, was he deserving of being called a divine king? The noise from his advancement was indeed monumental. The speaker, with fiery red hair and equally vivid eyes, radiated vitality. His words evidently echoed the sentiments of the others, prompting the remaining 3 to nod in agreement. Tang San's identity has never been concealed. As a titled Douluo, they are well aware of it. This once legendary figure of the Dao continent now possesses merely the cultivation of a soul master. Such a level of strength pales in comparison to their prowess. They are certainly familiar with Tang San's tale, perhaps even yearning for it. Yet, reality shatters those dreams, akin to chasing someone with all your might, only to discover it was a ruse. To have reached this juncture, each individual present harbors a sense of pride within. The suggestion from Qianingshuan to assist Tang San, who is merely a soul master, undeniably strikes a chord deep within them. This evokes a complex array of emotions, regret, anger, and disdain, intermingled with a hint of schadenfreude. No matter how talented one may have once been, being merely a soul master does not warrant commanding a group of titled Douluo. Upon learning that this operation would be under Tang San's command, and that Qianingshuan would not participate, this rebellious sentiment reached its zenith. Do you see? This reveals the darker facets of human nature. They will only kick you when you are in dire need of assistance, plunging you deeper into despair. Countless images, as vivid as reality, imprint themselves upon Tang San's mind. The faces he encountered in the monastery, their thoughts laid bare before him. Tang San's divine consciousness has always been somewhat chaotic, and with this disturbance, it becomes even more difficult to untangle. His eyes are wide open, yet devoid of any glimmer of spirit. The once crystal-clear gaze, reminiscent of glazed glass, is now marred by a web of blood vessels. Tang San's eyes bulged slightly, and the veins coursing across them rendered his gaze even more sinister. What good is being human? Emotions are the most futile of all things. Let go, and join me in eternity. Ah, are you out of your mind? Tang San clenched his lower lip tightly, shaking his head in a desperate attempt to dispel the incessant voices tormenting his mind. His hands withdrew from the time-space pearl, only to pound violently against his own skull with such ferocity that it seemed the target of his wrath was not himself. Both of his martial souls were fully unleashed. The sea god's trident and the azure sword rested on either side of him, their radiant blue gold and crimson gold hues intermittently dispersing into the air before seeping into the time-space pearl. As Tang San continued his frenzied actions, the spiritual energy surrounding his body grew increasingly volatile. The chaotic currents of energy clashed and tore at one another, forming a turbulent maelstrom of immense power. While Tang San remained unharmed at the epicenter, others were not so fortunate. Fall back further. This rate of spiritual energy absorption is terrifying. I can feel my own spiritual energy being drained, Wang Shu sighed, exchanging a glance with her younger brother before swiftly retreating. The unstable vortex of spiritual energy was clearly unpredictable. Standing too close would undoubtedly invite disaster. Their instincts proved correct. The unstable vortex, now bereft of equilibrium, violently tore at the surrounding spiritual energy, transforming it into razor-sharp blades that sliced through space itself. Damn it! Even the most seasoned among them were startled by the scene before their eyes. This man could actually rend the fabric of space? No wonder His Holiness the Pope had declared him to be the linchpin. Several individuals exchanged glances, their tongues clicking in astonishment. They realized with a chill that they had been utterly reckless to ever underestimate this man. A wave of icy dread surged through their hearts as they silently vowed never to cross paths with Tang San again. Meanwhile, the younger generation who had barely escaped to safety remained shaken and bewildered. What in the world was that terrifying thing? How utterly dreadful! I pray the elders remain unharmed. They collapsed onto the ground, murmuring amongst themselves as they struggled to calm their pounding hearts. The overwhelming relief of surviving such an ordeal left them in a prolonged state of agitation. Despite their innate brilliance, they were merely teenagers after all. It was only natural to feel fear in such circumstances. What kind of absurd situation was this? That had been a titled Douluo. With a titled Douluo and two peaked Douluos by their side, what threat could possibly remain on the continent? Lin Yu had just regained his composure when he overheard the chaotic murmurs around him. Already irritated, he immediately snapped back at them. Among the group of youths who had arrived this time, apart from Lin Yu and Qian Mudo, the rest were orphans taken in and raised by the Spirit Hall, lacking any significant background. Naturally, none dared to oppose Lin Yu. The murmurs ceased abruptly, plunging the atmosphere into an oppressive silence. In such stifling stillness, time seemed to crawl unbearably slow. Earlier, in their haste to reach the Star Do Great Forest, they had abandoned the main roads in favor of winding trails. Now, they found themselves deep within a forest teeming with spirit beasts. With the protection of a titled Douluo before, they had felt no fear. But now, in this unsettling quiet, a creeping unease settled in their hearts. The Soul Beast Forest is fraught with peril, and with the absence of their elders, the youths are acutely aware that any encounter with danger could lead to dire consequences. From the shadows, faint roars of beasts resonate, prompting the boys to huddle together. Vigilant and watchful of their surroundings, fervently hoping for a safe passage until their elders arrive. Meanwhile, their guardians, concealed behind a great tree, observe from a distance as Tang San undergoes his ascension. The occurrences surrounding Tang San are exceptionally remarkable, igniting a profound curiosity within them. The tumultuous storm of spiritual energy has stabilized, appearing to pose no further threat. Yet, a sense of trepidation lingers, preventing them from approaching too closely. Within the vortex of spiritual energy, the time-space law pearl hovers above Tang San's head, having absorbed an abundance of spiritual and malevolent energy, radiating a pearlescent glow. As the ethereal light envelopes him, Tang San feels a calming balm settle upon his soul. The persistent voices that had plagued his mind finally fade away, allowing him to exhale in relief. The gentle energy soothes his spirit, and as Tang San opens his eyes, the time-space law pearl gracefully descends, landing softly in his palm. He remains momentarily transfixed before lifting his hand to touch the pearl to his forehead. Chapter 84. Acknowledgement of Mastery. The pearl's texture is not cold, rather, it emanates a comforting warmth, pleasantly resting against his skin. Tang San's hand trembled slightly, his eyes closed, and a smile that he could not suppress graced his lips. His joy stemmed not merely from a single pearl, but from the vivid memories encapsulated within it. A wave of warmth enveloped his mind as the faces of Xiaowu, Daimubai, and others re-emerged in his thoughts. Cradling the time and space law pearl, he felt as though he was holding on to his last glimmer of hope. Indeed, while he could not resist the erosion of his memories, he could preserve these images within this precious artifact. The inclusion of time and space in the name of the pearl was far from mere embellishment. With the divine powers of the sea god's trident and the Shura sword at his disposal, he retraced the entirety of Tang San's life and documented it within. Observing Tang San, lost in profound contemplation, the soul reflected on his transformation, uncertain if it was for better or worse. He had initially believed that the recent system upheaval would obliterate Tang San's previous memories, yet, unexpectedly, it had instead activated the time and space law pearl. As the scenes within the pearl began to fade, Tang San opened his eyes, his thoughts surging like a tempest. With a swift motion, he attempted to store the time and space law pearl within his soul guide, only to discover that he had not succeeded. How peculiar! Tang San, filled with a sense of bewilderment, attempted once more, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Had this object malfunctioned? Before he could react further, a radiant white light flashed from the time and space pearl, and in an instant, the ring upon Tang San's finger disintegrated into a cloud of fine powder. Carried away by the breeze. What on earth was happening? Tang San was taken aback, raising his hand before his eyes to scrutinize it closely. He could not fathom what the time and space law pearl had done. Aside from the destruction of the ring, his fingers bore no injury whatsoever. Witnessing the obliteration of his soul possession, a twitch appeared at the corner of Tang San's mouth. When he had fled to the Douluo continent, everything he owned had been annihilated, save for the time and space law pearl. Naturally, his soul guidance devices had met the same fate. The one he possessed now was a serendipitous find in the Sunset Mountain Range. He remained unaware of the identity of the ring's former owner. Apart from the soul guidance device itself, it was entirely vacant, much to Tang San's benefit at that time. In retrospect, the circumstances had been quite peculiar. It was likely that the individual was somehow connected to the passage of the ice and fire duality eyes. He was expressing his dissatisfaction, after all. Who prompted the attempt to confine him within that ring? The soul was wagging its tail, its fox-like eyes nearly squinting into slits. Tang San expressed his disinterest in engaging with this often capricious companion, sometimes questioning whether this so-called system-guided beast was intentionally leading him astray. However, upon voicing his thoughts, he found himself increasingly intrigued by the orb in his grasp. The higher the tier of a divine artifact, the more prideful it tends to be. A truth that Tang San readily acknowledged. Indeed, the energy of the time and space law orb was far above that of this mere soul-guiding device. Yet, it had functioned perfectly well before. Why then did it suddenly choose to act out? It was not the same situation as before, when its consciousness had yet to awaken and it was confined within the soul-guiding device. Now, if it were to be placed back inside, would the time and space law orb ever wish to be seen again? Undoubtedly, his internal voice resonated loudly. Perhaps Tang San's bewilderment was too evident. Even without a response, he could not help but mock the situation in his mind. Tang San remained unperturbed as the time and space pearl spun twice in his hand, enveloped in a radiant white halo. Within that luminous aura, the shape of the pearl underwent a distinct transformation, gradually taking the form of an eye-shaped pendant. The time and space pearl diminished in size, becoming enshrined within the eye. The entire pendant levitated mysteriously, gliding towards Tang San's neck, where it hung gracefully. The design of this necklace exuded a sense of masculinity, and the central pearl regained its transparent hue, appearing remarkably ethereal. Tang San could not help but reach out to caress himself, and before he could observe further, he discovered the transformation within his body. The spiritual energy was abundant, flowing smoothly and steadily, and there was a faint hint of a breakthrough. He was on the verge of advancement. It was during the completion of his previous task that Tang San's soul power had already reached a bottleneck, with the possibility of a breakthrough looming at any moment. After the recent surge of spiritual energy, he had unexpectedly touched the barrier of his impending advancement. Tang San, without hesitation, promptly settled into a meditative posture, channeling the internal spiritual energy along his meridians. His unique circumstances, having previously undergone the divine sealing, rendered him far from an ordinary constitution, thus eliminating the need to hunt soul beasts for soul rings. With sufficient energy, he could independently condense a soul ring. The spiritual energy, recently drawn by the time and space law pearl, perfectly satisfied this prerequisite. In an instant, his martial soul manifested, revealing the ethereal visage of the sea god behind him, which swiftly dissipated, replaced by the sea god's trident. Surrounding the trident, 3 dark soul rings pulsated rhythmically, the black rings intertwining with the golden luminescence of the trident, creating a strikingly harmonious aesthetic. Spiritual power surged around Tang San, permeating his being. Under his deliberate guidance, this spiritual force began to converge towards the sea god's trident. A faint circular halo emerged beside the trident, gradually solidifying into the unmistakable form of a soul ring. Go! Tang San concentrated his mind, directing his spiritual awareness forcefully towards the sea god's trident. The soul ring, as if compelled by an unseen force, obediently floated alongside the trident. From the 3 existing soul rings emanated a wisp of dark mist, which clung to the newly manifested soul ring. Within the golden radiance of the sea god's trident, this dark essence proved remarkably resilient, tainting the new moth soul ring with its shadowy hue. Energy coursed through the sea god's trident and the 4 soul rings, establishing an eerie equilibrium. Unbeknownst to Tang San, the spiritual energy surged like a torrent, seeking an outlet towards the trident. Tang San immediately felt a throbbing sensation in his head. After all, the resonance of martial souls and such a massive absorption of spiritual energy evoked an extraordinary feeling within Tang San. Tang San's soul rings were originally formed through his own cultivation. As spiritual energy surged, the longevity of the soul rings increased, and the power they embody became even more formidable. Tang San, currently limited in his cultivation, found that his capacity for spirit rings was not boundless. Even with for spirit rings sharing the burden, he quickly approached his limits. However, the surge of spiritual energy did not cease. It flowed into him with a terrifying intensity, as if he were a magnet drawing in the essence of the heavens. The sensation of spiritual energy coursing through his meridians was undoubtedly uncomfortable, but fortunately, his flexible meridians prevented him from being torn apart by the overwhelming force. This relentless influx of spiritual energy continued unabated, leaving Tang San feeling as though he were an overinflated balloon on the verge of bursting. His second martial soul, the Shura sword, could no longer be contained and was released alongside the sea god trident, both becoming vessels for the spiritual energy. A black spirit ring materialized upon the blade of the sword, complementing the sea god trident on the opposite side. Chapter 85, Soul Sect. It seemed as though an invisible tether connected the two, drawing them closer together. With a resounding clash, the sea god trident and the Shura sword collided. A series of cracking sounds echoed as fissures appeared upon both the trident and the sword. In that instant, Tang San felt a flurry of stars in his mind. What was happening? Had the sea god trident and the Shura sword been destroyed? Tang San was taken aback, nearly unable to suppress a cry. Beneath his tightly shut eyelids, his eyes darted about restlessly, seemingly yearning to open. The sea god's trident and the Shura sword were not mere illusions conjured by soul power. They were, indeed, his martial spirits. If they were truly destroyed, how could he seek vengeance? However, after the initial panic subsided, Tang San swiftly discerned the anomaly. For a soul master, the martial spirit is the very essence of their being. If the martial spirit were to be obliterated, it was inconceivable that he would emerge unscathed. With this realization, the anxiety that had gripped Tang San began to ease. Upon the collision of the sea god's trident and the Shura sword, they instantaneously disbanded, transforming into golden and crimson specks of light. These luminous particles intertwined, ultimately merging into Tang San's soul body. Tang San felt a surge in his spiritual awareness, perceiving that his soul body had solidified slightly, allowing him to vaguely discern a humanoid form. Upon the surface of his pale, golden soul body, a distinct spot of black at his brow stood out remarkably. Tang San remained oblivious to the profound changes occurring within him alongside the evolution of his soul. The trident mark upon his forehead had completely vanished, replaced instead by a singular golden vertical line. Despite the fleeting nature of this transformation, when his consciousness regained clarity, the issue of spiritual energy plaguing his body remained unresolved. This time, there was no martial spirit to share the burden with him. He was certainly not the first soul master to be overwhelmed by soul power, nor would he be the last. Reflecting on this, it struck him as somewhat unfair. A once mighty deity now faced such misfortune in his twilight years, a truly lamentable fate. At such a juncture, it was remarkable that Tang San could still divert his thoughts to other matters. One could not help but admire his resilient mindset. I wonder what occupies your thoughts. My friend, shouldn't you be focusing your mind and spirit? Tang San's thoughts naturally could not escape the perception of the spirit. With an exasperated glare at Tang San, it transformed into a golden streak and darted into his consciousness. Guard your spiritual platform, control the spiritual energy, and guide it to your inner sanctum. The spirit's voice resonated deep within Tang San's mind, a stark contrast to its usual irritable or mocking demeanor. At this moment, it resembled a true deity, calm, unwavering, and effortlessly commanding trust. So this is the true nature of the system guide. Indeed, all those erratic personalities before were merely facades. Tang San. Ah yes. Hearing his name, Tang San instinctively responded. I'm listening. Yet recalling the spirit's earlier words, a flicker of guilt surfaced. How could he have let his mind wander at such a critical moment? Turn your awareness inward, harness the spiritual energy, and direct it to your inner sanctum. The spirit, lacking the energy to engage in their usual banter, simply repeated its instructions, indifferent to whether Tang San had truly heeded them. Why does this sound so familiar? Tang San furrowed his brow, yet he dared not delay. Following the guidance of the soul, he harnessed his spiritual power, directing it to continuously surge towards his inner palace. This endeavor was far from simple. The spiritual energy surged chaotically within Tang San's body, creating a tumultuous mess in his meridians. The uncontrollable spiritual force was extraordinarily violent, transforming within his meridians into the sharpest of blades, leaving Tang San's body riddled with injuries. The rampant spiritual energy tore through his skin in numerous places, blood gushing forth, rendering the scene particularly tragic. Remarkably, Tang San seemed impervious to the pain, gradually guiding the spiritual energy towards the direction of his inner palace. Strangely enough, despite the spiritual energy rampaging within him, it seemed to avoid the very place it was meant to occupy. It was only when the energy began to circulate in this area that Tang San sensed something amiss. It was as if an additional layer of transparent membrane enveloped it, repelling all approaching spiritual energy. Tang San, undeterred, once again attempted to channel his spiritual energy into a powerful surge, yet his efforts proved to be in vain. This predicament left him in a state of distress, as the energy continued to flow ceaselessly. If he did not find a resolution soon, he would inevitably face a catastrophic explosion from within. In light of the circumstances, there appeared to be no alternative course of action left. Tang San furrowed his brow, the situation within him growing increasingly dire. He expanded his consciousness, meticulously scanning the transparent barrier before him. The information relayed by his awareness was swiftly analyzed, extracting valuable clues. There it is. Tang San concentrated his spiritual awareness, meticulously compressing the summoned spiritual energy. Once restrained, the energy grew increasingly unruly, restlessly striving to break free from Tang San's grasp. Tang San's consciousness was remarkably potent, effortlessly suppressing the resistance of spiritual power. Under his mental control, the spiritual force coalesced into needle-like shapes. With a mere flick of his consciousness, these needles shot towards their target. A ripple emerged in the distance as the needle struck the barrier, dispersing almost immediately, only for another needle to follow closely behind. Guided by Tang San's will, each needle landed with exquisite precision, hitting precisely at the weak point of the barrier he had previously identified. A series of crisp sounds echoed from an unknown source, and Tang San felt a lightness in his heart, as if some barrier had shattered. The rampant spiritual energy within Tang San seemed to have found its target in an instant, surging into the inner chambers along the path created by the needle's puncture. Consequently, the threats within Tang San's body were significantly diminished. However, before he could revel in his triumph, a new dilemma arose. The vast spiritual energy drawn by the time-space pearl had initially been restrained, but now, with Tang San's breakthrough, he actively absorbed it into his body. At this juncture, attempting to disperse it would be futile, just as the spiritual energy began flooding into his inner chambers. External spiritual energy rushed in to fill the void. Maintain your composure, just as you did before. Compress the spiritual energy. The voice of his soul echoed in his mind, instilling a sense of confidence in Tang San. Much of the spiritual energy had already been consumed, and without the influence of the time-space pearl, the remaining power was unlikely to be excessive. There was no need for him to panic. The spiritual energy continued to flow into his inner chambers, compressing into a small white orb of light. As Tang San absorbed it, the spiritual energy surrounding his body gradually lessened. Wang Shu and the others, having sensed the commotion, slowly approached from a distance, maintaining a relatively safe space. This commotion is quite significant. He must have entered the Spirit Master realm, right? Hey, Qiyao, didn't you make such a ruckus when you ascended to title Douluo? One of them remarked, resting an arm on the shoulder of the red-haired youth who had spoken, clearly indicating a close relationship. Qiyao shook his head, his fiery red hair swaying, revealing a pair of crimson eyes. Chapter 86, Awakening. Qiyao shot a glance at the man, swiftly swatting away the arm resting on his shoulder. Bing Ling, how dare you speak? Who was it that nearly froze themselves during their own breakthrough? Enough of this. Bing Ling attempted to retort, but Wang Shu's cold voice interjected. Instantly, both fell silent, their expressions awkward. The ice crystal playfully covered its mouth and winked at Qiyao. This second elder is indeed peculiar. Although he often speaks quite a bit, he invariably exudes a chilling demeanor. Aside from the second elder, the other four titled Douluo who accompanied the mission were not members of the Elder Hall, but rather belonged to the Hall of Offerings. Within the Spirit Hall, anyone who achieves the rank of titled Douluo may enter the Hall of Offerings. where they enjoy superior treatment while also being subject to the directives of the Spirit Hall. In contrast, the Elder Hall is exclusively comprised of peak Douluo. Just by considering the number of title Douluo, one must concede that the Spirit Hall is indeed formidable. As Tang Xin opened his eyes, he happened to hear Wang Shu's voice. Instinctively, he contemplated extending his spiritual awareness, but quickly restrained himself. The more powerful individuals are, the more attuned they become to the prying of others. They were not far apart, and with peak Douluo present, Tang San could not act recklessly. He refrained from alarming the serpent, narrowing his eyes to glance around. Upon noticing they stood at a considerable distance, he finally opened his eyes fully. The surrounding spiritual energy had dissipated, and the situation became instantly clear. Turning to observe the spot he had just occupied, Tang Xin found himself at a rare moment of silence. Given the commotion he had caused, it was indeed a stroke of fortune that he had not fallen from the tree. What a ridiculous thought. Did you even move an inch since you stood there? What nonsense were you contemplating all day, buzzing about like a fly? You dare to claim you hear my thoughts? Furthermore, who is the one resembling a fly, incessantly chattering in my mind? Unsurprisingly, it was the soul that responded to Tang San's retort. After such a tumultuous episode, its voice bore a hint of fatigue, and after exchanging a few remarks, it fell silent once more. Tang San lowered his gaze, his expression relaxed. The diversion created by their exchange effectively dissipated the previously tense atmosphere. Thank you. Tang San spoke softly, eliciting a gentle sigh from the soul. Without uttering a sound, merely thinking it sufficed for me to comprehend. Moreover, I do not act for your sake. After the soul's words, there followed a prolonged silence. It lurked deep within Tang San's consciousness, while the small fox lay sprawled nearby, black mist swirling and emanating from its form. Though lacking a tangible shape, an inexplicable chill could be sensed. I still wish to see how far the one he chose can truly go. Unexpectedly receiving another rebuke, Tang San remained unfazed. He stood up and stretched his body. Thank you, guardians, he expressed with gratitude. Tang San curled the corners of his lips in a faint smile and expressed his gratitude to the group opposite him. With a light tap of his toes, he leaped down from the tree branch. The moment the spiritual energy dissipated, Wang Shu and the others had already sensed it. However, since Tang San remained motionless, they hesitated to approach without permission. Qi Yao rubbed the bridge of his nose, somewhat embarrassed by the words. After all, they hadn't been of much help. The only thing they had truly done was spectate from the sidelines. Though such thoughts crossed his mind, since even the second elder remained silent, he naturally refrained from speaking out. Your Eminence, truly, seeing once is better than hearing 100 times, Wang Shu remarked, his gaze lingering on Tang San with deep admiration. Tang San chuckled heartily and strode towards them. Elder, your words make it seem as though we are meeting for the first time. How utterly heartbreaking. Need I remind you? We journeyed together all this way. Tang San deliberately drew out his tone, his steps slowing to an almost languid pace. His gaze, laden with unspoken implications, swept over the second elder before settling upon Shiha beside him. Wangshu Shiha. What truly magnificent names, he mused. At these words, the second elder's countenance visibly darkened, a shadow of gloom flickering through his eyes. Even young Shiha, standing nearby, cast a puzzled glance in their direction. Tang San advanced step by step, as though treading upon the very hearts of those present. The four individuals behind him observed the tense atmosphere between Tang San and the two elder brothers, utterly perplexed by the unfolding situation. What exactly do you intend to do? Wang Shu stepped forward, obstructing Tang San's path toward Shihi. Tang San, unhurried, cast a glance at him, gently patting his shoulder before stepping aside. A familiar voice echoed in Wang Shu's ear, remarking on the paradox of wanting to conceal oneself while clinging to one's original name, a true contradiction. Tang San curled his lips, calmly enduring the furious gaze of Wang Shu. What do you know? Take a guess. Wang Shu's expression shifted dramatically as he locked eyes with Tang San, his gaze particularly somber. Phew, that startled me. Look at that fellow's expression. He must be contemplating how to flay you alive. This sudden voice echoing in his mind startled Tang San as well. He couldn't help but glance towards his shoulder, where the fluffy little fox was once again perched. Why are you out here instead of resting? You think I'm like you, weak and feeble? Hey, don't look now. That guy is staring over here. Upon hearing the spirit's words, Tang San maintained a composed demeanor and shifted his gaze towards Wang Shu. Indeed, the man's eyes were subtly directed at his shoulder. The conversation he had just shared with the spirit was an intimate exchange of thoughts, imperceptible to outsiders. It seemed that his recent reaction had drawn Wang Shu's attention. Truly, As expected of a peak Douluo, his perceptiveness was remarkable. Wang Shu furrowed his brow, and the figure beside him, Shihe, seemed to sense something amiss as well. Following Wang Shu's line of sight, Twin Douluo, why are you gazing at me in such a manner? Tang San cast a sidelong glance at the two, a semblance of a smile gracing his lips, yet his heart sought validation from the soul. Is your ability reliable? Are they truly unable to perceive you? Nonsense. Unless I deem it so, no one can behold me. I have already stated that it is a matter of your disguise. The soul rolled its eyes. Existing in a different dimension, how could these insignificant beings possibly see him? Elder brother? Shiha observed for a moment, failing to detect anything amiss, and gazed at his sibling with a hint of confusion. Wang Shu shook his head, opting for silence. The atmosphere grew momentarily still until Tang San, unable to restrain himself, broke the silence. What? Aren't we going to search for those little ones? The Soul Beast Forest is not particularly safe at night. The four behind glanced at the twin Douluo and then at Tang San, decisively choosing to remain silent. Wasn't the atmosphere quite pleasant before? Why had it suddenly soured? Hey, contractor, have you noticed that your temperament has become increasingly capricious lately? You are beginning to exhibit my flair. Tang San suppressed the twitching of his lips, casting his gaze downward to avoid betraying his true emotions. Did this fox truly mean to imply that it missed him? Was it a sign of a fractured psyche? Chapter 87. Rescue. Contractor? What an absurd title. How unlike before, when it referred to him as its master. Tang San discerned that the soul sought to remind him through its capricious nature, yet he could not resist provoking it. The irritable white fluff ball was rather amusing. Alas, had it not been for the frailty of his vessel at that time, constrained by the contract, do you suppose I would have addressed you in such a manner? Just as Tang San prepared to retort, a vast expanse of light suddenly illuminated the distant sky. Boom. That was a signal flare. This bodes ill. The Holy Maiden and her companions are in peril. The words of several titled Douluos clarified Tang San's confusion. See, what did I tell you? There is danger afoot. If you continue to squander time, you shall soon be left to collect their remains. Wang Shu cast a cold glance at him before hastening towards the source of the signal, with the others swiftly following suit. Qi Yao lagged a step behind, his face filled with longing. Your predictions, Sea God, are indeed remarkably accurate. You should hurry and catch up, otherwise, the second elder will surely grow upset. Tang San regarded Qi Yao with a hint of curiosity. It struck him that the individuals present were all quite youthful. Even the elders appeared remarkably young. However, after significant cultivation, the pace of aging indeed slows considerably, leaving Tang San unable to ascertain their true ages. Qi Yao, what are you doing? Ice Ling, who was following the main group, turned back upon noticing Qi Yao's lag. Your friend is calling for you. Why don't you hurry along? Tang San gestured toward the ice shard with a slight nod, and after a moment of hesitation, Qi Yao turned and made his way toward the glacial formation. Ta stepped forward with a smile and followed suit. The younger generation lagged a bit behind. However, their formidable prowess allowed them to quicken their pace, and they arrived in no time. When Tang San arrived, he happened to witness the second elder and others taking action. Over a dozen beasts were embroiled in chaotic combat, and by sheer coincidence, Qian Mudong and his companions found themselves at the epicenter of the battle. With a sweeping glance, Tang San quickly assessed the situation before him. Somehow, this group of exotic beasts and spirit beasts had collided, and their fierce clash created such a tumultuous scene that Qian Mudong and his team couldn't find an opportunity to escape. Left with no choice, they had to crush the signal bead of the spirit hall. Most of them were already injured, so when they saw the elders arriving, their faces lit up with relief. Twin Douluos, so that's how it is. Tang San didn't join the fray. Instead, he observed the several titled Douluos darting into the beast horde, his gaze lingering on Washu and Shiha. Washu was already enveloped in a blue halo, while Shiha radiated a crimson glow. The two stood close, their red and blue auras reflecting and intertwining with each other. Eventually, the two lights merged completely, and when the radiance dissipated, Wang Shu and Shiha had vanished. In their place stood a nearly 3-meter-tall giant. The giant bore a resemblance to Wang Shu's features, with 9 spirit rings floating rhythmically around his body. The so-called twin Douluos turned out to be an existence akin to a spirit fusion skill. No wonder it was said that elders Wang Shu and Shiha had never been separated. No matter the mission, their spirits were each other. They served as one another's martial souls, and only when their spiritual power converged did their true fusion manifest. Facing the sharp claws and fangs of the spirit beasts, the second elder showed no fear. With a sweep of his arm, he cleared a path ahead. The beasts, of course, wouldn't obediently comply. Sensing human presence, they grew even more frenzied. Tang San noticed that after being flung aside, some of the exotic beasts cast a glance toward their direction, their eyes gleaming with intelligence, clearly not mindless creatures. The spirit beasts, though appearing no older than 50 or 60,000 years, had already awakened their intellect, yet their cunning paled in comparison to humans. In contrast, they seemed particularly dull. Hiss! A ripple of unrest spread through the beast horde as a serpentine exotic beast flicked its tongue and slithered toward the second elder. Its speed was astonishing. With a flick of its tail, the distance between them rapidly closed. At the same time, the other exotic beasts seemed to have coordinated their movements. Some engaged the spirit beasts, luring them toward the other titled Douluos, while the rest stealthily advanced toward Qian Mudong and his group. After clearing a path, the second elder didn't pause. While pushing aside obstructing beasts, he hurried toward Qian Mudong's side. Annoyed by the serpent's interference, his first spirit ring flashed, summoning 2 crescent-shaped waves of spiritual energy, one red, one blue, streaking toward the serpentine beast. A double attack? It can't be that simple. Sure enough, just as Tang San had surmised, the 2 beams rapidly expanded, stirring the spiritual energy in the air and forming countless dual-colored feather-like lights. The luminous feathers rained down upon the serpentine beast, but the creature was no pushover. With another hiss, a jade-colored barrier materialized before it. The light danced upon the luminous screen, producing a delicate, tinkling sound. Hiss! Every assault was effortlessly thwarted, as the serpentine beast raised its neck, its pea-sized eyes glinting with unmistakable provocation. With a flick of its tail, it launched an attack towards the second elder. Despite the elder's increased stature after being possessed by Wu Huan, he remained diminutive in comparison to the already sizable creature. Should that tail strike true, it would surely leave him flattened. Sensing the rush of air, the second elder swiftly darted aside, narrowly evading the incoming tail. The appendage crashed onto the ground with a resounding thud, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air. Though he evaded the colossal tail, the rising dust enveloped his face, staining his pristine white robes and rendering him somewhat disheveled. The serpentine beast flicked its tongue and then opened its mouth wide. A noxious green mist swiftly spreading forth. This is bad. It's poisonous. Quickly retreat. Tang San could no longer remain an outsider. If all these individuals were subdued, he would indeed find it exceedingly challenging to cope alone. Tang San's timely reminder alerted the approaching individuals, prompting them to retreat hastily. The range of the snake venom is inherently limited. Should the space be too vast, the toxin would inevitably become diluted. The serpentine beast was aware of this as well, employing some means to prevent the mist from dispersing. The poisonous fog encircled his body, effectively blocking the path of the second elder, who sought to provide aid. Perhaps the only solace lay in the fact that these beasts had no immediate intention of slaying Qian Mutong and the others. What must we do to secure our release? With his vulnerabilities exploited by the enemy, the second elder, despite his formidable prowess, found himself constrained and hesitant to act recklessly. From the recent skirmish, he discerned that the beasts before him possessed a notable level of intelligence. Thus, he resolved to treat this dire situation as an opportunity for negotiation. To his astonishment, the serpentine tail twitched twice, and it truly responded to him. Hiss. Chapter 88. Negotiation break down the simple 2 syllables, when uttered, automatically translated in the second elder's mind into a language he could comprehend. While he understood each individual word, the collective meaning eluded him. What do you mean by that? Hiss. Vigilance is commendable, I understand. However, I am not like those simple-minded beings behind you. The serpentine creature lifted its neck, a mocking glimmer evident in its small eyes. In the eyes of the otherworldly beasts, the sole beasts of Douluo continent were hardly worthy of respect. Their struggle to attain intelligence was one matter, but to cultivate into a humanoid form, it required a staggering 100,000 years of effort, often resulting in failure as mere half-formed entities. In comparison, the demonic aura emanating from the human before it was decidedly more agreeable. We are of the same kind. Why engage in this pretense? The second elder's pupils constricted. Of the same kind? Hiss. Indeed, you possess the aura of my kin. You and your companions, Adio and others, are heading towards the Stardow forest, aren't you? Tang San furrowed his brow, fixating on the interaction between the individual and the beast before him. This second elder possessed the remarkable ability to converse with the extraordinary creature. Indeed, a figure of significance. Yet, was he not concerned about concealing such a talent? Or perhaps he was so self-assured that even if this secret were unveiled to others, it would stir no considerable upheaval? With a soft sigh, Soul expressed a hint of amusement. This situation, where the man and beast engaged in negotiation, was rather intriguing. These moments captured Tang San's attention. He had learned from his previous experiences and maintained an unwavering demeanor. You can comprehend the words of that serpentine beast? The serpentine beast? Soul chuckled softly, its tail swaying, brushing against Tang San's neck with its soft fur. That is not entirely incorrect. Though those from the other realm prefer to refer to me as a serpent demon, for upon achieving a certain level of cultivation, one may transform into a human form. Tang San appeared deep in thought. Previously, the moonlit shadow exhibited similar behavior. It seems that in all realms, the initial step for beasts who have attained significant cultivation is to first transform into human form, and only then do they continue to pursue the path of enlightenment. This bears a resemblance to the Douluo continent, where the simplest method for soul beasts to attain divinity is to cultivate into humans, thereby embodying the divine through human form. However, it is evident that the cultivation methods of the alien races are more refined. Once they achieve human form, they can seamlessly switch between their two forms without losing their cultivation. What, then, did the serpent demon utter? There is no need for excessive contemplation. It is clear that this serpent demon hails from another realm. It is not surprising that it would obstruct their endeavors. Tang San was particularly intrigued by the bargaining that the soul had just mentioned. One wonders what transaction the serpent demon wishes to conclude with the second elder. The serpent demon desires those few young men over there, but the lad is unwilling to acquiesce, gesturing towards Qianmu Tang with a flick of his chin. Tang San twitched his lips, suddenly realizing that the subject of their bargaining was a person. However, he remained oblivious to the purpose the serpent demon had for them. Elder, save me. Just as Tang San was lost in thought, a wail echoed through the air. 3 demonic beasts seized the opportunity to ambush, swiftly retreating with their respective targets in their grasp. This was dire. They were deliberately stalling for time. Upon hearing the cries for help, Qiao instantly sensed something amiss and attempted to rush to the rescue. Yet, those otherworldly beasts were already on high alert, fighting while retreating, and had encroached upon their vicinity. The slightest movement would block their path. Qiao was infuriated, his fiery red eyes gleaming with intensity. The third soul ring beside him illuminated, and several massive fireballs rained down from above, hurtling towards the fiends. The others also unleashed their formidable skills, momentarily suppressing both the demonic beasts and the soul beast's momentum. However, they too found themselves ensnared, struggling to extricate themselves. Whenever they sought to provide assistance, the otherworldly beast surged forward recklessly. Hiss, I only require 3. The rest you may take away, the serpent demon hissed, flicking its tongue, its tail striking the ground. Clearly lacking in patience. Naturally, the second elder would not acquiesce to such a demand, and the battle between the two was on the brink of eruption. Tang San cast a fleeting glance and, with a swift motion, made his way towards Qianmu Cave. Compared to these titled Douluo, it was the younger generation that truly required his assistance. The serpent demon, perceiving Tang San's intentions, commanded several of its minions to impede his progress. Yet, Tang San's figure was remarkably agile, skillfully weaving through the throng of beasts with the finesse of ghost shadow misty steps. Hiss, block him. As Tang San drew ever closer to Qianmu Cave, the serpent demon could no longer contain its fury. A being of considerable renown in its own realm, it had faced incessant misfortune since arriving in this foreign world, continually enduring the rejection of the dimension. With a resounding hiss, the other beasts obeyed, launching a ferocious assault. The serpent demon, having completely lost its patience, struck its tail against the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. The toxic substances it had previously controlled surged back to life. And with a flick of its tail towards the second elder, the toxin swiftly coiled through the air, thickening ominously around him as the scales on his body opened and closed in response. Tang San sensed the movements of the serpent demon, and a wave of urgency washed over him. He was uncertain whether the others could evade the onslaught of this venom. Just as panic threatened to overwhelm him, a thought flickered in his mind. If this poison relied on the mist to propagate, then he would sever that bridge of diffusion. He was unsure of the state of his martial spirit. Recalling the previous situation with his martial spirit, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. He endeavored to summon his martial spirit. The familiar sensation returned. After a flash of golden light, the trident of the sea god materialized in Tang San's hand. Spiritual energy surged within him, a comforting sensation that caused him to narrow his eyes. With a focused thought, The moisture in the surrounding air quickly intensified. A substantial amount of vapor coalesced, rendering the mist damp and unable to continue its spread, soon merging into the moisture. The tainted vapor swiftly gathered, condensing into droplets that fell. The humidity thickened, forming a deluge of water. Under Tang San's mental command, torrents of water cascaded down from above. Before long, the rain washed the air clean once more. After dispelling the toxic mist, Tang San executed a swift roll, narrowly evading the claws that lunged at him from behind, and retaliated with a thrust of the trident of the sea god. A sharp clang resonated as the trident met the claw, sending sparks flying. A roar erupted. Tang San faintly heard a sound of shattering, followed by a roar from a beast nearby. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the sea god's trident, deftly using it to fend off the approaching creature. As he turned, he caught a glimpse of the beast and nearly succumbed to laughter. The assailant was a tiger-like creature, adorned with a single horn on its forehead and trailing two tails, its robust physique appearing quite intimidating. Yet, ironically, its formidable set of fangs had been utterly shattered. The tiger-like beast's mouth was a gruesome sight, blood oozing from its wounds, likely a result of its attempt to launch a sneak attack during their earlier confrontation, only to meet the formidable resistance of the sea god's trident. Truly, it seemed audacious enough to bite off more than it could chew, resulting in its broken teeth. The tone of schadenfreude that accompanied these thoughts only served to infuriate the beast further. With a long roar, it charged once again at Tang San. A surge of determination coursed through Tang San as he brandished the sea god's trident toward the oncoming beast, while simultaneously unleashing his third soul skill. Having recently suffered under the might of the trident, the tiger-like creature was understandably hesitant to confront it head-on, swiftly maneuvering its body to evade the attack. However, this act of evasion cost it the opportunity to seize the initiative. Tang San narrowed his eyes, a brilliant smile gracing his lips. He slightly turned his body, revealing the frost spear that had coalesced behind him. You may evade, but do you think I will not pursue? Tang San swiftly advanced, wielding his trident with precision as he aimed directly at the beast resembling a tiger. The creature, sensing imminent danger, attempted to evade, only to discover that a frost spear had already blocked its retreat, leaving it with no avenue of escape. At that moment, Tang San had already closed the distance, positioning the sea god trident directly against the creature's heart. Should this divine weapon strike true, it would undoubtedly spell the end for the beast. In a desperate bid for survival, the tiger-like creature managed to dodge the fatal blow, but the trident still found its mark, striking its side and propelling it 2 meters away, where it collided with the frost spear behind it. Tang San took advantage of the momentum to retreat a few steps, widening the distance between himself and the others, and hastened towards Qianmu Tang. The younger members of the Spirit Hall were not to be underestimated. After the initial chaos of the ambush, they quickly regained their composure. Under the leadership of Qianmu Tang, they coordinated their efforts, restraining the movements of the 3 alien beasts while seeking opportunities to rescue their companions. However, despite their prodigious talents, they remained merely spirit elders, and facing several alien beasts proved to be a considerable challenge. Tang San's gaze swept over the 3 exotic beasts before him. Aside from the one in the middle, which resembled a bear and appeared relatively normal, the other 2 were strikingly bizarre, exuding an unsettling chill merely by their presence. A surge of purple energy coalesced in Tang San's eyes as he activated the beast compendium. The purple luminescence within his gaze was remarkably clear. As he cast his glance over the aberrant creatures, their information materialized in his mind. All 3 were indeed demon beasts, and the one he instantly recognized was the black bear spirit. Aside from its immense strength and explosive power, it was rather unremarkable, lacking any particularly outstanding traits. Its prowess was the weakest among the trio, having not even formed a golden core. It was a mystery how it had traversed the space-time barrier. The true challenges lay with the other 2. One possessed a tortoise-like body, yet its head and tail bore the form of a serpent. The other resembled a bull in stature but stood upright like a human, featuring a blood-red single eye in the center of its forehead. These were identified in the Beast Compendium as the Kuei Nio and the Xian Gui. Both of these creatures carried the bloodline of divine beasts, and even if their lineage was faint, they were significantly more powerful than other demon beasts of equivalent rank. Both possessed strength at the early stages of Golden Core, and with proper coordination, overcoming them would not be an insurmountable task. Seizing the opportunity during the standoff, Qianmu Tang slowly edged closer to Tang San, inquiring, "How confident are you?" As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Tang San. Upon retracting his gaze, his eyes traversed the sea god trident, and he momentarily froze, his expression shifting to one of peculiarity. It seemed he had overthought the situation. Tang San exhibited not a hint of anxiety. Indeed, it was only natural, given that he was once a god king. Tang San was inexplicably confronted, his expression one of bewilderment. Following Qian Mu Tang's gaze, he too noticed something amiss. "Oh, where has my soul ring gone?" Tang San was momentarily taken aback, nearly succumbing to the urge to rub his eyes. Surrounding the sea god's trident, there were no soul rings. Could it be that the martial soul remained intact while the soul rings had been shattered? What on earth was happening? He suppressed his desire to unleash the Azura sword for a closer inspection, masking his intense curiosity with an expression of indifference. He waved his hand dismissively, allowing his gaze to briefly flit over the figure of Qian Mutang. What harm was there in concealing it? At the very least, it caught others off guard. Tang San wore an expression of calmness, which made Qian Mutang appear somewhat exaggerated in his surprise. "Still chatting? Your little friends cannot wait for so long." "Friends?" Qian Mutang cast a knowing glance at Tang San before turning his attention to the beast across from them. The creature seemed to have received some form of instruction. Despite their earlier skirmish, it did not unleash its full wrath, allowing them to endure until help arrived. It appeared that neither party was inclined to continue the confrontation, each clutching their respective targets, eager to return to their pack. Clearly, Tang San and his companions had no intention of letting them go so easily. The atmosphere grew tense once more. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San directed his focus towards the weakest among them, a black bear spirit. The bear seemed to have anticipated this move. As Tang San approached, it showed no signs of alarm. With a swift motion, it raised its paw and struck. The blow connected squarely with the sea god's trident, forcing Tang San to stagger back several meters. In response, he plunged the trident into the ground, finally halting his backward momentum. Such immense strength and explosive power. Indeed, the black bear spirit possessed considerable might. Tang San harbored profound skepticism regarding the black bear spirit's extensive training, primarily focused on physical cultivation. It is crucial to understand that even a stable spatial passage exerts considerable pressure. A moment's negligence could easily result in dismemberment. His ability to traverse the spatial islands with a cultivation level below the golden core stage could very well be attributed to his robust physique. In light of this, it appears that engaging the black bear spirit in close combat would yield no advantage whatsoever. Therefore, he could only rely on his martial soul. As Tang San pondered his strategy, the remaining two exotic beasts approached, for these creatures do not adhere to the principles of solitary combat. They advanced in unison, encircling Tang San in a semicircle. Tang San furrowed his brow, silently invoking the system within his mind. He recalled completing the witch system previously, yet he still had skill points that remained unallocated. He decided to invest those points, hoping they might yield unexpected benefits. Following his prior method of allocation, he directed the skill points towards the golden 13 halberds. As for the points, Tang San had always struggled to comprehend their usage. He had inquired about them before, only to be informed by the soul that the points he possessed were insufficient even to purchase the most inexpensive item from the system. Thus, it was better to keep this information concealed to avoid discouragement. Tang San glanced at his skill panel, noticing that several soul skills remained illuminated, and he felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. It appeared that the manifestation of soul rings did not significantly affect him. Rather, his command over water had become more adept. What transpired within his consciousness merely appeared to the outside world as a fleeting blink from Tang San. As three strange beasts closed in around him, he pursed his lips in contemplation. Chapter 90. Familiar Creatures. Tang San gently lifted the sea god's trident, tracing a circle in the air with its tip. Moisture rapidly converged towards the direction indicated by the trident, and the flowing water enveloped the three monstrous beasts, their speed significantly hindered by the resulting resistance. Qian Mudong also sensed the beast's intentions. They had entirely abandoned their defense, opting instead to launch an all-out assault on Tang San. After a moment's hesitation, Qian Mudong turned and pursued the beasts. The moisture surrounding the beasts grew increasingly dense, and the water swiftly encased them, instantly crystallizing into ice, a chill gradually permeating the air. Tang San understood that this would not restrain them for long. His strike was merely a means to save someone. Without retreating, he advanced, his form transforming into a fleeting shadow as he swiftly darted towards the black bear spirit. Upon reaching the black bear spirit, he thrust the sea god's trident upward, severing the claws that gripped the young boy. The youth, momentarily freed from the black bear's grasp, was enveloped in a mist of water and gently placed behind the crowd. Tang San gathered a golden radiance in his hands, channeling his soul power through the sea god's trident into the body of the black bear spirit. Following the previous mutation, his internal soul power had undergone a significant transformation. According to the spirits, this mutated golden soul power harbored the essence of divine energy. These intruders were inherently incompatible with the laws of nature and were particularly vulnerable when confronted with native divine power. Even if their physical forms were robust, their interiors were considerably weaker, unable to withstand the onslaught of divine energy. Upon invading the body of the black bear spirit, the divine energy reacted violently. The black bear spirit's body swelled rapidly before it ultimately exploded, scattering flesh and blood mixed with frost, transforming before Tang San into a torrential downpour of crimson rain. The disintegrated viscera landed at his feet, but he paid no heed to his revulsion. From the remaining two eye sculptures, faint cracking sounds could be heard. Fortunately, with the enhancement of the sea god's domain, any fissures that appeared in the ice were swiftly mended. However, this state of affairs could not be sustained for long. Tang San was acutely aware that his recent victory over the black bear spirit was largely due to the element of surprise. The remaining two spirits, now on high alert, would undoubtedly prove to be more formidable adversaries. Leave this one to me, Tang San. You focus on that foolish ox. While Tang San dealt with the black bear spirit, Xian Mu Tang had already approached the Xian Gui. The Xian Gui, adept at manipulating water, could extricate itself with remarkable speed, even when encased in ice. Tang San dared not delay and immediately acted upon Tian's intent, launching an assault on the Kuei Niu. The other dozen or so youths, though filled with trepidation, mustered their courage and approached the edge of Qianmu Cave to stand alongside him. Meanwhile, the second elder and the serpent demon, who had initially been evenly matched, began to reveal a disparity in strength. Despite the second elder's formidable prowess, he found himself incapable of inflicting even the slightest harm upon the serpent demon. After the extensive application of toxins proved ineffective, the serpent demon chose to forego its poisonous tactics and instead engaged the second elder in physical combat, humorously abandoning traditional methods of warfare to grapple directly with the serpent demon. The sounds of flesh meeting flesh echoed in the air as they fought with fervor. Moo! A cracking sound resonated as the Kuei Niu let out a tremendous roar, forcefully stomping its hooves upon the ground and striking down with its arms, shattering the ice that bounded. At this moment, Tang San, wielding the sea god's trident, arrived just in time to witness the escape of Kuei Niu from confinement. Without hesitation, he thrust his trident forward. Anticipating the attack, Kuei Niu crossed his arms in front of him, forming a protective barrier, and successfully deflected Tang San's assault. Tang San's strength was formidable, causing the Kuei Niu to stagger back several steps. At that moment, a sense of relief washed over Tang San, prompting him to unleash his power. As he executed a swift turnaround, he cast a brief glance back. The remaining four titled Douluo were engaged in a fierce battle with the exotic beasts, each displaying intelligence by opting for agility over brute force, deftly maneuvering to avoid a direct confrontation. The soul beasts, lacking the cunning of their exotic counterparts and having already identified their foes, relentlessly pursued the exotic beasts, disregarding the humans nearby. The entourage from the spirit hall found this turn of events quite favorable. The four titled Douluo worked in concert, skillfully navigating the chaos of battle, thus alleviating their own burdens while allowing them to observe the broader scope of the conflict. Clearly, the situation for Tang San was far from advantageous. He barely managed to reach a stalemate with the Kuei Niu, while Qian Mudong's struggle against the Xian Gui was exceedingly strenuous. In just that brief span of time, he had accumulated numerous wounds, his white robe now stained with blood, presenting a rather ghastly sight. Not good. Qiyao, you and Bing Ling must hasten to assist the Saintess. We can hold our ground here, commanded Qianting Douluo, his gaze catching the sight of Qian Mudong being flung away by the Xian Gui's tail, which filled him with dread. The Saintess was the Pope's cherished treasure. Should she fall here, their return would be futile. Qiyao and Bing Ling, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, wasted no time and surged toward Qian Mudong, seeking to extricate him from peril. Hiss blocked them. A serpent demon admonished, as it commanded the exotic beasts to support them, seizing the opportunity. The second elder capitalized on this moment. His ninth soul ring illuminated, and he unleashed his most powerful soul skill. A colossal bird, adorned in ice blue and crimson hues, emerged as the head coalesced into a tangible form. Its immense stature was draped in feathers that flickered with flames. The creature appeared to be split down the middle. One side red, the other blue, a striking amalgamation of fire and ice, exuding an overwhelming presence. Although its appearance was peculiar, it did not evoke any sense of strangeness, as if it were meant to exist in such a manner. The serpent demon faltered momentarily, its beady eyes reflecting a glimmer of terror. Tang San also sensed the shift in the atmosphere, involuntarily furrowing his brow. The colossal red and blue bird soaring in the sky was already striking enough. Even without deliberately looking, he could see it quite clearly. Where had he seen such a creature before? It felt strangely familiar. As Tang San deftly countered the onslaught of the Kuei Nyo, he grappled with his memories. The hostage clutched tightly in the creature's grasp instilled a sense of trepidation, hindering his assaults. Hiss, as fellow ancient demons, why must you oppose me? The serpent demon, upon perceiving the ethereal apparition in the sky, clearly exhibited signs of retreat, softening its tone considerably. You were the one to strike first. The second elder maintained an impassive demeanor, uttering words that were infuriating yet devoid of consequence. Hiss. The serpent demon flicked its tail, its forked tongue flickering as its eyes glimmered with inscrutable emotions. I concede my previous transgressions. Shall we pause to negotiate? There is nothing to negotiate. What you seek, I cannot provide. As the second elder spoke, he attempted to command the colossal bird hovering above to launch an assault. Chapter 91. The Unusual Beast. How did we end up in negotiations again? As Tang San deftly evaded the flames spewed forth by the Kuei Nyo, he silently summoned his soul. Alas, once you complete this task, it would be prudent to exchange some points for a comprehensive language translator, lest I be burdened with the task of translation indefinitely. Tang San twitched the corner of his mouth. He had painstakingly accumulated a modest number of points and was loath to expend them in such a manner. Fortunately, although his soul was often prone to sarcasm, it proved to be remarkably reliable when it came to serious matters, promptly translating the words of the second elder and the serpent demon for Tang San. As Tang San engaged in combat with Kuei Nyo, he simultaneously listened to the recounting in his mind, seeking an opportunity to rescue the hostage in his grasp. Feeling constrained in such a predicament was undeniably vexing. Do not presume that I fear you, the serpent demon expressed, visibly agitated, its tail striking the ground with force. Do you have any idea how many from the Bashi clan have come for this mission? Bashi? No way. Tang San froze momentarily at the translation from his soul, nearly being struck by Kuei Nyo's powerful hoof. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, dodging to the side and bending low just in time to avoid the blow. Concurrently, he thrust the sea god trident upward, aiming directly for Kuei Nyo's thigh. At that moment, Kuei Nyo had just unleashed a full-force attack and was still regaining his momentum. Thus, aided by inertia, the strike proved difficult for Kuei Nyo to evade. As expected, the sea god trident found its mark. Sensing the trident pierce flesh, a surge of joy filled Tang San's heart. He gripped the trident and lifted it, tearing the wound open further. Moo! Kuei Nyo bellowed in pain, momentarily retreating before launching another hoof strike towards Tang San, with bloodshot eyes brimming with rage. It was evident that Kuei Nyo had been thoroughly provoked. However, witnessing this scene, Tang San felt a sense of delight. A crazed beast was far easier to handle than a cunning human adversary. With a nimble step, Tang San deftly evaded the incoming attack. With a flick of his wrist, the sea god's trident transformed into a streak of luminous light, hurled toward the Kuei. This was the exclusive hidden weapon of the Tang sect, the quickshot arrow. Despite the prolonged absence of its use, Tang San's skills had not diminished, underscoring his extraordinary talent. The Kuei appeared entirely bereft of consciousness, failing to evade the assault and was directly pierced by the trident, divine power surging through the wound into its body. At that moment, enlightenment dawned upon Tang San. He finally comprehended why the colossal bird's phantom in the sky felt so familiar, as well as the bee, the python, and even the Kuei, all of which were species he had encountered in an ancient tome. This was during a time before his rebirth in the Douluo continent, when disciples of the Tang sect, though not devoid of desires for beauty, still experienced the normal lamentations of humanity. In those somewhat monotonous hours of cultivation, stories had become a significant source of leisure and enjoyment. Tang San also perused the fundamental texts, among which there existed an ancient tome dedicated to the extraordinary and rare beasts, capturing his keen interest. He once spent an entire night engrossed in its pages. Previously, the appearance of the Kuei Nyo bore such a stark contrast to the descriptions recorded in Guji's accounts that he failed to recognize it. Speaking of the fly, Many may not have heard of it, but if one were to mention its alternate name, it would undoubtedly ring a bell for all. Of course, this is in reference to its prior deeds. The fly, also known as man-man, is commonly referred to as the Bai bird. This fearsome creature possesses but a single eye and a lone wing, yet both are essential for its survival and flight. The red and blue birds soar with their nostrils, and wherever they appear, calamities of water shall inevitably follow. At that moment, Tang Xin merely regarded the situation as a source of amusement. However, the occurrence of matters such as borrowing a corpse to resurrect and attain divinity was not beyond comprehension. The plea for peace from the Bash was evidently futile. After hearing his words, the second elder remained silent, directly commanding the ethereal shadow of the sky insect to pounce upon the Bash. Despite the considerable size of the Bash, under the vast shadow, it appeared as diminutive as a mere snake. Feeling the overwhelming pressure enveloping him, the Bash realized that every move he made was under the second elder's scrutiny, leaving him no option but to fight. The gloomy eyes of the Bash mirrored his distress. He had sustained injuries while traversing the spatial tunnel. Although this was not outwardly apparent, internally, he was ravaged by rifts in space, held together only by elixirs and celestial herbs. Coincidentally, while foraging in the forest, he had encountered a cluster of young spiritual roots, along with 3 innate spiritual bodies. The gathering of such a group could be likened to a sumptuous feast. Consuming these young beings would not only restore his injuries, but also significantly enhance his power. Initially, the Bash believed himself fortunate, only to discover that these creatures were captive. Yet, relinquishing the opportunity was far from his desire. Resolved to fight, he understood that without these supplements, his current form could scarcely endure the pressure of the laws for long. The Bash's thoughts churned, all transpiring in an instant. As the dual-colored ethereal shadow of the sky launched its attack, the attention of all present was irresistibly drawn toward the spectacle. The hissing of the Bash was rhythmic, seemingly imbued with a certain cadence. The emerald mist surrounding him thickened, coalescing above his form to gradually shape into a verdant, ethereal image of the Bash. The serpent's head, adorned with scales and possessing golden vertical pupils, appeared anything but ordinary. Those piercing eyes swept over Tang San and the others, ultimately fixing upon the avian, ethereal figure before him. His tail arched high, perfectly countering the descending shadow of the insect, intertwining serpent and bird in a dramatic tableau. Sensing the invasive gaze akin to a parasite, Tang San squinted, his expression tinged with displeasure. Did this long serpent regard them as prey? How utterly ridiculous. Tang San gazed intently, skillfully evading the charging Kuei-Nyo. With a flick of his wrist, he gestured in the direction of the beast, and a multitude of ice spikes materialized, swiftly piercing towards the Kuei-Nyo. This creature possessed an extraordinary resilience, far surpassing that of the black bear spirit. Even after infusing his divine energy within, it had remained in a frenzied state for an unusually long time without succumbing. However, once Tang San's patience waned, the beast had no choice but to lie in defeat. Tang San glanced around, observing that Qian Tung Douluo and Qi Xing Douluo were skillfully directing the chaotic battle between the alien beasts and soul beasts. Whenever a creature attempted to escape, the two would effortlessly return it to the fray. Meanwhile, Qi Yao Douluo and Bingling Douluo had arrived at the edge of Qianmu Tang, engaging in a spirited contest with Xian Gui, accompanied by a group of younger disciples. With the situation appearing stable, Tang San had no intention of intervening. Instead, he chose to watch the combat between the second elder and Ba Shi. His understanding of the battle techniques employed by these beings from another realm was somewhat lacking. In the clash between Zhu and Ba Shi, it was evident that Zhu held the upper hand, with the two heads exhibiting remarkable agility as they soared in tandem. Chapter 92. Underestimation. The figures of Ba Shi and Zhu were shrouded in a thick mist, a vapor formed from the combined spiritual energies of the three, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Tang San subtly lowered his gaze, his fingers hesitatingly brushing against his eyes. The peculiar sensations he experienced while cultivating the purple extreme demon eyes seemed to linger in his mind, causing him to tremble involuntarily at the mere recollection. However, this hesitation was but fleeting. Soon, Tang San's expression regained its resolute determination. With a swift motion, he opened his eyes and directed his gaze straight towards the heavens. In Tang San's eyes, a purplish hue shimmered, indicating that he had activated the purple extreme demon eye. Upon closer inspection, one could discern intricate golden patterns concealed within. artfully arranged to form a mystical totem that seemed to draw the observer in with an irresistible allure. Empowered by the purple extreme demon eye, Tang Sen finally perceived the circumstances shrouded in mist. In the midst of profound silence, the distinct sound of wings gently flapping resonated clearly. The fly exhibited remarkable agility, deftly evading the strikes of the boa's tail while seizing opportunities to inflict wounds upon the serpent with its sharp beak. Contrasting the fly's nimbleness, the boa's demeanor appeared somewhat unstable. Rather than mounting an offensive, it seemed to gravitate towards a defensive posture, a strategy that felt decidedly amiss. Typically, serpentine creatures are known for their proclivity towards aggression rather than defense. What, then, could compel it to abandon its offensive instincts in favor of a more cautious approach? The injuries it bore were no ordinary wounds, which undoubtedly contributed to its reluctance to confront the second elder directly. Realizing this, a subtle smile crept across Tang San's lips, alleviating the tension that had previously loomed over him. It appeared that the situation had reached a certain resolution. As if sensing Tang San's scrutiny, the boa cast a sidelong glance in his direction, its blood-red tongue flicking across its mouth, eyes gleaming with avarice. How delectable that energy seemed. How delightful it would be to partake in it. Alas, under such grievous injuries, escaping unscathed was a considerable fortune. This individual possessed formidable strength and would likely prove challenging to contend with. The boa's scales flared outward, evidently releasing a toxic mist, while the fly remained undeterred, its azure halo intensifying in brilliance amidst the standoff. The boa's phantom loomed large, its tongue flickering languidly, and a strange glimmer passed through its golden vertical pupils. In an instant, the toxicity in the air thickened ominously. This was bad. It was attempting a sneak attack. Tang Sen could not help but voice a reminder, instinctively yearning to offer assistance. In that instant, he suddenly realized something was amiss. His body had completely lost control, rendered as immovable as stone. The second elder, too, recognized the anomaly. His situation mirrored Tang Sen's, as he found himself utterly unable to command his own body. Should an attack occur now, he would possess no capacity for retaliation whatsoever. The ethereal figures of the flies intertwined with the shadow of the serpent in the air, engaged in a relentless struggle, yet remained beyond their master's control. The stagnant and heavy spiritual energy within him shattered any remaining illusions of controlling the fly's phantom. Perhaps due to the influence of the purple extreme demon eye, Tang San's vision remained unaffected. He could distinctly observe the serpent gliding among the younger generation. A ripple of soul power surged around him, conjuring numerous small serpents out of thin air. What is happening? Why can't I move? Oh heavens, what are you doing? Snakes. So many snakes. The crowd found themselves enveloped in darkness, instinctively gripped by a primal fear of the unknown. Everyone, do not panic. Do not scatter. Those who can move, gather back to back, and try to draw near to our immobile companions. It's merely a few ordinary snakes. We are all soul masters. Surely we need not fear such trifles. In the midst of the shadows, Qian Mu Tang's voice undoubtedly instilled hope in the hearts of the crowd. His calm demeanor gradually steadied the fraying spirits of those around him. Indeed, what is all this fuss about? We are the geniuses of the spirit hall. What do these insignificant snakes amount to? Let us eliminate them. Lin Yu, though still somewhat apprehensive, boldly approached Qian Mu Tang, standing resolutely against the looming threat in the darkness. Witnessing this scene, Tang San felt a renewed appreciation for Lin Yu. Though her temper was somewhat fierce, she nonetheless demonstrated commendable resolve. The spread of the mist was alarmingly vast, casting a shroud over the younger generation as well. Where the black fog dispersed, it was engulfed in utter darkness. Tang Sen initially believed that it was the ominous black mist that rendered them immobile. However, he soon discovered that only a portion of those nearest to them had similarly lost control over their bodies, while those positioned further away were largely unharmed. This revelation compelled Tang San to reconsider his earlier assumptions. By what means, after all, was the Bash able to manipulate their movements? Tang San turned his head, casting a glance at the ethereal silhouette of the boss snake suspended in midair. The colossal serpent's apparition remained entangled with the fly, its pair of golden vertical pupils shimmering with brilliance. Indeed, it was not the toxic mist. Could it be those mesmerizing eyes? Tang San suddenly realized that the boss snake was taking advantage of their predicament, commanding the small snakes to attack its chosen targets. Naturally, those individuals would not surrender without a fight. Curses, scuffles, and the hissing of snakes filled the air incessantly. The serpents seemed relentless. Just as they managed to carve out a small opening, new snakes would swiftly fill the void, and despair silently spread among them. This is futile. We cannot possibly defeat him. If this continues, we shall perish once our soul power is depleted. Some could no longer withstand the pressure of the darkness and broke away from their defense, frantically darting into the throng of snakes. A piercing scream erupted from within the serpentine mass, followed by an eerie silence. Despite this grim warning, there were still those who chose to abandon their ranks. Undoubtedly, those who left would no longer be heard from. The expressions of Qian Mudong and Lin Yu were grim. Several elders had recently been within close proximity to the illusory form of the boss snake, and the bindings had not yet been lifted. Though they could not see, they could discern the severity of the situation from the anguished cries surrounding them. The only one who could see clearly, Tang San, found his circumstances equally dire. He watched helplessly as the youths rushed out, only to fall prey to the serpent demon, consumed in an instant. In the blink of an eye, 3 lives were extinguished. And Tang San bit down hard, feeling a deep ache in his jaw as he desperately attempted to channel his soul power to break free from the mysterious force restraining him. The metallic tang of blood began to spread in his mouth, yet Tang San appeared oblivious to it. You have underestimated your foe. In the darkness, a sigh echoed. Its origin unknown, it felt as though it resonated within Tang San's heart, or perhaps it merely whispered past his ears on the breeze. Tang San yearned to refute, to assert that he had not underestimated his opponent. However, the words lodged in his throat, ultimately remaining unvoiced. Indeed, he had underestimated his adversary. Upon realizing that the boss snake had struck a grievous blow, and with the presence of numerous titled Douluos on his side, he, Tang San, had belittled his foe. The boss snake, with several vibrant lives at stake, delivered a resounding counter to his complacency. Chapter 93. You must adapt. Tang San anticipated that the soul might express something, perhaps anger, ridicule, or even consolation. However, it remained silent, akin to an indifferent bystander, its demeanor detached, as if nothing could penetrate its gaze. Tang San sometimes ponders whether they are truly contract holders. What exactly does the so-called God-King cultivation system signify in terms of the God-King it designates? Tang San, you must acclimate. Acclimate? To what precisely should I become accustomed? Tang San was perplexed, and the soul offered no further explanation. Gradually, he sensed that the force binding him was beginning to wane. Such abilities, which ensnare individuals, are invariably limited in duration. Unfortunately, even as the restraints weakened, his strength remained insufficient to liberate himself. The long tail of the soul rose, perfectly obstructing his view. Now, not only was he unable to move, but he could not even catch a glimpse of his surroundings. Get away, echoed the voice of Qian Mu Tang. Had she too fallen prey to that serpent's gaze? Tang San was perplexed, striving to attune himself to the sounds surrounding him in hopes of gleaning some useful clues. A hissing sound emerged from the shadows, reminiscent of a snake's warning. He surmised that it was likely the giant python stirring once again. Shaking his head, he attempted to dislodge the fluffy tail that obscured his vision. By the time Tang San regained his ability to move, all traces of serpents had vanished from sight. Not only had the phantom of the python dissipated, but even the snake demon they had been confronting, along with the summoned serpentine horde, had vanished. The ethereal figure of the fly, bereft of adversaries, lingered foolishly in midair until beckoned by its master, transforming into a mere wisp of illusion. Subsequently, the unusually tall man became enveloped in intertwining red and blue luminescence, separating into 2 distinct entities, Shiha and Wangshu. Both bore troubled expressions, and Tang San was disinclined to invite misfortune upon himself. So, you must be doing this deliberately, he thought, his frustration simmering at the memory of the obstruction to his sight. The soul's mood was evidently low. It curled up beneath its fluffy tail, remaining silent for a while before responding to Tang San. If you are aware that observing is futile, why do so? Is this not courting trouble? Can one truly evade responsibility simply by feeling powerless? Continuously indulging in such a mindset will yield no benefits, only exacerbate your sense of helplessness. Tang San's composure was evident. He and the second elder were among the first to regain their ability to act. After surveying their surroundings, they found no trace of the boss Shi. Realizing that he had undoubtedly fled, once assured that no hidden dangers lurked, the two proceeded to investigate the extent of their losses. Tang San let out a sigh and approached the nearby exotic beast. Fortunately, the skill of the boss snake did not distinguish between friend and foe. All creatures within its range, save for the user, were ensnared. Otherwise, their predicament would have been uncertain. If these creatures had regained their composure before them, they certainly would not have been so easily deterred. As he pondered this, he wielded the sea god trident, piercing through each exotic beast's vital points, bestowing upon them an additional divine power with each strike. After completing this task, Tang Sen stood before the Kylan he had previously slain. The trident in his hand transformed once more, directly piercing the forehead of the corpse. With a deft motion, he extracted a small golden orb from its depths. Curiously, despite being retrieved from the blood-soaked brain matter, the orb was untouched by filth and exuded a fragrant aroma. This scent was intoxicating, evoking a sense of greed that compelled one to desire to swallow it whole. What could this be? Hearing a voice, Tang San turned his head to glance at the newcomer, Qi Yao, who had exchanged a few words with him earlier. He, along with several titled Douluo, had observed Tang San's actions while being immobilized, their curiosity already piqued. Now, having just regained their freedom, they eagerly gathered around. An inner core, perhaps? Tang San remained unfazed as he extended his hand to gather the golden elixir into his palm. His thoughts wandered back to the earlier confrontation with the boss snake. Had he sensed something amiss at that moment, the serpent would not have had the chance to flee for its life. Tang San, you have fallen into a trap. The voice of the soul was chilling, penetrating to the very core, yet it also served to bring Tang San to a state of complete composure. He understood that now was not the time to linger on past mistakes. He could not afford to falter here, even if he bore the scars of his struggles. He must continue to press forward. These individuals seemed equally intrigued by the internal elixir. Should we not seize the opportunity first? Rest assured, with my intervention, it will be done discreetly. Sensing Tang San's improved mood, the soul let out a sigh of relief and began to shift the topic. Come now. We shouldn't be too ruthless. It is essential to leave some goodwill. Tang San gently twirled the inner elixir with his fingers, a subtle smile gracing his lips, suggesting that he was in a rather pleasant mood. However, the soul beard twitched slightly, clearly indicating his dissatisfaction with Tang San's words. As long as you are aware, it is not only the soul, but also these inner elixirs that can serve as nourishment for the primordial divine power. Tang San had yet to express his stance when he was unexpectedly drawn into a trance by the peculiar behavior of Qian Tung Douluo. The expressions of the several titled Douluos present grew increasingly strange, their gazes incessantly lingering upon the golden orb of light. This instantly captured Tang San's attention. This inner core had been personally extracted by him. Logically, it should be impossible for anyone to tamper with it. Could it be that there was an issue with the core, even while it resided within the belly of the Kuan-Yo? Fortunately, the others did not keep Tang San waiting for long and directly revealed the matters that piqued his interest. After exchanging glances, it was Qi Yao who stepped forward. With a smile directed at Tang San, he remarked, Your Majesty, we have encountered numerous inner cores of exotic beasts before, yet none can compare to the one you hold in your hand. The ones we previously obtained were all rife with chaotic and violent auras. This one, truly remarkable. An inner core purified by divine power. Could those mundane plants possibly rival it? Listening to the divine being's inner musings, Tang San cast a sympathetic glance at the four before him. Noticing their earnest expressions, he felt somewhat reluctant to deceive them. He cleared his throat, relieved that they could not hear the whispers of his soul. Perhaps it was due to their differing backgrounds that, regarding the information about other realms, we still knew far too little. Tang San remarked thus, and regardless of whether those individuals believed him or not, the conversation had to come to a halt. They did not remain idle. After a brief discussion, they proceeded to excavate the inner cores of other exotic beasts. Tang San held the inner dan within the palm of his hand, allowing the delicate fragrance to waft tantalizingly at the tip of his nose, his slightly squinted eyes reflecting the delight of its possessor. The concept of the soul, how is it to be utilized? Even as he toyed with the inner dan, Tang San had pondered its application. Chapter 94, Everything is Preordained. Since the soul indicated that this entity could also replenish the consumption of primordial divine power, it must require absorption. Yet, the method of absorption posed a challenge. Should it be drawn forth like a soul ring, using soul power as a conduit? With only a single inner dan in hand, Tang San dared not experiment recklessly. Fortunately, with the omniscient soul by his side, the process became considerably simpler. Purify the primordial divine power within your body, allowing the purest essence to circulate around the heart nucleus, and attempt to draw the spiritual energy from the inner dan, guiding it into your meridians. The soul's instructions were indeed quite unfamiliar. Neither ancient texts nor the system's legacy had alluded to such a technique. The heart nucleus presumably referred to that portion of the heart, which, without question, holds immense significance for humanity. If the spiritual energy merely circulates around the heart nucleus, what of the other parts of the body? Are they to be neglected? Tang Sen appeared utterly bewildered, yet despite his confusion, he instinctively chose to trust the words of his soul. He promptly prepared to redirect his spiritual energy in an attempt to experiment. However, fate had other plans. Just as he managed to cultivate a strand of primordial divine power, a sudden turbulence of spiritual energy erupted behind him. His mind momentarily faltered, causing the hard-won primordial spiritual energy to dissipate instantly, swiftly merging with his soul power. It seemed that this matter could not be rushed and required a tranquil moment for careful handling. In the blink of an eye, Tang Sen swiftly stowed away the inner core and dashed towards the source of the spiritual upheaval. Hey, where are you rushing off to? Delivering food? That guy is about to self-destruct. Hurry up. The soul raised his gaze and saw Tang Sen charging directly towards the explosion's epicenter, unable to suppress a shout. However, his voice could only be heard by Tang Sen, thus failing to incite any chaos. Instead, it merely deepened the curve of Tang Sen's lips. Why always rely on mental communication when spoken words could be quite vibrant? As he indulged in this playful thought, Tang Sen's movements remained swift and deliberate. The sea goddess trident halted midair, drawing forth a multitude of water elements that gathered around it. Following the direction of the trident, he unleashed a torrent towards the source of the spiritual disturbance. Hurry! The sea goddess domain can delay the explosion, but not for long. After Tang Sen unleashed that torrent of water elements, he promptly turned and retreated. Upon hearing his words, the others dared not linger any longer and hurriedly withdrew to a safe distance. It was uncertain just how far they fled when an explosion resounded behind them. The residual shockwave sweeping over a considerable distance, brushing past their bodies. The few titled Douluo felt little effect. Yet the younger generation was directly propelled several meters away by the force of the blast. Even Tang Sen himself could not help but stagger back a few steps before regaining his composure. Is everyone all right? Once the situation stabilized, Wang Shu dashed towards the younger members. Tang Sen and the others followed suit, converging in that direction. Your Highness, thank you so much for just now. Indeed, we are immensely grateful to you. Qianing Douluo clasped his hands in respect to Tang Sen, while Qi Yao and others quickly joined from the opposite side. Even the usually reticent Qixing Douluo solemnly bowed to Tang Sen. They all understood well the sheer terror of the force unleashed in that moment of self-detonation. The four of them had been positioned at the epicenter of the explosion, as if ensnared by an intangible power that rendered their movements exceedingly arduous. Had it not been for Tang Sen's timely intervention, they would likely have found it nearly impossible to escape unscathed. Tang Sen waved his hand dismissively, acting on instinct without any thought of seeking their gratitude. Their demeanor, however, left him feeling somewhat uneasy. As they engaged in casual conversation, they made their way toward the younger generation nearby. Having been preoccupied with various matters, it was only now that Tang Sen noticed the distressing condition of these youths. Following the sudden attack by the serpent demon, several had lost their lives, and those who remained bore visible injuries, appearing particularly disheveled. Elder Second, should we find a place to recuperate? Qian Tongdelaw inquired, his expression tinged with concern upon witnessing the grim scene before him. Tang Sen stood with his arms crossed, his gaze contemplative as it swept over the second elder. Wang Shu's expression was rather grim, while behind him, Shi remained composed, though a flicker of curiosity would occasionally surface in his eyes when glancing at his elder brother. This pair of siblings was indeed intriguing. They were clearly not natives of the Douluo continent, yet there was no sign of physical or spiritual aversion. The secret technique they had previously employed bore a resemblance to the local martial soul fusion skills. The legacy mentioned that names held great significance for beasts, and they generally refrained from revealing their true names. It was likely that the names they presented were mere aliases. Wang Shu and Shi were names often used in ancient times to symbolize the sun and moon, and combined with the rumors surrounding the fly, it could be considered a rather tragic appellation. The fly must soar alongside its mate, yet the sun and moon cannot coexist. What, then, was the purpose behind these two adopting such names? As his thoughts whirled, Tang Sen maintained a smile upon his lips. His gaze swept over the young ones, seemingly filled with concern. Having only just emerged, they were already faced with such a fierce battle. These youngsters must surely be frightened. The objective of their training had indeed been achieved. Why not allow them to return? The path ahead promised to be even more arduous. Upon hearing these words, the youths instantly perked up. They were indeed somewhat intimidated. Despite being educated by the spirit hall since childhood, At merely 12 or 13 years of age, they had never witnessed bloodshed. The scene of a companion, who had been by their side just moments before, suddenly swallowed by a serpent, was chilling in the extreme. Yet, simultaneously, a sense of pride simmered within them, unwilling to concede defeat. Qian Mudong and Lin Yu were not among these individuals. Their unique backgrounds and slightly older ages had afforded them exposure to the darker facets of life. Despite their seemingly harmless demeanor, they had undoubtedly taken many lives. Tang-san, what do you mean by that? Do you think I'm a burden? If you wish to send someone back, let it be them. As for the journey ahead, this holy maiden is determined to witness it. Qian Mudong could not help but take a couple of steps forward, glaring at Tang-san in displeasure before directing her gaze towards Wang Shu. Second elder, you must not heed his words. Regardless of the circumstances, I must remain. My master has expressly permitted me to gain experience in the Douluo forest. Wang Shu regarded her for a considerable time before nodding. When he turned to Tang-san, a rare smile graced his lips. There is no need for you to test me. You must have already made arrangements with the Pope. The Spirit Hall shares your goals, and for that purpose, we are willing to sacrifice everything without hesitation. At this juncture, he paused, turning away to avoid looking at the young ones behind him. The journey to the Douluo forest was essential for these children. Their fates had long been sealed, and there was no escaping it. Chapter 95, Part Core. Once those words were spoken, Wang Shu disregarded the reactions of the others and instructed everyone to rest in place, preparing to set forth at dawn. Tang-san furrowed his brow, gazing intently at the receding figure of the second elder for an extended period. A foreboding sensation enveloped him, hinting that the Spirit Hall was orchestrating a grand scheme. This unsettling feeling of ignorance stirred a vague irritation within him. With a swift motion, he propelled himself to the treetops. Alas, what a pity for those inner Dan. How delightful it would have been had I collected them earlier. Just as Tang-san was preparing to close his eyes and meditate, a foxtail from his spirit playfully struck his face. Tang-san paid no heed to the fine hairs on his face. Why had he suddenly decided to speak up? Bobo, do you think I relish this? The connection of our consciousness is quite exhausting, you know. The little creature seemed to have a chaotic mind, and he had no desire to delve into its thoughts. Upon hearing this, a deeper smile crept upon Tang-san's lips. With the pull of the soul contract, his communication with the soul allowed him to penetrate the other's psyche. No thought could evade the other's perception. Naturally, this ability could be severed unilaterally, but alas, given Tang-san's current strength, he was utterly incapable of doing so. Therefore, he could only approach the matter from soul's perspective. Noticing the little fox's escalating agitation, Tang-san cleared his throat and chose to change the subject. Can you retrieve the inner core without alarming them? Bobo, that's a trivial matter. As long as the master permits it, I can automatically collect inner cores within a 5-meter radius, and even spiritual treasures can be gathered. The little fox wagged its tail, seemingly quite proud of itself. Suddenly, its movements froze. What had it just called Tang-san? Soul nearly choked on its words, its expression shifting as it drooped its head in defeat. It seemed this body was indeed too feeble to resist the influence of the contract. With a slight relaxation of its consciousness, such a title had slipped out so easily. After uttering this, Soul fell silent, and Tang-san pondered for a moment, understanding the other's awkwardness. He did not particularly mind the terms of master and pet. After all, they shared a bond through the contract. One's glory was tied to the other's, and vice versa. However, sensing the tension in the atmosphere, Tang-san felt something was amiss. He deliberately elongated his words, feigning disbelief. Is it truly that impressive? Soul, unable to maintain its composure, pawed at its whiskers. Of course, the prerequisite is that the item must carry the host's essence. Only then can the system recognize it as belonging to the host and permit retrieval. Perhaps influenced by the earlier exchange, Soul remained silent this time and opted to re-establish the connection of consciousness. Essence. Tang-san fell into deep contemplation, pondering the essence of the breath mentioned in the soul's discourse. Suddenly, he recalled the earlier incident where he had disrupted the balance within the body of a foreign beast using divine power. According to the soul's implication, he could indeed directly extract the inner cores of those foreign beasts that had been vanquished by divine strength. Could the term breath refer to that divine power? As this thought emerged, it was promptly sensed by the soul. With a soft click of his tongue, it conceded that it could indeed be interpreted that way. Divine power and soul power were both applicable. Do you remember the sensation from earlier when utilizing the soul guiding device? It is quite similar to that. The soul's explanation was rather straightforward. Noticing Tang-san's contemplative expression, it continued to elucidate. The primary influence on such power stems from one's consciousness. The method of employing the system is akin to the usage of the soul-guiding device. Indeed, even the artifacts and magical devices referred to in the other world are fundamentally mechanisms that harness the energies of heaven and earth through intermediaries. Tang San attained a moment of enlightenment, yet the soul refrained from elaborating further, instead urging him to present the inner elixir he had previously acquired. The esoteric matters could be contemplated at a later time. For now, it was prudent to focus on the practical. As the voice of the soul resonated, the little fox, resting upon his shoulder, stirred with activity. With a flick of its tail, it floated gracefully before him, its tiny paws emerging from its soft fur to rest upon the inner elixir. With deep concentration, he began to refine his primordial divine energy, directing it towards the core of his heart. The soul instructed, extending a paw to gently indicate the precise location at the center of Tang San's chest. The heart core resides here, do not misplace it. Tang San was certain that, in that fleeting moment, he discerned a hint of mockery in the eyes of the fox before him. Reflecting on his previous belief that the heart core referred solely to the heart, he fell into silence. Casting another glance at the fox, he noticed the crystalline coolness in its eyes, as if the recent events were merely a figment of his imagination. Tang San's lips twitched slightly, yet he refrained from continuing his quarrel with the soul. He closed his eyes, focusing intently on sorting through the soul power within him. With previous experiences in mind, this time, the organization of the primordial divine power proved to be much easier. A strand of golden divine power gradually manifested in Tang San's consciousness. Though he could not discern whether it resembled the essence of primordial divine power or the form of spiritual awareness, he expertly controlled his consciousness, continuously purifying this strand of divine power and meticulously guiding it to the center of his chest. The resistance from the primordial divine power was not intense. It obediently followed Tang San's guidance, making everything feel almost unreal. Just as the process was nearing completion, Tang San sensed something amiss. The primordial divine power indeed followed the guidance of his consciousness, yet after circulating around his chest, it began to spread anew along the trajectory of the spiritual power. Tang San was compelled to once again pull it back with his consciousness. This was not right. If this continued, the divine power would never achieve autonomous operation. Could it be that he needed to constantly allocate a fragment of his mind to oversee it? There would inevitably be moments of distraction, and he could not possibly attend to his inner workings at every instant. If his consciousness relaxed, this green divine power would naturally dissipate. In this way, it would hold no significance whatsoever. How could the soul permit him to cultivate something so devoid of purpose? No, it could not be so. The core of the heart, since it is indeed the heart's core, there must be a nucleus. The operation of spiritual power within the human body relies on the heart as its foundation, while the functioning of consciousness is anchored in the sea of consciousness. But what of the heart's core? To construct a complete operational system, what exactly is required? Tang San's consciousness delved deeper, as the knowledge imparted by the system's legacy swiftly transformed within his mind. The heart core technique, revealed to him by his soul, was not documented in any texts. Thus, he could only analyze the existing information, extracting the useful fragments from it. After Tang San fell into contemplation, his soul opened its eyes. The little fox cast a glance at Tang San, unabashedly revealing its admiration. Perched upon Tang San's shoulder, it gazed downward at the resting companions not far away. Its ears perked up, attentively listening to the whispers of the wind and the rustle of the grass around them. Tang San remained in meditation for several hours, and when he finally opened his eyes, the sky was already beginning to glow faintly with the first light of dawn. He took a deep breath and rose to his feet. The transformation of Tang San is unmistakable. The aura surrounding him has grown more subdued, and the hue of his eyes has lightened somewhat. Chapter 96, Half a Soul. Congratulations! The soul at once perceived the alteration in Tang San. Bound by a primal soul contract, he was inherently aware of the actions Tang San had just undertaken. Tang San nodded slightly. Upon closer inspection, one might notice the pallor of his complexion. He lifted his gaze towards the sky, which was gradually brightening, lost in thought. This moment had already surpassed the time he typically devoted to cultivating the purple extreme magic eye. Tang San had initially intended to seize this opportunity to investigate the aberration of the purple extreme magic eye, but it seemed he would have to wait until tomorrow. With a downcast gaze, he raised his hand and placed it against his chest. At the center of his chest, a droplet resembling a blue-violet hue floated, encased within a swirling golden source of divine power. This blue-violet droplet served as the nucleus around which the golden energy flowed, tracing a trajectory that formed a shimmering golden sphere. You truly are relentless with yourself. Hearing the voice of Soul, which bore both a tone of praise and teasing, Tang Xin remained unperturbed. One must sacrifice to gain. Well, you are rather fortunate. At least your gamble paid off. It is well known that oftentimes, even with everything at stake, one may not reap any rewards. As he refrained from responding, he focused his consciousness inward, examining the state of his heart core. He noted that the golden energy circulating within the heart core appeared nebulous, as if shrouded in mist. The closer it approached the blue-violet droplet, the more intense the golden energy became, forming a thin outer membrane in proximity to the droplet. Had he truly severed half of his soul? Indeed. What was enveloped by the source of divine power was precisely half of Tang San's soul. Upon realizing the allure of the source divine power to his consciousness, he conceived the audacious idea of utilizing his soul as a guide to construct his heart core. This notion was undeniably bold. As Soul had remarked, he was indeed gambling. And fortune favored him in this high-stakes endeavor. The agony of soul tearing was unimaginable, yet ultimately, it was all worthwhile. Some matters need not be articulated too plainly. Those in the know will understand. At this moment, it was as if a man and a fox shared a tacit understanding. The preliminary construction of the heart core had afforded Tang Xin a final trump card. Even if one day his heart were pierced or his sea of consciousness disturbed, he could rely on the heart core for another chance. Tang Xin? At the sound calling his name, he withdrew his thoughts and turned toward the origin of the voice. Qian Mudong stood under a nearby tree. Upon noticing Tang San's gaze, she waved at him. What are you doing up in the tree so early? The elders are preparing to depart. I was sent to fetch you. Tang San cast a fleeting glance at her before leaping down from the tree, making his way towards the elders. Just as Qian Mutang had mentioned, they were all prepared, awaiting the completion of their breakfast before embarking on their journey. Upon seeing Tang San approach, Wang Shu and the others greeted him, while Qi Yao extended a portion of his provisions to Tang San. Tang San waved his hand, choosing not to accept. Qi Yao did not insist. After the others had eaten, the group officially set forth. Compared to the previous day, the atmosphere among the team was notably subdued. Aside from Qian Mutang and Lin Yu, who departed from the Spirit Hall, only 9 of the original group of youthful boys and girls remained. The losses from the recent unexpected attack were indeed considerable. The journey from the Spirit Hall to the Stardow Forest at their current pace would take no less than 3 days. Fortunately, on the second day of their journey, they encountered no further troubles, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. As night fell, they once again camped in the Spirit Beast Forest, gathering around together. Nibbling on their provisions, the ambience heavy with silence. To avoid detection by lurking beasts and spirit creatures, the group refrained from lighting a fire. However, they were fortunate to have found an ideal spot for the night. Beneath their feet and surrounding them grew peculiar vegetation known as beast velvet grass, which was not uncommon in the Douluo continent, rivaling the prevalence of blue-silver grass. These plants clustered together in a fluffy, enchanting display, emitting a soft green luminescence that was nothing short of breathtaking. Beast velvet grass typically grew in large patches and released a distinct aroma during its growth. This unique scent, when concentrated, proved to be quite stimulating for spirit beasts, serving a repelling function. Simultaneously, the fragrance effectively masked the scent of spirit masters, making it a favored location for them to establish camp within the Spirit Beast Forest. Tang Sen cast a glance and noticed that the tidal Douluos were not clustered together, but rather dispersed in various directions, seemingly engaged in assessing the safety of their surroundings. Meanwhile, the remaining youths gathered in a group, idly fiddling with the nearby grass, each lost in their own thoughts. Tang San was unfazed as he leapt to the treetops, a habit he had cultivated during his initial return to the Douluo continent amidst the Sunset Mountains. At that time, even in the depths of slumber, peace eluded him. Danger lurked at every corner, with soul beasts and unseen foes compelling him to remain ever vigilant. Perched atop the trees, even in repose, a string of alertness remained taut within him, ready to spring into action at the slightest hint of peril. After the harrowing events of the previous night, sleep proved elusive for everyone. They sat in a circle, exchanging silent glances, each lost in their own weighty thoughts, no one daring to break the silence. The night was illuminated by the faint glow of beast fir grass, complemented by the occasional bioluminescence of tiny insects in the air, creating a scene that was strikingly beautiful. If one could overlook their somber expressions, Qian Mutang, holding her rations, seemed to hesitate before rising to her feet. Her movement drew attention at that moment, prompting Lin Yu, who had been sitting beside her, to instinctively reach out and grasp the hem of her garment. "Where are you going, Tang Tang?" he inquired. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he sensed something amiss. He quickly released his grip and scrambled to his feet, flustered. "I was just lost in thought." A bit muddled. Before Qian Mu Tang could respond, Lin Yu grew anxious, scratching his head as his usually smooth hair became tousled. "Please don't be angry. I'll remember next time." "It's nothing." Qian Mu Tang brushed her garment where he had tugged and walked towards Tang Sen with her food in hand. Lin Yu seemed inclined to call her back. His mouth moved, yet no words came forth. He merely watched her retreating figure, his gaze growing increasingly dim. Qian Mu Tang's actions captured the attention of the others, their eyes following her with curiosity about her intentions. No one paid heed to Tang San's eccentricity throughout their journey. He had revealed so many facets that set him apart from the ordinary. Furthermore, the exchanges among the titled Douluos were never shrouded in secrecy, rendering Tang San's identity no mystery to the younger generation. Chapter 97. Beast Eye. Regarding this legendary figure, they felt a mix of admiration, awe, and fear. Regardless, they dared not approach Tang San. Even in casual encounters, they would deliberately steer clear. Thus, Qian Mu Tang's decision to approach him stood out as particularly remarkable. The instant she drew near, Tang San sensed an unfamiliar aura. He opened his eyes just in time to catch sight of the tree.